Chapter 1, Villain Cannon Fodder and Bootlicker? I quit. Jiancheng, Dihao Hotel, Couple Suite. Xin Fei turned over in his sleep and suddenly touched something soft, and he moved instinctively. Beep, beep, quite bouncy? Ah. Xin Fei, you stinky hooligan, if you dare to touch me again, I will hate you forever. The shrill scream startled Xin Fei awake. What's going on? Wasn't I lying in bed, reading a novel called The Master Comes Down the Mountain, The Beautiful CEO and Her 28 Good Sisters? How come I found myself on the bed when I opened my eyes, with a beautiful woman tied next to me? Buzz. Just as I was wondering, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my head and a lot of information flooded into my mind. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully traveled through time. Identity, Villain Cannon Fodder, Xin Fei. Please do everything you can to survive to the end, and you will receive the ultimate gift package. After integrating the character's memories, Xin Fei felt unwell. I traveled into a novel? And became a cannon fodder villain, a dog licker? Xin Fei has been a kind and virtuous person throughout his life. He has helped old ladies and protected primary school students. He is never late for work and is the last person to turn off the lights after get off work. He is definitely a good young social animal. How did I travel through time and space to be such a fool and idiot? In the original novel, Xin Fei was in his 20s, with assets worth hundreds of millions in his family. He was a tall, rich, and handsome man. During his study abroad, he even walked through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on him. How cool he was. However, as soon as he returned to China, the moment he saw Su Qingxue, he felt like he was sprayed with a whole bottle of IQ 99 spray, and he immediately turned into a top-level bootlicker, bringing the Su family to the top. It can be said that he cared about her and served her wholeheartedly, but he still didn't get what he wanted after 2 years of licking her. As a result, it wasn't long before Su Qingxue was completely fascinated by the new security guard in the company and said that he was her true love. Spit. Thinking of this disgusting thing, Xin Fei felt itchy all over. Come out here, dog system. I'd rather die than be a cannon fodder and a bootlicker, he shouted in his heart. Host, please stay calm. As long as you defeat the hero, you will receive a generous reward. Reward your uncle. Xin Fei cursed directly. He's the author's biological son, the protagonist with a golden halo, and I'm just a minor villain, who only lived for 3 chapters, and you want me to slap him in the face? System, host, please remain calm. As long as we can change the key plot of the book and disrupt the male protagonist's rhythm, we can plunder the male protagonist's luck and bring it upon ourselves. Luck points can be exchanged for items in the system mall to help the host successfully counterattack. If you can win the favor of the heroine and make her yours, there will be an extra surprise. Really? Hearing this, Xin Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes lit up instantly. This is a harem stallion novel. The male protagonist has a total of 28 wives, plus 900 confidants, all of whom are stunning beauties. Those days were really prosperous and bright. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but stretch out into a standard Nike grin, his big white teeth shining brightly. Host, please remain calm. Currently, the host's luck value is 0, and the hero's luck value is 10 million. Don't count, it's 10 million. Please, be patient for now. The smile on Xin Fei's face disappeared instantly. Does this mean we still have to rely on our face in the early stages? System, it has been detected that the hero is on his way to rescue the beauty. The host is in danger of losing his leg. Please respond as soon as possible. I will withdraw first. Xin Fei? You dog system, what use do I have to you? It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality it was only a few breaths. He withdrew his thoughts and looked down at Su Qingxue. She was still sobbing and shaking violently, looking at him timidly with clear hatred in her eyes. In an instant, he seemed to understand where this was. Opening Chapter 2, the hero seeks beauty and wins her heart. Oh shit. Then what will happen next is that Yifan kicks the door and breaks his leg? Geneva, do you have to be so inch? He just crossed over and hasn't even enjoyed the blessings of being a rich second generation, but now he has to endure the pain of being cannon fodder? Xin Fei's body shook and he jumped off the bed. He didn't care whether it was disgusting or not, saving his life was the most important thing. He turned to look at Su Qingxue and had to admit that this woman was really beautiful. Although her skirt was a little wrinkled and her hair was a little messy at this moment, but with her pretty face with tears in her eyes, pink cheeks, and red lips, which were squeezed to the point of being deformed, and her long, snow-white legs, coupled with her slightly shy and pure look, she was definitely the most beautiful woman in the world. It's a pity that she was protected too well by Qin Fei. She never saw the darkness of the business world, and her character was not influenced by it. She was still the pure female college student who had just left the campus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fooled by Yifan, that lousy security guard, with just a few words. Alas! What a pity for such a good girl, how could she be so stupid? He couldn't help but feel resentful in his heart. I really don't know what's so good about Yifan. Such an outstanding female CEO is actually willing to lower herself to like a small security guard. Sigh. Never mind. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Just let her be. I'll just stay away from them from now on. At the head of the bed, Su Qingxue, who was originally shivering, suddenly stopped crying. She raised her head and looked at Qin Fei, her face full of shock, staring at him angrily. What did you just say? I didn't say anything, Qin Fei quickly put on a smile. Qingxue, don't get excited. I'll untie the rope for you and let you go. After he said that, he climbed onto the bed and quickly untied the rope for her. What happened today? Well, it was my subordinates' fault for not doing their job well and not understanding what I meant. I will apologize to you another day. He smiled and looked at Su Qingxue with a harmless look. In his heart, he was thinking, what are you still standing there for? Let us go quickly. If Yifan comes when we don't leave, my legs will be in danger. When Su Qingxue heard this strange sound, she was stunned again. He clearly apologized just now and then didn't open his mouth again? So what are you hearing now? Just as I was wondering, that voice sounded in my head again. Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you have to wait for Yifan to come over, perform a heroic rescue, and then add +1 to his harem? Su Qingxue was completely dumbfounded. That was indeed Qin Fei's voice. Could it be that? I can really hear what he is thinking? Can he even predict the future? She did have some impression that a new young security guard had been appointed to guard the company's gate. He looked a bit ruffian and was said to be quite good at fighting. But so what? How could she, Su Qingxue, a CEO worth tens of billions, fall in love with a lowly employee of the company, a security guard at the gate? And he's a dead scum who plays with multiple women? Ugh, she felt inexplicably nauseous. I'm not crazy, how could I fall in love with that kind of person, let alone hear Qin Fei's inner thoughts? He must have been frightened and hallucinating. She suppressed her surprise and got out of bed with a cold snort. Just as she put her clothes in order to leave, she heard a loud bang and the door was kicked open. When I turned around, I saw Yifan rushing in with an angry face. Qin Fei, you bastard, you actually dared to kidnap President Su? I'll break your legs today. Chapter 2, I've finished pretending to be awesome, here it goes. Damn, I really came here just by smelling it. Seeing Yifan rushing in with a murderous look on his face, Qin Fei grinned. He suddenly had an urge to step back, but he quickly suppressed the thought. Damn it, Qin Fei is afraid of you, a crooked guy, what does it have to do with me, Qin Fei? As a result, Yifan caught him taking half a step back. Yifan raised his eyebrows, tilted his mouth, and put on a sinister smile. Are you scared now? It's too late. After I appease President Su, I, Yifan, will break one of your legs to teach you a lesson. Then, he turned and looked at Su Qingxue. It was like changing his face, and he instantly became extremely gentle, revealing a devilish smile that he thought was extremely handsome. Qingxue, don't worry, I'm here and I will never let you get hurt. Now, you just need to step aside and leave the rest to me, dear. Qin Fei almost vomited when he heard these words. Geneva, I've finished installing this shit for you. In the final analysis, isn't it just about wanting to win the beauty, and then using the Su family's influence to get something for nothing? In the end, the Su family was destroyed by you. Do you really think you are something good? Oh yes, Yifan's favorite thing is to pat the head, he will definitely use this move next. Su Qingxue was completely stunned when she heard this voice again. Can Qin Fei really predict the future? Would I really fall in love with this arrogant little security guard in front of me? Will the Su family be destroyed by this little security guard because of their mistaken love? She was in a daze when she suddenly felt a darkness in front of her eyes. A pair of large hands gently moved towards her forehead and were about to press on her head. Pat the head, kill? Qin Fei was right again. She didn't have time to stop and suddenly retreated a step. Bang! She slapped Yifan in the face. You're fucking crazy. Who gave you the courage to break in? Fuck, what's going on? Xin Fei's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw this scene. Su Qingxue actually attacked Yifan? Shouldn't she have been aggrieved and cried like a child, throwing herself into his arms? Brush. Su Qingxue turned her head instantly and glared at him angrily. What the hell is going on in this damn Xin Fei's head? Would Su Qingxue, a billionaire CEO, like to be killed by a lousy security guard who touched her head? And threw herself into his arms and cried? I could have almost stabbed him to death. One must have buried his brain in his cesspool for thousands of years to come up with such a plot. The more she thought about it, the more disgusted she became. She was so angry that she slapped him again. I'm asking you a question. Who the hell are you to come in and tell me what to do? After these two slaps, Yifan was completely stunned. He looked at Su Qingxue in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. I have clearly investigated and found out that Su Qingxue hates Xin Fei in every way. And this time, we got the news that Su Qingxue was indeed kidnapped by Xin Fei, who wanted to take her by force. So, I am such a tall, handsome, powerful, and righteous person. I saved her from danger. Shouldn't she be grateful to me, have a good impression of me, and fall in love with me? The hero saving the beauty routine is always played out on TV. How? Just slapped myself. Oh, there's another slap here. Qingxue, why did you hit me? He asked, covering his face on both sides with his hands in grievance. If you don't know, you might think she is holding her face and saying, do you think I'm cute? Su Qingxue felt nauseous again after seeing this. I beat you so that you can recognize your own identity, put yourself in the right place, and dispel those unrealistic fantasies. Now, get out of here. Qingxue, I know that you must be saying this because of the pressure from your family, right? Yifan suppressed his anger and tried to make his tone as gentle as a spring breeze. I also know that the company urgently needs an investment of 1 billion yuan recently, so you are so tolerant of Xin Fei, this scumbag. Actually, there's no need to put yourself down like this. Let me give you an ancient recipe. Once you develop and market it, you can easily make billions a month. Qingxue, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can force you. Xin Fei grinned when he heard this. Yes, you're like a little cow flying to the sky, awesome and lightning fast. In order to climb the social ladder, he has completely lost all his dignity and dares to boast about making billions a month. Only Su Qingxue would believe him. Su Qingxue felt like her lungs were about to explode when she heard this. She glared at him fiercely and instantly felt that her IQ was insulted. Am I such a mentally retarded woman in his heart? If she didn't want to continue to find out what he was thinking, she would have exposed him and slapped him in the face with a shoe sole. You damn Xin Fei, just wait for me. At this time, after Yifan finished speaking, he saw that she did not drive him out anymore. He thought that his words had worked and immediately regained his confidence. Qingxue, don't worry. I won't betray your trust. I'll write you a prescription worth tens of billions of dollars right now. Su Qingxue stepped back and shouted in disgust, shut up. Who allowed you to call me by my name? A prescription worth tens of billions, making billions a month? It's a shame for someone as talented as you to be a security guard. So, I'm officially informing you that you're fired. As for your salary, you've only been at the company for 2 days, so your salary is 300. But you just broke this door, and the repairs will cost at least 5,000. Someone will fine you later. Well, Yifan's head was full of question marks and he was completely confused. Shouldn't it be that she got the 10 billion prescription, solved the company's urgent needs, and then fell in love with me, and then they could naturally get together? As a result, not only did he get slapped twice, he also had to work as a security guard for 2 days and had to pay 4,700 yuan in compensation? This isn't how the plot works. No, something must be wrong. Is it because my smile is not evil enough? Wasn't she mesmerized by her own beauty? Or, didn't I break Xin Fei's legs right away and show my masculinity? His mind raced, and he soon understood the problem. She must be worried about me. Yes, that must be the case. After figuring this out, he instantly felt much more at ease. He immediately said, Qingxue, I know you are afraid that I can't defeat Xin Fei, so you said this on purpose. In fact, you want to suspend me with pay and protect me from getting hurt. Thank you, Qingxue. But, you really don't have to worry. I'm very strong and I'm not afraid of Xin Fei at all. Just wait, I'm going to break Qin Fei's legs right now. Chapter 3 Don't throw objects from high places, even yourself. Puff. When Qin Fei heard this, he was completely speechless. You're such a poser, is there something wrong with your brain? You two can just keep talking, but you have to break my legs before you can continue, right? Did I pee on your bed, poop in your pot, or dig up your ancestral graves? After hearing this, Su Qingxue was filled with questions. What on earth is wrong with this guy's brain, to be able to be so ordinary and yet so confident? She pointed at Yi Fan and was so angry that she couldn't say a word for several seconds. Yi Fan thought that she was moved by his intelligence and bravery. He smiled confidently. Qingxue, you don't need to say anything more, just look at me. Soon, I'll let you know that Qin Fei is nothing. Don't even mention him. In less than a month, I will make the entire Qin family crawl at my feet. Then he suddenly turned around and glared at Qin Fei. Qin Fei. You must pay the price for your unscrupulous, immoral and shameless behavior. Tell me, which leg do you want to break today? He was immersed in his own world, becoming more and more excited as he spoke, and he didn't notice at all that Su Qingxue was already so angry that her face turned blue. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qingxue slapped him in the face again. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to get out. Stop being so sentimental. Qingxue, you. Yi Fan was confused again. Wasn't what I just said clear enough? She doesn't need to worry about herself at all, she can handle it all by herself. Could it be that she is pretending to be reserved? Yes, it must be like this. But no woman has ever been able to refuse him, especially the evil smile that he has practiced thousands of times. Thinking of this, he adjusted his mood and smiled slightly. Qingxue, believe me, I can do this for you. Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was slapped in the face again. Su Qingxue looked at him with cold eyes, raised her hand, and slapped him again. Qingxue. I ask you to clear the snow. She slapped Yi Fan several times in a row, which made him stunned. He stepped back step by step and only stopped when he reached the wall. Who the hell are you to call me by my name? Bang! Before leaving, he still felt unsatisfied. This slap will make it a perfect score, so you don't have to suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder. He slapped him again. What the hell? She glared at Yi Fan, too lazy to waste time here, and pulled Qin Fei out of the room. Qin Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qingxue, you just did that, awesome. He gave a thumbs up. Stop flattering me. I haven't settled the score with you for kidnapping me. Su Qingxue stared at him coldly. This, Qin Fei smiled awkwardly. He really had no way to explain this. You can't tell her that it was Qin Fei who kidnapped you, so what does it have to do with me, Qin Fei? He was silent, seemingly looking up at the elevator ceiling in silence, but in fact he was silently opening the system interface. Doesn't this damn system say that as long as you intercept the male protagonist and change the plot, you will get rewards? There wasn't even a ding sound? As I was complaining, my mind actually went ding. Congratulations to the host for changing the key plot. The reward has been sent to the system warehouse. Please check it. Congratulations, host. 10 slaps on the protagonist with the help of Su Qingxue. 3 reward items have been sent to the system warehouse. Please check. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the protagonist and plundering the protagonist's luck 300,000. The system mall has been opened for the host, and redemption rights are available. Ha! Qin Fei let out a breath. Comfortable. He couldn't wait to check the system warehouse. Qin Fei? His head was full of question marks. He took a closer look and had been fantasizing that since it was a product of the system, it must have some miraculous effect. Guess what happened? This damn system doesn't even have an explanation. There were just 4 pieces of paper and a bottle of water, placed there alone, with no information at all. There's something wrong with this. I'm a super rich second generation, you give me some paper and a bottle of water? When I was a rag picker? Or do you want me to drink that bottle of water and have diarrhea, and then use these 4 pieces of paper to wipe my butt? Bite. Fuck your mother, I don't want to listen. Qin Fei cursed at the dog system. It turned out that the elevator door opened. He walked out of the hotel building with a depressed look on his face. Bite. Damn system, are you done yet? Qin Fei gritted his teeth. detected that the host is being stared at by the protagonist. Please turn around and look up at the 17th floor. Simply give the protagonist the middle finger and he will jump down and beat you to death. Xin Fei's eyes widened instantly. You wish I would die, right? Thank you so much to your whole family. But subconsciously, he turned around and looked upwards. The moment they looked at each other, before he could even raise his middle finger, Yifan was already filled with anger. Yifan stared at Xin Fei fiercely, with murderous intent bursting from his whole body. Think about Yifan, who went to the mountains to practice at the age of 3, followed the old man to learn martial arts for 15 years, and was then thrown into Africa to gain experience for 3 years. He killed countless people and was even a guest of honor in major royal families. Even the royal nobles had to bow their heads and smile when they saw him, and call him Mr. Yi. How many royal princesses are thinking about paying for it? Now he has returned to the city, just to make a name for himself, but before he even starts, he is slapped 3 times by President Su. For the sake of future glory, he desperately suppressed his anger and told himself, forbearance. But now, even a spoiled rich second generation dares to glare at him. How could he tolerate this? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Rage rose from his heart, and evil thoughts began to arise in his heart. You bastard, you dare to stare at me? Do you think you can escape by running out of the building? Bang! He punched open the security window and jumped down. Fuck! It's the 17th floor, are you jumping here? Xin Fei was dumbfounded. Do you really want me to die so badly? Host, please remain calm. Just take out the mineral water bottle and sprinkle the water on the ground. Ha! Xin Fei grinned and did as he was told without thinking too much. Crash! A puddle of water spread out on the smooth marble floor, leaving a trail of stains. Xin Fei, give me your life. At this moment, Yifan jumped down from the 17th floor and landed on the pool of water. Pa! He fell on his butt. This caused him so much pain that his face was distorted. Xin Fei grinned and his eyes widened again. Can we still play like this? He stepped forward quickly. Tsk tisk, he's really worthy of being a practitioner since childhood, he's not dead yet. No. Brother Yi, why are you so careless? Get up quickly, the ground is cold. Yifan was already grimacing in pain, and when he heard these words, he instantly became so angry that his blood boiled. He raised his arm with difficulty, pointed at him angrily, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. My tailbone is about to crack, and you still care if the ground is cold? Look, you're anxious again and want to take action. Xin Fei suppressed his laughter and easily pushed his hand back. Hey, young people, don't be so angry, be careful, darling. Also, our teachers have taught us since we were little not to throw objects from high places. What if they hit a child? Even if they don't hit a child, it's still immoral to hit flowers and plants. You! Yifan's face turned red and his eyes almost popped out of his head in anger. If someone dared to provoke him like this under normal circumstances, he would have torn the bastard into 18 pieces. But now, it was a miracle that he didn't die after jumping from the 17th floor and slipping. According to his extraordinary medical skills, even if he takes good care of himself, it will take at least 3 to 5 days to fully recover. How can he have the strength to get up and fight? He could only glare at Xin Fei angrily, but he couldn't do anything to him. Xin Fei was also sure of this. He was ecstatic with gloating in his heart, but his face showed the attitude of a teacher who was teaching and instructing tirelessly. Look, you're getting anxious again, aren't you? I know what you're trying to say, you didn't throw anything from a high place, but you can't throw yourself either. Puff! When Yifan heard this, he couldn't bear it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he fainted, he roared, Xin Fei, I'm not done with you. Chapter 4, the protagonist jumps off the building, of course we call 110. Oh. Xin Fei sighed helplessly as he watched Yifan faint after spitting blood. He turned to look at Su Qingxue and said, you see, young people are full of energy. They can fall asleep on such a cold ground. I really envy them. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xin Fei and asked, is he dead? Xin Fei's mouth twitched fiercely when he heard that. At most, he just wanted to let this guy recuperate for 2 more days so that he could have 2 days of leisure time and experience the life of a rich second generation. But she just came up and asked, is he dead? You are more cruel than me, sister. He's not dead, he just fainted. What a pity, well, I mean, let's call an ambulance quickly. Su Qingxue said. I really can't understand what possessed this guy and how obsessed he was that he wanted to jump from the 17th floor. But no matter what, people like this kind of paranoid person have some abnormal qualities in their minds, so we should stay away from them in the future. Beside him, Xin Fei had already hung up the phone. Wait, someone will be here soon. Watching the excitement has always been a fine tradition in China. When a man was lying on the ground and vomiting blood, a group of people quickly gathered around. However, no one dared to come forward, for fear of being blackmailed and having their BMW turned into a 28-inch truck. There are many people who point fingers and criticize from a moral high ground. What kind of people are these? They saw someone fainted and they weren't worried at all. How cold-blooded. There's no humanity at all. This is really the decline of morality. But all this was reversed instantly after one sentence appeared. Isn't this the second young master of the Qin family? What era is this? Why are people still calling others young masters? The Qing dynasty has been dead for so many years, and you're still kneeling? TSK, what do you know? That's the second young master of the Qin family, a top-tier family in the Zhang clan. He was born with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Let me tell you this, all the top shopping malls, all the star-rated hotels, and most of the entertainment venues you can see in Jiangcheng have shares in the Qin family. TSK, he is indeed a handsome man. For something like this where someone jumps off a building, most people wouldn't dare go up there. Only a young talent like young Master Qin, who is wealthy and powerful and has billions of people to his name, would dare to take the risk of being blackmailed and take the initiative to help. Xin Fei was speechless and rolled his eyes. I still like your rebellious look. He was too lazy to pay attention, squatted in front of Yifan, and quietly took out a piece of green paper from the system warehouse. Just now when Yifan fainted, the system told him. The protagonist is unconscious and temporarily unable to move. The host can consume a green talisman paper to copy an ability from the protagonist. Please try it boldly. When Xin Fei heard this hint, his eyes lit up immediately. It turns out this thing can copy abilities. If you ask Yifan which ability he most wants to possess, it would naturally be the halo of the protagonist and the good luck. He moved closer and stuck the green paper on Yifan, muttering to himself, copy all the luck. Ding, the host successfully consumed a piece of green talisman paper because the difference in luck between the host and the protagonist is too great, the copy failed. Xin Fei's mouth twitched. This is just a waste of a piece of paper? He didn't give up and took out another piece of green paper. Since luck cannot be copied, we can only settle for the next best thing, which is to copy this guy's fighting power. Copy all my skills, he muttered to himself. Ding! The host consumes a piece of green talisman paper due to the huge disparity in strength between the host and the protagonist. The copying failed. Damn it! Xin Fei cursed at the dog system. If your luck and strength cannot be copied, then what use is there for me to have you? What other skills does this kid have? He remembered that in the original book, the damn author had stacked up all the buffs for Yifan. Miracle doctors, treasure appraisers, martial arts, feng shui, and all kinds of certificates, airplanes, ships, cannons, even excavators can be driven. Appraising treasures should be of some use. It seems that the reason why the old man of the Lin family agreed to marry Lin Shirin to him was because he was impressed by his ability to identify treasures. He picked up the last piece of paper, but before he could stick it on, it disappeared. Ding! The host uses a green talisman paper to successfully copy a new ability from the protagonist, treasure appraisal, current level, mastered. Ding! The host stole the protagonist's skills, causing Yifan's skill level to drop to the entry level. Oh my god, it has this effect? Xin Fei was very surprised. Then when the Jade Appraisal Conference comes, won't this guy be able to pretend anymore? This is good, this is good. You are involved in a murder case, how can you still laugh? Su Qingxue said unhappily. It's been over 10 minutes, why hasn't the car arrived yet? Which hospital did you call? Xin Fei, I didn't call 120, I called 110. Jump off the building? Shouldn't you call 120 first? Su Qingxue was so angry that her chest heaved and she felt like her collar was about to burst. Xin Fei shrugged his shoulders, the hospital can't cure his illness, but he will wake up soon. Then why did you call 110? Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask. He threw objects from a high place and damaged the doors and windows of the hotel. Shouldn't we call the police? Xin Fei answered seriously. Su Qingxue was speechless. She must have gone out without checking the almanac today, otherwise how could she have met two weirdos at once? Fortunately, at this time, the police car drove up with its siren blaring. Get out of the way. The police station is doing business, all idle people please leave. Several people got out of the car and rushed forward. Seeing only a puddle of water and a bloodstain on the ground, they glanced at Xin Fei in confusion. You called the police? Tell me what happened. Xin Fei nodded and smiled. It's like this, I just took a look up from the downstairs, and he was so angry that he had to jump from the 17th floor and crush me to death. Ah? Captain Chen tilted his head, feeling like the system was about to crash. He understood the first half of the sentence. He also understood the second half of the sentence, but not completely. So, what do you want to do by calling the police? The policeman asked subconsciously. I'm going to sue him for throwing objects from a high place and attempted murder. Xin Fei said seriously. The patrol chief looked at Xin Fei, then at Yifan who was lying on the ground. Young people nowadays are just very hot-tempered. He muttered to himself, squatted down, and observed the scene carefully, becoming more and more confused. How come you only vomited so little blood after jumping from the 17th floor? You're not pretending to be dead, are you? Hey, wake up, don't sleep anymore. Puff. Yifan, who had just woken up from a coma, spat out blood again when he heard this. You're just pretending to be dead. You are the one who is trying to scam me. Whose good guy jumped from the 17th floor to scam people? Chapter 5. What is wrong with this stupid woman again? A moment later. After Xin Fei explained the entire incident with exaggeration, Yifan, who was not seriously injured, was handcuffed and taken away in a car. The car had driven a long way away, but he was still leaning his head out of the window and shouting. Qingxue, don't worry about me, and don't agree to any of Xin Fei's requests. When I get out, I will help you solve all your problems. Su Qingxue's brows, which had just relaxed, frowned again in an instant. You must be crazy. Do you really think you are the savior? Especially when she thought about his series of extreme behaviors just now, she felt even more disgusted. I couldn't help but ask, how long can he be kept in prison like this? Huh? Xin Fei was stunned. This girl asks what this means. Are you already worried right after you caught him? When Su Qingxue heard this, her eyebrows instantly raised and she felt like she was about to explode with anger. Only a fool would worry about that dead scumbag. This damn Xin Fei is also sick in the brain. If I didn't want to get the truth out of you, I would have kicked you into the Pacific Ocean. I'm asking you a question, how long can you keep him locked up? She shouted angrily. Xin Fei was shocked by her yelling and glanced at her in confusion. Why are you so angry? How would I know how long he'll be locked up? You have the guts to send him in, but can't you use your brain to think about it? Su Qingxue was still furious and started to criticize again after a disagreement. Aren't you afraid that he'll beat you up again if he lets you out? Xin Fei curled his lips and said, just think about it. It's as if you know what I'm thinking. But this stupid woman's warning is not wrong. That guy will definitely find a way to get revenge on me soon. Oh yes, this guy is the grandson-in-law chosen by the old man of the Lin family. He will definitely rescue Yifan. I don't know what Lin Wanqing was thinking. Lin Shirin, such a top star, would actually be promised to Yifan as his wife. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard the sound of Su Qingxue's clenched fists making a creaking sound, and he quickly took 2 steps back. Why are you staring at me like that? I didn't provoke you. Humph, none of you men are good. Su Qingxue glared at him. Come on, come home with me. Huh? Xin Fei didn't react for a moment. Go home with you? What does this woman mean? Could it be that after pinching me twice, she's had a taste of success and wants me to continue with those unfinished goals? Puff, Su Qingxue almost vomited blood. You big rascal. But she was angry, but she couldn't say it out loud. She could only stop a taxi with a sullen face and stuff him in without saying anything. I have a car, it's parked in the underground parking lot. Xin Fei said with a look of refusal, pulled the car door, bent over and wanted to jump out. If you dare go down there, I'll tell your grandma you kidnapped me. Xin Fei's mouth twitched slightly. This woman had a firm grasp on his weak spot. In the original novel, Su Qingxue has a very good relationship with her grandmother, and her grandmother also likes this granddaughter-in-law very much, otherwise she would not let him go and continue to invest in the Su family. If grandma knew about this, she would definitely punish me according to the family rules. No matter how unreliable he is afraid of being punished by the family rules. Dipping a whip in cold water is no joke. If you don't want to get off, then don't get off. I'm a grown man, why should I be afraid of you? Xin Fei sat back very calmly, closed his eyes and lay down pretending to be dead. Su Qingxue smiled triumphantly. While he was closing his eyes and pretending to be dead, I took out my cell phone and sent a message to my father, asking him to go directly to the Qin family manor to discuss the wedding date. You stinky man, don't you want to stay away from me? I'll tie you up to death when you get back. Don't even think about escaping until I clean you out. Xin Fei had no idea what she had done. He was completely immersed in the system interface, studying the luck value. There are a lot of colorful things in the system mall, ranging from world currency exchange, life skills, artistic skills to guns, firearms, and cultivation techniques. However, Xin Fei was not interested in any of these. He is a top-tier rich second generation, with a net worth of trillions. When his father dies, all the money will be his. Wouldn't it be nice to live a carefree life with this money? He browsed through it with little interest, and finally his eyes fell on the curiosity column. The things in here are much more interesting. A pile of talismans, some can control time, some can control space, some can control people's minds, some can control the body, and so on. They all look more perverted than the other. For example, the time option includes time stopping, time rewinding, and time and space jumping. The longer the stillness time, the higher the required luck value. Similarly, the time span of backtracking and leaping is also directly linked to the amount of luck value. It's a pity that it's too expensive. It costs 1 million luck points to stop time. He can't afford it at all. Not to mention myself, even the protagonist only has a total of 10 million luck points, which is not enough to play 10 times. He gave up the idea and finally set his sights on the most affordable end. The luck values required here are very low. The cheapest one only requires 1,000 luck values, and the most expensive one is only 100,000 luck values. Can't stop drooling. What is this? Xin Fei shifted his gaze, took another look, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. Note, spell-type talisman paper has a validity period of 1 minute. After using it on the target person will produce a lot of saliva, which will flow out as soon as he opens his mouth. Price, 2,000 luck points. Can it be used on the protagonist? After the host redeems it, it can be used on anyone. You just need to mentally designate the target, and it won't be discovered. Xin Fei chuckled and directly spent 100,000 luck points to exchange for 50 copies. In my mind, I was already imagining that when this talisman was used on Yifan, that guy would spit out saliva while talking. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help laughing out loud. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. Who knows what weird ideas this guy is up to? When you get home, let us see if you can still smile. Soon, the car stopped at the Qin family's ancestral home. After getting out of the car, Xin Fei felt a strange tightness in his heart when he saw the faint smile on Su Qingxue's face. He always felt that her smile made him feel uneasy. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's just a formality. I'll go home and play with my 12 maids. When Su Qingxue heard this, her eyebrows immediately raised. He's really a scumbag, he keeps saying he only loves me, but he ends up keeping 12 maids at home. Still want to get rid of her? You wish. Sooner or later, all your little secrets will be squeezed out. Well, to get him to tell me what's going on, I give him a little bit of a sweet treat first. It's not too much, right? Anyway, he's already been touched by this big rascal. Thinking of this, she smiled at Xin Fei and put her arm around him. Xin Fei, I'm a little tired, let me lean on you for a while. As she spoke, she rubbed her head against his shoulder affectionately, making them look like a close couple in love. Xin Fei's brain completely froze. Oh my god, what's wrong with this woman? No. We're still in the taxi, why don't you come over here? Chapter 6. Do you like acting so much? Ouch, what are you doing? Xin Fei immediately pulled his arm out and stepped back with a vigilant look on his face. Could it be that this woman has suddenly come to her senses? Why else would he be so clingy? You dare to hug me at the gate? If we were alone, they would eat me up. As expected, boys must protect themselves when they are outside. Puff. Su Qingxue's defense was instantly broken, and the smile she had been trying to put on suddenly collapsed. I was just hugging him, but he was thinking about that kind of crap. She curled her lips speechlessly, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at her chest, and a blush appeared on her face. Especially when she thought about the messy thoughts he had revealed, she felt a tightness in her chest and her heartbeat quickened. She turned around and glared at Qin Fei with resentment, a look that could kill. "Why are you glaring at me again? You have to hug me, right? Okay, come here, come, I'll take the initiative." He stretched out his arms, wanting to hug her tightly. "You wish." Su Qingxue pulled his arm away in shame and anger, and walked away quickly in her high heels. Moment. The two men walked into the reception room one after the other. There were already quite a few people here, all elders from the Qin and Su families, talking and laughing about something. Qin Fei greeted the elders with a smile. Before she could finish her greeting, she saw Su Qingxue, contrary to her usual behavior, trotting over to the old lady, squatting down and lying on her legs. "Grandma, Qingxue misses you so much." The old lady was stunned for a moment, then she smiled kindly, patted her shoulder, and pretended to be angry. "Huh, you still say you miss Grandma? It's been so long since you last came to see Grandma. Grandma stares at the door every day, hoping for your arrival. She's almost getting better from looking at me." Su Qingxue was amused and laughed. "Grandma, you are still so good at making people laugh. Grandma, let me tell you, it's not that I don't want to come, it's. As she spoke, she pouted in grievance and looked at Qin Fei with resentment. He looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "What is it?" The old lady was puzzled when she saw this and glanced at her grandson with displeasure. "Did that bastard Xiao Fei bully you again? Just tell me and I'll spank him for you." Qin Fei felt his back tighten and thought, "What does this have to do with me?" Just as he was about to explain, Su Qingxue interrupted him. "Grandma, brother Xiaofei, actually, he didn't bully me at all. He was very good to me, especially good, really." As she spoke, she squeezed her eyes hard several times, until her eye sockets turned red. Suddenly, she took a few deep breaths and burst into tears. "Grandma, I know I can't hide anything from you, so I'll just tell you straight out. It's brother Xiaofei. He has been stopping me from coming to see you. He also said he doesn't like me anymore and wants to break off the engagement with me." "Woohoo! Grandma, you have to make the decision for Xiaoshui." Puff. Qin Fei almost vomited blood. "No one has ever slandered others like you." As soon as he got off the car, he felt uneasy, and always felt that this woman was up to no good. But no matter how cautious I was, I never expected that this stupid woman would actually turn the tables. "Are you sick? I've been pursuing you for 3 years, and you've been so indifferent. How come I ended up being a heartless scumbag?" When Su Qingxue heard this, a triumphant smile appeared on her lips. "Humph, let you think about those messy things again, let us see how you will end up." She felt the heat wasn't strong enough, so she added, "Grandma, please don't blame brother Xiaofei. He might just be tired. You should give him some time to think it over. Don't resort to family discipline. He's least afraid of family discipline." Qin Fei almost popped his eyes out when he heard this. "Su Qingxue, you uncle, what I fear most is the family rules, okay?" He was complaining madly in his mind, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. "Why didn't I realize before that this woman is not only stupid, but also a green tea?" He secretly glanced at the old lady. The old lady knew everything in her mind. How could she not know that she said that on purpose? However, seeing that this girl was finally willing to give in, and her grandson's marriage was settled, I was still very happy. Then he followed Su Qingxue's words and said in a feigned anger, "Jishin, go and bring that brat to me. I think this brat is itching for trouble again." Jishin is Qin Fei's adoptive father. He is 8 feet tall, strong as a bear, and as powerful as an ox. With a face full of round beard, he is a replica of Lu Jishin. So, when the old lady said carry it over, she was not just saying it casually, she really carried it holding it under her arm, carrying it like a chicken. He has been carried away many times since he was a child. "Dad, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think." "Oh, Dad, there are so many people watching us. Can't you give me some face?" Well, before he could finish his words, he was taken under the arm of his cheap father and brought in front of the old lady. "Tell me what's going on." Qin Fei's body withered, he felt like he had no desire to live, and he looked at Su Qingxue unhappily. "You were the one who said you didn't like me, and now you're the one who's blaming me. What the hell are you trying to do? You still have this child. If you keep pushing him away, when will I, an old woman, be able to hold my great-grandson? The old lady glanced at him. Tell me clearly, what's going on? Qin Fei looked at the crutch, shuddered, and quickly moved away. The crutch had been hitting Qin Fei's buttocks quite a bit. He quickly explained, Grandma, you know I've liked Xiaoxue for 3 years, but during these 3 years, I've also seen clearly that we're not the same kind of people. There's a saying, there's a kind of love called letting go. If you love her, give her freedom. She has her own pursuits and doesn't want to be a puppet, right? Speak to me nicely. The old lady raised her cane with a dark face. Humph. Grandma, I've thought it through. I agree to let go and let her pursue her own happiness. Qin Fei quickly straightened his face and looked sincere. After hearing these words, everyone present was stunned. This kid has been caring and attentive to me for the past 3 years, working hard and never complaining. How could he suddenly change his personality? Everyone subconsciously glanced at Su Qingxue to see how she would react. Qin Fei heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, thinking, now the pressure is on the opposing debater, let us see how you can continue to pretend. However, what he never expected was that this crazy woman actually interrupted the text. Chapter 7 The King of Force is here again. Su Qingxue burst into tears, let out a long sob, and threw herself directly into Qin Fei's arms. Woo, it was all my fault what happened to brother Qin Fei before. Please don't leave Xiaoxue, okay? From now on, Xiaoxue promises that she will never ignore you again, and she won't neglect you anymore. From now on, wherever you go, I will go. I will be your shadow. Qin Farron was stunned. Su Qingxue, are you crazy? I've already apologized to you, why are you playing tricks on me like this? Su Qingxue wiped her tears and whispered in his ear, is it fun? Beg me and I'll let you go. Fuck. Qin Fei couldn't help but curse in his heart. This stupid woman is seriously ill. She even dares to use a trick like killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of her own. Okay, you like acting so much, right? Then I will continue to act with you. His face suddenly turned serious, and he pushed Su Qingxue aside. He stood up suddenly, his expression painful, his eyes affectionate, his head held high, his face full of reminiscence. Thinking back to the time when I came back from abroad, it was just because I caught one more glimpse of you in the crowd. I've never been able to forget your face, and I dream of seeing you again one day. Grandma, please put down your crutches first. Seeing the old lady with a dark face and raising her cane to hit something, he quickly ran away and became serious. Xiaoxue, I know you've gotten used to my companionship over the past 3 years. Perhaps it's because I'm so affectionate that I've touched your heart. When you agreed to be with me, I was so happy at that moment. But at that moment, I realized it. I've learned a lesson. To like someone, you need to be unrestrained. To love someone, you need to be able to overcome them. That's right. I need to overcome myself. So, I don't want you to agree to be with me just because you're moved. Because the feeling of being touched will eventually fade away. All that's left for you is regret for your impulsive behavior today. Whenever I think of her, perhaps late at night, alone under a solitary lamp, that pitiful and sorrowful figure, the solitude under the dim light, that loneliness that no one can express, Xiaoxue, I really can't bear it. I don't want to see you get hurt even a little bit, so I can't promise you, even if all I can think of is you. Romantic summer? I got it wrong. The whole audience was shocked and some even wanted to go crazy. This brat is messing around? After hearing this, Su Qingxue felt like she couldn't go on acting anymore. She clenched her hands tightly and tried hard to restrain herself from having an outburst. She felt as if her whole body was growing hair, and her toes were almost turning into architectural artists. She felt that she could restore the three-dimensional along the river during the Qingming festival. Why didn't I realize before that this bastard is so talkative, and his talkativeness can be fatal? If she didn't want to stay by his side for a while longer and eavesdrop on some of Yifan and the Su family's thoughts about their future fate, she really wanted to jump up and kick him, kick him one kick after another, from the South Pole to the equator, and then to the Arctic Circle. Grandma, I don't care. I've already decided on him. Grandma, please help Xiaoxue. I want to give you some big, fat great-grandchildren. Puff. Qin Fei almost vomited blood. He glared at Su Qingxue with a dark face. You are so cruel, sister. Is this something that can be said? When the old lady heard this, she couldn't stop laughing. Okay, don't worry, I'll leave it to Grandma. But you promised Grandma that you would have a great-grandson next year, so don't go back on your word. He. Su Qingxue finally realized that she had been having too much fun, so she could only bite the bullet and agree, yes. Xiao Xue promises Grandma. Xin Fei was completely discouraged and secretly gave her a thumbs up. You are awesome. Xin Fei had never been submissive to anyone since he was a child. He never expected that the highest honor a man could receive would be given to her for the first time. What are you looking at? Come over here quickly and help Xiao Xue up. The old lady glared at him. Grandma, this forced melon is really not sweet. Xin Fei was still a little unwilling to give up. It's okay, brother Xin Fei. I will be sweet for you in the future. Su Qingxue smiled sweetly, raised her hands in the air, and made 2 hearts with her hands. Vomit. Xin Fei almost vomited. Come on, big sister, aren't you supposed to be a cool CEO? Being cool and proud is your stage, okay? Why do you have to act like a sweet girl? I can't stand you being like that, okay? Su Qingxue suppressed her laughter, walked over and hugged Xin Fei's arm. Brother Xin Fei, Qingxue will give herself to you. Please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Please give me some advice. Xin Fei smiled on the surface, but was cursing in his heart. You green tea. Everyone from the Qin and Su families breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the 2 men didn't say anything else. Xin Jishan laughed out loud twice, walked up to him and patted Xin Fei's shoulder heavily. You little brat, you finally got the moon after waiting for the clouds to clear. You have to treat Xiao Xue well from now on, or I won't let you off with my iron fist. Do you understand? Ahem. Xin Fei was slapped twice by this cheap old man, feeling like his internal organs were about to be shattered. He grinned and said, Dad, if you slap me a few more times, Qingxue will be a widow. Okay, then it's settled. Brother Su, come here and let's discuss the wedding date. Okay. Sotheby followed with a smile. Su Qingxue saw that the wedding date was about to be arranged, and hurriedly called to the 2 of them, Dad, Uncle Qin, why don't we put this wedding date thing on hold for now and start with the basics, dating, okay? After she finished speaking, looking at the stunned expressions of the crowd, she quickly said, I don't want to put so much pressure on brother Qin Fei. When he can accept me, we can talk about the wedding date. The elders on both sides were stunned for a moment and then looked at Qin Fei. Just listen to Xiao Xue. Qin Fei nodded woodenly. You have already made the decision, why are you still looking at me? Since you can't resist, you can only enjoy it. Seeing this, Xin Jishan smiled with satisfaction. Okay, if you young people have no objection, then we, as the elders, will naturally have no objection either. Qin Fei laughed dryly and thought to himself. What's the point of you having no opinions? Someone might disagree. Who knows, Yifan might suddenly jump out and yell, I don't agree with this. After all, that's what's written in the novel. When Su Qingxue heard this, her brows furrowed again. This bastard is thinking about those messed up things again. But he definitely miscalculated this time. Yi Fan had just been arrested. Even if he was just going through the formalities and being interrogated casually, he would not be able to get out for a long time. What's more, he was injured, so it was impossible for him to rush to the Qin family's ancestral home to cause trouble. He might not even know where the Qin family's ancestral home is? However, at this moment, before she could form any thoughts, the door of the living room was suddenly pushed open. A powerful and compelling voice broke in. I, Yi Fan, do not agree to this marriage. Chapter 8 I really can't stop drooling. As the words fell, everyone present was stunned, and their eyes involuntarily looked towards the door. When they saw it was a stranger, everyone was stunned. Who the hell is this? How dare they be so presumptuous in the Qin family? The people in the Su family muttered in a low voice and looked at Su Qingxue in confusion. It seemed that this man was here to find Qingxue. A look of astonishment also flashed across Su Qingxue's face. She was just thinking that there must be something wrong with Qin Fei's thoughts, and Yifan couldn't be released so quickly, let alone rush to the Qin family to cause trouble. The next second, someone came. This means that Qin Fei has predicted the future again. This Qin Fei is becoming more and more interesting. Could it be that I had misjudged him before? Or was it that his previous dandy image was just an act for the world to see, while he was actually hiding his incompetence? She looked at Qin Fei twice more and saw that this guy was standing there motionless, as if he was thinking about something. The next moment, she heard Qin Fei's strange voice again. The password, as expected, came right after smelling it. This damn scumbag is so shameless. He just begged Mr. Lin to let him out, and then he came to find Su Qingxue. How shameless. That's right, since he's the protagonist with a halo and will have countless harems in the future, he definitely won't want to let go of any beautiful woman he sees. Damn Qin Fei, thinking about this again. When Su Qingxue heard this, she became so angry that her face turned black. She reached out and pushed him, interrupting his thoughts. Qin Fei withdrew his thoughts in shock, glanced at her unhappily, and complained in his heart. You did something good yourself, why don't you solve it yourself and push it onto me? After muttering this inwardly, he took 2 steps back. This scene happened to be seen by Yifan, who thought that Qin Fei was afraid of him again. He immediately smiled coldly, swept his icy gaze across the entire audience, with an expression of incomparable arrogance on his face. Finally, he set his sights on Qin Fei, his eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. He simply ignored the gazes of the senior members of the Qin and Su families, walked past the crowd and went straight to Qin Fei. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Qin Fei, you didn't expect that I would be released so soon. Qin Fei looked at the crooked mouth that was stretched to his belt and couldn't help but complain in his heart. It's pretty fast. I'd like to call you a second man, okay? But his face showed a very friendly expression. He walked forward, took Yifan's hand and shook it vigorously. Brother Yi, it's great that you can come out. I was just thinking about whether I should give the police a heads up and ask them to take good care of you. You. Yifan's face turned black and he wanted to get angry. However, on second thought, when he was in the hotel, it was because of this guy that he lost his composure and was eventually taken to the police station. This time he must remain calm, composed, elegant and gentlemanly. He was not afraid of being arrested, but being angered by an ant was a disgrace to his status. What he cares about is his image in Su Qingxue's heart. At this moment, he must remain calm and always remember his identity, which allows him to look down on everything. Only in this way can Qingxue realize her own strength, look at her with admiration, fall in love with her, and finally fall into her arms. Therefore, he would not be fooled by this little provocation. Then he pulled his hand away and sneered, "Stop pretending here. I came here to tell you that I want to take Qingxue away. Do you have any objections?" Fuck, you uncle, you didn't get enough of those 3 slaps on your face just now, did you? You're awesome if you can take it away. Just wait and see if Su Qingxue dies suddenly, and you're done. Qin Fei complained inwardly for a while, then smiled and said, You are thick-skinned and can handle a beating. You can ask her if she agrees. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Qingxue's face turned black with anger. What the hell is wrong with this bastard? Why is he so determined to push her into Yifan's arms? If she hadn't seen so many elders around, she would have definitely gone up and kicked that bastard a few times to death. Qin Fei felt this murderous gaze and rolled his eyes indifferently. He didn't have time to pay attention to her, but stared straight at the corner of Yifan's mouth. He just shook hands with Yifan not to get close to him, but to take advantage of the opportunity to silently use the talisman. The system said that it would only take 3 seconds for the subject to produce a steady stream of saliva. If you swallow slowly, it will flow out from the corners of your mouth. So, 1, 2, 3. He counted to himself, and the smile on his lips grew wider and wider. How could Yifan know all this? He was just stunned by Qin Fei's words. He was stunned for a full 3 seconds. But I soon realized that this boy must be speaking in a sarcastic way and wanted to appear more generous in front of Qingxue. He even wanted to use this to anger himself. But, I have already been fooled once, how could I fall in the same place a second time? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When he understood all this, a sneer suddenly appeared on his face. How could such a trivial trick fool him? He immediately snorted coldly, Qin Fei, stop pretending to be magnanimous here. Do you really think I don't know? Goo. Before he could finish his words, he choked and felt his mouth and throat were full of saliva. It even leaked out from the corners of his mouth. He soon realized something was wrong, and quickly closed his mouth and started swallowing. However, after more than 10 seconds, the more saliva he swallowed, the more he started to spit out. It even swished out from the corner of his mouth, leaving a glistening streak of saliva on his chin, his neck, and his chest. Everyone watched him speak only halfway and then stood there in silence, swallowing his saliva, with disdainful looks on their faces. There were only a few plates of snacks on the table, why did he get so greedy? You've never seen the world before, What a disgrace. You can't even resist a fruit plate, yet you still have the nerve to stop the marriage between the Su and Qin families? How shameless. When Yifan heard this, he was so angry that his face turned black. You are talking nonsense, Gulu. I am Yifan, Gulu. How could I possibly be, Gulu? He wanted to argue, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his saliva started to flow again. He could only shut his mouth and swallow frantically. If you can't swallow it all, spit it out. If you don't spit it out in time, it will flow down the corners of your mouth, chin, and onto your neck. Qin Fei couldn't stop laughing in his heart. Although we cannot hurt the male protagonist, we cannot confront him directly. But this feeling of sneaking up on someone is just too good. Chapter 9 turns out she was jealous, she likes me. Seeing Yifan swallowing his saliva so hard that he couldn't even speak, Qin Fei was overjoyed. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into his mind. Do you want to give this crooked-mouthed guy some more credit? System, if I use all 49 of these cards at once, will there be a cumulative effect? Yes. The system's answer was concise. Qin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. This is so fun. He chuckled, picked up a pack of tissues, and walked up to Yifan. Brother Yi, wipe your mouth well, and don't eat so ugly, okay? You. Yifan was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire. He always felt that his sudden drooling was related to Qin Fei. Don't be angry, don't open your mouth, stay calm, huh? Qin Fei couldn't help laughing out loud. At the same time, he took several steps back, fearing that the saliva would splash on himself. His gaze was fixed on Yifan's face, his eyes shining. Counting down silently in my heart. 1, 2, 3, he's coming, he's coming. 3 seconds passed in a flash. Puff. Yifan tried his best to close his mouth, but saliva flowed out of his nostrils like 2 rivers. He's going crazy. He subconsciously glanced at Su Qingxue, and when he saw the disgusted look in Su Qingxue's eyes, his old face suddenly turned red with shame and his scalp went numb. He quickly raised his arms to cover his mouth and nose. But then, tears started to flow out of my eyes. Qin Fei, you bastard, what on earth did you do to me? He was spitting out saliva and cursing incoherently. Qin Fei shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. Brother Yi, why don't you go out and wash your face first? Turn right after you exit the bathroom and it's at the end of the corridor. Just wait, this isn't over yet. Yifan glared at him angrily, but that glare was really funny. After all, drooling while glaring at people, and even with 2 lines of saliva flowing directly from the eyes, such an expression is really rare. Yifan finally left. Well, not completely. There was a pool of saliva where he stood. Ugh. Several people almost vomited after watching it. Someone, take these carpets away. Take them all away. It's disgusting just to look at them. Soon, the carpet was removed, some perfume was sprayed, the ventilation was turned on, and a burner of sandalwood was lit. Finally, the air felt much cleaner. Su Qingxue patted her chest. At that moment, she felt like she was suffocating and felt extremely nauseous. She really couldn't understand this kind of stuff, this kind of scumbag she usually didn't even bother to take a second look at. Why did Qin Fei insist on saying that he was her destined true love and said it so confidently? Evil. She felt sick just thinking about it. After the place was cleaned up, her father came forward with a dark face. Xiaoxue, explain to me clearly where that country bumpkin came from? What's your relationship with him? Su Qingxue looked innocent. Dad, there's really nothing between him and me. He's just a security guard in our company. We've only met twice. Really? Sotheby snorted coldly. If they really only met twice, how could it have become like this? Also, Xiao Fei just said that he wanted to cancel the engagement. Is it because of this? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present seemed to understand something. Xiaoxue, please tell your mother what's going on. Mom Luyun also came forward, took her hand, and asked with a worried look on her face. Mom, I really don't know him at all. Su Qingxue looked helpless. If you don't believe me, ask Qin Fei. Qin Fei shook his head. How would I know? You. Su Qingxue raised her fist in anger, but soon met her father's glare and could only put down her fist angrily. Just when she didn't know how to explain, Yifan pushed the door open and rushed in again. At this moment, he put on his arrogant and contemptuous attitude again, and said righteously, You have gathered together, and you embarrass a woman. Don't you think this is beneath your dignity? You still have the nerve to come back. Sotheby's eyes were glaring with anger. Yifan smiled coldly and disdainfully, ignoring his existence. Then he walked up to Su Qingxue and once again showed his signature smile, which was as gentle and compassionate as the spring breeze. Qingxue, don't worry. Just tell me what's on your mind. I'm here, so you don't have to worry about anything. Xin Fei grinned when he saw this scene. Here it comes again. Look, what a classic line. You are the savior. Bang. He was just about to retort, but Su Qingxue took action first and slapped Yifan in the face. Are you sick? Do we know each other well? Who allowed you to call me Qingxue? You're just a security guard at the company. Who gives you the right to control my life or death? Do you live by the sea? I told you to get lost a long time ago. You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? This slap made him stunned. He covered his face full of surprise and confusion, and his tone was full of grievance when he spoke. Qingxue, you hit me again. Can't you see that I do all this for you? Even if I have to face the condemnation of thousands of people, I remain undaunted. But you do this, slap me again and again. You hurt me so much. Ah. Before he could finish his words, 4 more finger marks were printed on the other side of his face. Now, he covered his face with both hands, his expression distorted with grievance. Su Qingxue almost vomited when she saw him holding his face with his hands. What a grown man, trying to be cute here. Put away your pitiful look. Who are you trying to show off to? Don't think I don't know that you and Lin Shireen have already been engaged. Why are you pretending to be affectionate with me? Hearing this, Yifan's eyes lit up instantly. Instead of being angry, he was extremely happy. He finally understood. No wonder Qingxue has always ignored me, no wonder I am so angry. It turns out that it was because he knew that I had an engagement with the Lin family. It turns out, she was jealous. She likes me. Chapter 10 The villain awakens and controls the Dragon King ruthlessly. The more Yifan thought about it, the happier and more excited he became. The next second, he took a step forward and put on a smile again. I finally understand. You have been speaking coldly to me all this time because you know that I am engaged. You are jealous, right? Su Qingxue? I'm jealous of you. Yifan didn't notice her anger, but just said to himself, listen to my explanation of this matter. The engagement with the girl from the Lin family was not my original intention. It was my master's idea. I have never met her and have no feelings for her at all. Don't worry, I'll go and cancel the engagement with the Lin family today. After hearing this, Su Qingxue clenched her hands until her knuckles turned white, and suddenly she couldn't help but yelled, "Shut up, please." Yifan was shocked by the yelling and said aggrievely, "You yelled at me again." He felt so heartbroken. I'm so affectionate and have explained everything to her clearly, so why does she still keep me at a distance? He felt really heartbroken. But it only took a second for his heartache to heal automatically. Because he figured it out again. You let me leave here first. You are protecting me, right? Having said this, he smiled confidently, his eyes sweeping over everyone present, his face full of arrogance and disdain, the corners of his mouth tilted so much that they almost reached the ceiling. Don't worry, the Qin family is no different from ants in my eyes. I will take you away from here right now. Even the Jade Emperor can't stop me. Qingxue, believe me. Bang. Su Qingxue slapped him in the face. Are you fucking done yet? She has always been very well-mannered, but at this moment she couldn't help but curse. I really don't know who gave you the confidence. Whether you have an engagement with the Lin family or not is none of my business. Do you need to explain to me? I told you, I don't know you, don't call me by my name. Please get out of here, don't you understand what I'm saying? She was so angry that her chest was heaving. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and just shouted. Come here, get this ignorant bastard out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qin family's guards rushed in and quickly surrounded Yifan. Boy, do you want to get out of here by yourself, or let us help you? The security team leader, Lu Daxiang, stared at him coldly, raised his fist as big as a casserole, and his face was full of flesh, looking very ferocious. Xin Fei was enjoying his melon when he saw the security guard coming in and he could no longer sit still. Today is my home court, you conspicuous person, it's fun to jump out and get beaten, right? If a fight breaks out, wouldn't that be exactly what Yifan wants? By then, Yifan would have defeated everyone and gained glory, but he would have been embarrassed instead, which was a huge loss. He walked forward, grabbed the guy and dragged him behind him. Let go of the blue guy, let me do it. Lu Daqian was completely stunned. When fighting in the past, the young master always hid at the back, so why did he rush in front of me today? Got it. He reacted quickly, chuckled, and leaned over to Qin Fei's ear and said, Young master, you're trying to establish your authority in front of President Su, right? Don't worry, I'll scare this crooked guy off later, and I'll definitely give you a couple of kicks. Qin Fei's mouth twitched. What kind of authority am I trying to show off? I'm just afraid that you will be beaten to death. He pushed Lu Daqian away and pulled Yifan. Can you talk for a moment? Yifan glanced at him coldly, thinking that he was begging for mercy, and snorted coldly and followed him to the corner. If you want to beg me, you can kneel down now. He raised his head arrogantly, his eyes full of contempt. Qin Fei rolled his eyes and said, I beg your mother. You damn scumbag, if I could beat you, I would beat you until your face and butt were covered with blood, and I would even punch you in the stomach, fuck. Brother Yi, you're coming back alone this time, right? You want to carve out a name for yourself so that the people of Longmen will look upon you with new eyes, right? Tell me, if I send someone over with a dozen guns and start a firestorm at you, will you die? Click. When Yifan heard this, his eyes suddenly darkened and he turned to look at him in shock. This coward actually knows his identity? Do you still know your purpose? He narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Fei for more than 10 seconds, his eyes gradually filled with anger. What? Was I wrong? Oh, that's right. I think there was another woman who returned to China with you. She just joined the Information Management Bureau and was going to collect information for you, right? What do you think? If I send her an anonymous letter of complaint and tell her it was you who reported her? You dare. Yifan's eyes turned cold in an instant, and a murderous aura surged around him. Do you think I dare? Qin Fei sneered, so, are you going to leave or not? As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. Yifan's face turned green and red, and he took a deep breath, my elbow. But don't get too cocky, you won't be so lucky next time. After he said this, he waved his hands and walked away in a very lonely manner. Grass. Seeing him leave in such an arrogant manner, a hint of cruelty flashed in Qin Fei's eyes. From the moment he first saw Yifan, all he was thinking about was how to avoid him. He just needed to survive until the end and enjoy his life as a rich second generation. But now, he changed his mind. Someone has already ridden on your neck and shit on you. If you still hide, are you still a man? Damn it, just wait and see how I'm going to kill you. Chapter 11. You're touched too early. Qin Fei put away his phone and turned to look at Lu Daqian. Seeing that he still had a fighting spirit on his face, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Daqian, come out, I want to discuss something with you. Lu Daqian followed out happily. Master, I know you let him go just now, but you actually wanted to deal with him later, right? He smiled so foolishly that his eyes disappeared from his already fat face. Qin Fei rolled his eyes. You fucking understand now? Come here, I'll talk to you. Okay, young master, tell me how you want me to kill him. Lu Daqian instantly became energetic and full of fighting spirit. Seeing that Lu Daqian still had a fighting spirit on his face, Qin Fei's eyes became a little complicated in an instant. In the original book, this guy died a miserable death. At that time, Yifan had already made a name for himself in Jiangqing several times and was extremely powerful, so he had the idea of destroying the Qin family. That night, the night was as dark as ink. Yifan, with a few of his men, set fire to the Qin family's ancestral home and began a ruthless and cruel massacre. The Qin family's guards were all orphans rescued from various places and trained since childhood. Even when facing Yifan and his powerful subordinates, a group of killing gods, they were not afraid at all and fought to the death. But in the end, they were no match for Yifan, who had the aura of a protagonist in good luck, and were soon slaughtered. Among them, the one who died the most tragically was Lu Daqian, who had his hands and feet broken and was burned to death. Later, when Lu Daqian's grandfather arrived, he saw his grandson dead outside the door. He cried so hard that he couldn't breathe and fainted. Ha! Qin Fei withdrew his thoughts and let out a long breath. The original novel suffered so much, in this life, just don't get involved. All of them will be exiled to Xinjiang to raise pigs for me. Otherwise, if he really gets into trouble, he can sneakily wipe out this group of loyal men. But I have to think of a good reason to get rid of him. Qin Fei's mind raced, and he got it. Daqian, I remember there was a grandfather in your hometown. He seems to be 75 years old, right? Lu Daxiang was stunned for a moment. Master, why are you asking this? Xin Fei organized his words. The old man has no one to take care of him in the countryside. Why don't you bring him over and I'll take care of him in his old age? When Lu Daxiang heard this, his nose suddenly felt sore and tears were about to come out. Master, you are so kind to Daxiang. He. It's too early for you to be moved. I want you to take over the old man and take your place as the captain of the guards. Lu Daxiang was stunned. Master, are you going to kick me out of the Qin family? Master, tell me what I did wrong, and I will change. Xin Fei rolled his eyes at him and said, You're a big man who's 2 meters tall and weighs 280 pounds. You want to play the role of a spoiled hunk in my place, right? Don't squeeze the cat piss here, I have other important uses for you. But, the position of guard captain is so important that I don't feel safe handing it over to an outsider. Let your grandfather come and inherit your position. This is what they call keeping the wealth within the family, right? Let my grandfather inherit my position? Lu Daxiang always felt that something was wrong. But since the young master said so, he must have his reasons, and he naturally would not refute it. Okay, I'll do whatever the young master says. I'll call Grandpa right now. Wait a minute. Xin Fei called him, Call everyone else over here. Anyone with elderly people at home, report them all and bring them all here. Lu Daxiang was stunned for a moment, feeling that the young master was a little weird today, as if he was making arrangements for his funeral. However, he did whatever the young master said, never questioning it. He quickly called all the security guards back. Chapter 12, If I don't want to lie here, should I lie in your arms? Soon, more than 20 guards arrived. When they heard that they could take the old man home to take care of him in his old age, they all shouted, Long live the young master. Xin Fei looked at the lively smiles on their faces and his eyes couldn't help but warm up. In the original novel, they were stepping stones for the protagonist to slaughter wantonly, and were insignificant cannon fodder. But in my eyes, they are all miserable orphans and playmates who grew up with me. They are not cannon fodder, nor are they extras. They also have their own names. Zhang San, Li Si, Han Wu, Wanger Meizi, they are not extras at all. Thinking of this, Xin Fei immediately pointed at one of them and said, Zhang San, you go first. Young master, my grandfather is 69 years old and still uses a cane. Can you take it over? Zhang San asked cautiously. Xin Fei nodded, Of course, please come over, I'll pay for the transportation. Thank you, master. Zhang San was filled with gratitude. From now on, my life belongs to you, master. Xin Fei nodded and asked another question, Li Si, where is your family? Young master. My grandfather is 87 years old this year. Can he come in a wheelchair? Li Si also walked forward and asked tentatively. 87 years old, in a wheelchair? Xin Fei's eyes lit up, Please come here. My grandfather is only 57 this year. Last year, he was involved in 18 fraud cases and had his leg crushed. Can he come? Wanger Meizi also asked excitedly, with wisdom shining in his eyes. Like to scam people? Xin Fei's eyes widened a little. This is a talent, he must be trained. Please come over here. Soon, everyone was registered. There were 23 elderly people in total, the youngest was 57 years old and the oldest was 87 years old. Some were in wheelchairs, some were on crutches, some were deaf and blind, some had difficulty speaking, and some were paralyzed and trembled all over when they walked. All of them agreed. Looking at the summarized information, Xin Fei nodded with satisfaction and felt very relieved. Damn Yifan, doesn't he like to pretend to be righteous? Doesn't he want to be a great light? I want to see, with a group of elderly people standing there, how the hell can you, with only the great light of justice in your eyes, do anything? Xin Fei couldn't help laughing out loud when he imagined Yifan being surrounded by a bunch of old people, pointing at him, and even spitting at him, while Yifan was helpless. Let you fucking pretend. The guards felt a little uneasy when they heard the laughter. Lu Daxiang couldn't help but ask, Master, why did you invite our grandfather over here? Xin Fei cleared his throat and said, Well, I am very useful. Zhang San suddenly slapped his forehead, Master, I understand. You want to settle the old man so that we can concentrate on dealing with Yifan without any worries. After these words were spoken, the others also suddenly understood. Don't worry, Master. We'll go and tie Yifan up right away. We'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Even if we have to go to jail, we'll definitely turn you over first. Xin Fei's mouth twitched twice. You are really good at playing Tiangang. It turns out that true love cannot be retained. Fuck you. I'm going back home right now, picking up everyone and taking over your jobs. Ah. Everyone was stunned. Master, are you trying to kick us out? Xin Fei shook his head and said earnestly, think about it, do you all like to eat green food now? Well, it seems so. Lu Daxiang was confused and said stiffly. Xin Fei continued, Master, I also like organic food, but I don't trust what others sell. I happen to have rented a mountain in western Xinjiang. You can go there together and raise some pigs, cows, chickens, ducks, fish, etc. My future quality of life depends entirely on you, young master. When Lu Daxiang heard this, he instantly felt that this task was arduous and glorious. He immediately straightened his back and patted his chest to assure, Master, don't worry. We will definitely raise the pigs to be fat and plump. I guarantee that they will eat whatever I eat, without any feed. Xin Fei's mouth twitched twice. You eat what a pig eats? Isn't that a bit too much? Well, I'm optimistic about you. He patted Lu Daxuan on the shoulder. Go ahead, go to the mountains to realize your ambitions and create your own glory. After sending these warmongers away, Xin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, they were all exiled to the frontier, tens of thousands of miles away. Now they can't cause me any trouble again. He walked into the pavilion in the yard with his hands behind his back, lay down on the recliner, rested his head on his arms, squinted his eyes and hummed a tune. Thump, thump. Thump, 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 hee hee hee. Happy gongs and drums. The sun is hanging low in the sky, a gentle breeze is blowing by your ears, and the fragrance of flowers and plants fills your nostrils, making you feel relaxed. If it weren't for the fact that this was his ancestral home, he would have called a few beauties over to keep him company, some to massage his legs, some to massage his shoulders, some to feed him, and surrounded by a group of beautiful women that would have been in line with his imagination of being a rich second generation. If it weren't for that damn bastard Yifan, I would have been able to enjoy my life to the fullest and would have been so comfortable. What are you doing lying here? Su Qingshua's slightly tired and cold voice brought him back to reality. If not here, where else should I lie? In your arms? Xin Fei retorted unhappily, changed his position and continued to lie down, with no intention of talking at all. Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, knowing that it was because of her that the Qin family was in an awkward situation today, and she couldn't help but sigh secretly. I'm sorry, today, it's my fault. Xin Fei was deeply surprised. He stood up and looked at her. You still want to apologize? You. Su Qingxue was furious. She glared at Xin Fei unhappily, lifted her skirt, and sat down opposite him. You're a grown man, do you really need to be so magnanimous? I've already apologized, what else do you want? Xin Fei snorted, too lazy to respond, and tilted his head to look at the flowers and count the birds. Su Qingxue was not used to his lukewarm attitude and felt so angry that she felt depressed. He had never ignored me like this before. Sure enough, love will disappear. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She said unconvincingly, putting all that aside, aren't you right? Chapter 13, say no with your mouth, but your body is honest. When Xin Fei heard this, he was stunned. Let's put the facts aside, right? 6. He gave Su Qingxue a thumbs up. That is so cool. I'm totally speechless. Su Qingxue frowned and said aggrievedly, what do you mean by this? You always had endless things to say to me when you saw me before, but now you have nothing to say to me, right? Also, you knew that Yifan and I had nothing to do with each other, but you didn't explain for me. Also, you used to comfort me when I was angry, but now you don't. So love will disappear, right? I insert? Xin Fei grinned fiercely. It's obviously your fault, and you're still angry? He was speechless and said, Sister, didn't I explain it just now? But does anyone believe it? They all think I'm speaking in a sarcastic way. What else can I do? I can only shut up. You. Su Qingxue raised her fist in anger, her eyes red with grievance. Then tell me, are you starting to hate me? Xin Fei shrugged nonchalantly, I wouldn't say I hate you. I'm just tired and don't want to be a lickspittle anymore. If you still have some feelings for me, just stay away from me. Thank you. Su Qingxue inexplicably felt as if her heart was stabbed hard when she thought of the romantic moments he had created for her over the years. Birthday fireworks, festival airship banners, confessions on the big screen in the square, helping hands in every crisis of the company. Without realizing it, he had done so much for himself over the years. As she thought about it, she felt inexplicably sad. However, for such a long time, she had been like a proud princess in front of him, and she was not willing to admit defeat. That's because you have a reputation for being a playboy, and you're always using these things to please girls. How would I know if you're serious or just playing around? Ah. Xin Fei was speechless again. Big sister, you've been holding it in for so long, and now you come up with such a powerful move? Phew. Su Qingxue was amused by this inner voice and couldn't help laughing out loud. His expression also softened a lot, and he held his neck high and said, "Anyway, I don't care. Today is considered a meeting with the parents. I will rely on you from now on. If you don't like me and want to kick me out, then go talk to grandma yourself. I can't control whether you get beaten or not." Xin Fei's mouth twitched twice when he heard this. This woman is crazy. I don't want to pursue you anymore, and now you're the one who's throwing yourself at me? That's how you play it, huh? You want to start with a romantic relationship, right? Okay, then come here, let me taste what your lipstick tastes like. As he said that, he suddenly stood up and pounced towards Su Qingxue. Ah, don't come over here. At first, Su Qingxue thought that he was just talking, but she didn't expect that he would actually pounce on her. She screamed in fright and ran out of the pavilion in a hurry. But he was caught off guard and twisted his foot, bent his waist and fell to the ground. Xin Fei quickly ran up to her and hugged her around the waist from behind. Ah! Su Qingxue's body froze on the spot, not daring to move. This damn posture. Xin Fei was also confused. The two of them maintained this posture, and were in a stalemate for more than 10 seconds. Su Qingxue felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and said shamefully, how long are you going to hold me? Xin Fei smiled awkwardly and was about to help her up by the waist. As a result, Sotheby and Xin Jishan walked out of the room talking and laughing, and happened to see this scene. You too. Hey, Lao Qin, I suddenly remembered something we haven't discussed yet. Let's talk about it when we get back. He turned around and pulled Xin Jishan back, closing the door. Su Qingxue's face turned red all the way to her ears. She stood up in shame and pushed Xin Fei aside. It's all your fault. This is so embarrassing. I'll settle the score with you later. She said this and ran away in a twisted manner. Xin Fei looked at her running and jumping back, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This figure, this feel, it's really resistant to tearing. Su Qingxue, who hadn't run far yet, almost stumbled and fell. She turned around and glanced at him. While feeling ashamed and angry, she also felt a sense of inexplicable joy in her heart. You stinky guy, you say no but your body is honest. Humph, a man who says one thing and thinks another. Hey, that's not right, Su Qingxue, there's something wrong with you. Even though that bastard took advantage of her, she actually smiled, and smiled so sweetly? Bah, bah, bah. He must have been influenced by that idiot Yifan. Yifan, who had just returned to the rental house, sneezed suddenly. Qingxue must be missing me. Looking at Su Qingxue's graceful figure and disappearing through the archway, Xin Fei withdrew his gaze with an unsatisfied look and couldn't help but complain in his heart. This woman is not right. She actually acted like a spoiled child with me? It must be an illusion. Xin Fei shook his head and lay back in his chair. System, have I successfully intercepted the protagonist's beard again this time? Is there any reward? The reward has been issued. Please check it yourself and don't disturb me. TSK. Go away, you dog system. Xin Fei opened the system interface while cursing. Then I saw several messages marked with small red dots, indicating that they were unread. He clicked them one by one. Luck value plus 300,000. Green talisman paper 1. Yellow talisman paper 1. Xin Fei was speechless again when he saw such a concise message prompt. Why didn't they even introduce how these rewards came about? Dog system, you are so lazy. Just be lazy, it's annoying to have the noise all day long anyway, so it feels quiet this way. Looking at the luck value column on the warehouse interface, which has increased from 200,000 to 500,000, Xin Fei became interested again. I used 2,000 luck points for one and exchanged them for 50 of them, which cost me a total of 100,000 luck points. Adding the remaining ones now, it means that in just one day, I plundered a full 600,000 luck points from Yifan. At this rate, 600,000 a day, that's 6 million in 10 days. Wouldn't it take him a month to finish it? System, you're overthinking it. The lower the protagonist's luck value is, the less luck value can be plundered. Heh, a fight of swords, huh? You're not going to let me share the link and ask friends to help get the fragments, are you? Qin Fei rolled his eyes. The dog system has muted its microphone again, it must be watching a movie quietly. Chapter 14 I want to hold my brother's thigh. He was too lazy to complain about this lazy and useless dog system. He got up, went to the front yard to get a car, and drove straight to his villa. Wow! Speaking of this villa, it's really awesome. The average villa has a construction area of only 300 to 500 square meters, and the larger ones have a construction area of 1,000 to 2,000 square meters. The main building of his house is 6,500 square meters, the yard is more than 5,000 square meters, and there are 50 bedrooms alone. The purpose, it was designed this way in the original book, and it was prepared for the Dragon King. There are 50 bedrooms, with 2 beauties living in each bedroom, and there is another one on rotation in the master bedroom. A total of 99 women can be accommodated. When Qin Fei thought of this, the corners of his mouth were about to smile, but he held it back. I don't really want to be a crooked person, and I'm not as greedy as a scumbag. Well, one is enough for each bedroom, he. He grinned wickedly and sped up towards home. Although there is no heroine in there yet, there are still 12 maids in the house. While we are alive, we should enjoy ourselves while we can. Instead of thinking about those trivial things, it is better to hug a few little fairies and have fun. Why is the door open? Seeing the door open, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. On weekdays, these women are in the yard, wearing very cool clothes, taking baths, swimming, lying side by side on the large terrace to sunbathe. It is so beautiful that it is impossible to open the door. He slowly parked the car. As soon as I got off the car, I felt a fragrant breeze hitting my face. Before I could react, I felt someone hanging on my neck. Brother Qin Fei, I finally caught you, he. Oh my god, who bumped into someone with the ball? Qin Fei subconsciously lowered his head and saw a yellow Pikachu with a big pink mouth, which was severely deformed in his arms. Even the eyes that originally smiled cutely were squeezed and turned into an evil smile. Qin Fei stared with his eyes wide open. This Pikachu was really suffering a lot. Luckily it's a t-shirt. If it were a shirt, several buttons would have broken off. When Lin Shireen heard the voice, she was stunned for a moment and slid down from his neck in shame and anger. Brother, you are so mean, actually talking about Inin like that. I didn't say anything. Qin Fei looked confused. You were the one who threw yourself at me, so why am I the one who's doing the wrong thing? But, it feels so good. Lin Shireen was confused now. He clearly only said one sentence, but the 2 sentences I heard afterwards. Could it be that this is what Brother Qin Fei is thinking? Try him. She blinked her big eyes mischievously, stretched out her arms deliberately, showing her devilish figure perfectly in front of him, and turned around, bringing a gust of fragrant wind. Brother Qin Fei, do you think this dress looks good? Qin Fei laughed dryly. It's okay. If I say this isn't pretty, would that be fair to Pikachu? Phew. Lin Shireen laughed happily, pouted her pink little mouth, and rolled her eyes at him. I can really hear Brother Qin Fei's thoughts. God must have thought that we were a perfect match, so he arranged it this way. Also, this guy clearly feels something for me, but responds indifferently. He really is a hypocrite. Humph, you big pig's hoof. She kept muttering to herself, but it made her happy. Her eyebrows curved and her eyes narrowed into charming little crescents. Brother Qin Fei, tell me quickly, do you miss Inin? She tilted her head, leaned forward slightly, and pointed her index finger at him with her palm facing up. Before Qin Fei could say anything, she added, don't say you don't want to. Aha! Qin Fei laughed dumbly. Who wouldn't like such a cute silly girl? He deliberately said, not at all. Sure enough, she stamped her feet and pouted angrily, I don't like this answer. I'll give you a chance to say it again. Say you miss Inin. Go ahead and say it. She hugged Qin Fei's arm and shook it. Qin Fei was so angry that he said quickly, think about it. Think about it during the day, think about it at night, think about it while eating, and think about it while sleeping, right? He, that's more like it. Lin Shireen was coaxed into a good mood. She stood on tiptoe and pecked him on the side of the cheek. This is a reward for you. Xin Fei's mouth twitched twice and his eyes widened. I touched the place where I was kissed, and it felt cool. Although I have no sense of taste, it felt a little sweet. He turned sideways and glanced at her. Such a cute girl must not be allowed to fall into the hands of that scumbag Yifan. Still want to fill up my 99 harems? Humph, as long as I'm here, don't even think about picking up a single woman. If you want to pick it, then I have to pick it, he. Lin Shireen? She was completely confused when she heard it. What does Brother Xin Fei mean? She had heard her grandfather mention the name Yifan. It was a marriage that her grandfather promised her in order to repay a miracle doctor for saving his life. However, she didn't agree from the beginning. As a doctor, isn't it your duty to cure diseases and save lives? Even if they want to repay a favor, wouldn't a few $100 million be enough for them? Do I have to give my granddaughter away to repay you? What puzzled her even more was why Brother Xin Fei said that the bastard wanted to have 99 concubines. Did he mean more than 90 women? Pooh. Damn scumbag, even more disgusting than those social ducks in your circle. Still want to marry her? No way. Brother Xin Fei, do you know a guy named Yifan? She suddenly changed the subject and asked casually. I know, a show-off. Xin Fei said casually. Phew. Lin Shireen covered her face and smiled. I think he's disgusting too. Brother Xin Fei, please bring a few more people to the Jade Conference tomorrow. I want to put a dent in Yifan's prestige. She suddenly said, if it's possible. Yining can agree to one condition of yours. She can do anything. Anything goes? Xin Fei looked at her as she smiled mischievously, revealing her little fangs, and deliberately bent down and stuck her head out. Suddenly, his eyes became hot. This is like a mountain pressing down on one's head. It's really hard to hold up. He immediately said, how do you want to kill Wei? It's very simple. Lin Shireen said seriously, find 8 or 10 good fighters and beat him up. You don't have to beat him too hard, just make him lie in bed for 10 or 8 years. Chapter 15. Oh, what are you doing? Ha? Xin Fei's mouth twitched. Is this what you call no need to be too cruel? Sure enough, when a woman becomes cruel, men have no chance. Seeing that he had been silent, Lin Shireen hurriedly urged, is it okay, Brother Xin Fei? Yining doesn't like him. Yining likes to be with you. Well, let me think about how to deal with him. Xin Fei pondered for a few seconds. In the original novel, Yifan's first rise to wealth was by gambling on stones and winning a standing ovation. Then you will gain both wealth and beauty. But now? His gambling stone skills have been stolen by himself, leaving only some common sense. However, his gambling stone skills have reached proficiency. He soon had an idea. He immediately nodded and agreed, don't worry, I'll take care of it. I knew that brother would definitely take action. She smiled sweetly, suddenly jumped up, and pecked him on the side of the cheek. It's too hot, I want to go in and cool down for a while. After saying that, he jumped and ran away. Xin Fei felt the coolness on his face and stood there in a daze. You bite me if you disagree with me? This plot is gradually getting weird. Living room. As soon as Lin Shireen entered, she ran to the refrigerator. She had liked coming here to play house with Xin Fei since she was a child, and now it was like returning to her own home. As soon as the door opened, she saw her favorite raspberry juice. If he really didn't have her in his heart, how could he always keep raspberry juice imported from France on hand? After she muttered to herself for a while, she swung her legs happily, curled up on the sofa, and started drinking. Xin Fei glanced at it quietly and couldn't help thinking. Lin Shireen is cute and has a hot body, and she also has the bonus of being a top-tier actress. How can she be inferior to Su Qingshua's icy face? If I had to choose, I would definitely choose Lin Shireen. When Lin Shireen heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. My brother likes me the most. But why not take the initiative? If you don't take the initiative and I don't take the initiative, then when will we be able to have a baby? Really? She held the raspberry juice in her hand, slurping it as she did so, and then she moved her butt to squeeze onto the same sofa with him. Oh, what are you doing? Xin Fei grinned and glared. What are you talking about, you naughty brother? In the past, when you saw Yining, you would kiss her, hug her and lift her up high. Now you don't do anything. Humph, what's wrong with letting me get hit? Lin Shireen pouted and complained dissatisfiedly. Xin Fei rolled his eyes speechlessly. That was when we were kids. Now you're an adult. How can you just kiss, hug, and lift me up like that? Stop it, just sit over there. As he spoke, he reached out and pushed her out. It's summertime, clothes are already thin, and yet you're crowded like this. Isn't that going to kill you? Phew. Lin Shireen couldn't help laughing out loud, and gave him a glare of shyness and joy. You say no, but you're about to weld your eyes onto someone else's legs. Anyway, we have 7 days off this time. I will pester you every day from now on. I don't believe you can stand it. Thinking of this, she suddenly changed her posture. Brother Xin Fei, my feet are so sore. Ah. Xin Fei grinned. Don't be like this. I'm afraid I can't control myself. Oh no, how come this hand has its own ideas? Take it back now, you rebellious son. Lin Shireen almost laughed out loud when she heard this, and she pursed her lips hard to prevent herself from making any sound. She raised her head slightly, and seeing him staring intently at her, the corners of her mouth curled up, with a sly glint in her eyes. Sure enough, men all like this kind of weird stuff, huh? She gently swung her feet and smiled mischievously. Brother, tell me, is it good looking? Ha, just so. Xin Fei said righteously, looking around and talking about something else, saying against his will, nail polish comes in all kinds of colors. Who can say which color looks good, right? Really? Seeing him avoiding her gaze and swallowing secretly, Lin Shireen couldn't help but feel playful. Does brother like purple? Chapter 16, saying anything will only hurt you. Lin Shireen was completely confused. I just wanted to tease him, but I didn't expect. I ended up messing around. A few minutes later. Brother, you are so bad. Xin Fei also came back to his senses from his dazed state, and his old face turned red with embarrassment. Inin, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. He was a little at a loss for a moment. Puff. Lin Shireen laughed out loud at his awkward expression and said angrily, You big bad guy, you only know how to bully others. I won't play with you anymore. As she spoke, she quickly sat up and took several steps back in her high heels. Inin is going back. You wait, brother. I'll tell Grandpa that Inin is yours. Xin Fei was still savoring the sweetness between his lips and teeth, but when he heard her say this, he instantly came back to his senses. Hey, Inin, wait a minute. How did you become mine? You need to explain yourself clearly. He wanted to stop her again, to review it again. Bah, to persuade her again. But Lin Shireen misunderstood and said solemnly and confidently, Don't worry, brother Xin Fei, I promise to complete the task and explain it clearly. Fuck, that's not what I meant. Watching her run away, Xin Fei suddenly became discouraged and slumped back on the sofa. Looking at the big hand that had felt the warmth before, he was so angry that he slapped it twice. I let you play. Now you're going to kill yourself. Puff. Lin Shireen, who hadn't walked far away, heard this and turned around to glare at him. She boldly shouted, Brother, you stinky bastard. I'll come see you tomorrow. Xin Fei. That's not what I meant. Watching the beautiful figure disappear from his sight, Xin Fei collapsed, slid from the sofa to the carpet, and didn't want to move at all. Why does this feel more and more wrong? The heroines in the original novel are all so cool and aloof. Especially villain cannon fodder like himself, who are all paper people and invisible people, they wouldn't even take a second look at them. But what I felt this day, felt fake. In the morning, Su Qingxue brought her home and took the initiative to get engaged, but in the afternoon, Lin Shireen blocked her at home. It's a mess, it's all a mess. Can't you be more reserved? Wei, where are you? Come out and pour the young master a glass of water. He twisted his body and slid on the carpet like a caterpillar to the bottom of the patio, shouting towards the upstairs. He was a little surprised that no one came out after he shouted a few times. There's something wrong with this girl today. As the most sensible maid in his own private villa, Bai Weiwei would always come to greet him every time he entered the door, serve him tea and water, and help him change his clothes. She was very considerate. Why didn't you even show up today? Could it be that while warming my bed again, I fell asleep in bed again? He muttered, got up, went up the stairs, and went straight to his luxurious master bedroom. The door was ajar. Sure enough, this girl is staying in my bed again. He muttered as he pushed open the door, but when he entered, he found that there was no one inside. Where did you go? Just as I was wondering, my cell phone rang. It was Lin Shireen calling. Did something fall? He asked. Brother Qin Fei, I forgot to tell you that I'm giving those maids in your yard a long vacation, 7 days. Qin Fei was speechless for a moment. What are you doing? Brother, aren't you used to having no one to serve you? How about I come over tonight? Lin Shireen said mischievously. Really? Qin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up as he savored the sweetness just now. Tisk, you're dreaming. I wouldn't dare come at night. What if you take advantage of me and then don't take responsibility? You scoundrel, I'll come looking for you tomorrow. Beep. Looking at the hung-up phone, Qin Fei grinned. You are not coming to play, why did you send all my maids away? This is just mischief. Looking at the empty villa, he felt a headache. It was her first time being a rich second generation, and she finally wanted to come back and relax, but ended up sending away all the dozen maids. I am a villain cannon fodder, is it easy for me? You have a lot of money, but you can't even enjoy it? He-NND. Ding-a-ling. Just when I was feeling depressed, the phone rang again. What's wrong again? He thought it was Lin Shireen calling again, and responded impatiently. Brother Fei, who made you so angry? Could it be Miss Su who left you aside again? A teasing voice came from the phone. Qin Fei raised his phone and saw Yang Ningji's name. He said with a dark face, if you have something to say, hurry up. If not, I'll hang up. Come out and play. I heard Ling Yun has some new teas. Yang Ningji laughed. After saying that, he added, Brother Fei, you're not still observing the precepts, are you? You've been holding it in for so long, aren't you feeling bored? Qin Fei rolled his eyes. Who the hell are you looking down on? He had just tasted love and was still angry, so he agreed on the spot. Come on, why not? Brother, are you serious? Aren't you afraid that Miss Su will get angry with you? Yang Ningji asked in surprise. Who are you scolding? Who are you scolding? I'm not afraid to tell you, she's rushing to pounce on me now, waiting for me to come right away. Qin Fei hung up the phone, ran to the cloakroom, and changed into a custom-made suit from Brioni, a top Italian luxury brand, worth millions. Wear a Hermes limited edition belt worth 30,000 and a Richard Miller RM5602 sapphire crystal tourbillon watch. Then he ran to the mirror, picked up Curlion's imperial incense, sprayed it in the air a few times, stretched out his arms and turned around twice. He took a deep breath, breathing in the light, fresh citrus scent, and moved closer to the mirror. Looking at the incredibly handsome face in the mirror, he couldn't suppress the Nike on the corner of his mouth. His teeth were as white as diamonds, blinding his deep peach blossom eyes that could make 900 million girls fall in love with him at a glance. Mirror, mirror, who is the most handsome man in the world? Magic mirror. Chapter 17. Are we still as good as before? After everything was packed up, Qin Fei went downstairs contentedly, whistling all the way to the garage. He picked up the car key and unlocked the global limited edition super sports car, which is only one in the country, Reich Phantom Z. Watching the gull wing door slowly open upwards, like a purple crystal black beast ready to pounce on its prey, Qin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. This is the life a top-tier rich second generation should live. It's just a little uncomfortable when you sit in it. Sigh, this is why I don't like supercars. He grumbled in dissatisfaction and sat down with his butt bent. Then he inserted the customized crystal key into the slot on the console and pressed the start button. The moment the button is pressed, the engine emits a low and powerful roar, as if a sleeping giant is instantly awakened. The sound started as a low and suppressed thunder, and gradually became high-pitched and passionate. The sound echoed in the garage, deafening, making him unable to help but feel his blood boiling. Boom! In his excitement, he stepped on the accelerator. Step hard. With a loud bang, the front of the car hit the garage pillar directly. Under the huge impact force, the front of the car was instantly severely deformed, and the hood was lifted high. The airbag suddenly popped open at the moment of impact, and the white surface of the airbag was quickly covered with a layer of dust. Fuck, tens of millions just disappeared like that? Qin Fei pushed open the car door and got out, grinning, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, today is really not a good day for anything. He got out of the car cursing and turned to change to a more low-key car. Pagani Huayra Roadster BC. Looking at this function, then turning around to look at the damaged Phantom Z, Qin Fei couldn't help but complain in his heart. For a moment, he felt that the most powerful people in the world were online writers. regardless of whether their works were limited to national or global editions, or even those clearly in the hands of other wealthy individuals. In the end, they could all, under various pretexts, become the male protagonist. He is so good at talking nonsense, and he is not afraid of getting hurt. Got it. He drove much more carefully this time, driving out of the garage at a snail's pace and not letting himself go until he was on the main road. The other side. After Su Qingxue returned home, she locked herself in the bedroom and lay on the bed in a depressed mood for a long time. She couldn't understand why he became so irritable even though no relatives came today. She wanted to find some antiques and smash them to vent her anger. It must be because of that bastard Qin Fei. She suddenly sat up from the bed, picked up the pillow and pretended it was Qin Fei, and began to ravage him frantically. Take my punch. Take my kick. Scissor kick. 2 minutes later, she was so tired that her hair was messy and she was panting, but she still didn't feel satisfied, so she stood up and kicked the pillow away. Get lost, damn Qin Fei. Whoosh. Qin Fei really flew. It hit the dressing table and all the bottles and jars fell to the ground. She was too lazy to clean up, and sat on the bed angrily, lay on the bed, tossed over, rolled over, pounded the bed, stomped the quilt. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Qin Fei angrily. Beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. She was stunned for a moment, her eyes full of disbelief. How dare you hang up on her? Of course she knew that a beep like this, accompanied by the call in progress message, meant the line was not busy, but had been hung up. Yes, he must be busy. Call back in a minute. She held her phone, staring at the time in the upper right corner of the screen. It felt like time had stood still, and it hadn't moved for most of half a year. Finally, seeing that the number had been added by 1 minute, she couldn't wait to press the number. Beep. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Now she confirmed that he had hung up on purpose. I'm so angry. Su Qingxue threw her phone onto the bed, causing it to somersault several times and hit the wall. Then, after a few seconds, he picked it up the way he threw it. I opened the bubble, took a deep breath, calmed myself down, and tried to make my voice gentler. Qin Fei, are you busy? Why don't you answer my call? Then he waited quietly for more than 10 seconds, and finally saw the voice message from Qin Fei. To cancel the engagement, please reply 1. To video chat and sleep, please reply 2. To date, please say wait in line. I'm busy picking up girls and don't have time for you. After Su Qingxue heard this, the expectation on her face froze for a moment. She looked at the screen in surprise, even thinking that there was something wrong with her ears. She clicked again and played it again. To cancel the engagement, please reply 1. To video chat and sleep, please reply 2. To date, please say wait in line. I'm busy picking up girls and don't have time for you. This time she was completely stunned, and she stood there for a full half minute, her brows furrowed tightly. This bastard. He actually went out to pick up girls? Then what was she? Especially after hearing the words, I don't have time to deal with you, she felt as if something had hit her heart hard. In an instant, she was thrown from the clouds to the bottom of the sea. She bit her lips so hard that her lower lip turned white. I have clearly agreed to be with him, why is he still doing this? Could it be that all those sweet words, those tender cares, those romantic moments? Is it really like what my best friend said, he is just playing with you? Asshole, you really don't know how to cherish what you have. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Her eyes turned red and tears were about to fall out. Why? She doesn't understand. Before today, he was always concerned about her and always responded to her requests, as if he was omnipresent in her world. But after just one night, he became so cold? Qin Fei, can you please not be angry? What happened today? I apologize to you, isn't it enough? There's really nothing between him and me. Can we still be like before? With tears in her eyes, she sent another voice message. Then he stared at the phone interface, his red eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. Ding dong. The moment she received the message, she couldn't wait to click play and even turned up the volume. You think too much. I'm not mad at you. I'm just busy going to the Lingyun Club. It was like that before. I can't go back. Maybe my tongue is numb and I suddenly forgot how to lick. Alright, that's it for now. I already said I was busy picking up girls, so don't call me again later. It'll make me feel like I'm being checked out, which is really embarrassing, okay? After hearing these voice messages, Su Qingxue was completely stunned. She stared at the phone screen in a daze, a look of deep loss on her face. His voice sounded so relaxed and relieved, as if he was saying to a stranger, "Sorry I bumped into you, goodbye," without leaving any regrets. But it was these words that were neither painful nor emotional that made her feel even more panicked. She clutched the phone tightly, sniffed a few times, and her trembling voice unconsciously carried a hint of pleading. "Xin Fei, let's stop making trouble, okay? Where are you? I'll go find you now and we can talk face to face, okay?" Whoosh, the message was sent. A red exclamation mark is displayed on the interface. Su Qingxue's mind was completely confused. That red exclamation mark is like a thorn that has pierced my heart and cannot be pulled out no matter how hard I try. Chapter 18, Really Itchy? By Piamping. In the car. Xin Fei listened to the annoying voice and directly chose to block and delete it. Then I threw my phone aside, and instantly I felt the whole world was quiet. As a paperman who traveled through a book, he was originally a cannon fodder villain with little presence and was offline after a few chapters. In the original plot, the only so-called emotion he had was just that of a stupid dog who was ridiculed as a bootlicker. To be honest, there has never been any emotion. Even if I were to travel into the book and completely accept the identity of the character, what would change? In the past, when I was licking your ass, you treated me like a dog and ordered me around. Now it's over. Even if the author deliberately wrote you, Su Qingxue, as the stupid character to lower his intelligence, it's still annoying enough. Now I don't want to lick you anymore. If you want to break up, just do it. Do you have to act out some affectionate scene again and then label me a scumbag so that you can leave as if it were your right and with a clear conscience? I don't want to play with you anymore, okay? Even if it has nothing to do with love, and it's just to save his life, this woman should have nothing to do with him in the future. What fucking bad luck. Xin Fei spat. He felt angry just looking at the phone. He simply rolled down the car window, picked it up and threw it into the river under the overpass. A cell phone worth tens of thousands of dollars was gone without even a splash. But, I just feel refreshed. This is the right way to live the life of a rich second-generation villain. Isn't it just a beautiful woman? I'm a billionaire, a second-generation rich kid. If I lose a fig tree, I'll only gain a whole forest, okay? Xin Fei took a few deep breaths and felt that the air had become sweet. When I used to work overtime like a slave, I would curse the capitalists every day. But now, when his father is a capitalist, he just wants to say, "I fucking love capitalists." The car soon stopped at Lingyun Club. At this time, the sun has set and the neon lights are just coming on. The whole street was covered in patches of white in the last rays of sunset. Those beautiful legs, those snow-capped mountains that look like ridges from the front and peaks from the side, and those heavily made-up little fairies who are eager to bring their beauty into real life. As soon as the Son of Wind, which was worth more than 50 million, stopped, a large group of people rushed over. "Handsome guy, are you alone? Whose rich second generation is this? I don't think I've seen him before. Come on, ladies." Some of those who were slow to react were rushing over here. Xin Fei opened the car door, and before he got out, he could already smell the scent of various rouges and powders mixed with the scent of sea waves, which almost overwhelmed him. As he got out of the car and stood still, exclamations were heard from all around. "Oh my god, that's so cool. Look, ladies. Those devilish peach blossom eyes are killing me. Oh, I can't." What was even more exaggerated was that an alluring woman in a burgundy low-cut long skirt with a slit almost reaching her hips walked right past the two women, yelled coquettishly, and fell towards him with narrowed eyes. Xin Fei's mouth twitched slightly. "I'm out of the way." Snap. The woman fell to the ground. If this kind of thing happened to the spare tire who was licking her, not to mention making her fall to the ground, even if he didn't flatter her or give her a big gift when they met, he would probably be scolded, "What's the use of you to me?" But now, she has no temper at all. She even gave him a resentful look, and stretched out an arm coquettishly. "Handsome boy, you are so mean. Hurry up and pull me up. My butt hurts from the fall. You have to rub it for me. Ha ha." Xin Fei rolled his eyes, curled his lips, stepped over her, took out a bill and threw it on the ground. "It's really itchy, by some Pianping. If that doesn't work, try using mustard." Afterwards, he slowly walked up the stairs to the club amid the women's exclamations of "Wow, so handsome, so unique." He didn't take out the car keys, but any considerate security guard would have come over and parked the car for him. Soon, all the women here left, leaving only the one lying on the ground. He was still lying there, pounding the ground in anger until his hands hurt. "What are you looking at, you stinky security guard?" She raised her head angrily and glared at the security guard who walked towards her. The security guard had his hand halfway extended when she scolded him. He froze in his tracks, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, in order to carry out this gentlemanly behavior to the end, he continued to bend down, ready to pull her up. Unfortunately, before his hand could reach the woman's arm, she glared at him. "Get out of here, you stinky security guard, you think you can act like a gentleman here? Do you deserve it?" As she spoke, she curled her lips, a look of deep disdain flashed in her eyes, picked up the 100 yuan on the ground, and walked away limping. After walking several steps, she still felt unsatisfied. She turned back and glared at the security guard. "Don't you care about your status? I spend 50,000 yuan a month on my face. Do you think you can afford it?" That security guard. Yifan's mouth corners curled up slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. As a qualified master, he must always be aware of his identity. How could he get angry so easily? "What the hell are you standing there for?" Just as he was giving himself a reasonable plot and healing his wounds, he heard the captain's cursing voice. He narrowed his eyes, turned around and glanced at the captain, without saying a word. "Hey, are you a fucking idiot? Why are you looking at me?" The security captain walked up to him without saying anything and kicked him. "What, you don't accept it? If you don't accept it, then get out. If I didn't see that you're in good shape, homeless, and your attitude was so sincere, would I let you stay here on duty? You just started work tonight and you're already thinking about picking up women. Are you crazy? Can you afford to keep a woman like that?" Yifan was bombarded repeatedly by the captain, the anger in his eyes accumulated little by little, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. But before he could reply, the captain raised his leg and kicked him again. "Fuck. You're still angry, aren't you? If you blare at me again, I'll fire you right away. You blind idiot, can't you see the car is still parked there with the doors open? Don't you understand what this means? Get in there and park it in the parking space." After the security captain finished scolding him, he glanced at him sideways and cursed him before leaving. "Stupid idiot, you don't have much ability, but you have a bad temper." Yifan stared at the captain's back with cold eyes, took several deep breaths, and then clenched his fists. Then, the corners of his mouth tilted slightly. "Tell yourself secretly." Forbearance. Chapter 19. Are you serious about being my bootlicker? Looking at the captain's leaving back, Yifan's face darkened, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "You bastard. If it weren't for my kindness, you would have already become a corpse." He bent down and got into the car. When he thought about how he, the great Yifan, had to park the car for the loser Qin Fei, he became furious. In the past, I, Yifan, would have turned this car into a pile of scrap metal with just one blow. And I'm still letting you work as a parking attendant? He cursed and looked disdainful. He turned around and became a diligent doorman. Drive the car carefully and neatly into the parking space. Then, taking advantage of the free time, he took out his cell phone. This afternoon, when he received the news of being fired, he was still a little surprised, and a trace of anger surged in his heart. But soon, he automatically rationalized it. Xing Xue must have been in a hurry to fire him in order to protect her own safety and fear Qin Fei's reckless revenge. She's so sensible, she's worthy of being the woman I, Yifan, like. It's time to give her a call and reward her by letting her hear my magnetic voice. Before he entered the Su group, he asked his hackers to use technical means to find Su Qingshue's phone number. Beep, the number you dialed is unavailable. Huh? How could it be a dead number? He called a few more times, and after confirming again and again, he finally responded. You blocked me? He frowned, but soon laughed out loud. I only called Su Qingxue once using this mobile phone number. And now I'm suddenly blocked. What does that mean? This means that she must have saved her number in the phone book, otherwise how could she have blocked him so accurately? She must be afraid that Qin Fei, that pervert, would look through her phone book and then trace him to her, so she blocked him. If this isn't love, what is? This is love. Humph, woman, you really are a duplicitous little devil. Wait for me to call you from a different number. He was immersed in his own world of rationalization and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth and laugh out loud. What the hell are you standing there grinning like an idiot for? Didn't you see a car coming? stop the car. His smile hasn't fully blossomed yet. In other words, before the corners of his mouth were completely twisted into the shape of Nike, the captain kicked him in the butt again. You pervert, you don't have the Dragon King's abilities, why are you trying to imitate his crooked mouth? The captain glared at him with a curse, turned around and ran to another luxury car not far away to welcome the people out. Yi Fan was so angry that his face turned black again. His squinting eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. He slowly uttered 2 words from the corner of his mouth. I'll tolerate you this last time. At this time, Xin Fei, who was called a loser by him, was happily enjoying the extravagant life of a rich second generation. Brother Fei, I didn't expect you to be so brave as to come here. Aren't you afraid that Goddess Su will be angry? Yang Mingji shouted while leaning over with a glass of wine in his hand. Her? She's just thinking about throwing herself at me. Let's leave her alone for 2 days. Xin Fei said firmly, let's stop talking about this and drink. He tilted his head back to drink a glass, opened his mouth to take a piece of fruit handed to him, and bit it so hard that the juice splashed out. Mr. Qin, you are so mean. You splashed it on my face. You have to take responsibility. Far from being displeased, the woman moved forward and signaled him not to waste food. Xin Fei pretended not to hear and drank a glass of wine to cover up his swallowing. On the surface, sit firmly on the fish platform. But that's just the surface. Being surrounded by warblers does make you feel carsick. At this moment, he seemed to have an epiphany. No wonder so many men are addicted to Shan Ke and can't extricate themselves. The melon seeds are cracked and the fruits are handed to your mouth. Before you even put the cigarette in your mouth, someone has already lit the flame for you. When you hold up the wine glass, people will clink it with you, and you don't have to pour it yourself when you're done drinking. If you can't drink anymore, she can kindly help you. Even if you have already drunk it, she will not show any disgust. She will drink it for you and even give you a smiling look. ISNT, this every man's dream. I don't want your car, I don't want your house. There are number 109W9S, and no 68W8S. Just 888, is that too much? Is that too much? Cheers. He raised his glass, and immediately everyone responded, with more than a dozen glasses raised at the same time. There are also many women who use tricks to drink half and spill the other half. It's not to avoid drinking, but mainly because wet clothes can show off one's figure. Everyone wants to show their best side in front of this top rich boy in Zhangcheng. Xin Fei's mind was as clear as a mirror. Their eyes are sharp and they can tell at a glance who is open-minded and who is cunning. After a few drinks, his face was already red. He could drink quite a lot, but it would turn red as soon as he drank. He couldn't help but laugh as he saw several women trying their best to please him, putting on smiles and taking the initiative to do all sorts of things. This world is really interesting. When you try hard to please others, what you often get is disdain. And for those who try their best to please you, you will just be playing along. He inexplicably thought of Su Qingxue. If she knew that I was surrounded by so many beauties, she would definitely be defeated, right? Damn, I threw away my phone too early. If I don't share this wonderful moment with her, it would feel like eating barbecue without cumin, or like being stopped at a red light while racing. Mingji, let me use your phone so I can make a call. Yang Mingji subconsciously took out his cell phone and handed it to him before he reacted and pointed at Xin Fei and laughed. Brother Fei, ha 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 ha. I knew you still couldn't let go. If you're like this, please don't play here. I'll find you an empty private room. You can come back and play after you're done. Before he could finish his words, Xin Fei had already entered a number, pressed the dial button and called. Beep. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Xin Fei smiled and was just about to show off his current battle situation. But before he could open his mouth, a sharp curse came from inside. Yi Fan, are you done yet? I've already blocked 3 of your numbers, and you're still calling me with such a licking face. Is that fun? Xin Fei suddenly felt like his eardrum was about to be pierced, and he frowned and quickly held the phone away. The scolding on the other end of the phone continued, and even though the environment here was a bit noisy, it was still audible clearly. Who do you think you are? What's your identity? How can you be so confident as to show off in front of me? Do I take you seriously? Listen carefully, even if I, Su Qingxue, were to become Xin Fei's lapdog in this life, I would never have anything to do with you. Just give up on this idea. What the hell, pretending to be a decent person all day long, damn scumbag, get away from me at #%. Xin Fei quickly moved the phone further away. He could no longer hear what was being said, but he felt quite surprised. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. There's something wrong with Su Qingshue's attitude. Also, are you serious about being my bootlicker? Chapter 20. People only care about their brother. Just as I was thinking about it, the cursing on the phone stopped abruptly. Su Qingxue was stunned on the spot. She held the phone in her hand for several seconds before she realized. Was that what Xin Fei was thinking just now? She didn't have time to think about it, or even to get angry. She threw her phone on the bed, jumped out of bed barefoot, ran out of the bedroom, and looked around impatiently. But there was no one in the yard. There was no sign of Xin Fei, whom she expected to see. Her heart suddenly sank and her eyes were filled with loss. Could it be that I had already fallen for him without realizing it, and I started to hear hallucinations after not seeing him for just a few hours? No. She suddenly realized. That voice in your heart, did it come from the phone? This is too outrageous. But at this time, she didn't care about what was normal or not. She ran back quickly, and when she saw that the phone had not been hung up, she grabbed it quickly, as if she was afraid that it would be hung up if she was a second late. However, after getting the phone in her hand, the words in her mind changed their meaning when they came to her lips. She raised her proud swan neck again and snorted softly, "Didn't you block me and turn off my phone? Why are you calling me again? Don't think you can control me by playing hard to get. I'm not a teenage girl." Xin Fei chuckled. "Su Qingxue, you think too much. I called you just to tell you that I am very happy and comfortable now." As he spoke, he reached out and pinched the girl next to him on the arm. "Oh, Mr. Qin, you're so annoying. It hurts. I don't care. Just blow me." Xin Fei raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect that this little sister was so knowledgeable. The tea was just right. He followed up with, "Wait, brother, I'll get rid of this woman and then I'll come and deal with you." Then he said to Su Qingxue on the other end of the phone, "Okay, I have to hang up and go comfort my little sister. You heard her crying in pain." After saying that, he didn't even give Su Qingxue a chance to reply and just hung up the phone. This scene shocked the girls nearby. As practitioners of Lingyun High-End Club, it is compulsory for them to understand the young men of Jiangqing's upper-class society. Naturally, everyone knows that Xin Fei is the richest and most handsome young master in the entire Jiangqing. It's a pity that this guy seems to have some problems with his brain. He ignored so many women who came to him and insisted on licking Su Qingxue. He has been infatuated with her for 3 whole years and has never been interested in women. But now, seeing that Xin Fei not only came to the nightclub to play, but also called Su Qingxue to listen to a live broadcast, they were really amazed on the spot. After they realized what was happening, they instantly felt that their chance had come. Immediately, everyone became more enthusiastic than before. "Wow, brother, you are so awesome. Need I tell you? Someone like young Master Qin should be like this." Xin Fei looked at her again and said, "What you said is true." The woman suddenly felt that she was being noticed, and she immediately twisted her waist and slipped directly from under his arms into his arms, tilting her head to the side and drawing circles with her hands. She said delicately, "Mr. Qin, you should just break up with her. What good is that kind of woman who only wants to keep you hanging? Look at me, I never make my brother angry. I only feel sorry for him. Oh, Mr. Qin, you haven't rubbed me yet." The little coffee table that was helping to make the phone call just now, when he saw that it was taken away by this goblin, immediately shook his headlights in dissatisfaction and squeezed over. That face full of resentment and those alluring eyes are so charming that they can make water drip out of them. Xin Fei felt overwhelmed in an instant. Not only them, but even Yang Mingji was deeply surprised. She gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Fei, awesome. It seems like you're really tired of chasing me this time." As he spoke, he reached out and pushed aside the women beside him, then sat closer to Xin Fei with his wine glass in hand, clinked glasses, and took 2 sips before continuing. "To be honest, Brother Fei, when you used to lick Su Qingxue, I used to look down on you. She's just a woman, what's so special about her? Don't even mention whether she's beautiful or ugly, they're all the same when the lights are off. Even if they're women of her level, I can get you several of them in a matter of minutes if you're willing." Xin Fei smiled. "Forget it, let's not talk about this, drink." Drink. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed, and after drinking and eating meat, Xin Fei was a little shaky. He reached into the tray, grabbed a handful of pre-exchanged bills, stuffed them one by one into the women's clothes and skirts, and then waved his hand outward. Yang Mingji understood immediately and waved his hand to send them all away. The music and flashlights in the box were all turned off. The room was finally much quieter. Xin Fei slid and lay on the sofa, stretched out his arms and legs, made a tie shape and slid down, feeling relaxed all over. Ha! He laughed, not sure if he was truly happy or just making fun of himself. He spent tens of billions of dollars to turn the Su family from a small workshop into the upper class of Jiangcheng, and also pushed her to become an iceberg beauty president with a net worth of hundreds of billions and admired by thousands of people. But it would be better to throw away tens of thousands of dollars and be happy. It's so fucking ridiculous. Inexplicably, he thought of what Yang Mingji had just said. Aren't you afraid that Miss Su will find out and punish you by not bringing her breakfast for 3 days? Chapter 21. Money is for women to see, not to spend. When this sentence popped up in his mind, Xin Fei was stunned for a moment, but soon he sneered in disdain. He said this as a joke, and actually he was just joking. I remember one time 2 years ago, I went to her company to find her, but she said she was busy and had no time to deal with him. Then Xin Fei didn't dare to go upstairs to her office, but just sat at the front desk waiting. After sitting for a long time, he inevitably felt a little bored, so he chatted with the girl at the front desk for a while, and they became very excited while chatting. He was laughing happily when Su Qingxue came out of the elevator and got angry when she saw him. Not only did he fire the receptionist, he also told her not to wait for him anymore. And for the next 3 days, she sulked and didn't eat the breakfast Xin Fei brought her. Not only did he not eat it, he even asked someone to send it back. Originally, this was just a small matter between two people and it was harmless. As a result, the woman was used to eating the breakfast he brought every day, and she had no habit of preparing breakfast herself. So I didn't eat breakfast for 3 consecutive days, and I was busy until very late the second night, so I went to bed without even having time to eat dinner. As a result, after refusing breakfast for the 3rd time, she fainted from hunger at a company negotiation meeting. Then this matter spread throughout the upper-class circles of Jiangcheng. And it became more and more outrageous, and finally turned into this sentence. If you dare mess with other women again, I'll punish you by not bringing me breakfast for 3 days. Although it has been 2.5 years. But now when I think about this kind of shit, I still can't help but feel annoyed. This has to be a level 12 brain-dead author to create a level 8 brain-dead villain. Brother Fei, have you rested yet? Do you want to sleep here tonight, or should I arrange a hotel for you and order some takeout? Yang Mingji pushed him and asked. Xin Fei waved his hand. No, I'll go back after a rest. It was not the first time he had followed his boss into nightclubs before. Sometimes, when his boss was eating seafood upstairs, he would arrange for him to eat some shrimps downstairs. However, he always just satisfied his eyes or at most his hands, just doing it for fun, never staying overnight, let alone taking the girl away. Are you sure? You really don't want it? Yang Mingji pressed. Brother Fei, if you have mysophobia, I can arrange new tea for you. Forget it. Xin Fei waved his hand. It's not that I have any mysophobia. Even now, with his status as a top-tier rich second generation, he just wanted to come here to relieve his worries. Then these hundreds of thousands of dollars would be wasted? Yang Mingji shook his head regretfully. How can this be a waste of money? This young master simply wants to show some love, isn't that right? Xin Fei said righteously with a stern face. Although the hundreds of thousands of dollars we spent is a small amount of money, for those girls, it may be the motivation for their struggle in life. It could be her sensible brother's 1-semester tuition, her sick mother's hospitalization fee, or her gamble that her father would have one more finger left. Say, such a glorious mission is what young talents like us should be doing, right? It's called, the more capable, the more work. If you're poor, you seal your heart with cement. If you're rich, you help the world, right? Ha 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 ha. After hearing this, Yang Mingyuan's mouth twitched fiercely twice. Brother, it still has to be you. My awareness still needs to be improved in front of you. He. Xin Fei rolled his eyes. This kind of business flattery is just for listening. They are all out to brag. Anyone who takes it seriously is a fool. Okay then. I'll call a girl over to wash your feet and relieve your fatigue. I'll find a designated driver to take you home later. Yang Mingji said. You kid, you're on the right track. Xin Fei gave him a thumbs up. This guy, I have been playing with since childhood and we are still very close. He is one of the few brothers I have. Although he has a bad reputation, he is still very capable in doing things and being a person. Just wait for Brother Fei, I'll be back soon and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yang Ningji smiled and left the box. Xin Fei felt a little hot, so he turned down the air conditioner temperature. He lay on the sofa and almost fell asleep before the box door was opened again. Coming? He subconsciously glanced towards the door. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook and he sat up suddenly. Master Fu, why are you here? Out of conditioned reflex, just by looking at each other, Xin Fei felt the flesh on his buttocks throbbing and even a little painful. It felt like I was about to be whipped. Uncle Fu was the old housekeeper of the family and also Grandpa's former guard. He has a very high say in the family. All the younger generations of the Qin family, including his own father, had been whipped by him. When he enforced the family rules, no one dared to resist. It can be said that Mr. Fu, who has a friendly smile, is the biggest shadow throughout his childhood, adolescence, and now. Young master, the old lady is looking for you. Master Fu said with a kind and respectful smile on his face and nodded slightly. He has white hair parted in a 101 style. His hair is almost falling out, but he looks very energetic. But above the big bags under his eyes, there was a pair of eyes shining with brilliance, which was intimidating without being angry and a bit creepy. Xin Fei felt a little guilty when he was looked at by him, and stood straight, holding onto the sofa. What does Grandma want me to do? The old lady heard that you made Miss Su cry, and you came here to drink and have fun, so? Master Fu bent down slightly again, without saying much, and handed the phone to him directly. Master, the call just got through. He. Xin Fei's heart was pounding when he heard it. He wiped his hands and carefully took the phone. Grandma, you're looking for me. You little brat, I think you're really itchy. Well, I just said it. Grandma told you a long time ago that this money is for women to look at, not for her to spend, but you refuse to listen. Do you understand now? Playing hard to get, you have to dangle a carrot before a lazy donkey. If you had listened to me earlier, my great-grandson would have been left hanging. Xin Fei grinned and felt numb. Is this still the familiar grandma? He thought his grandmother would yell at him loudly and angrily, so he deliberately pulled the phone away from her. Now. Grandma, I understand. He breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, should I take you to Miss Su's house, or should you find a designated driver? Master Fu took the phone back and asked with a smile. The expression on his face is always smiling, as if nothing in this world is worth changing his expression. Xin Fei sighed reluctantly. It was late at night and Su Qingxue was drunk. If she went to the Su family at this time, what if that woman went crazy and threw herself on her? Besides, what is so good about ice cubes? Is there any girl in the club who can figure it out? Is there any little sister who is good at understanding other people as clothes? Uncle Fu, I seem to have a headache. Can I sleep here for a while? He smiled guiltily and asked with a stiff upper lip. However, Mr. Fu didn't answer at all. He just took out his antique pocket watch, took a look at it, and continued speaking lightly. Master, time is almost up. If you haven't walked out within 2 minutes, Lingyun Club might have to close down for 10 years. Xin Fei's mouth twitched twice. Mr. Fu can really do this. I'm leaving now, he said speechlessly. Chapter 22 Dragon King, a professional at scamming people. Xin Fei reluctantly followed Master Fu out of the club. I wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but as soon as I went out, I saw a Mercedes-Benz MPV with its doors open blocking the entrance of the club. The driver, Lao Lu, was smiling and greeting him. Xin Fei shrugged helplessly and could only get into the car obediently. Young master, take care. The old lady said you don't have to come back tonight. Master Fu walked to the car window, waved at him and smiled. Then he gestured to Lao Lu, I'll ask you to sleep in the car tonight. Come back tomorrow morning and report back. Okay, Mr. Fu. Old Lu agreed readily. Xin Fei was speechless again. Uncle Lu, is it really okay for you to plot so loudly like this? Old Lu chuckled and said, hold on tight, young master. The train is about to depart. He. Xin Fei lay down weakly on the chair, his eyes looking through the car window at the sign of Lingyun Club. My happiness, eh? Uncle Lu, stop. What happened, master? I saw an acquaintance. Please wait a moment. Xin Fei looked at the young security guard Yifan standing not far away, and suddenly felt that he had a place to vent his anger. He remembered that when he called Su Qingxue just now, Su Qingxue seemed to have said that Yifan would be fired in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, this guy came here again to apply for a security guard position. It turns out that Dragon Kings are all professional security guards. He opened the door, got out of the car, and walked towards Yifan. While walking, he exchanged a "I'm good at bumping into people" card in the system warehouse. System introduction: after using this thing, the opponent will unleash his ultimate potential and defeat everyone he meets. Not only that, the acting skills will be epically enhanced in a short period of time, and once used, you will be equipped with all the items needed to commit fraud. For example, ketchup, blood bags, eye drops, and painful mask faces, everything is available. You're still thinking of meeting a rich woman here and getting a gigolo? No way. Qin Fei sneered and walked over with big strides. Brother Yi, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Come and give me a hug. After saying that, without waiting for Yifan to react, he went up and gave him a big bear hug. He then used that card on Yifan. Yifan felt like he was nudged by a hedgehog and pushed him away. She glared at him unhappily and snorted, "Stop pretending here. Don't think I'll let you go just because you try to get close to me." Qin Fei sneered in his heart, "This guy is quite arrogant. Wait till you have your chance to show off." He took a step back and shook his head. "Alas, since Brother Yi has such a deep prejudice against me, then I can only wish Brother Yi a promotion and a raise in the future, and be promoted to security captain as soon as possible. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." After saying that, without any hesitation, he took several steps back. Then he stared at Yifan, fearing that this guy would mistake him for a scammer. Dog system, why doesn't this thing work? After a few breaths, seeing that Yifan had not started the performance yet, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. System, host, don't be impatient. This is a big job. It takes time to start, and we need to wait for the right person to appear before it can be triggered. But please rest assured, host. Once this spell is used, the system will speed up the arrangements and arrive soon. So that's how it is. Qin Fei chuckled, took a few steps back, and got into the car. Uncle Lu, wait a moment before leaving. Old Lu didn't understand what was going on, but he didn't rush to drive away. Yifan watched Qin Fei get into the car from a distance. He always felt a little puzzled. He didn't know what this bastard was doing. He stared at him blankly for half a minute, but still couldn't figure it out. At night, it is the peak time for customers, and as a security guard who welcomes guests, he is very busy. At this time, the security captain saw him daydreaming and taking time off from afar, so he ran over quickly. "You are slacking off again." He raised his foot and kicked Yifan on the butt. Yifan turned around and glared at him angrily. Seeing that it was the captain, he remembered that he had to endure it now, so he could only take a deep breath and try to hold his anger back. "What are you staring at? Go and greet the guests. Don't you see that car is coming? Go and greet it." The captain raised his leg and prepared to kick again. Yifan walked over angrily, holding back his anger, but he still had to put on a smile and took the initiative to open the door of the Land Rover. The man who came down was a man in his 30s. He had a round face, a beard, a pot belly, and a scar on his face that ran from the corner of his left eye across the bridge of his nose and extended to the right half of his face. He looked very creepy. He was known as Scar Brother in the underworld. People in the underworld said he looked kind but was ruthless and cruel. Generally, no one dared to mess with him. Yifan glanced at him and wanted to say hello, "Good evening, boss. Please come in." But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly frowned. I felt like I was hypnotized and my thoughts were out of control. Even his legs were out of his control. His knees softened and he knelt directly in front of Scar Brother, reaching out to hug his legs. What the hell? What's going on? Ling Yun's welcome method has changed to this? Scar Brother was stunned. Looking down at Yifan's miserable face, which looked like he was begging for food, he understood instantly. "You want a tip, right? Here you go." He took out 2 bills from his pocket and threw them on the ground. "Okay, stop holding it. Hurry up and pick up the money and leave. Xiaoyu is still waiting for me upstairs." However, after saying this, he froze on the spot. I saw this kid got a bag of blood from somewhere and smashed it directly on his face. In an instant, blood flowed down his face. Fuck, you're really good at scamming people. Scar Brothers Scar twitched, "You've got the right guy." He raised his leg, stepped on Yifan's face, and kicked him 2 meters away. "What the hell? You're trying to do this to me? I've seen all sorts of things." After this kick, Yifan was completely stunned. He looked at his hands covered in blood, and then at the surprised looks from the people around him. His face instantly turned red, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He, Yifan, is the Dragon King. He has always been generous and graceful in front of others, and his words and actions have long been a sign of being a gentleman. How could someone do such a shameless thing as scamming someone to get a car? But the next second, he felt his body, like a puppet, rolling and crawling, and pounced on Scar Brothers' legs. Is there still justice in this world? Is there still law in this world? No one is doing anything about hitting someone like this. Oh, my brain, my cervical spine, my elbows, my corrugated lids. Chapter 23, Embarrassment at Grandma's House. Wow! Seeing this scene, people passing by all stopped and watched the excitement. Why do you do something so immoral and conscienceless when you are young? What a shame! You're not a man. At this moment, seeing so many people around pointing and talking, Yifan felt extremely humiliated. He screamed in his heart, "Get out, get out, get out!" But when the words came to his lips, he changed them into other words. Oh, my 28-year-old bones are about to fall apart. Look, you've knocked out my 3-generation porcelain teeth. Don't even think about leaving without 88,000. As he spoke, he reached into his mouth and actually pulled out a set of dentures. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What good person in his 20s wears 2 sets of dentures? It's been passed down for 3 generations. Not to mention them, even Qin Fei was stunned. Although the things produced by this dog system may not be awesome, they are definitely the strongest in history in terms of weirdness. Yifan himself was even more confused. This is not what I meant. He even wanted to throw away the dentures, but his hands were out of control and he held them so tightly, as if they were glued on with 502 glue and couldn't be shaken off. What is even more outrageous is that this body is still functioning. He didn't listen at all and started crying and wailing again, with tears and snot flowing. He simply reached out and wiped his face, and his snot and tears mixed with the blood plasma on his face turned his face into a painting-like face. Just one look at it would make people so disgusted that they would vomit out the food they had eaten the previous night. When the security captain saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment. If they let him continue making trouble and the video is posted online, wouldn't their Lingyun Club become a laughingstock? By then, the number of customers will definitely drop significantly, and you will be the one who gets scolded in the end. I never expected this. You're so vicious. I took you in out of kindness and just kicked you twice, yet you came up with such a vicious plan to make me lose my job. His face immediately darkened as he shouted towards the club, "Hurry up and get some people over here to take this guy out of the way. He's fired." As soon as these words were spoken, 7 or 8 people ran out from inside. "Brother G, who are you carrying?" "Him." The captain pointed at Yifan with disgust. Everyone looked over there, and their mouths twitched. The blood mixed with snot and tears, coupled with the torn clothes, even gave off a strong sour smell. That was an eye-opener. That's so daunting. What are you standing there for? If you let him continue to cause trouble, our Lingyun Club will lose all its face. Do you still want to do this? Several people were shocked by the scolding, and looked at each other at the same time, and saw a kind of. It is called determination, going to death calmly and the firm belief of, if I don't go to hell, who will? Brothers, let's fight. Several people nodded heavily, as if they had made a great decision. The leader spat. Superior. Several people shouted in unison, and then rushed towards Yifan together. And at this moment, Yifan's crying and shouting stopped instantly. Looking at the people around him pointing and talking, and the scenes of many people taking photos and videos with their mobile phones, his face turned completely dark. He, Yifan, is the Dragon King. I've embarrassed myself at my grandma's house today. Stop filming, damn it. Delete them all. He wiped the snot from his face and yelled with a red face. Suddenly I turned around and saw my ugly face through the car window. Ugh. He almost vomited. At this time, the 7 or 8 people also came closer, looking at him with disgust on their faces, and rushed forward. Set up this piece of shit and throw it out. Throw. For a moment, some crossed their legs, some pulled their arms, and ran wildly for dozens of meters, running towards the fountain not far away. With a plop. Water splashes everywhere. From a distance, Qin Fei saw this scene and his face twitched twice. Uncle Lu, if you see someone posting that guy's video later, remember to help push the traffic. He chuckled, closed the car window and left. He finally felt that he had let out all the frustration in his heart. Dog system, I misunderstood you before, but now it seems that you are not completely useless. Strange news like this will probably become popular soon, right? I just don't know how Yifan's beautiful subordinates and the concubines he wants to pursue in the future will react when they see this kind of video. He grinned, collected his thoughts, and looked at the system interface. Dog system, things like this that embarrass the protagonist should give rewards, right? System, it has been sent to the system warehouse. The host can check it himself. Don't call me for such trivial matters in the future. I need to recuperate and prepare a big move for you. Xin Fei's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this. Do you have a special move? What is it and where are you going to use it? Can it save my life? He asked a series of questions. System. Silence. Forget it, your system is useless, get out of here. He complained silently, put his thoughts aside, and looked towards the system warehouse. Not bad, not bad. I gave you another 200,000 luck points. Not a loss at all. If it weren't for that bastard Yifan, how could I, a top-rich second generation, be so miserable as to think about ending up like this? Humph, I'll do it to you every time I see you from now on. Even if it doesn't hurt, it'll make me feel better. Xin Fei closed the system interface contentedly, lay comfortably in his seat, and hummed a little tune. The peach leaves are so pointed, and the willow leaves cover the sky. The driver, old Lu, was stunned for a moment, then glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Young master, what good thing did you think of that made you look so happy? Nothing. Xin Fei let out a long breath and sat up straight. My eyes were fixed on the car window, watching the hustle and bustle of traffic outside and the changing streets and scenery. My mind was empty and I didn't know what I was thinking. I don't know if myself in that world still exists after traveling here. Can I still contact my family and girlfriend? Oh yes, he is so poor that he has no girlfriend. 10 minutes later, the car drove into the villa area. Young master, we're here, please get off the car. The driver, old Lu, said with a smile and opened the electric car door. Xin Fei regained his composure inside. I don't know what's wrong with this little girl tonight. She even went to her grandma to complain. Is she going to just make it a done deal? Chapter 24 You female hooligan. Young master, we're here. It's time to get off. Seeing that he didn't move, the driver, old Lu, urged him with a smile. Thank you Uncle Lu for giving me a ride. Xin Fei responded with a forced smile and reluctantly bent down to get out of the car. Before he could ring the doorbell, the door opened from the inside. Su Qingxue was holding a half-full bottle of red wine in one hand and a goblet in the other. Hey, Xiaoqin, you're here. Come quickly and have a drink with me. She spoke in a daze, and before Xin Fei could react, she pulled him into the living room. As she walked, she said, Xiaoqin, let me tell you, men. They are not a good thing. Sisters are still the best. Xin Fei grinned and looked at her in surprise. How much did you drink that you can't even tell the difference between a man and a woman? Here, this is your cup. She was very enthusiastic. After pushing him onto the sofa, she poured him a glass. Drink. Let's get drunk today. Su Qingxue, what are you doing? Xin Fei was speechless. He raised his hand and pulled the cup aside. Take a good look at who I am. Su Qingxue raised her eyelids in confusion, moved closer to his face, put down the cup, and pinched it with both hands. Xiaoqin, why did you change your face? Where's your hair? This mouth. Hey, why do you still have stubble? I told you to use hair removal, but you just wouldn't listen, Why are your breasts flat too? Xin Fei sat on the sofa, leaning back repeatedly, frowning and pouting as he watched her reaching out to touch him randomly. He was completely stunned. What the hell, I never knew this woman would become like this when she got drunk. Stop, you can't touch here. Seeing her putting her hands on his waist and even digging into his belt, Xin Fei finally couldn't sit still anymore and jumped up. You're so stingy. I used to give you a bath. Su Qingxue pointed at him with a look of disgust. Come here, let me see if you've been to Thailand. Xin Fei was overwhelmed and turned around to change a picture in the system space. He had a lot of fun today and felt uncomfortable after drinking too much. When he got in the car, he felt a little nauseous when the breeze blew, so he asked the system if there was any sobering stuff. The system introduced this to him. As long as he used it, he would be sober in 3 seconds. He quickly took it out and took the opportunity to stick it on Su Qingxue. Shiver. Su Qingxue's body trembled, and that unruly energy disappeared in an instant. Then, she suddenly found herself in front of someone, a man. And why does it look so familiar? When she saw the face clearly, she screamed and jumped up. The wine bottles and glasses on the table were knocked over, spilling red wine all over the floor. When did you come? She pointed at Qin Fei in surprise. Qin Fei rolled his eyes and said, "You opened the door yourself and pulled me in. Let me help you recall what you did just now." As he spoke, he pointed at himself, his shirt with 3 buttons undone. Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment. The scene just now suddenly appeared in my mind. Pinching her face, touching her lips, and even unbuttoning her clothes. "You rascal!" Her face flushed with shame. "Who let you in?" "You." Qin Fei shrugged his shoulders. "I haven't said you are a female hooligan yet. Just because I told you to come in, you came in? Then why didn't you get out of the way? Sister, please figure out who pushed me onto the sofa and how do you want me to move? Oh, and, are you sure you don't want to clean up?" Qin Fei said this, pointing to her ultra-thin gauze pajamas, which were dimly visible under the light. "Ah, hooligan." Su Qingxue reacted instantly, covering her chest with both hands, and ran upstairs in panic with small steps. Qin Fei shook his head helplessly. This woman, when she was at home, she was really different from the goddess image in his memory. He glanced around and saw a trash can on the floor next to the sofa opposite him, filled with wads of paper towels. There was even a large pile of it around the trash can, like cotton balls, scattered everywhere. "Is this crying?" Qin Fei muttered. He would never think that the cold goddess who always kept herself chaste and claimed that she had no interest in men at all would do that kind of thing at night while holding a glass of red wine. How much of a shock did you have to feel to cry like this? He looked at the paper balls on the ground and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "Here I am, master." In the end, it was the sweeping robot that took it all, and then because there were too many paper balls, it got stuck and started smoking. A moment later, Su Qingxue poked her head out from the bedroom on the 2nd floor and slowly walked into his sight. She had changed into casual home clothes and wrapped herself tightly. The two men looked at each other, and Qin Fei was given a harsh look. Well, it seemed that there was also some shame in it. "What are you doing in my house?" she asked, crossing her arms as she walked down the stairs angrily. "Tisk, do you think I wanted to come? Who had to call my grandma? I was having fun at the club, and you got busted like this." Phew. Su Qingxue couldn't help laughing out loud. Then he quickly set his face in a stern tone and said coldly, "Who told you to make me angry?" "Grandma said if you dare to bully me, go find her." She actually didn't call to complain at first. It was the old lady who called to ask her where the boy had gone since he didn't come home today. As a result, she was crying sadly at that time. She couldn't help crying out loud when she talked about Qin Fei. When someone heard something, she told him that Qin Fei had blocked her. But when people are angry, how can they care about these things? Naturally, they will say whatever can make them angry. "If you dare to make me angry again, I will complain to you. Anyway, Grandma loves me." She snorted coldly and crossed her arms. "Fuck, that's my grandma." Qin Fei was speechless. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. This stupid woman is seriously ill. I came out to play along, wasn't it just to avoid you? With Yifan's vindictive nature, if I don't stay away from you, will he let me go? Su Qingxue's angry expression froze, and a hint of joy appeared in the corner of her eyes. Sure enough, the stinky guy was pretending. She said, "We have been in love for 3 years, how can we break up just like that?" Thinking of this, she suddenly felt much more comfortable. She let out a long breath and hooked her finger at him with a smile. "Come here." Chapter 25. You're just an idiot. What do you want to do? Qin Fei was confused by her sudden change from cloudy to sunny, and instinctively took 2 steps back. There's something wrong with this woman. No, I have to find a way to escape. Although he was thinking this in his mind, his eyes were a little out of control and he couldn't help but look back and forth at her. I have to say, this girl has a really great figure. Even if she covers herself up so tightly, her charming demeanor can't be hidden. When Su Qingxue heard this, her face suddenly turned red. You stinky man, you clearly can't let go, but you still have to pretend. Humph, let us see how long you can keep pretending. Seeing Qin Fei backing away, she smiled sweetly, took the initiative to move forward and sat next to Qin Fei. Qin Fei's body suddenly tensed up and he wanted to move away, but she reached out and held his arm tightly. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. Is this still Su Qingxue? Why did you suddenly become so proactive? Could it be that he's still drunk? Dog system, hasn't this hangover charm been used? System, oh, there's something I forgot to mention. This hangover talisman has a side effect when used on someone other than the host. Hearing the system's somewhat guilty voice, Qin Fei suddenly felt something was wrong and hurriedly asked, what are the side effects? System, In order to help the host capture the heroine faster and complete the system task as soon as possible, it was created with an aphrodisiac effect. Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier? Qin Fei's eyes suddenly widened. Damn system, you misled me. He subconsciously glanced at Su Qingxue, and sure enough, there was a touching hint of spring between the corners of this woman's eyes and eyebrows. Even when she spoke, she slightly opened her red lips, and waves of orchid fragrance slowly came out of her mouth, hitting his face, itchy. Su Qingxue, don't come over here. He quickly supported himself on the sofa with one hand, and with the other hand, he pulled her head away, then turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, Su Qingxue was like an octopus that had just recharged its energy. She hugged him tightly and pulled him back in an instant. Why are you running? Have you forgotten? You said before that you would always love me and lick me for the rest of your life. Humph, you're really a scumbag. Now you're trying to push me away again. Why are you hiding? Turn around and look at me. She squinted her eyes and smiled, her tender red mouth slightly opened, and she leaned closer again. Stop, I don't eat pork. Qin Fei pulled his head back hard and said, lick your sister, lick the dog, lick until you have nothing left, okay? Unexpectedly, the woman took advantage of the situation and put her arms around his neck. You're so shy, huh? You must be pretending, she said, moving a little closer. Qin Fei felt the warm breath on his face, looked at the delicate face that was already flushed so close to him, and swallowed his saliva impatiently. If you do this again, I won't resist. Su Qingxue was in a state of confusion and passion. When she heard these words, she could no longer distinguish between her thoughts and her voice. She just smiled and glared at him. Then come on. What am I doing? Ugh. Feeling 2 pieces of wet heat covering his face, his eyes suddenly widened. Damn it. Once her infatuation wears off, won't she just kill herself with a knife? Hey, you, stop biting, damn. Qin Fei couldn't dodge left or right, so he freed up his 2 hands and grabbed her chin. I have to deal with you, right? A few minutes passed. Qin Fei felt like he was about to suffocate and his brain was about to shut down. It has a jelly-like texture and a hint of sweetness. He suddenly understood a line from the lyrics, I want to escape, but I can't. But at the same time, he felt a barrage of comments floating in front of his eyes. Admit it, you are an LSP, you don't want to escape at all. A few minutes later. Qin Fei, I'm tired. She suddenly called out in a soft voice. Ha! Qin Fei laughed dryly. You're not tired, you're lacking oxygen, okay? This woman must be inexperienced because it's her first time. She doesn't even know how to breathe. Qin Fei came back to his senses from the happiness just now, and suddenly felt that something was increasingly wrong. I came here just to go through the motions, comfort someone and then get out of here quickly. How did it become like this? At this moment, a skit he had seen before suddenly came to his mind. The story of Tang Sanzang in the Kingdom of Daughters. Your Majesty, I have something else to do. I have to go. When I watched it before, I just thought it was quite funny, and I was thinking that Tang Sanzang was a fool. How could he walk like this? Now, he realized that if Tang Sang really agreed, then wouldn't it be like this with him? It would be too cool, right? Qin Fei, why are you standing there? I'm tired. Seeing that he didn't move, Su Qingxue shook her body again and pouted coquettishly. Take a rest if you're tired. Don't move around. Qin Fei was speechless and tried his best to restrain himself. No, it's your turn now. Su Qingxue shook her body again, her big eyes flashing with spring, blinking constantly. Haha, I've eaten enough spinach this autumn, too. Qin Fei thought speechlessly. As a man in his 20s, full of blood and passion, in the club, he was aroused by those girls, and then suddenly extinguished by Mr. Fu. He was a normal man who was feeling uncomfortable without being able to release his passion. Even if he was held by a strange woman at this moment, no man could bear it. Not to mention, this is still set by the dog author, a perfect goddess. Especially her cold temperament and cold snow-white face, coupled with the extremely contrasting words and actions at this moment. If it were you, could you withstand it? Well, can we discuss something? Can you get off me first? He laughed dryly, reached out and pinched the clothes on her arm, trying to pull them away. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, hugged him tighter and grumbled in dissatisfaction, "You're just a coward. Do you know why I ignored you for 3 years? Ah." Qin Fei was stunned for a moment. What does this have to do with it? Idiot, big fool, can't you be a little more domineering? Su Qingxue said, curling her lips in disgust. Ah. Qin Fei's mind buzzed. What he meant was that this woman had had the idea for a long time, but Qin Fei treated her like a goddess, so she was always timid and didn't dare to be tough? Chapter 26. I haven't come out yet. Something is wrong. The more Qin Fei thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Although this does have the effect of intoxicating people, it won't make people lose their original intentions, right? So, could this woman be telling the truth? He subconsciously glanced down. Su Qingxue's pretty face in his arms was flushed with shame, her almond-shaped eyes slightly blurred. Her eyes, like a pool of spring water, were filled with shyness and spring, and even a hint of anticipation and teasing. He grunted and suddenly felt a little hot and itchy on his neck. He freed his hand and scratched it twice. Damn it! Is the air conditioner on the wrong setting, in heating mode? Seeing that he was standing there in a daze without saying a word and staring at her, Su Qingxue felt a strong sense of shame in her heart. She didn't know what was wrong with her that she could say such shameful words. But when she thought back, she felt as if she had thrown aside the defenses that she had not dared to speak or let down for many years, as if she had thrown away a heavy burden. This feeling seemed pretty good. It was both shameful and exciting for her. Especially when she saw Qin Fei's look of astonishment and suppressed emotion, she couldn't help but feel a little timidly happy. This stinky guy, he was so obsessed with her, but he was still pretending. When he was kissing him just now, he was even crazier than her. Well, the duplicitous guy, now he is pretending to be reserved. With this thought, she took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and boldly looked him in the eye, gently raising her chin. Why are you looking at me like that? Just tell me, do you dare or not? As she spoke, she swayed and shook her body, pouted coquettishly, and stared at him straight with a hint of bold provocation in her eyes. But just after she finished saying this, she suddenly felt her body shake and her head buzzed, as if something was suddenly pulled out of her body. Then, she raised her eyelids with a confused frown, and when she saw the face in front of her, her eyes widened instantly. At that moment, countless expressions flashed through her eyes: confusion, shock, anger, panic, timid joy, shame. She wanted to escape. Almost subconsciously, an impulsive thought came to her mind. She raised her hand and wanted to slap him, and then angrily scolded him for being a hooligan. However, the moment this thought arose in her mind, before it could be turned into action, she strangled it to death. Today, for this guy, I drank so much wine, cried so many tissues, and was eaten by him for so long. And taking advantage of the drunkenness, I finally let myself go in front of him, and let him put aside his prejudice and get close to me. If I slap him, he be scared away again? If he turns back to the coward who only knows how to be infatuated and then doesn't know how to attack, then wouldn't everything I have done today be in vain? But, besides, he hasn't taken the initiative yet, so I can't just deliver myself to him, right? If that's true, what should I do if he makes fun of me about what happened tonight after we get married? When we have children in the future, he will add, "It was your mother who dragged me into this." Wouldn't the children laugh at him then? In just a flash, countless thoughts flashed through her mind, even thinking about the child, and suddenly she felt a chill in her heart. No, we have to stop, but the show must go on. It's so difficult. Qin Fei didn't know that in this short moment, nearly 10,000 thoughts flashed through her mind, and she was still in a somewhat confused state. Seeing her shy yet somewhat provocative look, Qin Fei replied provocatively, "What if I'm really brave?" After she finished speaking, she saw Qin Fei's face turn serious, and she couldn't help laughing. She put her arm around his neck and said, "Silly boy, look at you, you're backing down again. Humph, you're just a coward." When Qin Fei saw this, he felt his head buzzing and was completely confused. This is a complete mess. This woman was not like this before. Why did he suddenly become so proactive today? Is this all a side effect? If it were just that, it would definitely not be possible like this. Truth? He lowered his head slightly, looking at her blushing face, hanging on his neck and acting coquettishly, especially feeling her body leaning forward slightly, the warmth and softness against his arms. He couldn't help but feel a little hot all over, and his heart was distracted. Coward? He gritted his teeth and decided not to be timid today. He immediately raised his hand to lift her chin, looked at her red lips so close to him, suppressed his heavy and hot breathing, and prepared to kiss her on the spot. Su Qingxue was extremely embarrassed. She whimpered and buried her head in his arms. She called out softly with a hint of pleading, "Qin Fei, don't do this here. Go upstairs, okay?" Qin Fei refused and used a little more force to pull her up so that they could look at each other. I've been sitting for too long and my waist hurts. Please." She blinked her almond-shaped eyes full of spring color, acted coquettishly, and shook her body gently. Meaning, on the bed. Qin Fei couldn't help swallowing, feeling his lips a little dry. Hate it, don't say that, oh, hurry up. She rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and punched his chest twice with her fists. Qin Fei took a long, deep breath and nodded heavily. He immediately put his arms around her legs, letting her put her legs on his waist, with his hands around his neck and his head buried in his chest, and strode up the stairs. It's already this time, if you still pretend to be a gentleman, wouldn't that make you worse than an animal? Go upstairs, open the door, and go in. Looking at Su Qingxue, who was still lying in his arms, refusing to say a word, he cleared his throat and whispered, "We're here." There is a lot of expectation in the words. Smelling the delicate fragrance of the boudoir, he subconsciously glanced towards the bed. This bed is quite large. When Su Qingxue heard the voice, her body trembled, and she suddenly slipped out of his arms. She pushed him away in panic and slammed the door shut. Then, he lay down behind the door, took a few deep breaths, patted his chest, and muttered in a low voice with some relief, "Finally got rid of him. You bastard, you haven't even officially agreed to my proposal yet, and you still want to take advantage of me. Humph, you're dreaming. I'm not that easygoing." Qin Fei looked at the closed door and listened to her mumbling. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. "Well. Big sister, do you want to see me? I'm locked in the room by you." Chapter 27. The late emperor's business was not yet halfway completed. Su Qingxue was so frightened that her body trembled violently, and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. She turned around and found that Qin Fei was still in the room. She froze in place and her breathing stopped. Why are you still?" she stammered, with a flash of panic and shyness in her eyes. "Hasn't left yet?" Qin Fei raised his eyebrows, a meaningful smile on his lips. "What? You're only interested in killing and not burying?" Su Qingxue looked at the fiery eyes and instantly realized that this guy was still angry. "What the hell, seriously," she said angrily, taking a half step back, "don't think of bad things." Qin Fei looked at her shy attitude, stepped forward and leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice, "Boss Su, do you want to learn a new skill?" What skill?" Su Qingxue raised her eyes, her little face full of confusion. Although she didn't know what this guy was talking about, judging from his current state, she always felt that he must have had some bad intentions. "Firefighters, put out the fire," Qin Fei said jokingly. "Firefighting?" Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, thinking that as a CEO, he had so many things to do every day, how could he have the time to learn how to put out fires? But then, seeing Qin Fei's playful look, he instantly understood. "I couldn't help but give him a cold look. You rascal, I don't want that." As she said this, she placed her arms on his chest and tried to push him away, but failed. When it comes to flirting with girls, Qin Fei is a novice. He was originally just a qualified office worker who graduated from a 985 university and had not thought about finding a girlfriend after working for 2 years. After all, living for a person is tiring enough, and he didn't think of inviting an ancestor back to worship. Qin Fei is also a newbie. Before pursuing Su Qingxue, he relied entirely on the attitude of "I'll pay for everything" to attract a large number of women to fall for him. His emotional intelligence is almost zero, and he only knows how to throw money. So at this moment, looking at the beauty shyly in his arms, there was only one thought left in his mind: follow your heart. Do whatever you want. Su Qingxue was startled and slapped around. "Qin Fei, you put me down." Soon, the breathing and heartbeats of the two intertwined. A few minutes later, he lay on the head of the bed with a look of despair on his face, his eyes rolling up to the horizon. He screamed in his heart, "Am I a piece of crap?" The previous emperor's business was halfway done and then collapsed midway. Puff. Su Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle at his frustrated look. Is this okay now? Come here and light it up for me. Qin Fei was so angry that air was coming out of his nostrils, and he had a cigarette in his mouth. Tisk, you're still showing off now. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him and picked up the lighter from under the bed. With a crisp ding sound, the flame ignited. Qin Fei took a deep breath and exhaled a long puff of white smoke, as if only in this way could he get rid of all the depression in his heart. Su Qingxue took advantage of the situation and leaned into his arms, narrowing her eyes slightly. She said aggrievedly, "There's still a long way to go. Why are you in such a hurry?" Really? Qin Fei smoked a cigarette in frustration. The more he smoked, the more irritated he became. He asked unhappily, "When are you leaving?" Su Qingxue looked at his gloomy face and couldn't help giggling. "It came last week." "It's just, you can't stand it for one day? Otherwise." She blinked, hinting at something. Chapter 28. Thank you, female donor. Qin Fei glanced at her and extinguished his cigarette, saying, "Come on, who's afraid of who?" "No, don't. I'm just kidding, you really came, hee hee. Stop tickling me, it's itchy, it's itchy." Su Qingxue was so scared that she rolled off the bed, got up and ran out, her clothes chasing after her, but she couldn't catch up. She turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the bedroom. However, just as she ran out and before she could even go down the stairs, she saw a surprised look from the living room on the first floor, and she froze on the spot. "Mom, when did you come?" Lu Yun pointed at the food box on the table, frowned, and scolded, "You little girl, no matter what I taught you, you should dress more modestly at home. Hurry up and change your clothes, then come down to eat." "Mom, I just finished taking a shower. I'll come over after I change my clothes." Su Qingxue turned around and ran into the bedroom, slamming the door shut. Qin Fei also heard the conversation between the two. He looked at her awkwardly and felt helpless for the first time. "It's all your fault." Su Qingxue scolded, "Hurry up and put on your clothes." She picked up the clothes from the ground and threw them into his arms. Qin Fei chuckled and put on his clothes obediently. "So, where should I hide later?" Su Qingxue rolled her eyes and teased, "Under the bed, in the closet, or if that doesn't work, you can just climb out the window." Qin Fei's mouth twitched twice, and he ran to the window to take a look. "Anti-theft window?" "Phew," Su Qingxue laughed out loud. "You really want to jump out of the window? Tell me, have you ever been caught stealing someone's wife? Otherwise, how could you be so skilled at it?" "It's my first time, sister." "You saw it just now." Qin Fei was speechless. Su Qingxue naturally believed it. After all, she witnessed with her own eyes the first time the little weakling died at the first touch. Moreover, she is the president of a pharmaceutical company and a medical student, so she understands this. However, he couldn't help but tease, "Humph, who knows if this is really your first time or if you're just joking." Qin Fei's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You little bitch, wait until tomorrow to let you know what a real man is." "Bah, you rascal." Su Qingxue spat. "Stop overthinking. My mom brought some food. You can come down and have some too." Qin Fei shook his head, "Why don't you let our mother go first?" "Tsk, you coward." Su Qingxue curled her lips. "I'll go get rid of them, okay?" Qin Fei clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, my lady donor." "Bah, I'm not a female donor." Su Qingxue went to the closet and got some clothes to change into. "Wait here, and don't make a sound." "Yeah." Qin Fei stretched out his hand and made a zipper motion on his mouth, and was very cooperative. Su Qingxue changed her clothes and went downstairs feeling a little guilty. She patted her face to make her expression more natural, then greeted him with a smile. "Mom, thank you for bringing me dinner." She trotted over and hugged Lu Yun tightly. "You little girl, you're already grown up and you still want to hug me." Lu Yun pushed her away in disgust. "Where's Qin Fei? Why don't you let him come down too?" "Huh?" Su Qingxue was stunned, a trace of panic appeared on her face, and her eyes evaded. "Mom, what are you talking about? What Qin Fei? How could he be here with me?" "Hee hee, guess if I saw your Uncle Lu at the door?" Lu Yun rolled her eyes. Hee hee. Su Qingxue laughed dryly. This was embarrassing. The only person my mother could call your Uncle Lu and who was related to Qin Fei was Qin family's veteran driver, Lao Lu. It seems that my mother already knows that Qin Fei is here, so there is no need to hide it anymore. "Mom, don't think too much. Nothing happened between us, really. Nothing really happened. Lu Yin pointed to the balls of toilet paper on the ground. Chapter 29 Still want it? Su Qingxue suddenly grinned in embarrassment. I was so busy fooling my mom that I forgot about this matter. Just by looking at the paper balls on the floor and the disheveled look of himself running out just now, anyone would have the wrong idea. This is the snot I wiped from my nose because I had a cold. She found a fairly reasonable excuse. I wanted to say that I was crying and wiping my tears. But then he thought again, if he said that he cried, his mother would definitely ask him about it, and it would be bad to blame Qin Fei then, so he changed his words. After she finished speaking, she saw her mother's face full of disbelief and she rolled her eyes. She simply stopped quibbling and laughed guiltily. Mom, I'll go call him down. Forget it, Lu Yin called out to her, don't ask him to come down, it will make things awkward for you and him. Mom, you're so kind. Su Qingxue smiled and hugged her arm, coquettishly saying, then, please hurry up and get going. You. Lu Yin pointed a finger at her head in annoyance. We, the older generation, don't want to interfere in your affairs, but you have to be careful about what you do. Okay, I'm relieved to see you're okay. You two can have dinner. I won't be a third wheel here anymore. Thank you, Mom. Su Qingxue stood at attention and saluted. I respectfully bid you farewell, Queen Mother. Please walk slowly. Go away, you're so dishonest all day long. Lu Yin rolled her eyes at her, shook her head, and turned away. After watching her mother leave, Su Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She slumped down on the sofa, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Thinking of the embarrassing scenes just now, a blush of shame appeared on my face again. Now that her excitement had passed, she realized that she had gone a little too far today. How could I just let that guy take advantage of me without knowing why? It was a good thing my relatives came, otherwise the last layer of window paper would have been broken. Come down, my mother is gone, she shouted at the top of her voice towards the upstairs. It was as if he wanted to shout out all the depression in his heart through this shout. Qin Fei slipped out of the bedroom, leaned over the railing with his head exposed, glanced down, and found that the person was really gone. He breathed a sigh of relief and went downstairs with a chuckle. I walked into the living room and saw some uncleaned paper balls on the floor, and a robot vacuum cleaner that was stuck there, constantly restarting and swaying in place, like a computer that had crashed. Bang! He kicked him and knocked him over. If you can't even do this, what use is there for me? The robot rolled over, its wheels spinning as if stuck. First of all, I didn't mess with any of you, okay? Qin Fei went over and kicked it again until the robot completely stopped working. He finally felt relieved. If I can't handle a woman, I can't handle you either, you little piece of trash. Su Qingxue looked at this scene and rolled her eyes. As expected, a man remains a boy until he dies. Virtue, she said angrily, is it fun to bully a robot vacuum cleaner? What a relief. Qin Fei laughed heartily, then turned around and kicked the robot vacuum cleaner. Get out of here, let's go. Su Qingxue was speechless. Come here quickly and see what delicious food Mom brought for us. Qin Fei didn't respond, but walked over with a smile, sat down next to her, and put his arm around her. Let's talk about dinner later. Huh? Su Qingxue glanced at him doubtfully. Seeing his naughty look, she panicked and struggled stiffly for a few times. Bad guy, what do you want to do? Qin Fei nodded seriously. Yes, I still want to. Chapter 30 I'll give you a surprise. Go away. Is that what I'm asking? Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him and slapped away his dirty hands. Stop making trouble and come to eat. She stood up, opened the lunchbox and placed it neatly on the table. She went to the kitchen to get a plate of food and took the initiative to share the rice and vegetables with him, acting like a good wife and mother. As Qin Fei watched, he felt inexplicably at ease, as if a warm current was flowing into his heart. I thought to myself, if it weren't for that bastard Yifan causing trouble, I would have endless money to spend every day and beautiful women to keep me company. How comfortable life would be. When Su Qingxue heard this, she paused in her eating and secretly glanced at him, feeling sorry for him. She suddenly put down her dishes, moved her chair to his side, put her arm around his, and rubbed it gently. He said leisurely, Qin Fei, can you take me with you to the treasure appraisal meeting tomorrow? Qin Fei was stunned by her sudden tenderness and smiled softly. Why, are you afraid that I will be seduced by other beautiful girls at the conference? You dare. Su Qingxue pouted, you are mine now, I won't let anyone take you away. I'm talking to you seriously. You were always laughed at before, weren't you? Yes. She giggled and didn't dare to say the word suck up for fear of hurting his feelings. It's just right that you take me with you. I want to give you a status in front of all the celebrities in Jiangcheng, okay? Qin Fei rolled his eyes and said, give me a name? Isn't that the opposite of what you said? Anyway, that's what I mean. Just take me there. I promise to give you a surprise then. Su Qingxue said mysteriously. Well, if you want to go, just go. Your parents will go with you anyway, and I can't stop you. Qin Fei said, stretching out his arms towards her. Su Qingxue curled her lips, but still sat down obediently. Just eat, don't move around. This meal was not very peaceful. Early the next morning, Su Qingxue got up and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Qin Fei laughed out loud when he saw her. I'll spare you this time and save it for next time. You hooligan, you wish. Su Qingxue snorted, turned around and walked out, closing the door heavily. She slapped her blushing face. The more she thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. She didn't know why she had become like this. It must be that big pervert who led them astray. She retrieved some clothes from every corner of the room, just like picking up equipment all over the map, and her face once again regained the coolness she had when she was working. Suddenly remembering that there was something important she almost forgot, she quickly took out her cell phone and called her secretary, Fang Xiaomin. Xiaomin, please help me with something. Find out where the house that Yi Fan rented is. By the way, contact his landlord and ask him to buy the house for me. Why would I care about that scumbag? What are you thinking? Don't ask so many questions. Once you find the place, send me the location. Oh, and bring a few more people to wait there. I'll go there when I have time. Qin Fei came out of the bathroom at this time, having changed his clothes, and asked casually, is Mr. Su so busy that he called to arrange work so early in the morning? Su Qingxue hung up the phone and put it away. It's not work, it's something personal. What private matters are there that I shouldn't know? Su Qingxue smiled mysteriously, I can't tell you now, I'll give you a surprise later. Chapter 31 There is a surprise today. Okay, Qin Fei saw that she didn't say anything and didn't want to ask any more questions, as long as it doesn't scare you. Don't worry, you'll definitely like it when the time comes. Qin Fei's eyes lit up and he smiled evilly, white or black stockings? Bah! Su Qingxue slapped his evil hand off her leg. You bastard, you're already acting so frivolously after just 3 sentences. Mr. Su, you are wrong. I have been naughty since I was 3 years old. Qin Fei corrected her seriously. Ha, then you have a deep foundation in dishonesty. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. It's okay. If you spend more time with me in the future, you will also be very deep. Qin Fei said with a blink of his eyes. Su Qingxue tilted her head, thought for a few seconds, picked up a pillow and threw it at him. You big hooligan, I'm too lazy to talk to you, go cook. Qin Fei laughed heartily, shook out a cigarette, walked to the sunroom window and sat down, smoking and taking a whiff. I don't know what Yi Fan, that crooked mouth, is trying to show off today. System, tell me, I copied his stone gambling skills. Can he still find good stones? He summoned the system interface and asked. No, please rest assured, host. The copying effect of the green talisman paper is second only to cutting. Only basic skills will be left. Then, will he be able to master it again? Qin Fei asked again. In theory, you can practice it again to master it, but it will take a long time, maybe a year, or 3 to 5 years, depending on the protagonist's luck value. The system replied. Then I feel relieved. Qin Fei exhaled a long puff of white mist. You idiot, don't you want to become famous through the treasure appraisal conference? I'll let you show off. It's time to eat. Su Qingxue walked over lightly and snatched the cigarette from his mouth. Smoke less in the future. It's not good for your health. Qin Fei grinned. Oh, are you already thinking about your future happiness? Su Qingxue was furious. Come on, Mr. Qin, I'll give you a few more cigarettes. Smoke more. By then, your trillion-dollar fortune will belong to a rich woman like me. Damn, do you want to hire some young models? Qin Fei's face darkened. He hugged her and carried her on his shoulders, then stretched out his hand to punish her. Su Qingxue was tickled so hard that she laughed continuously and begged for mercy before being let down. Where is the breakfast you made? Qin Fei walked to the dining table, took a look, and pointed at the 2 cups of milk with a puzzled look on his face. Isn't this it? I just heated it up. Su Qingxue pointed to 2 cups of milk. That's it? Xin Fei's mouth twitched. You're quite proud, aren't you? Su Qingxue blushed, feeling a little guilty. You used to make breakfast for me, but I don't know how to. Xin Fei was speechless. He stood up and went to the refrigerator, took out a few pieces of bread, a box of steak, and 2 eggs. When his hands were full, he turned around and shouted, "Come here and help me get the sauce." I'm coming. Su Qingxue ran over guiltily and helped carry the things into the kitchen. Leaning against the kitchen door, watching his busy back, she suddenly remembered the 3 years that Xin Fei pursued her. Every morning I would make her breakfast in a different way. Sometimes it was a heart-shaped fried egg, sometimes it was a fruit platter, and sometimes I would even draw a smiley face on toast with ketchup. She felt an inexplicable warmth, guilt, and mixed emotions in her heart. She couldn't help but glance at him a few more times with a leisurely look. This guy, did he secretly get plastic surgery? Why does he look quite handsome? Oh yes, and he has 8-pack abs. I experienced them myself last night, and they were so hard that they hurt my hands. Bah, she reacted and turned away in shame. I couldn't help but curse myself. Su Qingxue, you have fallen. He must have been led astray by his best friend. Yes, that's her. I've been watching videos of hunky guys on Douyin every day and taking screenshots to show myself, which has led me astray. Yes, that's it. Or, just take another peek? She couldn't help but secretly glanced at him twice, 3 times. Xin Fei felt itchy on his face. After dinner. Wait for me here for a moment. I'll go upstairs to get a bag and come back. Su Qingxue said, smiled sweetly at him, turned around and ran upstairs. Looking at the sweet smile on her face, Xin Fei was still a little uncomfortable. He had eaten too much pancake and suddenly drank fresh milk. He couldn't react for a while. Soon, Su Qingxue ran down from upstairs, bringing with her a breeze of jasmine scent, which smelled elegant and refreshing, making people feel very comfortable. Let's go. Su Qingxue hugged him again. There's a surprise today. Chapter 32. Who hasn't he got it yet? As soon as the two walked out of the living room, Lin Shireen came towards them with a 3-layer food box and almost bumped into them. Yinyin, why are you here? Xin Fei was deeply surprised. This is Su Qingxue's home. She came here early in the morning with a lunchbox. It was definitely not for Su Qingxue. So, he came to see me on purpose? Humph, what else are you talking about? Lin Shireen pouted, tears of grievance almost coming out. She just went home yesterday afternoon and told Grandpa she wanted to break off the engagement, and you're staying at her house tonight. What a scumbag, what a playboy, what a bad brother. Xin Fei subconsciously glanced at Su Qingxue. Seeing her scrutinizing and resentful look, he didn't know how to explain it for a moment. I told you to break off the engagement so you could stay away from that jerky fan, but I didn't mean to ask you to marry me. This makes it seem like I'm trying to have my feet in 2 boats. But what he didn't expect was that after Lin Shireen asked the question, she didn't even wait for him to answer. He trotted to the other side of her body and, imitating Su Qingxue's behavior, put his arm around hers intimately. Then she raised the lunchbox in her hand and said with a sweet smile, "Brother Xin Fei, you haven't had breakfast yet. Look at the loving breakfast I made for you." What on earth is this girl trying to do? Even knowing that I'd been with Su Qingxue all night, she still comes over and hugs me so tightly. What's she doing? Stealing my man? After complaining for a while, he turned his gaze and subconsciously looked at Su Qingxue. Well, although I'm 2 years older than Cheyenne, I'm probably too thin because I'm tired from work. Pooh, Su Qingxue almost vomited blood. You stinky man, you didn't say that yesterday. Now you are disgusted with another woman when you see her? I'm so slim, do you think I need you to eat a 200-pound fat man before you'll be satisfied? How can someone want it all like him? Humph. She was about to speak when she suddenly heard Xin Fei's voice again. However, they both have their own advantages. At least Qingxue's inherent coolness and maturity are something Lin Shireen can't compare to. Su Qingxue and Lin Shireen almost simultaneously turned their gaze to Xin Fei. Lin Shireen, brother, you have a really good eye. I am still better than him. So what if it takes 2 more years? Maturity, what's so good about maturity? If I grow 2 more years older, I will definitely be much better than Su Qingxue. Besides, I am an actor. What kind of roles can I play? Royal lady, mature woman, or young girl? The more she thought about it, the happier she felt, with a hint of pride on her face. But Su Qingxue's expression wasn't so good. She glared at Qin Fei hatefully and cursed him 100 times in her heart. You bastard, you scumbag. Who was the one who kept holding her and refused to let go last night? He was actually still thinking about Lin Shirin's kindness. But, this stinky guy still has some vision, my legs are longer than hers. Also, what is the point of being cute? Haven't you heard that cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness? Humph. Thinking of this, she finally felt a little relieved, and not willing to be outdone, she pulled it towards her fiercely. Lin Shirin, you're not a child anymore, and this isn't your childhood anymore. You should keep some distance from Qin Fei, okay? After all, he's my fiancé now. Tisk, unmarried. You said he was your fiancé. Lin Shirin was also unwilling to be outdone and pulled Qin Fei towards her. Chapter 33 Young Master Qin is awesome. Qin Fei was so dizzy from all this that he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Imagine it. The reviewer won't let me write this. 1,000 words have been deleted. When Su Qingshui heard this, her brows furrowed immediately. What was this guy thinking just now? This bastard. He actually. But she remembered that Lin Shirin had just returned yesterday, so, they had just confirmed their relationship at the Qin family yesterday, and he went to find Lin Shirin. What happened? Bastard, scumbag, pig's hoof. No wonder Lin Shirin came to her early this morning to compete with her for the man. Humph, it's just legs, who doesn't have them? I also have feet, and my legs are longer. She was not willing to be outdone and held Qin Fei tightly. Qin Fei felt completely confused. In the past, when I went to her company to wait for someone, I would just chat with the front desk clerk and she would get angry and ignore me. Why are you suddenly so generous? What made him even more speechless was that the two women hugged him even tighter. He struggled symbolically twice. Well, I didn't break free. Since I can't resist, I can only enjoy it silently. As soon as he got in the car, he simply closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. In my mind, I began to recall the plot in the original book. Yi Fan will definitely come to this treasure appraisal conference, and he has a big plan. I remember that when Yi Fan returned to China, he had 10,000 yuan on him, and then he thought of spending a small amount of money to buy a very inconspicuous stone at the Jade Conference. Then, using that stone, he mined a piece of imperial green jade worth millions, which gave him that startup capital and allowed him to start his journey of showing off today. But now, without the skills to appraise treasures, you can just pretend to be a nobody. Tianba Pavilion is located in the most prosperous area of Zhengcheng. Today is the Jade Appraisal Conference, and it is more lively than usual. Although it was only morning, the entire street was already filled with luxury cars that had come to attend the conference, and the streets were so crowded that there was no end in sight. You can't drive in anymore. You may need to get out and walk. Secretary Fang Xiaoman slowed down the car, lowered the partition a little, and spoke to the back row. Just park the car on the side of the road. Su Qingshui responded. Before getting off the car, she walked to the front, leaned over to Fang Xiaoman's ear, and whispered a few words. Don't worry, Mr. Su, we've already found his place, and the landlord is on his way. I'll go over and negotiate with him shortly. I guarantee we'll get the job done. After Su Qingshui finished giving her instructions, she saw that Lin Shirin had already walked for a distance with Qin Fei in her arms, so she hurriedly trotted to catch up with them and stuck close to them. Qin Fei felt the pressure from both sides and was too lazy to struggle anymore. As he walked along, he could clearly feel that he had become the focus, with envious glances from people around him. Oh my god, isn't that Mr. Su? Didn't the rumors say that young Master Qin pursued her for 3 years but still couldn't get her? Looking at the current situation, the rumors are not true. Who's that guy next to them wearing sunglasses and a wide-brimmed hat? What celebrity does it feel like? I remember now. That's the Lin family's daughter, Lin Shirin. She and young Master Qin were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar around. Exclamations came one after another. Young Master Qin is truly awesome. Not only did he win the heart of the beautiful Su, but he was also hugged so tightly by Lin Shirin. He's not even jealous. This is simply a dream for us men. Qin Fei felt much more comfortable after listening to these discussions. Damn it, from now on, no one dares to call me a bootlicker. After hearing these discussions, Su Qingshui felt very resentful. This is clearly her man, okay? How can Lin Shirin have anything to do with it? However, outside, we naturally have to give him enough face. He immediately concealed his unhappiness and put on a sweet smile on his face. Even after walking a few steps and seeing that she was about to reach a place with more people, she suddenly plucked up the courage, stood on tiptoe, and pecked Qin Fei on the cheek. Chapter 34, You coward, you are ready to die. What the hell? Qin Fei was caught off guard and shuddered. If there weren't so many people watching, he would have stopped and condemned the female hooligan. How can you kiss someone in public? Lin Shirin became unhappy when she saw this, and she also pulled him and left a lip print on the other side of his cheek. The corner of Qin Fei's mouth twitched. These two women are completely crazy. There was a burst of laughter all around. Young Master Qin is awesome. He is truly a role model for our generation. Qin Fei nodded and smiled at everyone. As long as you dare to think and dream, you will wake up sooner or later. There was already a long line in front of Tianfan Pavilion. Everyone was holding an invitation in their hands and queuing patiently, waiting to be qualified for admission. As a newcomer, Qin Fei had not yet adapted to the identity of a rich second generation and originally wanted to queue up according to the rules. As a result, as soon as he walked to the back of the team, Lin Shirin pulled him out by his clothes. Brother Qin Fei, we are the organizers here, so there is no need to queue. I mainly want to experience the feeling of queuing. Qin Fei's old face turned red and he smiled awkwardly. The two of them glanced at him at the same time, feeling a little puzzled. When did this guy become so well behaved? The line was very long, about 50 or 60 meters. Halfway through the walk, Qin Fei saw an old acquaintance. Hey, isn't this Brother Yi? You're waiting in line? Look at your face full of sweat. You must have been waiting in line for a long time, right? He said with a smile. Almost at the same time, Yifan turned around and saw him. Especially when he looked at Qin Fei on both sides, one was his fiancée and the other was the first woman he wanted to conquer, he immediately became furious. Do you still dare to come and provoke me? You coward, you are ready to die. A sinister murderous intent flashed in his eyes. But he quickly dispelled this murderous intent. He knew very well what he wanted. I came here today just to make a name for myself and let the Lin family see my treasure appraisal skills. At the same time, it also allowed the upper-class people of Jiangcheng to notice him, laying a solid foundation for his future rule over the entire Jiangcheng. If you can't restrain yourself and take action at this time, you will most likely be disqualified from entering the venue. By then, all your plans will be ruined, which is obviously not worth it. He quickly put on a smiling face and ignored Qin Fei's existence. He turned around and said to Su Qingxue beside him, Xing. He wanted to shout Qingxue, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly felt a chill on his face, as if as soon as he shouted, he would be slapped twice in the face. He swallowed the word snow in an instant. Changed his words. Mr. Su, Ms. Lin, you are here too? As he spoke, he walked out of the team, wanting to follow the two of them into the venue together. I thought, this way I can avoid queuing. However, what he didn't expect was. The two of them frowned at the same time, not even bothering to give him any extra glances. Then they put their arms around Qin Fei's arms on both sides, ignored him and walked away. He even felt a strong sense of disgust from the two people's eyes. His smile froze suddenly, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. How so? Wasn't the smile I just had evil enough? Does it mean that my attractiveness is no longer effective when I return to China? Impossible. Yes, it must be that I was not facing them sideways just now, or the curve of my mouth corners was not accurate enough. He didn't give up, put on a more evil smile, and ran after her. Chapter 35 I Have to Endure. He practiced countless times before returning home. That evil smile is his specialty. In the past, as long as he smiled evilly, countless women would throw themselves at him. Why, doesn't it work this time? Could it be, does she really hate herself that much? He doesn't believe it. He reacted quickly. It must be Qingxue who was protecting him. She didn't want him to get into trouble with Qin Fei, so she deliberately kept her distance. She is indeed worthy of being the woman I, Yifan, like. She is both reasonable and knows how to be patient. After he figured this out, he immediately quickened his pace to catch up. However, before he could say anything, Su Qingxue glared at him coldly. Are you a dog-skin plaster? Are you blind? Can't you see that I like Qin Fei? Brush. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were immediately cast over and gathered on a few people, with a look of excitement on their faces. Some people even murmured quietly. Who is that guy? You really don't know what's good for you. You even dare to approach the woman that young Master Qin likes. You might end up dead before you know it. Look at him. He's such a poor fellow. He has less than 200 yuan on him. I don't know who gave him the courage. A toad wants to eat swan flesh. You're bringing shame to us men. You're so ignorant. How can such a person be qualified to participate in the Jade Appraisal Conference with us? Could it be that the invitation in his hand was picked up? The mocking voices became more and more frequent. Almost in an instant, everyone was pointing at Yifan, with extreme contempt and ridicule in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Yifan's face darkened instantly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a surge of anger rose in his heart again. But soon, he took a deep breath, suppressed his anger once again, and told himself over and over in his mind. Forbearance. Yifan, you must be patient. You are the Dragon King, a man who controls hundreds of top masters in the entire underground world. It is not worth it for you to care about temporary gains and losses for these low-level ants. As for these people, laugh, curse. It won't be long before you all know how powerful I, Yifan, am. By then, all of you present here will be ashamed of your current inappropriate words and actions. He snorted coldly, unafraid of the thousands of curses, but instead straightened his back, still pretending to be a gentleman. Why are you doing this? When I left the Qin family yesterday, I already said that Qin Fei is nothing in front of me. I know you don't believe me now, but it doesn't matter. Once the Jade Appraisal Conference is over, you'll naturally put aside all your prejudices against me. As he spoke, he looked at Su Qingxue with sincere eyes, showing his sincerity and infinite affection. As for Lin Shirin, who was standing next to Su Qingxue, he didn't even talk to her, and he deliberately acted so affectionately towards Su Qingxue in front of Lin Shirin. This scene left Su Qingxue confused. Is there something wrong with your brain? He dares to be so affectionate to his fiancée in front of her. Isn't he afraid that this matter will reach Mr. Lin's ears and ruin the engagement? Just as she was wondering, she heard Qin Fei's complaints. TSK, he really is a scumbag. You talk so righteously, but who knows what you're really thinking about, you bastard. You're saying such nice things, aren't you just relying on the fact that Lin Wancheng values you? You know he won't agree to you breaking off the engagement, so you dare to say that? Isn't it just that he wants to become famous at the Treasure Appraisal Conference and solidify his position in the Lin family? Then, I can refuse the engagement while pursuing Su Qingxue. After I win her over, I can tell her that I had to get married due to pressure from the Lin family. TSK, what a perfect plan. Dream your sweet dreams. Brush. After hearing this, Su Qingxue's face instantly turned ashen. She glared at Yifan angrily, and the disgust in her eyes became more and more intense. You're already engaged, yet you're still flirting with other women. Don't you think you're a jerk? Wow. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. It's really eye-opening. This guy is really a jerk. He already has a fiancée, but he still confesses his love for other women. It must be for money. What a shameless and scheming Phoenix man. If I wasn't afraid that I wouldn't be able to get into the venue, I'd really like to poke his eyes out with my shoe. A woman said this with a look of disgust on her face and spat directly in front of Yifan. The ridicule and abuse came like a 100-foot-high wave, overwhelming the sky. Yifan's face turned ashen in an instant. He never thought that his deep affection would be treated like this. No, he had to put on a good show, otherwise he really didn't know how it would end. He immediately turned his gaze to Lin Shirin. Let's cancel our engagement. Bang! Lin Shirin, who also heard Qin Fei's inner thoughts, slapped him in the face. Get away! Stay away from me! If you dare to follow me again, I'll slap you to death. After cursing, he pulled Qin Fei and turned away. Yifan covered his face, speechless. He turned around and saw Su Qingxue was about to leave, so he hurriedly followed. Qingxue, please listen to my explanation. I really don't want to acknowledge this marriage. However, Su Qingxue slapped him again on the other side of his face. I told you to get out, don't you understand what I'm saying? The whole audience burst into applause. Well done. This bitch must be beaten to death. Serves you right. Even President Su wants to be a PUA, what the hell is wrong with his brain? Chapter 36 Yifan, don't bully the young and poor. You guys, don't go too far. Yi Fan glared at them fiercely, snorting with dissatisfaction. You are a bunch of guys who only know how to look down on others. Hey! How dare you curse? Oh, look at him, not only can he curse, he also wants to hit people. Those around him just sneered at his anger. Some even walked out of the team and jokingly asked, "What's the matter, kid? You want to fight?" I'm not afraid to tell you, given your status, I don't know where I got an invitation from, so just cherish it. If you really dare to start a fight here, I'll have everyone on my side and there won't be any problems beating you up. But you, you'll just be treated as a troublemaker and thrown out, and the invitation in your hand will be invalidated. After this person finished speaking, he saw Yi Fan still staring with his eyes wide open, his face full of dissatisfaction, and continued to sneer, not convinced? Then you can try it yourself and see who will be kicked out in the end. Come on, do it. Ha ha ha, look how angry he is. Someone nearby immediately joined in the fun. This is Lord Go. He controls the entire Jade Street. If you dare to fight him, how many lives will you have left? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked, and the blue veins on his forehead were exposed. His face had already turned ashen with anger. If today wasn't special, you, and all of you would have become corpses long ago, he said angrily. Just wait, it won't be long before all of you so-called upper-class people will be kneeling before me, begging me to look at you even more. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience burst into laughter. Don't look down on the young because they're poor, right? Ha ha. Look at how miserable you are you still a young man? Is the next step to be, don't bully the poor middle-aged, don't bully the elderly with Alzheimer's? Ha ha ha. And don't pull the grass on the grave. After all, the dead are the most important. You. Yi Fan glared at them angrily, his eyes were red, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. Okay, you guys are fine. With so many people present, if he were to start a fight, he could kill everyone in less than 5 minutes. But he knew that with his current power in the country, he would not be able to cover the consequences of killing so many people at once. So, he must endure it now. I'll let you go today, but don't come to me for help if you have any problems in the future. He turned his head to look at Qin Fei, who was about to take Lin Shireen and Su Qingxue into the venue. He said this and ran in quickly, wanting to catch up. He didn't want to go back and continue queuing. However, as soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by security. Sir, please take your invitation and line up at the back. I'm with them. Yi Fan said angrily. Sir, it doesn't matter if you are stupid, but please don't treat me as blind. I can still see those 2 slaps just now. Please line up at the back, otherwise your invitation will be taken away and you will be disqualified from entering. The security guard said impatiently. You. Yi Fan glared at him hatefully. I used to be a security guard too. If you're sensible enough, I might even be able to help you when I'm in a better mood. As a result, I didn't expect that you are also a person who looks down on others. Ha ha. I am so disappointed. After hearing this, the security guard looked at him in confusion for a few seconds and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Get lost, he said directly. You've watched too much TV. Who do you think you are? Just get out of here. I'll remember you. Yi Fan was so angry that he had lost his mind. He shook his hands angrily and turned around to walk back. I can bear it. He told himself in his heart that he must endure it. After all, forbearance is the biggest help in his growth. Yi Fan walked back with gritted teeth and turned around to return to his original queue position. As a result, the man looked at him with disdain, took half a step forward, and didn't give him any chance at all. Yi Fan wanted to put himself behind him again, but the person behind him sneered and said sarcastically, I don't deserve to be put in the same line with a talent like you. As he spoke, he squeezed forward, not giving him a chance to cut in line. Okay, very good. Yi Fan said with a frown, waved his hands and continued walking back. Looking at the mocking eyes all around him, he suppressed his anger and could only walk all the way to the end. When I looked forward again, the line had stretched out for hundreds of meters. Damn, do I have to wait in line for another half an hour? It's all that bastard's fault. Qin Fei, just wait for me. Once the treasure appraisal conference is over, I'll make you pay. He clenched his fists, his eyes full of murderous intent, and thought hatefully in his heart that he had originally planned to come back in 3 months to destroy your Qin family. It seems like now, in a month at most, I will let you know what the Wrath of Thunder is. At this time, Xin Fei and the other two had been respectfully welcomed in. There were a few people around him with smiles on their faces, expressing their warm welcome to his arrival, making the entire Tianfang pavilion look glorious. This kind of bland flattery actually has no nutritional value, but who doesn't like to hear nice words? Xin Fei felt very useful. You don't have to accompany me, I'll just go for a walk. Xin Fei said to him. Okay, Mr. Qin, if you need anything, just tell me. This Tianfang pavilion has only 5 floors in total. On the first floor, there are some ready-made jade jewelry for sale. On the third floor, there are some high-value jewelry in jade. Only those who have verified their assets and are confirmed to have the purchasing power will be invited there. The fourth floor is the auction venue and the fifth floor is the VIP reception room. Today's main venue is on the second floor. The second floor is filled with rooms separated by bulletproof glass like those in a bank, and each compartment is a separate shop. In the shop, there are stone-cutting machines and raw stones of varying sizes. Brother Qin Fei, where are we going? Lin Shirin pulled Qin Fei. Although she asked him where he was going, her eyes were fixed on the jewels for sale. Qin Fei looked at her expectant eyes and immediately understood that this girl wanted him to buy it for her. Where can I buy it at this time? If you buy one, you'll have to buy two. Even more, it would be troublesome if the two women quarreled over these things. He chuckled, pretending not to understand anything, and pointed to the elevator. Let's go to the second floor to see the rough stones. Oh, okay then. Lin Shirin pouted unhappily, and had no choice but to follow him into the elevator. Phew, Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Humph, this little girl, is all your effort in vain? This is my man, how could I possibly buy jewelry for you? Chapter 37. You can't control it. In the venue on the second floor, there were already many people walking around and stopping in front of the shelves filled with raw stones. Some were looking at the prices, while others were holding high-intensity flashlights and shining them on the raw stones. In the past, if you liked a raw stone, you could just take it away. But today is different. Before the conference starts, you can only look at it but cannot buy it. In order to hold this jade appraisal conference, the organizers made some gimmicks to compete for rankings. As long as you can use the least amount of money, select the raw stones, and get the highest value item, you can win the first place and get all the capital for free. Moreover, if the jade is to be sold, the organizer can pay for it on the spot, or help put it up for auction, which can be said to be a profit without any investment. Of course, if you can come out on top, you will not only get a small profit from a piece of raw stone, but also a big profit from becoming famous. In the original plot, Yi Fan became famous at the Jade Appraisal Conference, and all the big names in the jade industry remembered his name. In that battle, he selected almost all the good jade in the entire venue for the Lin family, more than 70% of which was good jade, so that the Lin family would no longer have to worry about jade raw materials in the next 3 years. Not only that, many other jewelry companies also want to invite him to be a consultant for their companies. Later, when he was working with other jewelers, he met many women and collected many concubines, who became his helpers in various industries. It can be said that today's battle is the key battle for Yi Fan to truly gain a foothold in Jiangcheng, and it is also the foundation for his rapid development and growth in the future. It's a pity, little brother, you'd better wait until dark to dream this dream. But before that, I need to find 2 pieces of raw stones to experiment and see how to use the skill. He left the 2 women behind, walked quickly to a shelf, and took a quick look. He knew nothing about stone cutting. As for how one could tell which mine the jade came from and what kind of jade it might produce just by looking at its surface, as shown on TV, he knew nothing about it. How do I use this skill? He muttered to himself. This pile of stones seemed to have no difference. He shifted his gaze, and when he swept across a piece of raw stone, he suddenly discovered that he could actually see a ball of light inside through the stone skin. The ball of light seemed to have become a spirit, constantly jumping under the stone skin, emitting a faint purple light. It's like a bubble wrapped inside, jumping around very actively and looking very happy. Xin Fei couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes widened and his heart beat faster. He remembered that this was how it was described in the original book. Every time Yi Fan picked up a stone, he didn't need to use a light to shine on it. It only took a few seconds to determine which raw stone would increase in value. The only basis is to see what kind of light is emitted from which stone. Now that I've tried it, this skill is truly incredible. Mr. Qin. Just as he was standing in front of the shelf, lost in thought, a middle-aged bald man in his 40s came up to him with a smile on his face. Which one do you like? I'll give it to you. Xin Fei turned his head and glanced at him, then smiled and replied, "Thank you, boss. I'll just take a look." He knew that since the boss said to give it to him directly, he would definitely be able to do it. I am the young master of the Qin family. From childhood to adulthood, have I ever received gifts worth hundreds of millions at any birthday party? He has become accustomed to it, and even if he accepts it, he won't think there is anything wrong with it. However, if you accept something from someone, you have to accept their favor. You don't need the money, so it's better to have less trouble than more. Okay, Mr. Qin, if you have anything you like, tell me and I can put it away for you first. The boss bent down, nodded, and responded with a smile. He didn't straighten up until he turned and left. I was secretly glad that this guy didn't say wrap it up. This is the treasure of the store in his stall, and he is sure that the price will increase. I had spent a huge sum of over 5 million to choose this rough stone, just thinking of showing it at the venue to boost my business. Xin Fei took 2 steps and suddenly turned back. "Boss, please put this stone away for me." Ah? The boss looked stunned and laughed awkwardly twice. "Mr. Qin, are you sure you want this piece?" Xin Fei looked at his astonishment and laughed twice. "I won't take it for nothing. I'll double the price you paid for the goods." As he spoke, he pointed to the price tag above, which read, "Price, 12 million. The boss secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Mr. Qin, what are you talking about? If you want it, I'll give it to you." "You're welcome, just swipe your card." Xin Fei took out a gold card. "According to the rules of the venue, you cannot purchase in advance today. But they set the rules, and it is not up to you whether you can buy it or not." The boss pretended to refuse and took out the POS machine. Xin Fei said he would pay double the price, but he would not dare to charge that much even if he had 8 guts. "Mr. Qin, I'll give you a 20% discount, round off the price, and charge you 9 million. He smiled innocently and made 4 million with tears in his eyes. "Boss, do you think this stone can be cut and increased in value?" Xin Fei held the raw stone. "You, a playboy who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun, want to learn how to gamble on stones?" At this moment, a contemptuous voice came from behind. Xin Fei frowned and glanced at him. Why is this guy like a dogskin plaster that can't be shaken off? Why, do you need to learn how to gamble on stones? He sneered, "Isn't it possible to just buy whatever you want as long as you have money?" Yifan heard this and sneered even louder than him. "Buying stones is gambling. As the saying goes, one knife makes you poor, another makes you rich, and one knife makes you wear linen. Like this rough stone in your hand, you spent 9 million to buy it, and if you cut it with a knife like this, you've essentially thrown away 9 million. Really?" Xin Fei pretended to be surprised. "So much compensation at once?" "Humph, of course. This business is very complicated, and it's not something a playboy like you can grasp." Yifan sneered proudly, "I can tell at a glance whether this rough stone will increase in value. Refund it. This piece can't be cut at all. I saved you 9 million. Don't thank me, but next time, you won't have such a good opportunity." After he finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to take the opportunity to say hello to Su Qingxue. But when he saw that Su Qingxue didn't want to pay any attention to him, he simply shrugged his shoulders and walked away. The reason why I pointed out that there was no jade in the raw stone just now was to take the opportunity to make my presence felt. At that time, as long as Xin Fei cuts the raw stone in his hand, Su Qingxue and Lin Shirin will definitely see it. Then, your goal is achieved. At this moment, he just needs to leave in style. After walking a few steps away, he turned around and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. Especially when he saw the two of them surrounding Xin Fei on the left and right, he felt even more angry. Anyone who dares to touch Yifan's woman must die. There will never be a second result. As Yifan said, even gods can't save us. As long as I take first place in the treasure appraisal competition, that day won't be far away. Chapter 38, It's a Mess. Xin Fei watched him walk away, then lowered his head to look at the raw stone again, as if thinking about something. The skill I just acquired has clearly identified that there must be jade hidden inside this raw stone, and it looks to be quite large. Not only did he think that it could produce jade, but even his boss told him that this piece of raw stone could definitely be cut into a higher value. If the boss said this to other people, it might be to trick them into buying the rough stone. But you have to know that you are the eldest son of the Qin family. If the boss is not absolutely sure, he would never dare to declare so confidently that the price will go up. After all, if the boss is asked to choose between losing millions and offending the Qin family, he will definitely choose the former. So, to put it simply, I determined that this raw stone could produce jade, and the boss also confirmed that it could be produced, but after seeing it, Yifan insisted that it was just a worthless piece of broken stone. So, was it that Yifan made a mistake, or was there something else going on? When Qin Fei thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that the last time he copied skills, the system said that if he copied the protagonist's skills, he would not only be able to master the skills, but also make the protagonist lose most of his skills. If we apply this to the ability to identify jade treasures, doesn't it mean that I can now tell the quality of jade at a glance, but Yifan finds it difficult to tell? Wonderful! Qin Fei couldn't help but feel excited. He snatched the rough stone from the boss without hesitation, and without waiting for the boss, he hurriedly walked straight to the stone cutting room. The boss was stunned by this sudden action and thought Qin Fei was angry. He did not dare to delay in the slightest and hurriedly followed him at great speed, explaining non-stop behind him. Mr. Qin, please don't be angry. Don't listen to that kid's nonsense. I've been looking at this rough stone for a long time and I'm sure it must contain jade, and it's likely to increase in value after being cut. Qin Fei looked at his trembling appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, boss. I believe you. As for that kid, just ignore his lies. After hearing this, the boss finally breathed a sigh of relief and a smile reappeared on his face, but he still glanced at Qin Fei's expression from time to time, fearing that he would suddenly change his expression. Soon, the two arrived at the stone cutting room together. The boss hurriedly called the stone cutting master over. This is Mr. Qin. When you cut the stone later, you must be careful and cautious. Don't make any mistakes. The boss reminded him considerately. The stone cutting master glanced at Qin Fei, a smile on his face, and nodded repeatedly to greet him. Naturally, he did not dare to slack off at all. He respectfully took the raw stone in his hands and then put it on the stone cutting machine. Mr. Qin, it might be a little noisy in here. You can just watch from outside through the glass. When the machine was about to be turned on, the stone cutting master gave a special reminder. Qin Fei shook his head and said, just let me watch here, it's okay. Okay, I'll start now. The master nodded with a smile, then turned on the machine. As the roar of the machine sounded, Qin Fei's heart rose to his throat. He stared at the raw stone intently, looking forward to the surprise that was about to appear. He also wanted to know whether it was because he was not skilled enough or because most of Yifan's skills were stolen and he made a mistake. Time passed by minute, and the sound of the machine cutting echoed in the room. Qin Fei became more and more nervous, and even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It's not that he is afraid that the 9 million will be wasted, but the result of the stone cutting will determine whether Yifan's great fortune can be cut off today. The boss was also focused, staring at the raw stone without blinking, his heart also full of anticipation, and of course, nervousness. If the price goes up, you can breathe a sigh of relief. If it's cut off, then I probably won't be able to do my business here anymore. Finally, after a sharp sound, a part of the original stone was cut off. The stone cutter stopped the machine and carefully examined the cut. Qin Fei and the boss also eagerly came over. Only a hint of purple was revealed at the cut. Although the area was not large, the color was warm and the texture was delicate, shining an intoxicating light under the light. Green! Green, the boss shouted excitedly, secretly worried for himself, but luckily he didn't mess it up. Qin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He knew that this was just the beginning and that even bigger surprises might be yet to come. The stone cutting master continued to operate the machine, not daring to cut too fast. As time went by, more and more purple jade appeared, and the purple color became more and more intense, as if it was about to flow out. Even though Qin Fei already had a $1 trillion fortune to inherit, it was still difficult to suppress the excitement of witnessing with his own eyes that he had bought a piece of raw stone at a high price. Finally, the entire rough stone was unlocked. A huge piece of violet jade appeared before everyone. The color is bright and the waterhead is full, it is the best. Mr. Qin, congratulations! This is truly a peerless piece of jade. The boss was so excited that his voice trembled, and there was a hint of pride in his eyes. Qin Fei's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. It seems that Yifan's treasure appraisal skills have failed. After the surprise wore off, he waved to the boss and called the stone cutter over, spread the word later that this stone is a failure and there's nothing inside. Do you understand? Chapter 39. You're the only one who knows how to show off. The boss was confused by his words. Mr. Qin, you mean that there are rules at the venue that prohibit selling rough stones early today, right? Not really, I have my own intentions. Xin Fei said casually. The boss didn't dare to ask more questions and just nodded in agreement. Don't worry, young Master Qin. If anyone asks me later, I'll just say that this rough stone was scrapped and there's no jade inside. Well, I'll leave this piece of jade with you after it's cut. I'll go take a look around. Xin Fei greeted him, turned around and left, returned to the venue, and started walking around the shelves. Brother Xin Fei, do you also know how to gamble on stones? Lin Shirin caught up from behind. She didn't follow when the stone was just being cut, so she didn't know that Xin Fei had already opened a piece of violet jade worth tens of millions. How could I know this? Xin Fei said seriously, compared to Yi Fan, I'm just a layman. Lin Shirin got angry when she heard the name and said disdainfully, TSK, how can he compare to you, brother Xin Fei? If he was really that capable, would he be a security guard? Would he have to queue up even to get in? Is that so? He. Xin Fei smiled and didn't explain much, I'm just taking a look. Who knew, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan appeared out of nowhere. Oh, it seems that you still have some self-awareness about yourself. Didn't I just tell you that the stone couldn't possibly produce green? You wouldn't listen. Didn't you lose all the 9 million? Out of green is a general term. It means that the raw stone has been cut and there is jade inside, not the color of the jade. Xin Fei turned around and looked at his confident look, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This crooked-mouthed guy doesn't even know his own abilities, which have been stolen by himself, yet he's still pretending to be cool. He suppressed his laughter and said with an expression of deep regret, Oh, I really regret not listening to Brother Yi just now. I didn't get a single cent out of that broken stone. 9 million is gone just like that. If I use this 9 million to hire you as a security guard, I'll pay you a salary that will last you till you die. After hearing this, Yi Fan was choked and almost vomited blood. The smile on his face froze and his old face became hot. However, he soon started playing AQ again. I couldn't stop sneering in my heart, why was I pretending? Do you really think that I, Yi Fan, am an ordinary security guard? The world I have seen is a peak that you will never be able to reach in your lifetime. Of course, he knew he had to keep a low profile now, so he sneered, pretending to be indifferent. As a playboy, you should just enjoy eating, drinking and having fun. Why do you have to get involved in this line of work? If you don't have the skills, don't take on such a job. After saying that, he glanced sideways at Lin Shirin next to him. But he only glanced at her and pretended that he had no intention of contacting her at all. A hint of pride appeared on his face again, and he continued to say to Xin Fei, for others, gambling on stones may be a gamble, betting on one's own skills, betting on whether the boss will lie, and betting on one's luck. But for me, if I like a piece of jade, it's impossible for me not to be able to cut it. The most I can do is just a matter of how much profit I can make. So, being able to gamble on stones means that in time, you will be able to have a net worth of billions, have endless connections and resources, and have an infinitely bright future. Naturally, he said these words to Lin Shirin, who was standing next to him. But when he turned his head and glanced at Lin Shirin, he found that the woman did not agree with him and did not even look at him twice, which made him feel even more unhappy. Since there was no point in talking, there was no point in wasting time here. He turned and walked away. But after walking 2 steps away, the more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. He turned half his body sideways and said to Xin Fei, I advise you not to shop around anymore, lest you fall for another rough stone and get ripped off for tens of millions. Even if you have a fortune, if gambling gets involved, it won't be long before the Qin family collapses. After saying that, I finally felt much better. He then put his hands behind his back and walked away slowly, like a hermit teaching his young apprentice. Xin Fei rolled his eyes at his back. You are the only one who knows how to show off. He came up to me and said those things on purpose, just to show off how great he is in front of Lin Shirin and leave a good impression on her. What's all this talk about more connections and a bright future? Why don't you just say you're the perfect live-in son-in-law? That's bullshit. Phew. Lin Shirin couldn't help laughing out loud when she heard this. She hadn't figured it out yet, but Yi Fan suddenly came up to her and said those incomprehensible words. What was he trying to do? Now, I understand it instantly. It's really depressing. She snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Brother Xin Fei, if we ignore him, he will just pretend to be stupid. Don't even mention the question of how much he makes. Even if he buys all the rough stones here, the money he makes after cutting them will not be as much as your family makes in a year. I really don't know what he has to be so proud of. Puff. Yi Fan, who had not walked far yet, felt as if a shit stirrer had stabbed his throat after hearing this, and felt nauseous and uncomfortable. He couldn't understand why he had done a very good job just now, behaved like a gentleman, and had a dignified and graceful manner, but why couldn't Lin Shireen see it? It must be that bastard Qin Fei's fault. Just wait. When the conference starts, let all the upper-class people in Jiangcheng see my shining points. But Qin Fei, that kid, loses money every time he opens a business. This second-generation rich guy who only knows how to squander his family's wealth will only bring him shame. I don't believe that you will still protect him like this when the time comes. After thinking about this, he suddenly felt relieved. His standard evil, contemptuous and arrogant sneer that looked down on the whole world appeared on his face again. Qin Fei had already visited more than a dozen shelves in a row, as if he was taking a tour of the sites. He only stayed in front of each shelf for less than a minute before moving on to the next one. The bosses greeted each other politely, and Qin Fei also responded with a smile. He did not make any transactions, but he secretly memorized all the raw stones that could produce jade. More than half an hour later, all the guests entered the venue. The conference was about to begin. Qin Fei lost interest and walked to the guest seats with Lin Shireen to take their seats. At this time, the host of the conference also turned on the microphone. Dear guests and friends, hello everyone. Welcome to this Jade Appraisal Conference. At this moment full of anticipation and surprise, I am deeply honored to be here to host you. Chapter 40. You gave me your face. When the host's voice sounded, the people who were originally wandering around outside hurried back one by one and found their seats according to their numbers. For this conference, we are fortunate to have invited top experts and experienced collectors in the industry. They will use their professional vision and rich experience to unveil the mysteries behind jade for us. The host is still speaking in an official tone and saying meaningless words. I now declare that this Jade Appraisal Conference officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of applause in the venue. It was sparse and did not seem to be a show of support. The host was not surprised and continued to explain enthusiastically. Before we begin, let me first introduce the rules of this conference to you all, and of course, there are some prizes. It is nothing more than taking the high-priced jade and raw stones that could not be sold before to the exhibition stand for auction. Or some collectors may put some fine jades in their collection for valuation, appreciation, and consignment. Qin Fei almost fell asleep while listening. He came here today with only one goal, which was to humiliate Yi Fan, that crooked-mouthed bastard, and destroy his reputation. Before entering the venue, he was not completely sure. But now, after seeing Yi Fan's ability fail, he is already confident. He looked around idly. What's the matter, Mr. Qin, are you looking for me? Suddenly a bubbling sound came from behind. He turned around and saw that it was Yi Fan, and realized that this guy was invited by Lin Wanqing to select stones for the Lin family. No wonder he was qualified to sit in the second row. Unfortunately, Lin Wanqing didn't know at this time that this guy's gambling stone skills had fallen to the level of a novice. I like women. Why would I look for someone like you who has no breasts and no butt? Qin Fei said with a smile. Yi Fan almost choked to death and wanted to slap Qin Fei and beat him to pieces. But now Mr. Lin is still by his side, so he must remain calm and gentlemanly. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and force a smile. The Qin family has been a family business for 100 years, and it is really not easy to raise a young master like you. Qin Fei was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned his head to look at Elder Lin and respectfully called out, "Old master." Well, Elder Lin nodded. Xiao Fei, I just heard Yi Fan say that you spent 9 million to buy a piece of rough stone, and then cut it into pieces? Ah. Ha, I dare not hide it from you, old man. Actually, that piece of raw stone is not wasted after being cut. I made a little profit. Qin Fei said. However, after hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but sneer. Master Qin is so angry that he's trying to swallow his anger. He doesn't want to lose face, does he? I just went to ask the boss about it, and also asked the stonecutter. It has been confirmed that there is no green in the rough stone at all. Although it only took a few minutes to lose 9 million, this 9 million is nothing compared to your Qin family's wealth. Why should young Master Qin deceive himself? Besides, Mr. Lin is also a family friend of your Qin family. How could you even lie to your own people? He spoke in a sarcastic tone, just wanting to make Qin Fei lose face. Qin Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, Actually, I was just teasing you when I said it didn't come out. It did come out, and it's a violet jadeite. It should be worth 50 or 60 million. He knew Yi Fan would not believe it at all, so he told the truth directly at this moment. After all, in the original setting, Yifan is not only arrogant, but also very conceited. He is very confident in his ability to appraise treasures. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yifan sneered. Since young Master Qin is so skilled at appraising treasures, how about we have a competition? Xin Fei became interested immediately after hearing this. You gave it to me with your own face. If I don't slap you a few times, I'll be doing a disservice to your evil crooked mouth. Let us act. Brother Yi, you're bullying me when you say that. I've never been to a quarry, and I don't know much about jade. How can I compare with you? Really? Yifan sneered in his heart, if you wanted to understand me, I wouldn't have come to you. He immediately praised him and said, Mr. Qin, you are too modest. You cut a piece of rough stone worth 50 million with just one move. This shows that you are very talented. How about we make a bet and see who can find a rough stone in just 5 minutes and guarantee that it can be cut and increased in value? What do you think? The stakes don't need to be high. Whoever loses should kneel down and kowtow 3 times. What do you think? After hearing this, Xin Fei couldn't help but laugh in his heart. You fucking said that. Whoever changes his mind is a dog. If I could make this kid kneel down and kowtow 3 times in front of me, wouldn't he be so angry that he would die? Keep acting. Although I, Xin Fei, am not a famous person, I am still the young master of the most prestigious family in Jiangcheng. If I kneel before you in front of so many people, wouldn't that be a disgrace to our Qin family? Yifan sneered in his heart, what he wants is to embarrass your Qin family. What's the big deal? It's just a small bet. There's no need to take it so seriously. Or does young Master Qin want to just admit defeat? Alas. Xin Fei looked conflicted. Alright, since Brother Yi wants to play so much, I'll risk my life to accompany you. How about Mr. Lin testifying for us? Okay. Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he finally agreed. I thought bitterly, when you become the laughingstock of the entire Jiangcheng, I wonder if Su Qingxue will still be with you. Chapter 41 I really know how to gamble on stones. Seeing Qin Fei agree so easily, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This child is still a little immature. He had seen Yifan's abilities. In addition to his extraordinary medical skills, he was also very strong in martial arts, and his skills in gambling on stones were even more perfect. As for Qin Fei, he had grown up with him. How could he not know what he was capable of? Not to mention gambling on stones, he doesn't even know how to read the skin or how to cut it. How can he possibly beat Yifan? If you accept this bet, you will definitely be humiliated. Xiao Fei, if I were to ask you to bet, forget it. You two should just sit still and watch the fun. Xin Fei was stunned when he heard this. He knew that the old man must have said this because he was afraid that he would suffer a loss. But such a good opportunity can't just slip away like this, right? Brother Qin Fei, let's not gamble with him. At this time, Lin Shirin also started to persuade. That's what he does. Isn't this just using what he's good at to bet on what you're not good at? What's the point of betting with such a scoundrel, she said angrily. Qin Fei laughed in surprise. Mr. Lin, Enin, don't worry, I really know how to gamble on stones. Phew. Seeing this, Yifan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was just worried that Qin Fei would take advantage of the situation and admit defeat. He's still trying so hard to save face. He immediately sneered, Qin Fei, if you can't do it, don't force it. Just lower your head and admit defeat. I won't force you to kneel down and apologize. As for what you just said, that you could win the bet and make tens of millions with just one move, we can just treat it as a joke and let it go. After all, sometimes, for the sake of face, it's understandable to say something flattering. No one here will laugh at you. How about you just admit your mistake to Mr. Lin and say that you shouldn't have lied to him, and then our bet will be void. After he said that, he deliberately cast a disdainful look at Qin Fei, just to provoke Qin Fei. In his impression, a second-generation rich man like Qin Fei, who only knows how to spend money and has no brains, would definitely refuse to admit defeat for the sake of face. Looking at his smirk, Qin Fei couldn't help but understand that he was trying to provoke him. I really can. Qin Fei pretended to be fooled and said seriously, I think Brother Yi is very confident. Have you ever thought that it will be you who kneels down? Ha ha ha. Yifan couldn't help laughing, you really have great ambitions. When the time comes to kneel down, don't roll the knife. It's a deal. Qin Fei agreed on the spot. Soon, the host had finished explaining all the activities to be carried out today. Next, there was an appreciation program of some famous collectors' collections, and the items on display were all large items of great value. Xin Fei was not interested, he didn't need the money. Okay, now we're moving on to the second part of this conference. Please return to the venue and choose your desired rough stone. Anyone who can mine jade can bring it to the booth to register. The person with the highest price will win the first prize of this conference. Not only will their principal be reimbursed, but there will also be a mysterious grand prize waiting for them. As soon as the words fell, many people began to stand up and walked out of the small meeting place and headed outside. Please come in. Yifan smiled, stood up and made a pleased gesture to Xin Fei, looking very polite. Xin Fei chuckled, too lazy to pay attention to this pretentious guy, and turned around and left. Yifan shrugged indifferently, turned his head and gave Lin Shirin a polite smile. Lin Shirin rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Brother Xin Fei, wait for me. Ha ha. Yifan sneered. He had long anticipated this kind of humiliating scene. But it doesn't matter. He has great confidence. It won't be long before you will be able to use the least money, bring the most jade, step onto the exhibition stand, and stand out from the crowd. You will become the focus of the whole audience. By then, she will definitely change her prejudice against me. What does this little bit of forbearance mean at the moment? The one who laughs last is the winner. Grandpa, do you want to join us? He turned around and asked Lin Wancheng next to him. You guys go ahead. I'll chat with Lao Lu for a while. Lin Wancheng smiled. By the way, if Xiao Fei really loses later, you should let him go. The smile on Yifan's face obviously froze. This old thing. He is really a traitor. If you hadn't invited me here today, would I have suffered so much humiliation? I was kind enough to help your Lin family select jade raw materials, but you turned your heart towards outsiders. Humph, in that case, when I destroy your Lin family in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless and turning my back on you. He thought bitterly and already had the intention to kill. But he quickly put on a smile again. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I won't argue with that dandy. However, if he keeps provoking me, I won't give in. Go ahead. Lin Wancheng watched him leave and sighed helplessly. I hope Xiao Fei won't be so stubborn about saving face later. Conference venue. There were crowds of people, some bargaining, some asking about the pit entrance, some discussing, some exploring rocks with lights. It was very lively and bustling. The bosses were all busy and smiling from ear to ear. The Jade Appraisal Conference is held only once every 3 years, and the transaction volume each time is astonishing. One can even say that if you don't open for 3 years, you can make enough money to eat after reopening. So, everyone was very enthusiastic and answered every question. Of course, there was no guarantee that the answers were true. After all, gambling on stones is just like going to an antique market. Once you make a purchase, they are only responsible for collecting the money. Whether the price goes up or down is none of their business. Brother Xin Fei, I don't like it here. It's too noisy. Let's go out and play? Lin Shirin pulled Xin Fei's arm and begged with her big eyes blinking. Xin Fei turned his head and looked at her. She looked so pitiful and aggrieved, as if she would burst into tears on the spot if he didn't agree. He was speechless. This girl really has the makings of an actress. She can act in any role. Of course he knew that Lin Shirin was worried about him, so she made an excuse that she didn't like the noise here. What a considerate woman. Much better than someone like Su Qingxue who only knows how to turn her face away. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After hearing this, Lin Shirin's eyes were about to bloom with smiles. Brother Xin Fei is praising me, hee hee. In Brother Xin Fei's heart, I am indeed much more important than Su Qingxue. He likes me. Are you going or not? She pouted and acted coquettishly, pulling Xin Fei's arm and shaking it. Xin Fei shook his head and was about to say that he could do it. As a result, Yifan came up with a piece of raw stone. Master Qin hasn't chosen the rough stone he likes yet? Are you planning to escape? Chapter 42. You will all regret it, Yifan said it. Xin Fei rolled his eyes inwardly when he saw him coming closer again. This pretentious guy is really a dogskin plaster. He was laughing in his heart, but still had a smile on his face. Brother Yi is really amazing. It only took a few minutes and he already found a good jade? I'm not like Brother Yi. I don't have a keen eye, so I can only pick them one by one. Yi Fan laughed secretly. It doesn't matter, Mr. Qin, just choose, I'll wait for you. Of course, if you're not sure, you can ask me. It's not shameful to admit defeat. You only need to kowtow once and a half. Alas. Qin Fei sighed. Brother Yi has seen through it again. I'm really not sure. How about this? How about we play 2 out of 3? We each choose 3 rough stones. Whoever estimates the jade with the highest value wins. How about that? I'm fine with anything. Yi Fan acted very generously. I sneered in my heart. There are still 3, so what if there are 10? For a layman like you, the more you buy, the more you will lose. As he spoke, he picked up the rough stone in his hand and shook it in front of Qin Fei. I have already selected the first piece. Wait for you to select one too. After opening the first piece, we will go and select the second piece. Okay, then I'll just pick one at random. Qin Fei smiled, turned around and picked up one from the stall without even going through the process of choosing. Seeing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but sneer again. Mr. Qin, you are a billionaire after all. Isn't it a bit beneath your status to pick a raw stone worth 200,000? He sneered. No matter how much money you have, you should be frugal, right? Qin Fei smiled. Brother Yi, how much did you pay for this? Yi Fan's smile froze. 3,005. Phew. Qin Fei really couldn't hold it in anymore. Lin Shireen also rolled her eyes. She really didn't know how he had the nerve to say that. The boss next to him couldn't help laughing. You spent 3,500 yuan to buy a broken stone, and then turned around to mock others who spent more than 200,000 yuan. What a weirdo. Seeing this, Yi Fan was not annoyed, and still had a confident smile on his face. Laugh. Once the stone is released, see if you can still laugh. I fell in love with this piece of raw stone as soon as I entered the market. It was flashing with green light, a very rich green light. Don't be fooled by the price of only 3,500 yuan, but it is thick in flesh and thin in skin. Once it is opened, it will definitely be worth hundreds of millions. The piece in Qin Fei's arms didn't even have a bit of light, it was just a piece of waste stone. Mr. Qin, do you want to go first or me? He was still very polite, with his back straight, a smile on his face, and extraordinary confidence. As for the sarcasm and ridicule from the people around him, it was just a passing breeze to him. Because he knew that it wouldn't be long before all of them would look at him differently. As for the stinking Qin Shao they are praising, he will soon be slapped in the face. So, why should you get angry with a bunch of ordinary people with flesh and blood? He is Yi Fan, a person who is destined to stand at the top of the pyramid in Zhangchang. There is no need for him to bother with a group of vulgar people. You go first. Qin Fei stretched out his arms towards the stone cutting room. I'll hold it for a while. After all, I spent 200,000 to buy it. Even if I can't get the jade out, I can at least fantasize about it for a while, right? He. Yi Fan sneered, and without saying anything else, he strode towards the stone cutting room first. The corner of his mouth showed his signature evil sneer. Soon, all of you will be shocked by the way I look at you. Master, please help me cut this raw stone. After entering the stone cutting room, he nodded to the stone cutting master with a very polite smile on his face. This is called respecting the wise and humble. As the almighty Dragon King, he always remembered his identity. These people were ordinary people, while he was the almighty emperor. He looked at them as an emperor looked at his subjects. Even though you are looking down on others, there should be love in your eyes. Only in this way can you show your style. From a very early time, he required himself to be generous and decent. This is the self-cultivation of a Dragon King. Master Jieshir looked at his smile and couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, is this guy mentally ill? Why is he looking at me like that? I'm not gay. Master, cut it. Be careful when you cut it later. Smooth the skin first, don't cut it directly. The stone cutting master has been working here for more than 30 years. In fact, in many cases, he can tell at a glance whether some raw stones can produce green. The rough stone that this guy handed to her looked very round and large on the surface, and even had a window deliberately opened in the crack, with a lot of bright green inside. However, relying on his experience, it is not difficult to see that this piece of raw stone only has some green in the place where the window is opened. The rest of the place is solid, and may even be covered with cracks, making it impossible for it to increase in value. Young man, how much did you pay for this stone? He thought Yi Fan was quite polite. Although that polite smile made people look a little uncomfortable, he still wanted to remind him out of kindness. Yifan thought that this master was also a connoisseur, so a confident smile appeared on his face. He said proudly, "It didn't cost much, only 3,500 yuan. Master, can you see that although this stone is very cheap and the location of the window looks very deceptive, it can actually produce a deep green jade?" Upon hearing this, Master Jiesher frowned again. "Young man, are you sure you can get a big green? If you have this mentality, you might be disappointed. But the piecing young Master Qin's hand might turn out green." Upon hearing this, Yifan sneered in disdain again. He finally understood. It turns out that this stone-cutting master is in cahoots with Qin Fei. He must have realized that the value of his raw stone would increase dramatically, so he repeatedly stopped it. "Humph, I have sharp eyes, how could I be fooled by such a trick of his? As for Qin Fei, he is just useless." Seeing that Master Jiesher hadn't started yet, he became a little impatient and said, "Master, just do as I say and start with polishing the skin." Seeing this, Master Jiesher said nothing more. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. I really don't know where this kid got his confidence from. Some people insist on smoothing the skin first, but in fact, this only smooths the surface layer. Once it's cut open, there's nothing but junk inside, no green at all. But the customer is God. Since they said so, I can only agree to it. Okay, then I'll start with this side as you said. Well, don't worry and grind it. It will definitely increase in value. Yifan had a confident smile on his face and was already a little impatient. Chapter 43 Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why don't you pay the money first? Master Jiesher looked at his expectant face and withdrew his hand. Although he is quite accurate in judging stones, he is also quite accurate in judging people. Like the guy in front, everything on his body is not worth more than a few $100s, and he only chose the cheapest grade of raw stone worth 3,500 yuan. He might end up gambling his entire fortune. Once this stone is opened, if I don't have the money to pay for the stone cutting fee, won't I suffer a huge loss? Yifan was stunned for a moment, feeling humiliated in an instant, and said unhappily, "Master, what do you mean? Once this piece of jade is opened, it can be sold for at least tens of millions. How can I afford to pay you a few dozen yuan for the stone cutting fee?" The master said, "That's hard to say. If you cut it, it will be a waste stone. Also, my fee is not in the tens of dollars range. Even if I cut it in the middle, it will be $500. For someone like you who wants to smooth the edges first, it'll cost an extra 500 yuan. In fact, it didn't cost that much, just adding 200 yuan would be enough, but the stone cutter didn't like him, so he simply removed a zero for him, and cut and polished it, increasing the price from 700 to 1,000. 1,000 yuan? Yifan's face turned dark, and he was about to blurt out, "Why don't you go and rob?" But, turning around, he saw Lin Shirin still watching, and there were a bunch of onlookers nearby, so he had to swallow his words back. Although this 1,000 yuan is nothing compared to his wealth. However, when he returned to China this time, he only brought 10,000 yuan with him. The original intention was to prove to the brothers in the organization. Of course, the key point is to prove to the sisters in the organization that she can start with 10,000 yuan and then make hundreds of millions in less than a month. After all, they were all his planned targets. Not only did he have to leave them far behind in terms of military strength, but he also had to make them look up to him in terms of wealth and status, and even more so in terms of personal ability. But now it seems, 10,000 yuan is a bit hasty. Rental houses in Jiangcheng are not cheap. He couldn't afford to rent an apartment, so he had to go to the slum area and find a partitioned shared house. However, the rent and deposit together cost him a full 12,000 yuan. Previously, in order to save Su Qingxue, he kicked the door and broke the security window and was arrested. He was released, but he was too embarrassed to ask Lin Wansheng to pay the 4,000 yuan fine for him. It's not a question of how much money it is, but he doesn't want to leave a bad impression on Lin Wansheng because of this mere 4,000 yuan. Out of 10,000 yuan, 5,200 disappeared in an instant, leaving only 4,800. Now, I spent 3,500 yuan on buying stones, 120 yuan on daily necessities, and 60 yuan on food for 2 days. At this moment, all the money he had on him was only 1,120 yuan. If he paid another 1,000 yuan for the stone cutting fee, he would only have 120 yuan left. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he didn't spend 150 yuan to buy that bouquet of flowers when he went to see Su Qingxue yesterday. But even if I only have 120 yuan left on my body, so what? When the conference is over, all the billionaires in the audience come forward respectfully and call him Mr. Yi? Then give yourself a few gold cards and treat yourself as a guest of honor? He muttered to himself for a long time and finally drove away those negative emotions. His unique expression appeared on his face again, an evil smile. Little brother, you can't even afford 1,000 yuan, right? Master Jisher asked when he saw that he had been silent. Pretending that he wasn't being sarcastic, he grinned and revealed 8 big yellow teeth. Although they were yellow, they really didn't have any cavities. Humph. Yifan sneered and took out a stack of bills from his trouser pocket. Then, take out 100 yuan note from it. He took another $10 note. After thinking about it, I took out 2 more 5 yuan notes. Then, he handed over the bill without any regret. Can we open now? He said with a cold face. You are such a snob who looks down on others. I will let you know the price of looking down on me soon. Thank you for your patronage. Please wait a moment. The stone-cutting master took the money, smiled politely for a second, then turned around with a cold face and started the machine. Buzz. There was a roar and a burst of sparks. Everyone put away their smiles and stared at the stone carefully. Do you think it can go up? Based on my experience, this piece is definitely useless. This is a jade appraisal convention. Which stall owner isn't a shrewd person? If they can find something really good, would they spend 3,500 yuan to display it? I actually used this to prop up the table legs, the owner who sold the raw stone to Yifan said directly. He insisted on spending 3,500 yuan to buy this stone from me. Everyone was stunned. Look at that kid, how confident he is. He bought something for 3,500 yuan, and he's spending another 1,000 yuan to cut it open. Could he really have something? At this time, an informed bystander sneered and said, TSK, you don't know yet? That guy is very ambitious. Not only does he want to cut a jade worth tens of millions for just 3,000 yuan, he also wants to use his identity as a security guard to pursue President Su. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present widened their eyes. Is there such a thing? How dare you think that, damn. I remember now. When we were queuing outside the venue, the one who had an argument with young Master Qin, could it be him? Yes, that's the guy. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. In their circle, they have seen many people who want to become phoenixes. But it is the first time I have seen someone like him who wants to marry a billionaire female CEO with the identity of a security guard. Maybe he watches too many TV dramas. He's really handsome. If it were me, I'd be willing to marry him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look over. Yifan also turned around and looked over. I thought that the public had sharp eyes and someone finally discovered his shining points. Then, he saw a woman in her 60s, wearing a cleaning uniform, holding a mop propped up against her chin, with big curly hair and lips that couldn't cover her 16 buck teeth when she smiled, was winking at him with a smile. Yifan couldn't hold it in and almost vomited, and turned around in an instant. Master, please grind it quickly. The stonecutter stopped the machine and pointed at the stone, saying, It's not even as big as an egg, and you've already ground half of it away. How long do you want to continue grinding? Yifan looked down and was stunned. He looked left and right, up and down. The more I look at it, the more confused I become. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I clearly saw that there was a layer of fluorescent green light flashing on the edge of this raw stone, and when I looked deeper, I didn't see any impurities inside. My treasure appraisal skills have never failed before. Why did it fail this time? Looking at the completely broken stone, he was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he figured it out. It must be that the bastard Qin Fei affected my mood and made me unstable, which led to my miscalculation. Yes, that must be it. But it doesn't matter. Best 2 out of 3, I still have a chance. I have just seen the raw stone that Qin Fei was holding. Although it was big, the outer layer was all stone skin, which was 3 centimeters thick, and there was not a trace of light inside. Thinking of this, he finally felt relieved. Oh no. I don't seem to have the money to buy a second rough stone. Chapter 44. What do you think? Thinking of this, Yifan's heart sank and he was completely stunned. He subconsciously touched his pocket and found that there was only 120 yuan left. Forget about buying raw stones. If I don't find a way to make some money, I won't even have enough money to have a meal nearby at noon today. You can't just buy a lunchbox that costs more than 10 yuan to save money like you did the other day, right? If I squat on the roadside and get seen by Old Man Lin, Su Qingshuet, and the others, it will become my black history. What's more, if you can't afford it, it means you lose, and then you have to kneel down and apologize to Qin Fei, the useless second-generation rich kid. That's not just a matter of black history, it's a lifelong stain. As he thought about it, a trace of panic flashed across his face, and his Taoist heart was almost shattered. How could he, Yi Fan, the dignified Dragon King, endure such a great humiliation? His expression changed from green to red. He had countless skills, but he had to fail because of money, and he had to fail because of a second-generation rich guy like this. Isn't it humiliating? Impossible. He would never allow such a situation to happen. That's right. He suddenly realized that he had no money, but Lin Wancheng had plenty of money. It was Lin Wancheng who came to find me, so it shouldn't be difficult to borrow some money from him when the time comes. Isn't it just cutting off a piece of stone? Best of 3 games, I still have a chance. What's more, he had already seen clearly that Qin Fei's piece, which cost him 200,000, was also useless, wasn't it? Thinking of this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the proud smile returned to his face again. This stone doesn't need to be cut anymore, just throw it away. After saying that, he turned to look at Qin Fei. It's your turn. Looking at his relaxed expression, Qin Fei pursed his lips but still couldn't help laughing out loud. You're such a good pretender, aren't you? You messed up, didn't you? What are you laughing at? Yi Fan's old face flushed. Do you know why I bought this piece of waste stone? Oh. Qin Fei opened his eyes. I couldn't help but feel resentful in my heart. This damn pretentious guy, if he messed up, but he still has to make amends for himself, right? Okay, since you like to show off so much, I'll hand you a ladder. If I don't praise you to the sky today, how am I going to make you fall flat on your face when all 3 pieces are gone? He sneered in his heart, but said it out loud. Since Brother Yi did this, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Let me think about it. I see. Brother Yi must have known that my rough stone would be useless, so he just randomly found a stone that couldn't produce jade. He didn't want me to lose so badly, right? When Yi Fan heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. This excuse is quite appropriate. He immediately smiled proudly and nodded. It seems that you are not stupid. To tell you the truth, just after you left, Elder Lin deliberately held me back. He told me to be lenient with you and not let you lose too badly. After all, you are one of the organizers, the young master of the Qin family. The reason I chose this piece of waste stone is not to give you face, but to give face to Mr. Lin. But, as expected of you, Yi Fan, this skill of taking advantage of the situation and showing off is really perfect. Qin Fei's eyes were almost rolling to the sky. There was still a smile on his face. As expected of Brother Yi, you have style. Why don't you be merciful and give me a look at this piece in my hand to see if I can get anything out of it? Yi Fan shook his head. I've already looked at this piece. It won't turn green. Even if it does, it's only on the surface, and there are many cracks. There's no need to crack it. Really? Then, Brother Yi, do you want me to open this piece of jade? Qin Fei continued to ask. If you must ask me, then I can only suggest that you sell it, at least you can get some money back. After all, 200,000 is not a small amount. Yi Fan said impatiently. Oh, Brother Yi means that if we cut it open, we will lose 200,000. Qin Fei smiled. Okay, Master, let's start. 200,000, let's hear it. You. Yi Fan's face darkened again. Is this guy humiliating him? I have to think twice before spending $1,000, but he spent $200,000 to buy it, but said it was just for the sound? Is this guy humiliating himself? Humph, what is so great about having money? It won't be long before all of you here will be crawling at my feet, trembling in fear. He snorted angrily and wanted to go forward and take back the piece of stone he had cut into pieces. Even though it was cut to pieces, he could still sell that little bit of green for 100 yuan. If not more, it would at least be enough for a day's food and even cover the water and electricity bills. However. Okay, Mr. Qin. The stone-cutting master agreed, opened the machine cover, took out his piece of waste stone directly, and threw it aside. Yi Fan's eyes turned fierce. That's my $100. Just throw it away to me like that? He really wanted to pick it up, but there were so many people watching, it would be too embarrassing, so he could only reluctantly look away. I thought bitterly in my heart, very good, this stone-cutting master is already on the list of people who must be killed. Yifan said so. He watched as the stone-cutting master respectfully took the raw stone from Qin Fei's hands, fixed it on the machine, and prepared to start working without even asking for money first. I instantly felt that I was being treated differently. As a security guard, I have to collect money first. But as a man with a net worth of trillions, does he not have to collect money first? Why? The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became. He shouted, "Wait a minute. What are you doing? Shouting? Do you have anything else to say?" Master Jiesher stopped what he was doing and looked at him impatiently. He didn't know why, but he felt disgusted with this pretentious person. His usual friendly tone was gone. Yifan sneered, "Shouldn't you collect the money first?" Puff. Qin Fei couldn't help laughing out loud. I fucking thought he was going to use his ultimate move. "So, you come here? What are you laughing at? Do you think you can save yourself the 1,000 yuan by relying on your status as the young master of the Qin family? Or did this stonecutter deliberately overcharge me the 1,000 yuan? Qin Fei shrugged his shoulders and looked at Master Jiesher, meaning, "I'm too lazy to care about this guy, you talk to him." Master Jiesher understood instantly and said to Yifan, "This entire Tianfang pavilion was built by the Qin family, and everything inside is also owned by the Qin family. I can be considered to be working for the Qin family. So, do you think young Master Qin should pay for using chopsticks in his own home?" Yifan's face turned dark instantly. What's so great about being rich? He crossed his arms and said nothing. The stonecutter glanced at him, ignored him, and started the machine. "Mr. Qin, where do you want to start cutting?" Qin Fei did not answer, but looked at Yifan. "Brother Yi, do you want some advice on how to cut this jade so that I can lose less money?" When Yifan heard this, a hint of confidence and pride appeared on his face again. "Finally reached my comfort zone, hee." He pointed at the rough stone and said, "There's a thumb-sized piece of green on this rough stone, right here at the crack. If you really want to cut your losses, cut it off diagonally from this side and then grind it slowly." Qin Fei took a look at the stone. According to Yifan's meaning, it was the same as the logo of an Apple mobile phone, the part with the gap dug out. "What about the rest?" he asked. Yifan smiled. "The rest? The rest are useless, what are they for? Master Qin, are you still holding on to the illusion of winning this first round? Is that so?" Qin Fei laughed. "Since Brother Yi has said so, then let's not polish the skin and just cut it right down the middle." Chapter 45, Saving Face. Seeing this, Yifan couldn't help but shook his head, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "With such a half-baked look on your face, you still want to make money by gambling on stones? It's not embarrassing enough." Qin Fei completely ignored this and just stared at the stonecutter. He was also a little nervous. After all, he had only used it once, and he didn't want to be lucky. Soon, the stone was cut in half. The stonecutter couldn't wait to open the cover. As the cover opened, a touch of green instantly appeared in front of everyone. It's increased," he shouted excitedly. "Oh my god, it really went up. Full green ice type. Awesome. Awesome. Such a large piece can be cut into at least 5 bracelets, and the remaining can be made into several ring faces. Tsk tisk, it's worth at least 5 million. Young Master Qin is awesome. 200,000 raw stones have increased in value dozens of times." Soon there was an uproar in the crowd, and it felt like the atmosphere was about to boil. The sounds of flattery came one after another. As they were talking, many people looked at Yifan and spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, I seem to remember who said that just now? That this stone is useless? It's so funny." Qin Fei was delighted when he heard the mocking voices. He tried to control himself, waved his hands and said, "Hey, don't say that to me. Didn't I say it myself? I didn't want me to lose too badly, so I let it go and deliberately picked a useless stone. Right, Brother Yi?" Yifan's old face suddenly turned red with shame and he snorted coldly. "Isn't it just a matter of cutting a piece? Even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse. It's just luck. Besides, it's reasonable for a 200,000 yuan rough stone to produce green. It's nothing special. I, Yifan, can take it and let it go. Isn't it just a loss of 1 game? We'll see how it goes after 2 wins out of 3 games. I won't let you win in the next 2 rounds, so you're on your own." After he said that, he shook his hands and walked away with a cold face. Brother Yi, take care. Be sure to choose the right spot and don't lose again. Qin Fei smiled and waved at him from behind. What a great pretender. I'll let you pretend for a while longer, or I'll smash your face into pieces. Phew. Lin Shireen couldn't help laughing out loud. She had been eavesdropping on Qin Fei's thoughts and rolled her eyes a lot. Why didn't Ti realize before that brother Qin Fei is not only a hidden talent, but also a green tea man? However, that sarcastic look is really cute. What are you laughing at? Qin Fei looked at her speechlessly. Hee, I thought of some happy things. As soon as Yi Fan left, the flattering crowd came up to comfort him. Mr. Qin, don't bother with this kind of person. That's right. I don't know where this guy gets his confidence from. He even dares to give instructions to young Master Qin. Master Jieshur also sneered disdainfully. Little did they know that as soon as Qin Xiao entered the venue, he opened a violet jadeite worth tens of millions. If young Master Qin had not specifically instructed him, he would have to say it now to let that guy know who was the real genius in gambling on stones. Mr. Qin, please keep this jade. You can take it to register. Put it there for now and we'll send it over later. Qin Fei smiled, returned the smile to the crowd of onlookers, and walked away with Lin Shireen. Lin Shireen had already transformed into a little fangirl at this time. Brother Qin Fei, you are so awesome. Qin Fei smiled and said, maybe my luck has improved because you're here with me. Really? Lin Shireen laughed. So Brother Qin Fei means that I'm your lucky goddess? Just pretend I didn't say anything. Qin Fei's mouth twitched. Humph, you naughty brother, you are saying one thing and thinking another. You obviously like me very much. Enine also likes brother, and now she likes him even more. Lin Shireen pulled his arm up again, held him in her arms, and walked with him swaying. Qin Fei was a little distracted and felt a little overwhelmed. This girl really is thinking about conquering me all the time. However, the feeling of being complimented by a beautiful woman is really great. Of course, it feels great to make Yi Fan, that pretentious guy, get humiliated. He looked up at Yi Fan. He was not browsing the shelves, but looking around as if he was looking for someone. I couldn't help but feel a little confused. Who are you looking for? Oh my god. He suddenly reacted. It seems like this guy only had 10,000 yuan on him when he returned to China, and he wanted to use this 10,000 yuan to start his own business and become the king of bullying. Tisk he was fined 4,000 yuan yesterday. Now he is paying 3,500 yuan for the rough stone and 1,200 yuan for the cut stone. Could it be that he has no money on him? Qin Fei complained in his heart for a while, but soon reacted. No wonder he looked so pained when he took out a handful of bills to pay, and even took out 120 yuan, wasn't that the last money he had? This is really interesting. He is looking for Mr. Lin to borrow money? When Lin Shireen heard Qin Fei's thoughts again, a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. However, she was also very curious whether it was really as Brother Qin Fei thought. Brother Qin Fei, I suddenly remembered that I have something to tell Grandpa. Can you help me look for him? Qin Fei was stunned for a moment and looked at her in confusion. Let's go quickly. Lin Shireen pulled him and walked in the direction of Yi Fan. Qin Fei had no choice but to follow. And at this time, Lin Wansheng had just finished talking to someone and happened to be walking out of the small meeting place with Qin Jishan. Don't worry too much, Jishan. Although Yi Fan is a bit arrogant, he still handles things properly and won't embarrass Xiaofei. Ha, that kid Qin Fei, he doesn't know anything about gambling on stones. If he really kneels down, where will I put my old face? Qin Jishan said with a dark face. No matter how bad his son's reputation is, he is still Qin Jishan's son. Today is another such occasion, and all the celebrities in Jiangcheng are here. If he lets his son kneel down in public to an unknown and powerless boy, it will be a slap in the face of the Qin family. He said he would never let this happen. Of course, you should spoil your own son. If anyone dares to touch him, you will kill him. He couldn't help but quicken his pace and look around the conference hall. Son, I didn't see it. Instead, I saw Yi Fan walking towards here. Mr. Lin. He came forward and greeted him. Lin Wansheng smiled and said, I was just praising you to Patriarch Qin, and you're here now. How's your bet with Xiaofei going? Yi Fan's old face turned red and he felt embarrassed. Mr. Lin, didn't you just tell me not to let him lose so miserably? So what happened? Lin Wansheng asked. So, I deliberately chose a waste stone as the first thing, letting him win a game first. This way, it won't be too embarrassing if he loses 2 games in a row later. Yi Fan said shamelessly. I told you that you can get things done. Lin Wancheng gave him an appreciative smile. At the same time, my liking for him grew a bit more. Then he added, there are 2 more games left. Go ahead. It would be great if we could draw. He specifically pointed out Yi Fan, hoping that he would be more sensible. After all, he and the Qin family are old friends, and it would be difficult to end the situation if things became too awkward. Yi Fan sneered in his heart. Draw? How is that possible? He wants to make Qin Fei completely lose face today. Mr. Lin, I'll try my best. He smiled. Well, go ahead. Lin Wancheng said, indicating that he could leave. After a few seconds, seeing that he hadn't left yet, she couldn't help but ask, is there anything else? Yi Fan was stunned for a few seconds, and his face quickly turned red. He stammered, Mr. Lin, can you lend me some money? Chapter 46 let him show his true colors today. The smile on Lin Wancheng's face froze in an instant. Almost subconsciously, he glanced at Qin Zhishan. I've been bragging to you for a long time, and you just want to give me a big bomb at the beginning, right? Not to mention him, even Qin Zhishan had a face full of question marks. Although he had never been fond of this arrogant and unreasonable guy who had once caused trouble in his home, he even felt a little disgusted with him. But just now I heard that Lin Wancheng thought so highly of Yi Fan, and even praised him in various ways. What kind of person is he? He is steady, sensible, grateful, careful and courageous, has extraordinary medical skills, and is extremely powerful. Even gambling on stones is a sure thing. He is a genius, and the young generation is really formidable. He even betrothed his granddaughter to Yi Fan. Who is Lin Wancheng? He was a prominent figure of the same era as my grandfather. To be praised so highly by old Lin, he must have extraordinary qualities. At that time, he was thinking in his heart, should he try to put aside his prejudice and get to know this young man again? If it is really as good as Mr. Lin said, then he could use some tricks to win him over to be his son's little follower. After all, I am already 50 years old this year, and I have to think more about my son. But this guy comes right up and asks to borrow money? He has excellent medical skills and is a great gambler on stones, but why doesn't he have any money in his pocket? He couldn't help but wonder if Mr. Lin had been cheated? Not far away, Qin Fei also saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, he really came to borrow money. You were so arrogant just now, but now you've been slapped in the face. Lin Shireen looked at Qin Fei in surprise. Her brother guessed right again. That bastard Yi Fan is indeed a dead liar who can only pretend to be cool. She snorted and strode forward. Grandpa, come here, I want to tell you something. Hey, girl, where are you taking me? Before Lin Wancheng could react, his granddaughter pulled him to a corner. Lin Shireen turned around and took a look. After confirming that Yi Fan had not followed, she snorted and said, Grandpa, did that guy ask you to borrow money? Humph, I think he is a big liar. You must be presbyopic and can't judge people accurately. Lin Wancheng's face turned serious and he said unhappily, what nonsense are you talking about, girl? Grandpa knows that you have a prejudice against him. If you get to know him more in the future, maybe you will change your mind. Tisk, that's right. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes and said with a pout, I really wouldn't have known this if I hadn't met him. This guy is arrogant and rude, and he talks nonsense. Lin Wancheng frowned, where did you get this from? Lin Shireen snorted, do you know why he only bought a rough stone worth 3,500? Why? Lin Wancheng's curiosity was also piqued. Because he only had 10,000 yuan when he returned home, and he was fined 4,000 yuan yesterday, so he can't afford anything expensive. Lin Shireen clenched her fists angrily, and spoke more and more excitedly, blurting out all the information she had heard from Qin Fei's inner voice. After Yi Fan returned to China, he dreamed of starting his own business with 10,000 yuan. It was also said that even though he was engaged, Yi Fan still went to work as a security guard in the Su group, hoping to attract Su Qingshua's attention and win her over. This led to the scene where he made a big fuss in the Qin family. As Lin Wancheng listened, his brows furrowed slightly. Why is the Yi Fan described by his granddaughter different from the one he saw himself? He couldn't help but shook his head and said, Girl, you may have misunderstood him. Yi Fan is a righteous man, how could he be that kind of person? Grandpa knows you don't want to marry him, but you can't discredit him like this, right? I am discrediting him? Lin Shireen pinched her waist angrily. Old man, if you have Alzheimer's, just say so. I'll send you to the best nursing home in the world in advance. If you feel lonely, I'll find you a few little stars to take turns serving you. Puff. Lin Wancheng almost suffocated. You think I'm dying too slowly, right? You damn girl, you have no respect for your elders. He rolled his eyes at his granddaughter in annoyance, put on a stern face and said angrily, hurry up and say what you want to say. Yi Fan is still waiting to borrow money from me. Then let me tell you one more thing. Everyone saw it just now. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Lin Shireen continued. It's obvious that he didn't have enough money to buy something expensive, so he searched the entire store and picked the cheapest one, hoping to make a killing. The boss who sold him the stone said it was for table legs and there's no way it could be opened. But he insisted on buying it, and he swore that the price would definitely go up. When he found out it was a waste stone, he changed his mind and said he was doing it for your sake. He didn't want brother Qin Fei to lose so badly, so he picked the waste stone on purpose. This. Lin Wancheng felt a little confused. Could it be that the boy hid it so deeply that he even deceived himself? Seeing this, Lin Shireen felt stable instantly. He immediately added, Grandpa, you don't know this, but this guy is two-faced. He says one thing in front of people and another behind their backs. What do you mean? Lin Wancheng felt as if he had been stabbed as well. Lin Shireen snorted, we bet on a best of 3 bet. He lost one and then said that brother Qin Fei's piece was also useless and didn't need to be cut. He deliberately lied to make it a draw. But brother Qin Fei's piece was completely green when cut open. It was also icy grade, and worth over 5 million. If I believed his lies, wouldn't I have lost 5 million? Rounding it up, that's 100 million. Really? Lin Wancheng's eyelids twitched, his brows furrowed deeper, and the doubts in his heart became stronger. Did I really make a mistake? He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze became deep and long. In his mind, a movie began to play, replaying everything Yi Fan had done in the past 2 days. It seems that from another perspective. This guy's confidence may also be arrogance. Arrogance can also be arrogance. Being sensible and smooth may also mean being cunning and scheming, able to manipulate people's hearts and cater to their preferences. If this is true, giving in to him would be the biggest mistake of my life. After a few breaths, he suddenly asked, Girl, what else do you know? Tell me everything. If he's really that bad, I'll break off your engagement even if it costs me my life. Really? Lin Shireen was immediately surprised. Look, Grandpa, brother Qin Fei has good stuff every time he makes a move. He made dozens of times the profit, but he's so low-key. He even comforts the damn Yi Fan. But what did Yi Fan say? He said, You're just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, what's the big deal about winning a game? And you were so angry that you just wait and see. How could he not be mad to death? Lin Wancheng's beard trembled a few times. Even though the girl's scolding was a bit weird, why did he always have a feeling that she was right? Grandpa, I've finished talking. Will you still lend him money? Lin Shireen's big eyes were full of anticipation. Lin Wancheng squinted his eyes and thought for a few seconds, then nodded slowly, Lend it, of course I will lend it. After all, his master is my savior. However, this time I lent him the money, firstly to repay the favor, and secondly as a test. If he fails repeatedly, I'll have to reconsider our relationship. Okay, just wait and see. Today I will make him show his true colors. Lin Shireen said confidently. Chapter 47 Yi by Wang, am back again. Ah. Lin Wancheng sighed, you can do whatever you want. Just don't go too far. Okay. Lin Shireen ran away with a smile. She is now completely certain that brother Qin Fei must have some kind of predictive ability and can calculate everything. And I can hear his voice. If the two of them cooperate with each other, how can they not deal with a dead liar who can only pretend to be cool and brag? Lin Wancheng watched her leave and stood there in a daze for a moment. His mind was very complicated. He didn't know whether it was good or bad when he suddenly received this news. He sighed, adjusted his mood, put a calm smile on his face again, and walked back as if nothing had happened. At this time, Yi Fan was waiting alone against the wall, casually scanning the entire conference hall. Looking at the lively crowd, he always felt that he was a little out of place with them. In fact, when he saw the smiles on their faces, he felt a sense of suffocation in his heart. I always feel like those people are laughing at me. Laugh at yourself for not having money, laugh at yourself for being in trouble, laugh at yourself for screwing up, laugh at yourself for being all alone leaning against the wall, without even anyone to keep you company. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart surged again. Wait, I will make all of you stop laughing. And that old bastard Lin Wancheng actually left me here alone for so long. Humph, it's just borrowing some money, and you're trying to avoid it. Do you really think that I, Yi Fan, would care about that little bit of money? Yi Fan, here. Lin Wancheng's voice came, bringing his thoughts back. Mr. Lin. The resentment on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a smile. Can you lend me some money? Yeah. Lin Wancheng nodded, and as usual, he took out a card and handed it over. There's 300,000 yuan on this card. Is it enough? When Yi Fan heard that he had money, he felt relieved instantly. He took it with a smile and said, I'm sorry for the expense, Mr. Lin. I'll keep the money for now. I'll return it immediately after the rough stone is cut. That's not necessary, Lin Wancheng said with a smile, you just returned home, you can tell me if you have any difficulties, there's no need to hold on all the time. Oh, by the way, I heard you're still living in the suburbs. The conditions there are too harsh. When I'm not busy in a couple of days, I'll find you a house in the city. Yi Fan snorted in his heart, you old thing, you finally got it. But who is he, Yi Fan? How could such a powerful figure accept such charity? Naturally, he has to rely on his own abilities to carve out a niche for himself. Otherwise, how can I sound so impressive when I tell the women about my story of how I made my fortune? He immediately declined with a smile, Mr. Lin, you don't have to spend money. After tonight, I will have the capital to buy a house. Mr. Lin, you go ahead and do your work. I have to go select the rough stones. After all, there are still 2 rounds left in the bet between Qin Xiao and me. Go ahead. Lin Wancheng waved his hand to signal him to leave. Yi Fan nodded and left, his face once again showing his signature arrogance and evil charm. I, Yi Fan, am back. You mortals, wait for me to be shocked. Wait to crawl at my feet and tremble. He took the card and didn't put it in his pocket. Instead, he pinched a corner of the bank card with one hand and gently tapped it on the palm of his other hand. His eyes were constantly scanning between the stalls as if he was visiting a museum. Besides looking at whether there is any light blooming inside those stones. It also depends on the price above. The bet he made with Qin Fei was not only about the rise and fall of the price, but also about the value of the cut jade. In other words, if both people have cut out jade, they will eventually have to compare to see whose jade is more valuable. Just now, Qin Fei cut out a raw stone worth 5 million in the first round, which meant that the difference between him and Qin Fei was 5 million. So this time, I must ensure that I can get a jade stone worth more than 5 million. However, he is still very confident in himself. This is a jade appraisal conference, which brings together almost all the most valuable raw stones in the country. Let alone 5 million, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions are child's play. Looking at the card in his hand, he silently thought about filtering out those raw stones that were sure to produce green but were priced too high. At least not higher than 300,000. He doesn't want to borrow money again. He was walking around. Lin Wancheng was secretly watching him. He also wanted to know whether this kid was really capable or just pretending. Similarly, those who knew that Qin Fei had made a bet with him were also watching him silently. It's not that I want to know how powerful he is, I just want to see him make a fool of himself. Before he knew it, many people were following Yi Fan closely. The evil smile on Yi Fan's lips became even more intense. If you want to follow, just follow. Anyway, it will be you who will be slapped in the face later. Boss, I want this rough stone. He pointed to the raw stone on the stall, which was priced at 298,000 yuan. When the boss saw it was him, he grunted and tried to hold back his laughter. He remembered that the raw stone was placed there specially by the organizer. There is only one purpose to deceive. In other words, it is a touchstone. If you are a half-baked person, after seeing this rough stone, you will definitely buy it. Because this raw stone is a replica. Moreover, a lot of jade powder was deliberately mixed in, which is extremely confusing. Especially if you shine a light on the window, you can see a lot of green light inside. Little brother, are you sure you want to buy this? He asked deliberately. Of course, it's not that I want Yi Fan to be cautious, but this line was also required by the program team and I have to ask first. After all, the organizer's purpose in making these fake stones is not to cheat people. Yi Fan raised his eyes to look at the boss. Seeing that he was trying to hold back his laughter, he couldn't help feeling disgusted. Humph, are the people here really helping Qin Fei secretly? However, they are obviously still a little immature. I have already seen for sure that this piece of jade will definitely be green, and it will be a full green, and its value is at least over 50 million. Still want to stop me? No way. Yes, I've got it. This is it. Please pay. He generously threw the card on the counter. Brother Yi, are you sure you want to buy this? At this time, Qin Fei came over from behind and asked with a smile. What? I have money but can't buy it? When Yifan saw that it was him, he instinctively thought that this guy was also going to block his way to wealth, and immediately snorted coldly. Qin Fei shook his head. I just want to kindly remind you that this piece can't be cut into green, please change it. In fact, he was just pretending to be polite, because he knew that Yifan was a very conceited person, and once he made up his mind, no one could change it. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yifan picked up the stone directly, as if he was afraid that it would be snatched away. I want to buy this one. The boss gave him a meaningful look and shook his head slightly. Then I'll swipe your card for you. Once you buy it, there are no returns or exchanges. The password is 6 zeros. There are 300,000 in it, and the remaining 2,000 belongs to you. Yifan threw down the card, picked up the raw stone, and left without looking back. In order to appear more stylish, he walked with determination, chest out, head up, stomach in, and every step he took was resounding. Handsome? Humph, my brilliance will put all of you to shame. Chapter 48. Going to borrow money again? Looking at Yifan's pretentious look, Qin Fei couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're such a good pretender. You're an operator on a doll assembly line, right? I've already done it for you. Poochie. Lin Shireen couldn't help laughing when she heard this. This stinky brother talks in a really perverted way, but it's really satisfying to listen to him. That scumbag Yifan deserves to be scolded. Brother Qin Fei, don't be afraid. I will always be with you from now on. Ah? Qin Fei was puzzled, frowned, and tilted his head to glance at her. What is this? Why does this girl seem so weird? Hee, it's nothing. Lin Shireen smiled playfully, a blush on her face. Brother Cho may not know this yet, but Enin already knows your secret. I'll go to his villa later and make sure to dig out all those messy things and throw them away. But there is something more important right now, and that is to make Yifan, the dead liar, show his true colors. Brother Qin Fei, you must be sure that you can win this second game, right? She suddenly asked. Qin Fei smiled and said, it depends on your luck. He raised his eyes and glanced at Yifan. Seeing that he was very confident, he walked towards the stone-cutting master again. He felt amused. This damn pretentious guy must be trying to save face. Maybe you don't know that the stone is filled with artificial jade powder. He couldn't help but quicken his pace and chase after there. He also wanted to go and see what the crooked-mouthed guy's expression would be when he opened it up and found that it was all gravel powder. And there are many people who, like him, want to watch a good show. Soon, a large crowd of onlookers gathered here, and there were more people than last time. Each of them had a smile on their face, pointing at Yifan and Qin Fei, and whispering something. Yifan sneered at this and didn't bother to pay any attention. Master, help me cut this stone. Hey, little brother is here again? Master Jiesher couldn't help but grin and laugh when he saw him coming back. What? You can't take the business that comes to your door? Yifan snorted coldly and swung the stone forward. Be careful when you cut it. This isn't the same 3,000 yuan stone. There was a hint of pride in his words, and he held his head high, looking very noble. He added, 298,000. Master Jiesher just laughed and said nothing. He has been working here for more than 30 years. What price range has he not seen? 29,000, is that what makes you so proud? He picked up the stone and prepared to put it on the stone cutter. However, when he subconsciously took another look at the raw stone, his expression suddenly froze. Isn't this the touchstone? There were only 5 pieces put up in the whole venue, and there were at least 1,000 people in the venue. How did this kid get them? I really don't know whether to say he is lucky or possessed by bad luck. He really didn't want to remind her. However, the judging panel of the conference has given instructions anyone working here must ask a question if they see anyone buying this kind of stone. He had to say it. Little brother, are you sure you want to cut it open? When Yifan heard the same words, he was stunned for a moment, but soon he couldn't help sneering in his heart. Humph, it seems that he also realized that this piece of land could rise in value. Want to block my way and create conditions for Qin Fei to win? No way. You are all lackeys who curry favor with the powerful. Soon I will let you fully understand what a true keen eye and golden vision are. Just this piece, cut it. He frowned. Today, no one can stand in the way of my rise. The highlight of this Jade appraisal conference can only belong to Yi Fan, and no one can take it away. Okay, then please pay. The stone-cutting master smiled and stretched out his hand to him. Why? I spent 298,000 yuan on the raw stone, can't I afford to pay you 1,000 yuan? Yi Fan got angry on the spot. How can you be so contemptuous? Do you really think I'm a beggar? When Master Jieshe heard this, a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. Collecting the money first and then cutting the stone is a normal operation. Why do you think you are being too contemptuous? Little brother, it's understandable that you're young and full of energy, but if you act like the whole world owes you something, you won't go far. You talk too much. Yi Fan said with a cold face, are you going to cut it or not? If you dare to refuse service, believe it or not, I will complain to you. Why are you so fierce? Someone couldn't stand it anymore. Pay first and then cut the stone. This is the rule. If you don't agree, you don't have to cut it. If you really can't do it, get out. Exactly. You didn't have a penny on you, yet you ran to Mr. Lin with a servile face and borrowed 300,000 yuan, and then you spent it all right away. You look so awesome, don't you? An insider directly exposed him. When Yi Fan heard this, he frowned and turned around to glance at him coldly. What do you care how I got the money? I've already spent 300,000. How could I not have 1,000 to cut the stone? Also, once this rough stone is unraveled, it will be worth at least 50 million. Do you think I'll refuse to pay you? The stone-cutting master shook his head and insisted, please pay first, otherwise leave and don't waste other people's time. Yi Fan wanted to argue with them again, but when he turned around and saw Lin Shireen looking at him from afar, he immediately gave up the idea. Just pay the money. He subconsciously reached into his pocket and tried to take out the card. Although he only had 120 yuan on him, he spent 298,000 yuan on the card given by Mr. Lin, and still had 2,000 yuan left. It's more than enough to pay the stone-cutting fee of 1,000 yuan. However, when he put his hand into his pocket, he suddenly froze on the spot, the anger on his face frozen in place. Broken. I just gave that card to my boss to show off, and told him not to change it. Seeing this, someone nearby sneered, why, you were so arrogant just now, can't you even come up with $1,000? What's the rush? I left my card at the booth. Let me get it back. Yi Fan's old face turned red, but he still looked arrogant. He shook his hands angrily and walked away with big strides. Forbearance is only temporary. Soon, I will be so bright that I won't have to bother with people like this. He thought bitterly, took 2 steps, and suddenly turned back and took the raw stone away. This is the capital with which he started his business. If someone switches it, he will lose it all. He walked very fast, well, he only took 2 steps and then stopped. Because he saw the boss who sold him the raw stone also came over to watch the fun. Boss, where is the card I just gave you? There is still 2,000 yuan in it, he said. The boss's face turned serious. What 2,000? You just said there's 300,000 in this card. No need to change. Puff. When the people who were watching the show heard this, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. There were even some busybodies who directly shouted, are you going to borrow money again? Chapter 49 You are ready to die. When Yi Fan heard this, he suddenly felt his face burning. It felt like being slapped hard a few times and then having pepper spray applied to the wound. It was not only hot and spicy, but also made his entire body bristle and feel extremely uncomfortable. He knew that he had become a joke in the eyes of everyone present. But, so what? It won't be long before they find out that they are the man who amazes the whole audience. In the eyes of those busybodies, this is their own black material. But in my own eyes, this brief shame is nothing more than a little bit of wind in frost. He quickly nuclearized his emotions in his heart, and a hint of pride and unruliness appeared on his face again. There was even contempt in his eyes as he looked down upon the common people. What a domineering attitude! He said weakly. Boss, can't we discuss this? I won't ask you to return all the money, just give me 1,000 yuan back. The boss chuckled and said, sorry, that's not an option. You'll have to figure it out yourself. He had no good feelings towards this young man who had no skills but was still dreaming of getting rich and was extremely arrogant, and he was too lazy to pay any attention to him. You. Yifan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Okay, cut it for him. Lin Wancheng's voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. But there was already a hint of disappointment in his words. He had been watching from above for a long time. The reason he came here now was, firstly, out of friendship, and secondly, he wanted Yifan to give up completely. Hearing this rather majestic voice, many people subconsciously turned their heads. Seeing that it was Lin Wancheng, everyone consciously made way for him to come forward. Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. This man was a prominent figure in Jiangqing's previous generation, and he made his fortune with jade. His words carry a lot of weight in the Jiangnan jade industry, and no one dares to say anything more. Lin Wancheng nodded slightly, walked to the front, and looked at Yifan with a very complicated look. He was also involved in the counterfeiting process of the raw stone, so he could tell it at a glance. He really couldn't understand why Yifan chose this piece, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. When Yifan saw him coming, the anger on his face froze for a moment, but soon it turned into a smile. Mr. Lin. He hesitated, too embarrassed to bring up the matter of borrowing money again. Lin Wancheng nodded and asked, Yifan, are you sure you want to cut this rough stone? Tisk. Yifan said confidently, Mr. Lin, I've already seen this rough stone. It will definitely increase in value, and the estimated value is around 50 million. So, could you lend me another $1,000? Once it's cut, I'll consider this stone a gift from my junior to you. Lin Wancheng sighed inwardly. It seemed that he was not someone worthy of trust. Forget about borrowing money, Xiaolu, just cut it for him. Okay, Mr. Lin. The stone-cutting master nodded, opened the cover and put the stone in. Lin Wancheng said nothing, turned around and walked away. Mr. Lin, don't you want to wait until the cutting is finished before leaving? Yifan shouted behind him. Lin Wancheng didn't answer and was quickly blocked by the crowd. Yifan's face turned dark, and murderous intent suddenly rose in his heart. You old thing, what is so great about being rich? How humiliating to me. You have already committed suicide. He took a deep breath and glared at Master Jiesher with a stern look. Can we open it now? Master Jiesher sighed and said, okay. Yifan snorted and cursed in his heart, you bully the weak and fear the strong. Wait until I, Yifan, become the highlight of the whole audience, and then we'll see how you face me. Buzz. The machine rang. The cutting dust scattered in the hood, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. What do you think, can we cut the price increase? I think it's hanging. If the cutting doesn't increase the size, that guy will have to kneel down before young Master Qin. Ha ha ha. Look at how pretentious he is. I wonder if his back is still so straight when he's kneeling. Amidst the discussions, the cover opened. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Oh my god, why are they all broken? This, so much jade powder? I know, someone suddenly exclaimed. This is the touchstone. The judges deliberately inserted it in there to test whether you have real skills. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Then, everyone's eyes turned to Yifan. Boy, are you dumbfounded? Let you borrow money to show off. At this time, Yifan was completely dumbfounded. My head is buzzing. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. After a few breaths, he suddenly turned around and glared at the stonecutter with a sinister look in his eyes. You must have been holding a grudge, so you deliberately did something bad when you were cutting the stone, shattering the jade inside. Are you fucking crazy? Someone in the crowd couldn't stand it anymore and shouted coldly. This is a stone crushing machine, not a fucking vibrator. How can it shatter jade? You're so surprised you came to the jade appraisal conference. Don't you know there will be a touchstone at the venue? It's fine if you're incompetent, but you're blaming Master Jiesher. How ignorant and stupid. The stonecutter just tried to persuade you, asking if you really wanted to cut it. Mr. Lin was here just now, and he must have seen it at a glance. This is the touchstone, so he asked you this question specifically, but you didn't listen. Now you've lost 300,000, who do you blame? The mocking voices came one after another, and the cold eyes and insults were overwhelming. Shut up, everyone! Yifan suddenly yelled, looking around the entire audience with a gloomy face, his aura full of coercion. The whole audience fell silent in an instant. People like this, who have no money to begin with, borrowed 300,000 yuan to gamble on stones, and ended up losing everything. They must be in a crazy stage. They are all worth a lot of money, and they don't deserve to be bitten by a mad dog. The feeling of the whole audience falling silent at the command made Jifan finally feel like he was back at home. He snorted coldly and glanced at Qin Fei. If I can't cut it, that idiot certainly can't cut it either. So, what is there to worry about? As long as I can cut a jade with a higher price than his in the third round, I will naturally win. His expression quickly returned to normal, but a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. This time, I need to borrow money again. Moreover, I have to borrow 50 million. The only way to turn the situation around is to win the highest bid. He saw that piece of jade as soon as he entered the venue. I had thought that at the last moment, I would use the money I had earned from my previous stone-cutting experiences to buy it, and then astonish everyone with my amazing courage and extraordinary treasure appraisal skills. Now it seems that we have to advance the plan. Thinking of this, he finally felt much better. Then he turned his gaze to Qin Fei and said calmly, "Qin Fei, it's your turn now." Chapter 50. I, the Dragon King, don't want to be cuckolded. Qin Fei watched his expression change from embarrassment to extreme anger, and finally slowly calmed down. He even put on that evil, cold and arrogant look again, with a faint smile and contemptuous eyes. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy must have nuclearized his emotions again. In the original book, things didn't always go smoothly for this guy. But every time he encounters a setback, he will bring the AQ spirit to the extreme. Such as, is being rich such a big deal? Before I returned to China, I, Yifan, was much richer than you. I was tricked by a clown today. In my eyes, the Dragon King, you are all a bunch of ants. I just don't bother to step on you because they are not enough to wear out my shoes. Then that bastard author would bring him all kinds of adventures, making him go from negative emotions to madness. But now, with me here, I will make you crazy, but don't even think about having fun. But if you want to destroy him, make him crazy first. Before the showdown, we have to let this guy show off enough. As the saying goes, lift it high and drop it hard. So he smiled and said, "Brother Yi, I think we should just forget it and call it a day. After all, I don't know how to gamble on stones, so why spend that money, right? Besides, you don't even have $1,000 on you right now. If you want to play the next round, you'll have to borrow money again. How embarrassing, isn't it?" Puff. Yifan felt as if he was stabbed. There's internal bleeding. The point you want to make is that I, Yifan, am a poor bastard who shamelessly borrows money from everywhere, right? Good, very good. Boy, you are ready to die. Once the Qin family is destroyed, I, Yifan, will let you know what it means to be unable to live or die. He snorted coldly, "Do you want me, Yifan, to be a man who goes back on his word?" Now that the bet has been made, there is absolutely no reason to stop it. Although he said this, he was actually feeling resentful in his heart. He has only one goal today, which is to show off his power. My business is not even halfway started, how can I let it fail halfway? Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he can't stop Yifan from stepping onto the Avenue of Stars at the top of Jiangcheng. Stop talking nonsense and go choose your stone. It's like you can cut it up," he said with a cold face. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around couldn't help shaking their heads. You really don't know how to appreciate it. I can't tell. Is it because young Master Qin is being generous and doesn't want you to lose too badly, so he's letting you win on purpose? Still pretending. Why don't you just go work on an inflatable doll assembly line? You. Yifan's face had already turned as gloomy as ink as he listened to the overwhelming ridicule. But he soon took a deep breath, his anger dissipated, and his face regained its evil charm and confidence. He smiled indifferently, put his hands behind his back and raised his neck high. There's no point in saying more. Go and choose the rough stones. Qin Fei sighed, "Well, since Brother Yi insists on doing this, I will just pick one at random, an expensive one, and lose more. I think you should feel better if I lose the 5 million I just earned." Yi Fan's face darkened. "Are you trying to humiliate me? There's no need for that. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I don't believe you can win from the bottom of my heart. Last time you just guessed blindly and hit a dead end. In this last round, I will definitely be able to turn the tables. Today's best player will only be me, and only me, Yifan." He was full of heroic spirit, his expression was invincible, and his aura of kingship filled the whole venue. Xin Fei grinned as he watched. I was just being polite, and you took it seriously? Look at how angry you are. How could I not be so angry that I want you to die? Phew. Lin Shirin couldn't help laughing again and gave Xin Fei a cold look. This stinky brother is too sinister. He seemed to have thought about it before. After beating away Yifan, the pretentious guy, he would come and deal with us little devils. Oh my god, if my brother is so mean to Yinin, what should I do if Yinin can't stand it and falls completely for him? That is too happy, hee hee. The more she thought about it, the more she looked forward to it. Her big eyes beneath the sunglasses were already blossoming with peach blossoms, and her arms involuntarily wrapped around him, hugging him tightly. Feeling the warmth and softness, Xin Fei glanced at her sideways in confusion. This girl, why is she suddenly squeezing so tightly? Her arms are almost breaking, okay? Please, can you be more reserved? Who can resist holding you so tightly? Playing a three-legged tripod in public is not a good thing. He let out a breath and quickly threw those messy thoughts out of his head. Yinin, stop making trouble, let's go pick some stones. He pulled out his arm reluctantly and strode ahead. Seeing him running away, Lin Shirin curled her rosy little lips and chased after him with a smile. Humph, you are a duplicity guy. I know you can't escape from Yinin's control. Crunch. Behind him, Yifan looked at the two people walking away one after the other, like a shadow, with a dark face and chattering teeth. I feel like my back teeth are broken. That's Yifan's fiancée. She was actually hugging that loser, smiling so sweetly at him, and following him around like a shadow. Hawk. He screamed in his heart, am I, the Dragon King, going to be cheated on? I don't want to become a cuckold. Xin Fei, just wait for me. I originally wanted to let your Qin family survive for more than a month, but now it seems that within half a month, no, within a week, I, Yifan, will destroy your Qin family. But today, I have only one goal, which is to come out on top and become the most dazzling man in the audience. As for the others, why not just endure it for a while? Just a little bit of wind and frost. While he was in a nuclear physics and chemistry mood, Xin Fei had already walked to the raw stone worth 5 million. Many people have come to see this rough stone, but they all shook their heads and left in the end. Because the skin of this raw stone is too thick. The total diameter is 10 centimeters. The windows on the front and back alone are 4 centimeters deep, and only then can a hint of red be seen. And it doesn't look chicken blood red, just light pink. This kind of jade is of poor quality and has a small filling and thick skin. Even if the quality of the jade inside is top-grade chicken blood jade, its market price is only 3 to 5 million at most. If the inside is light pink or even has cracks, then you will lose all your underwear. So, no one has a choice at all. At this moment, seeing Xin Fei standing in front of the stall and the people who came to watch the fun, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Someone couldn't help but remind him, Mr. Qin, do you really want to lose 5 million? It's 10 centimeters in diameter, with 2-centimeter windows on each side. It's difficult to expand. Another person followed up. It's not worth it for a pretentious criminal who is too obsessed with face. Xin Fei laughed secretly in his heart. For him? I just want him to die now. This stone is highlighted in the original book and is listed as a chapter title. It seems to be called, well, one knife creates 1,000 waves, and 2 women fall in love. Ugh. Xin Fei almost vomited thinking about such a silly name. However, it does not prevent him from using the information in the original work. The thing inside this stone is of great significance. But he said, alas, Yifan is a high-spirited young man after all, we can't let him lose too badly. If this leaves an indelible shadow in his heart, won't he live in darkness for the rest of his life? He said with a smile, and swiped the card, boss, this is it. Chapter 51 I, Yifan, am the man who laughs last. After these words were spoken, the people around couldn't help but shake their heads. Master Qin, you are still too kind. If it were me, I would give him 2 slaps in the face and then have the security throw him out. 5 million, just to give him face, but do you think he appreciates it? I don't know who brought this kind of person in. I feel embarrassed just sitting in the same place with him. The sounds of ridicule became louder and louder, and the scene became extremely noisy. Xin Fei listened and smiled slightly, while his eyes secretly glanced at the camera above his head. As a veteran, he knew that there were more than 100 cameras installed in the entire conference hall, and the surveillance screens covered 3 walls, allowing for clear details in every corner, and they also had recording functions. At this moment, standing in the monitoring studio were a group of veterans, monitoring the entire scene. The purpose is to select a suitable successor. Among them is the leading figure in the jade industry, Lin Wancheng. In the original book, he was staring at Yi Fan the whole time. Yi Fan, with his unique skills in gambling on stones, amazed the audience time and time again, and won the favor of all the senior people. They praised him a lot, and then treated him as a guest of honor. Some people even sent their daughters and granddaughters to befriend him. As expected, Lin Wancheng must be watching at this time. I just don't know what expression old man Lin would have after seeing this. And the moment he raised his head and stared at the camera, Lin Wancheng's eyes froze inexplicably in front of the surveillance screen. Especially when he heard the sentence, "I don't know who brought it in," his face flushed. He sighed endlessly. "I brought Yi Fan here today on purpose because I have high hopes for him." However, after several confrontations between Yi Fan and Qin Fei, the disappointment in his heart became more and more intense. When I first met Yi Fan, that guy really left a deep impression on me. Not only did he cure his hidden illness that had plagued him for years with just one move. You can also tell at a glance which mine the raw stones you have at home came from and what types of jade can be mined from them. Although he was a bit arrogant when speaking, it was understandable that such a young talent would be frivolous. But now, he suddenly discovered that Yi Fan in front of him seemed like a different person. When making a bet with Qin Fei, he was extremely conceited and refused to admit his loss. "I have no money and come to borrow money, but I don't express my sincere gratitude. Let us not talk about it. As an old man, I don't want to argue with a younger person." However, after 2 bets, a total of 3 raw stones have been opened, and Yi Fan has not guessed any of them. Even the touchstone could not be seen. Does this mean that the gambling stone skills that Yi Fan displayed before were truly a case of a blind cat catching a dead mouse? Lin Wancheng, as one of the older generation of leading figures who has lived for more than 70 years and has been influential in the entire Jiangqing for more than 50 years, how sharp is his vision? Especially in this short hour, the hatred and murderous intent that Yi Fan inadvertently revealed several times did not escape his eyes. Combined with Yi Fan's actions from queuing outside the venue to entering the venue, it can almost be determined. This Yi Fan is not only extremely arrogant, but also extremely conceited, even a little crazy, looking down on others, and has a dark mind. On the contrary, this kid Qin Fei made him look at him with new eyes. In the past 3 years, every time he heard people mention Qin Fei, it was nothing more than the following 2 meanings. One is a prodigal son. The other is a good-for-nothing, lusty liquor. But now it seems that the rumors are a bit biased, and even outrageous. This kid Qin Fei not only behaved extremely magnanimously in the face of Yi Fan's repeated provocations, but also always had a gentle smile on his face. Moreover, after winning the bet, they are all low-key and reserved, not ostentatious and not bullying others. This kind of demeanor is what a successor of a top family should be like. "Zishan, you hit it very well." He turned his head to look at Qin Zishan and said meaningfully. Qin Zishan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he quickly understood that old man Lin was praising him in various ways, saying that he had taught his son very well. Hey, old Qin has plenty of money to spend in his life. If anyone praises him for making money, he will just smile and let it go. But if someone praises his son's excellence, he will be happy for several days. He immediately laughed out loud twice in a rough voice. "What are you talking about, Mr. Lin? Don't you know what kind of character my son is?" Lin Wancheng's beard twitched. "Humph, the corners of your mouth are almost up to your ears, and you're still acting so arrogant." "Ha, nothing can be hidden from the old man's eyes." Qin Jishan laughed twice. "This kid really made me, Qin, proud today, huh?" Over the years, my son has always had a bad reputation. This also caused him, the head of the Qin family, to be secretly bullied many times. Although he always says that he has money, connections and power, and that he can talk nonsense behind his back as long as no one dares to say it to his face, that's all. But he is a father after all. Who doesn't want to hear others give a thumbs up when talking about their son? Unfortunately, he can only fantasize about such things in his dreams. But he really didn't expect what happened today. That kid's performance was really okay, not shameful at all. Although he always looks cheerful on the surface, he can hold on at critical moments. He can even be said to be at ease and calm in the face of emergencies. Whether it is treating people or dealing with things, everything is done just right. This already made him very satisfied. But I didn't expect that this kid would actually gamble on stones. This is such a big surprise. Especially when he heard the compliments from several seniors and bigwigs in the jade industry, he couldn't stop smiling. This brat even kept me, his father, in the dark. He stroked his thick, black beard with one hand, and touched his pot belly with the other hand, pressing it against his belt loop. I'll have to use 7 wolves to ask this kid when he learned how to gamble on stones. Lin Wancheng glanced at him and asked, "Are you willing to fight?" Ha ha. I was reluctant before, and now I'm even more reluctant. Qin Jishan laughed. I gave birth to him, so of course I have to pamper him. Oh. I really envy you. The Qin family has a successor. Lin Wancheng said sincerely. Staring at the huge surveillance wall, there was a guy named Ji Fan, who was originally wanted to be trained as the successor of the Lin family. But at this time, it seemed that the halo was no longer around him, and he no longer looked forward to it as before. The technicians who are in charge of monitoring are also very capable. After listening to the conversation between the two, the main camera switched to Qin Fei's perspective. He had already paid the money and was holding the stone as he walked towards the stonecutter. Mr. Lin, do you think that piece of raw stone can be cut and increased in value? Qin Jishan couldn't help but ask, still feeling a little uneasy. I thought to myself, Dad, I still want to hear a few more good words. If you mess up, you will have to bring out the 7 wolves when you get home. Lin Wancheng pondered for a moment, shook his head slightly, and said with a serious expression, based on my many years of experience, it is certain that this piece will produce green, but whether it can increase in value really depends on this kid's luck. Who knows, young Master Qin's eyesight is even sharper than us old antiques. Another jade tycoon also added a sentence. In the conference hall. When Yifan saw Qin Fei holding the raw stone over, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I couldn't help but feel resentful in my heart. This loser is such a clueless idiot. He spent 5 million and chose this piece of junk. This time it's really stable. As expected, I, Yifan, am the man who will have the last laugh. Chapter 52 Ruby Fragrance. Yifan felt ecstatic. He even took the initiative to move forward and squeeze to the front. Pointing at the rough stone with 2 windows in Qin Fei's arms, he said disdainfully, "Is this the confidence you used to beat me? 5 million, just for this broken stone. If I had 5 million, I would have made at least 1 billion. His words were full of disdain and arrogance, and even a tone of gloating and waiting for the show. After hearing this, Qin Fei couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart. Yes, yes, you are the most awesome, you are the strongest, you are the big silly dragon king. You're still making hundreds of millions, but you should think about who to borrow the money from for the 3rd stone. I was cursing in my heart, but I had a smile on my face. He even smiled innocently. No, didn't I just say it? I just want to lose 5 million this time to save your face. Humph, stop pretending. Yifan snorted coldly. Do I, Yifan, need you to give me permission when I do things? Cut. Everyone rolled their eyes. What an ungrateful bastard. Master Qin has always taken care of your face, and this is how you repay kindness with ingratitude. What the hell is that? If I didn't want to see you lose 3 games, I would have kicked you out long ago. Everyone started talking again, their eyes full of disdain, ridicule, and even deep contempt. Yifan was a little anxious, and pointed at the rough stone with a dark face. Are you all blind? I can't even tell. The original stone only had a 4-centimeter window cut into it, and only then did it have a hint of red. How could it possibly be jade? But, after he finished saying this, he came to his senses and froze in his tracks. Sure enough, he soon heard the words he least wanted to hear. You know you can't open it? Didn't you hear what young Master Qin said? He knew it couldn't be opened, so he bought it and lost 5 million. He wanted to give you a chance. You're such a coward. You're trying to turn the tables on me. He was choked and speechless again, and his arrogance also subsided. Qin Fei watched this scene secretly, and his heart was filled with smiles again. Others who watched the show may just be there to enjoy the fun. But he himself is different. Before entering the venue, while waiting in line, he had been secretly observing the system interface. Originally, I wanted to open the system interface, take a look at the luck value, and calculate how much luck I could get from Yifan on this trip to the Jade Appraisal Conference. Unexpectedly, before he even entered the arena, just by making Yifan suffer a loss in public, he earned himself more than 20,000 luck points. The mental attack caused by Su Qingshui and Lin Shirin's words and actions towards Yifan also earned him 30,000 luck points. A full 50,000. Later, what surprised him even more was that when Yifan cut stones for the first time, he was deducted 20,000 luck points because he borrowed money. And when he borrowed the 300,000 yuan for the second time, he lost the aura of the protagonist in Lin Wanqing's eyes because of borrowing money to show off and pretending to be generous. Such a major change in the plot directly caused Yifan to lose a full 100,000 luck points. In addition, he failed to cut the stone twice later and was humiliated in public, which cost him another 100,000 points of luck. To sum up, in this short period of more than an hour, I have gained a total of 2 plus 3 plus 2 plus 10 plus 10. A total of 270,000 luck points. Not only that, every time Yifan gets angry and becomes emotionally unstable, his luck value will drop randomly. At this moment, he suddenly realized that beating the protagonist to get gold coins was really cool. What are you laughing at? Yifan saw that he was grinning all the time, and he always felt a little creepy, so he asked with a dark face. Xin Fei shrugged, no, I just thought of some happy things. Humph, when the 3 games are over and you kneel down, you won't be so happy. Yifan said coldly. He was so angry at the moment that he had forgotten the self-cultivation of a dragon king. Even the tolerance, gentlemanliness, calmness and composure that he often boasted about were gone. Now, he just wanted to watch Xin Fei lose 3 games and then kneel down and kowtow to him. He hadn't even thought about where to borrow the 50 million capital he planned to use to buy the winning piece of land. Xin Fei looked at him like that and grinned, Master, open it. If you don't open it, Yifan will be mad to death. Phew. The whole audience burst into laughter. Everyone cast a teasing look at Yifan. The stone cutter also laughed out loud, and before cutting the stone, he asked, Mr. Qin, are you sure you want to open it? Open it, lose these 5 million as soon as possible and give Brother Yi some peace of mind. Yifan's stomach became even sweller with anger. His face turned red. I cursed in my heart, your whole family are pufferfish. Xin Fei opened the system interface. Sure enough, I saw the system prompt message again. Congratulations to the host for causing the protagonist Yifan to become emotionally unstable and losing 3,000 luck points. Xin Fei breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction. I will piss you off every time I see you from now on, until I die of rage. Master, when you open it later, don't cut it straight across. Cut it diagonally from the window. Okay, I'll listen to Master Qin. Master Jiesher nodded and cooperated very well. Buzz. The stone melting machine started up again. Even if water slides down the side of the stone cutting wheel, large amounts of dust will inevitably splash around in the cover. Half a minute later, a corner was finally cut open. The stone cutter slowly opened the cover. The inside of the raw stone also appeared in everyone's sight for the first time. The entire audience stared intently, each leaning forward, wishing their necks could be stretched another 2 meters. Oh my god, this color is real, someone couldn't help but exclaimed, just look at it, just by shining the light on it, it looks like a layer of fog. Is this still chicken blood jade? Everyone was amazed. The color is hard to describe as either bright red or weird red. Anyway, just looking at it will make people feel relaxed and comfortable. Why do I feel like there's a fragrance emanating from this jade? Is there? The people squeezed in the back became even more curious and sniffed hard. It really exists. A faint fragrance. Master Lu, you've been working on rough stones for 30 years. Have you ever seen anything like this? Master Jiesher was also so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He kept shaking his head and muttering to himself. It's strange, it's really strange. I have never seen such a strange stone in my life. Not only is it fragrant, but after smelling it a few times, I feel like I'm not tired at all. He said as if talking to himself, and even bent down to smell it. Suddenly a sweet fragrance entered his nose, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes, his face full of intoxication. When Xin Fei saw this scene, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He really found the right one. This is the most valuable piece of jade in the entire venue. It is the kind of jade that Yifan dreams of getting. Chapter 53. This time I'll let you act big. Looking at this piece of jade, Xin Fei's mouth corners unconsciously raised. Even his eyes looked a little abnormal omega. Because the effect of this jade is incredible. It can be said that he is the best person to save fallen girls, comfort the lovers who have left home, capture the cold goddesses, spread love, and show affection. This jade, called fantasy fragrance, is something that does not exist in the real world. To put it bluntly, this is a kind of rare jade specially created by that bastard author in order to make it easier for the male protagonist Yifan to obtain a large harem. There is only this one part of the world in the entire book. As its name suggests, this strange jade can induce hallucinations, aphrodisiacs, and is also very fragrant. Just taking a few sniffs will make you feel relaxed physically and mentally, and you will relax unconsciously. But if you smell it too much, you will have hallucinations, the kind that the whole world turns into a pink atmosphere. If it goes on for a while longer, you will involuntarily make some uncontrollable actions, including but not limited to striptease. Those who understand will understand, and the auditors will definitely understand too. In the original story, Yifan obtained the fantasy incense at this treasure appraisal conference. However, he didn't know what it was for at first. Later, when he walked out of the venue wearing the jade, a jade merchant's bodyguard sent him back. Then, halfway through the journey in the car, the two of them couldn't bear it anymore. Fortunately, Yifan was able to beat the bodyguard, otherwise, he would have been completely defeated by the burly bodyguard. After tying up the naked and hairy man, he finally realized that it was the effect of this strange jade and named it Fantasy Fragrance. Later, Yifan often took out this piece of jade and let the heroine in the book appreciate it. After appreciating the fantasy fragrance, she began to appreciate art. Oh my god! Qin Fei thought of this and suddenly realized. We can't let them smell it anymore, we have to put this jade away quickly. Otherwise, the whole venue will have to turn into some kind of party. Just kidding, everyone here in the conference hall are celebrities and wealthy people from all over the world. If something goes wrong, the entire business world will be in an uproar. Master Lu, please cut it quickly. Qin Fei closed the door and kept everyone outside. Then, he picked up 2 masks from the side, put one on himself and handed the other to the stone-cutting master. A hint of doubt flashed across Master Jisher's face, but since this was something handed to him by young Master Qin, he would only feel honored and put it on. The people who were stopped outside the door were all confused, but they didn't dare to ask too much. Yifan, on the other hand, stared carefully inside, with a gloomy face, narrowed eyes, and sneered in his heart. Isn't it just a fragrant jade? Why do you treat it like a treasure and even refuse to let people look at it? Soon, the jade was finished. It is only the size of the palm of your hand, and now it has been completely polished. It looks even more crystal clear, and the reflected light appears even more enchanting and breathtaking. Qin Fei simply took a transparent glass box and put it in. Everyone, take a look, how much is this worth? A jade expert came forward and stared at it for a few breaths. Just looking at the quality, it's even better than chicken bloodstone, and it also has a unique fragrance. I estimate it's worth at least this much. As he spoke, he stretched out his index finger and thumb and made an 8 million hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. That means young Master Qin has increased his income again. As expected of Master Qin. Young Master Qin is awesome. If it only goes up once, it can be considered luck, but if it goes up twice in a row, then it really shows strength. Everyone was excited, feeling even more excited than if they had started the stock market. The Jade Tycoon shook his head and said slowly, "It's more than 80 million. Wow!" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Mr. Chen, isn't this a bit high? Someone asked doubtfully. Is it high? At the Jade Conference 3 years ago, a top-grade blood jade was sold at a high price of 57 million. The quality of that blood jade was not as good as this one. Chen Daoshang spoke slowly. This piece of rare jade, although not as big as that one, has a unique fragrance, and it's the only one on the market. 80 million is a conservative estimate. That makes sense. Young Master Qin has made a fortune this time. Oh. I just walked around this stone several times. It would be great if I bought it. Ha, who told you not to be as discerning as young Master Qin? Everyone started to beat Qin Fei again. Suddenly, someone turned and looked at Yifan. Yifan, who was watching this scene from the side, had a face as dark as liver. At this moment, he was suddenly stared at by countless eyes, and he was immediately embarrassed and his hair stood on end. He snorted coldly and avoided the sight. So what if it's 80 million? Isn't it just a total profit of more than 80 million? There's still one last round, he said unconvinced. Ha, you're so damn stubborn. Someone glanced at him with disdain. Some people even directly criticized, you didn't hit a single one twice, how dare you pretend to be so cool? Best of 3, you've missed 2 games, you've already lost, and you still want to come back? That is. Hurry up and kneel down before Master Qin and kowtow 3 times. Kneel down. Kowtow. There were bursts of booing sounds from the crowd. Yi Fan glared at everyone fiercely, his chest heaving with anger, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white and made crackling sounds. He, Yi Fan, is the Dragon King and commands hundreds of masters. How could he possibly kneel down to this coward? If it were any other time, he would have struck out with one punch, killing everyone with fear. But at this time, he was really in a difficult situation. He stared at Xin Fei with a piercing gaze and said gloomily, "Xin Fei, I dare you to kneel, do you dare to respond?" Xin Fei looked at him as he was about to go berserk and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fuck. You can't afford to play with me, right? Failed to show off, so you got angry out of shame? He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He had to kneel down. But, if you kneel down now, you bastard will get the advantage. Today, if I don't make you lose all your face and all your underwear, don't even think about leaving this venue. He remembered very clearly that in the original novel, Yi Fan finally played a big game and directly used the 50 million he earned from gambling on stones to buy the highest bid in the venue. Then, he won 200 million yuan directly, which brought him the highest glory at the venue and also started his unstoppable road of showing off and rising in Jiangchang. At this moment, Yi Fan must make one last attempt to buy the winning bid. As a handsome and kind-hearted person, how could I not help him? He laughed secretly, fixed his eyes on the system interface, and directly exchanged for a piece of talisman paper. Substituting one thing for another. He had noticed this talisman before when he was browsing the system mall. But at that time, he just thought that this was equivalent to stealing. As a 5-good youth who has received 9 years of education, was born in the spring breeze, and grew up under the red flag, how could he do such a thing? Dog system, give me 10. He gave the order without hesitation. How can the act of a person who travels through a book be called stealing? Chapter 54, Yo, Brother Yi, didn't you borrow money? Come to me. In an instant, 10 substitution cards were obtained. Xin Fei put his thoughts aside, smiled sincerely, and walked up to pat Yi Fan on the shoulder. Brother Yi, stop it. Why are you stopping? Yi Fan snorted coldly, I've already said it, best of 3 games, only 1 game left. Do you think I, Yi Fan, am someone who doesn't keep my word? Tisk tisk, everyone was amazed. Ill. Master Qin wants you to lose less. Do you have Mao Bing? Okay, everyone stop scolding him. Don't you see that Brother Yi is getting angry? Xin Fei persuaded with a smile. Stop it, Brother Yi. Stop it now and don't kneel, he continued. It's a bet. Everyone has their share of losses. There's nothing shameful about being a bitch. The worst that can happen is you can just tuck your tail between your legs and get out of the venue. Don't you agree? You. Yi Fan's face darkened, his eyes almost blazing with fire. Are you calling me a dog? Believe it or not, I can turn you into bloody mud with one punch. Xin Fei smiled and pointed at the uniformed public official not far away. Look, you are anxious again. I don't think Brother Yi's fist can stop the bullet. Yi Fan shifted his gaze and happened to see a policeman not far away who had put his hand on his waist and pressed it on the butt of his gun. The fire in his heart inexplicably rose. He, Yi Fan, has always had the power of life and death. Kill one person every 10 steps, and leave when the job is done. Why would you be afraid of a mere patrolman? Just as he was thinking about it, another patrolman came rushing over after hearing the noise. Why would you be afraid of 2 patrolmen? Why would I be afraid of 3, 5, 7? Grass. He cursed inwardly. The wind is strong. I'll tolerate you one last time. Humph, he snorted proudly. I, Yi Fan, have always acted with integrity. How could I violate the law by force? And I certainly won't bully the weak. But I said, in a best of 3 game, it's not just about the number of wins, what's important is who gets the most valuable jade. Xin Fei shrugged his shoulders. Yes, you are right. So, Brother Yi, which one are you going to choose? Humph, do you need to ask me which one I choose? Yi Fan snorted coldly, waved his hand and strode away. Hey, wait, I want to ask Brother Yi, do you still have money to buy it? Xin Fei shouted, deliberately making his voice loud. Plop. Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. Oh my god. I was so busy having fun that I forgot I had no money in my pocket. Is it some of your business? He looked gloomy, glared at Xin Fei with a glare like a knife, then turned around and walked away. Brother Yi, take care. I'll be waiting for you. Come back quickly to borrow the money. Xin Fei grinned and waved at his back. This bastard, no need to think, must have gone to borrow money from Mr. Lin. He said he didn't care. Go ahead and borrow it. After borrowing the 50 million, if you fail in the gamble again, you will completely lose your position in Lin Wanqing's heart. This is my ultimate goal today. As for making him lose face, admit his mistake, or even kowtow, although it feels good too, it is totally not enough. Damn Dragon King, I have tolerated you for a long time. As I was thinking about it, I felt the softness in my arm disappear. Turning around, I saw Lin Shireen let go of her arm, took out her cell phone, tapped her fingers quickly, and then put it to her ear. Grandpa, that bastard Yifan lost again in gambling and refuses to admit his mistake. He even wants to borrow money from you. You must not lend him any money, not even a single cent. Xin Fei grinned. This girl? I was just trying to play a trick, but she just cut off the source of the problem? I like this style of doing things. When Lin Shireen heard this, she raised her neck proudly and said, "Stinky brother, you finally admitted it, huh?" At this time, Yifan had already started borrowing money. He scanned the venue, searching for Lin Wanqing. The huge sum of 50 million could only be borrowed from Lin Wanqing at this time. He knew that it was embarrassing for him to go to Lin Wanqing to borrow money repeatedly. But, so what? It was Lin Wanqing who asked me to come here. Shouldn't Lin Wanqing be the one to make up for the money I lost? If he hadn't asked me to come over, would I have lost the only more than 4,000 yuan I had left and only had 120 yuan left? Therefore, the 50 million must be paid by Lin Wanqing. That makes sense, he thought. However, after walking around the conference hall, he still couldn't find Lin Wanqing. He then ran to the small conference hall and ran around again, but still couldn't find him. Now, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Originally, walking these few steps was nothing for him. But at this moment, a layer of fine beads of sweat unconsciously seeped out of his forehead. The air conditioning in the venue was clearly on high, but he still felt his clothes were a little sticky and were about to stick to his back. Could it be that this old man is afraid that I will borrow money from him, so he has gone into hiding? Humph, he's really not a good person. He's worth tens of billions, yet he won't even lend me 50 million. If you don't want to borrow it, just say so directly. Why are you hiding? Wait until the call gets through, and I'll ask you to transfer the money directly. See how you can hide. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He took out his cell phone, found Lin Wanqing's number and called him. Beep, the number you dialed is turned off. Grass. Yifan instantly got furious. He raised up his second-hand Redmi 11 which he bought for 350 yuan and wanted to smash it. But, he raised his hand halfway and then retracted it. Humph, I don't feel sorry for the 350 yuan. If it's smashed now, it would be bad if Qingxua couldn't reach me by phone. He let out a breath, and reluctantly quickened his pace. In just a few minutes, he walked through every corner of the venue. Hello, may I ask if you have seen Mr. Lin? Boss, I want to ask, do you know where Mr. Lin is right now? Sorry to bother you, what's your attitude? If you don't know, then you don't know. Why are you shouting so loudly? Wherever he went, no one paid any attention to him. Because during this hour or so, he made a bet with Qin Xiao, lost 2 games in a row, and his glorious deeds of being so arrogant had already spread throughout the entire venue. More than 10 minutes passed, and despite his amazing physical strength, the soles of his feet still hurt. He leaned against the wall with a dark face and looked dejected. His eyes scanned the entire audience. The venue was still bustling with activity. Everyone was talking and laughing when they met each other, shaking hands, hugging each other, walking in pairs, and even exchanging saliva in the corner. This world is really not worth it. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with intense contempt. The scene flashed through his mind again and again, the scene of himself angrily waving his hands and leaving the venue. But in the end, he still couldn't bear to leave. He also knew very well that if he left like this, he would lose his voice in front of Lin Wanqing forever. Not only that, his own road to glory will also be interrupted at this moment. But, if I don't leave, who can I borrow money from if I stay? Not far away, Xin Fei looked at his silhouette hiding in the dark and couldn't help but sneer. When no one was paying attention, he directly pasted the talisman paper with the words stealing the beam and replacing the pillar on the winning piece of stone and replaced it with a piece of waste stone. Then, he slowly walked to the corner. Brother Yi? Didn't you borrow the money? Well, it's not a big deal. As he spoke, he took out a bank card. There's 50 million on this card. can I lend it to you? Yifan looked at the golden dragon card shining with golden light, his eyes narrowed and his eyelids twitched a few times. This coward actually dared to humiliate me. How could I, the mighty Dragon King, ask a loser for money? Impossible. Even if Yifan starved to death, froze to death, or jumped off the third floor of this venue, he would never ask a coward for money. Chapter 55, The Dragon King's Ring is Cheated, 100 Urges for One More Chapter. Looking at his cold expression, Qin Fei grinned. Admit it, your eyeballs are almost welded to my bank card. It's just opening your mouth, is it that difficult? Just one word and you can have 50 million. Is face so valuable? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Seeing that he hadn't spoken yet, Qin Fei shook his head. It seems that Brother Yi doesn't need it, so forget it. He immediately prepared to take it back. As a result, the next second, he saw a shadow flash before his eyes. Brush. Yifan snatched it away and held it tightly in his hand, as if he was afraid that it would be taken back. The next moment, he met Qin Fei's surprised and forced smile, and suddenly felt his face burning. It's very embarrassing. But so what? These are only temporary. Soon, I, Yifan, will amaze all of you. Don't you just want to see me make a fool of myself? Don't worry, I won't let you get your wish. He snorted coldly. This time, I'll show you what it means to be worth a fortune. In 10 minutes at most, I'll return all of this to you. So, don't think I owe you anything. After saying that, he didn't want to stay any longer. Holding the bank card in his hand, he felt like he owned the whole world again. Keep your chest up, stomach in, and head up, and your back straight. His expression has returned to calmness, and his eyes are arrogant, looking down on all living beings, full of intimidation. Qin Fei was speechless and grinned. If you're really tough, don't stretch out that hand. Brother Yi, you haven't asked for the password yet. He shouted at Yifan's figure. Yifan was shocked and stopped. I was immediately discouraged. He took a deep breath, and when he felt his face regain its pride, he slowly turned around and asked indifferently, "What's the password?" Qin Fei shrugged his shoulders. Brother Yi, don't worry, this is at least 50 million. If you fail again, what else can you do if you have no money? As he spoke, his eyes turned to the Dragon King ring on Yifan's thumb. Yifan didn't notice his look, but just narrowed his eyes slightly and snorted disdainfully. Why are you in such a hurry? I've set my eyes on a piece of rough stone, it's worth at least 200 million. After I've opened the stone, I can naturally return it to you. Qin Fei laughed. This silly guy has a nice idea. He shook his head. Brother Yi, it's not that I don't believe in your skills, but your skills in gambling on stones, I really can't believe it. So, maybe this condition won't work. Let's try another method. Yifan heard this and smiled coldly. You want to use this 50 million to keep me away from Qingshui? Impossible. Grass. Qin Fei almost choked to death. You don't even know where your next meal is going to be, and you're still thinking about picking up girls? Are you going to die or not? You're overthinking it. Qin Fei chuckled. So what do you want? I told you I'd cut it in half and return it to you, but you didn't believe me. Yifan said with a dark face, I'll write you an IOU. Qin Fei continued to shake his head. It's not easy to be a security guard, Brother Yi. You only make 5 or 6,000 yuan a month. I don't want you to spend the next 800 years paying off your debt. I think the ring on your hand is quite nice, it should be worth hundreds of thousands. If you lose the bet again, you don't have to pay back the remaining 40 million. How about that? Yifan frowned, subconsciously retracted his hand, and hid the ring behind his back. Could it be that this kid knows that this is the Dragon King ring? The Dragon King ring is the most important token of trust in the entire Dragon King palace. Seeing the ring is like seeing the Dragon King. No one dares to disobey his orders. More importantly, the old man said before he left that once his strength reached a certain level, he would be able to open the different space in the ring and obtain his ultimate inheritance. How could such a valuable thing cost hundreds of thousands? Even if you spend billions, you still can't buy it. Why, this will work, and that won't work either. I don't think Brother Yi is sincere. Qin Fei shook his head. In that case, I'll give you the card as a souvenir. Don't ask for the password. Okay. I'll give it to you. After some hesitation, Yifan took off the ring with a dark face and threw it into his arms. I sneered in my heart. What if I give it to you? I can't even open this thing now, What's the point of giving it to you? As for commanding the Dragon King Palace, that is even more impossible. Because now all the subordinates of the Dragon King Palace are on standby abroad and it is impossible for them to return to the country, and there are only 3 people who know how to contact them. So, in Qin Fei's hands, this ring is just a bronze artifact. Besides, I can redeem it soon. Tell me the password. Don't worry, I have one more condition. What do you want to say again? Yi Fan glared at him impatiently. Qin Fei smiled and said, as I just said, this ring is only worth a few 100,000, so I want to add one more condition. What conditions? Yi Fan was furious, and the card was already in his hand. He had already made concessions and didn't want to return it. It's very simple. If you lose again this time, the ring will belong to me, and then, you take the initiative to tear up the marriage certificate with Yining. How about that? Qin Fei said slowly. When Yi Fan heard this, his eyes suddenly became fierce. You coward, you stole Su Qingxue first, and now you dare to set your sights on my Yi Fan's fiancé. Do you know that you are already on the path to death? Don't agree? Forget it, I'll return the ring to you. Qin Fei still had a smile on his face and pretended to throw the ring back. He knew Yi Fan's temper very well. At this moment, in order to achieve his goal of stunning everyone and conquering the entire Jiangchang, Yi Fan would definitely not withdraw the transaction. Sure enough, it was just as I thought. Yi Fan took a deep breath and said directly, okay, I promise you. If I fail in this gambling game, I will voluntarily break off my engagement with the Lin family and stop harassing them. Also, this ring is yours. Until I return the 50 million to you. Qin Fei nodded with satisfaction. Very good, a gentleman's word is as good as gold. There are cameras watching here, I hope you don't regret it. Humph. Yi Fan snorted coldly, you won't see that moment. Now, tell me the password. Oh, this card has no password, just swipe it. Qin Fei grinned, revealing 8 teeth. Although it is very white, there are no cavities. You. Yi Fan's blood rushed to his head and he almost vomited blood. You're doing very well, we'll see. He said this coldly, turned around, and strode away, heading straight for the winning bid, as if he was afraid that someone else would snatch it away if he arrived too late. Qin Fei watched him walk away and threw the ring directly into the system space. You bastard system, you said you'd give me 3 days to open the ring space. Don't let me down this time. Don't worry, I'll do the job, don't worry. The system was tough for once and said it proudly. Don't worry, you're laughing and joking with who? Qin Fei cursed and closed the system interface. Then he followed with big strides. He couldn't wait to see Yi Fan's expression after he finished opening the stone. How exciting it would be. Chapter 56, Gambler, it's never a loss no matter how you die. Yi Longwang walked very fast and was already a little impatient. He strode to the center of the venue, stood in front of the highest bidder, took a deep breath, his eyes filled with intense enthusiasm and expectation. This is the initiator of his highlight today. This is the stepping stone to his second spring in life. This is the ladder that Yi Fan used to reach the top today. This was the finishing touch that allowed the Dragon King to avenge his previous shame and make everyone in the audience feel ashamed. This is... What the hell are you laughing at? Can you afford this $50 million bid? Just when our Dragon King was so engrossed in his imagination that his thoughts drifted away into the sky, the staff member standing by waved his hand and interrupted his thoughts with an impatient look on his face. This idiot can't even afford 1,000 yuan for stone cutting, and he's fantasizing about running to be the top bidder? Yi Fan looked at his disdainful and contemptuous eyes, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and snorted coldly, you are such a dog looking down on others. Who said I can't afford it? See? Gold Diamond, membership card? Red Romance Backstreet Store? He threw the gold card in his hand onto the table with great fanfare. When he saw the logo on it clearly, he was stunned for a moment. When I borrowed the money just now, didn't you agree to save a gold card worth 50 million? Qin Fei. He turned around suddenly and saw Qin Fei walking towards him with a smile. His face was suddenly filled with anger as if it was about to burst out. Is this the 50 million you lent me? He was furious and threw the Red Romance membership card in front of Qin Fei. Qin Fei picked it up casually, raised his hand to take a look, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Sorry, I was so busy having fun last night that I didn't notice someone put this in my pocket. You're such a fool. You snatched it away so quickly that I didn't realize it was a membership card. You dare to play tricks on me? Believe it or not, I will let you. Yi Fan rushed forward with a dark face and glaring eyes. He was extremely angry and looked like he was going to fight if they had a disagreement. Look, you're anxious again. Qin Fei smiled and took out another card. Well, this time it's right. Take it. Yi Fan snorted coldly, snatched the gold card again, stared at him coldly, turned and walked away. Bang! He slammed the cards down on the table again, even louder than before. Can I buy it now? The man picked it up and took a look. It was a gold card, and a custom-made one. There was also the pinyin of Qin Fei's name on it. This showed that there was no mistake. Swipe the card and issue the invoice. Yi Fan finally felt relieved as he held the winning bid weighing more than 50 kilograms. At this moment, he felt that he was not holding a piece of raw stone, but directly owned the entire world. As long as this piece of raw stone is opened, I can instantly change everyone's attitude towards me. He walked a few steps with his arms around him, and when he turned his gaze, he saw Lin Shireen standing not far away, her eyes slightly narrowed, but she quickly turned away with disdain. I thought hatefully in my heart, just wait. It won't be long before you can no longer get close to Qin Fei. Once this stone is opened, Lin Wansheng will definitely look at him with admiration, the engagement will continue, and he, Yi Fan, will still be the guest of honor of the Lin family. He is the future successor of the Lin family. In the future, he will be the underground ruler of the entire Jiangcheng. And Qin Fei, that coward, has only one end, and that is death. When he figured this out, all the frustration in his heart disappeared, and he strode over to the stone-cutting machine. Master Jiesher looked up and saw that it was him, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Subconsciously, he blurted out, "Hey, you borrowed money again?" Having said that, he subconsciously glanced at the raw stone in Yi Fan's arms, and his eyelids twitched suddenly. It's still the highest bidder. 50 million, that's a lot of money. Why do you care so much? Just cut it. Yi Fan snorted coldly, looking at the stone-cutting master with eyes filled with disdain and contempt. People like this will never be able to show up in public in their entire lives and can only be stone cutters working for others. Why should you bother with them? Master Jiesher shrugged his shoulders. He had no good impression of Yi Fan, a gambler who spent all his fortune on gambling and then had to borrow money to make a comeback. Especially at this moment, seeing that he was willing to ask to borrow 50 million in order to turn the tables, Master Jiesher couldn't help laughing in his heart. This winning bidder has actually participated in 3 Jade appraisal conferences. In other words, for 9 years, no one dared to take it. This means that there is not enough profit for the big bosses to be willing to take the risk. In other words, even a jade tycoon worth hundreds of billions of dollars doesn't dare to touch this thing, but he impulsively borrowed 50 million to bet on it. Isn't this a gambler? He's also a gambler with a rage. He originally wanted to persuade him, but seeing Yi Fan's conceited and arrogant face, he suppressed the idea in his heart. Gambler, you will never lose out no matter how you die. I can cut the stone, but you need to pay me first. He said his standard lines again. You. Yi Fan's face darkened. Are you humiliating me? You're such a troublemaker. If you want to cut, cut. If not, get out. The stone-cutting master was also angry. You're a poor bastard who borrowed money to gamble on stones, and you're not qualified to show off here. Who do you think you are? You're yelling at me. Yi Fan was so embarrassed by him that his face turned red. He was so angry that he lost his mind. You are just an employee, why are you so arrogant? Hearing this, the crowd around him burst into laughter. Boy, you are so ignorant and yet you dare to say that. Master Lu is a laborer, yes, but he's been carving jade for over 30 years without a single mistake. He's the go-to cutter at every jade convention, and they pay a ton of money to hire him. Also, on this Jade Street alone, Master Lu has 5 shops. If you include the goods sold in each shop, wouldn't that be worth tens of millions? Master Lu founded a company for each of his 2 sons more than a decade ago, and both are now listed. Once it comes into your mouth, it becomes a success, but you are also a worker? What qualifications do you have to shout like that? Who are you? Yi Fan's words were like stirring up a hornet's nest, and the overwhelming ridicule came again. When Yi Fan's identity was mentioned, a hint of pride appeared on his face again. He put one hand behind his back and his eyes were full of disdain. I was extremely contemptuous in my heart. Just a bunch of ants, do you think you are worthy of knowing my identity as the Dragon King? If you knew about this, wouldn't you come to my house and beg me on your knees every day? Wouldn't that annoy you to death? My identity? Humph, mortals like you are not qualified to know, he said arrogantly. Yes, yes, yes. You are of a transcendent status, having transcended the 5 elements and no longer within the 3 realms. The stone-cutting master was too lazy to say anything more. So, do you have the money to cut the stone? Me. Yi Fan opened his mouth, and his face couldn't help but turn red again. He really doesn't have that kind of money. Chapter 57, the winning bidder was announced and everyone was stunned. Seeing everyone's gazes on him again, Yi Fan's old face turned red and he subconsciously turned away. Buy on credit first? I just argued with the stonecutter and I can't say anything. Go back and borrow money from someone? This group of people are all here to laugh at the joke, so it's impossible for anyone to agree. Call Lin Wancheng? Humph, that old guy has been scared to the point of turning off his phone, no need to think about it. His mind raced and his forehead was covered in sweat. In a blink of an eye, he saw Qin Fei standing beside him, looking at him with a smile. A glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in his eyes, but when he opened his mouth, he swallowed the words back. Because just now, I boasted too much and I really can't save my face. Seeing this, Qin Fei laughed inwardly. You little idiot again? I calculated it carefully, so I gave you 50 million. Today, if I don't take all the money from you, will I let you leave the venue? He walked over slowly, with MMP in his heart and XMM on his face. Don't worry, brother Yi. You still have 120 yuan on you. Just give the money to Master Lu and I'll cover the rest. After hearing this, Yi Fan subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The cost of stone cutting is here. As expected, I, Yi Fan, am the one with great luck. No matter what difficulties I encounter, there will always be someone to help me, and I am the chosen one. But, the next second, he seemed to react a little. Immediately, anger rose in my heart again. This bastard, is he humiliating himself? Knowing you only have 120 yuan left, you still want to spend it all? Do you want me, Yi Fan, to walk out of the venue empty-handed? No way. Here. He took out the remaining 120 yuan on the spot and handed it to the stone-cutting master's cashier. He turned around and said to Qin Fei coldly, but don't think that I will thank you for this. Qin Fei laughed secretly. Is your gratitude worth anything? Do I need your thanks? It's just that I want to strip you naked. Once you leave the venue, you won't be able to afford even a bowl of rice or a bottle of water, that's all. Let you like to show off. Seeing that he had paid all the money, Qin Fei signaled to the stone-cutting master. Master Lu, we can begin now. Okay, Mr. Qin. Master Jiesher nodded politely. The look in his eyes, which originally showed respect for the huge difference in status, was now mixed with a lot of admiration. Others say that the second young master of the Qin family is uneducated, disrespectful, and rude, a loser who only knows how to spend money and a big bootlicker. But now it seems that the rumors are not credible. Young Master Qin is not only handsome, well-spoken, friendly and kind, but he also knows how to repay evil with kindness. This is the benchmark for the rich second generation in Jiangcheng. Buzz. The stone calendar started up again, and dust rose up from the hood. Because it was so large, I had to cut it in the middle. It took a long time, and after 5 minutes, it was still not completely cut. Although Master Lu dislikes Yi Fan very much, his professional ethics are very high. He will do his best every time cutting stones, and he will not treat Yi Fan differently depending on the person. More and more people gathered to watch the show. This is the highest bid that no one has dared to buy in 9 years. Do you think the price can be increased? Who knows? It's possible to get green. After all, it's such a big piece and it was shipped from the old mine. Nonsense, of course it can be green, otherwise how can it be bid 50 million? Look, how confident that boy is. Someone secretly pointed at Yi Fan, who had a confident look on his face, and said in a low voice. Tisk, wasn't he just as confident before? Every time before the start, he always boasted to the sky, but what happened? The boast didn't even get 3 feet high, and it landed right in his face. Phew, many people couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother, you can talk. Talk more later. Ha ha ha. Qin Fei couldn't help but laughed out loud. Yi Fan turned around and glared at him, his eyes as cold as a knife. Grass. Qin Fei cursed inwardly. You're staring at me, right? So many people are talking about you, but you don't even say a word and just stare at me? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Xin Fei sneered, turned around and took out 2 talismans from the system. Keep your word plus true words. Damn it, I'm going to smash your face. The cutting machine was still humming non-stop, and Xin Fei felt that the waiting time was so damn long. It was so long that he began to miss the feeling of being surrounded by warmth on his arms. I don't know where that girl went, he muttered to himself. Just now, after she lent the money to Yifan, Lin Shireen said mysteriously that she was going out and would be back in 20 minutes at most. He also felt at the time that he would feel more relaxed without her holding him by his side. But now I realize, my arms feel a little empty. Bang bang bang. He immediately patted his arm a few times and said, "You fucking like steamed buns. How can a broken arm like you have your own ideas?" He looked at the other arm again. That stupid woman Su Qingxue left shortly after entering the venue and hasn't come back yet. He missed the unique scent of jasmine and pinched his arm. You don't want it at all. It seemed that when she left, she was also very mysterious and said that she would give herself a surprise later. What surprise could this be? Xin Fei's mind was spinning, and suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up. Damn, it seems like this woman said she wanted to give herself a status before leaving home. She wouldn't confess her love to me in front of thousands of celebrities at the conference, would she? Ha ha. He laughed dryly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. She has always been reserved, and in front of outsiders, she is even more of a cold and aloof goddess. She would never do such a thing. Buzz. As the sound of the machine slowly faded away, Xin Fei withdrew his thoughts and stopped thinking about these trivial things. Open it, come and see what's inside. Everyone's curiosity was piqued in an instant. This has been the highest bidder for 9 years, and the window has never been opened. Do you think it's green, red, purple, white, or red? This, who the hell can guess this? Let's guess how this guy will kneel down after the opening. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter again. Then, countless eyes subconsciously glanced at Yifan's face with a teasing look in their eyes. Yifan expressed disdain for this. Laugh, mock. Soon, you will blush, feel ashamed, and lower your heads. Soon, you will know the price of despising me, Yifan. He snorted coldly and raised his neck proudly. At this time, the stone-cutting master slowly lifted the cover. Looking down at the raw stone that was cut in half, he was stunned. His eyes grew wider and wider. The surprise and disbelief on his face became more and more intense. Seeing this scene, everyone became curious and rushed to stretch their necks, regretting that they were not born from giraffes. And when they saw the true appearance of the original stone, almost all of them, everyone's eyes widened, their expressions filled with surprise and disbelief. This is a rough stone that's been there for 9 years. How could it be like this inside? Chapter 58 From 500 million to air. Looking at their amazed and incredible eyes, the smile on Yifan's mouth became more and more intense. He raised his eyes and took another look inside. When he saw that the entire raw stone was cut open and it was full of green, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's here, it's finally here. He knew that he would eventually wait for this moment. Humph, isn't it just 2 failures? Can that be called a failure? At best, it can only be called a mistake, a misjudgment. As for borrowing money, that's just for temporary use. It's not like I can't pay it back. So, is it something shameful? At this moment, he felt very justified and at peace. In an instant, he rationalized away all the negative emotions that had accumulated before, and felt more comfortable. He walked forward, reached out and touched the smooth surface of the cut jade. The pride in his eyes became more and more intense, and turned to glance at Master Jiesher. Master Lu, do you still think there's something wrong with my vision? Master Jiesher's expression froze for a moment, and he chuckled coldly, congratulations. Seeing his reluctance, Yifan felt even more proud and deliberately asked, Master Lu has been cutting stones for over 30 years. What do you think the current price of this jade is? About 100 million. Master Jiesher replied. Although I was annoyed by the guy's smug look, I still gave him the market price. What do you think? Yifan smiled and turned to ask others. Everyone here is a smart person, how can you not see that this guy is just trying to show off? Everyone snorted coldly and didn't want to pay any attention to him. What do you think, Mr. Qin? Yifan turned his head and looked at Xin Fei again. His smiling face makes people want to take off their shoes and hit him 50 times on each side of his face. Or the kind with pointed high heels? Xin Fei was not annoyed at all, he just smiled. After all, he knew that he was the one who replaced this raw stone. In addition to the 2,000 luck points from substituting one thing for another, he also spent 20,000 luck points to let the system create a special raw stone for him. If you cut it in the middle, you will see a very smooth jade surface, but if you cut it a second time, the entire jade surface will shatter and become worthless. But at the same time, he also knew that if Yi Fan was asked to stop now, he would definitely not stop. So he specifically said, if you sell it now, it will indeed be worth 100 million. So my advice is, stop while you're ahead and don't cut anymore. Why? Yi Fan sneered. Mr. Qin said this because he is afraid that I will increase my profits again and you will not be able to win it back? Xin Fei shook his head. I think that if you hit him with another blow, he might be completely disabled. Then you will be back to the pre-liberation era. By then, no one will be willing to lend you money. As far as I know, Brother Yi still lives in the suburbs, more than 30 miles away from here, and you don't have a penny on you. You can't just walk back, right? You. Yi Fan's face darkened upon hearing this. You said so much, but you just wanted to humiliate me again? You're so naive. Do you really think I'll fall for your trick? After saying this, he immediately said to the stonecutter, hurry up and cut it. I want to cash it in after cutting it. He had to pay the money back as soon as possible to avoid owing that loser money forever, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Okay, how are you going to cut it this time? Asked the stone-cutting master. Of course, I'll polish it from the edge. Yi Fan said, cut from this side first. Okay. The stone-cutting master didn't say much and started grinding the edges. After a few minutes, the cover opened again. It's so thin but it's already green, and the water quality is also top-notch. There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. Although they really didn't want to see this kid make a comeback, they still couldn't help but marvel at it after it came out. The price has increased again, at least doubled again. Oh, I didn't expect this guy to get it right. If I had known the price would go up so much, I would have sold everything I had to buy it. Looking at them beating their chests and stamping their feet, Yi Fan felt extremely proud, with a disdainful smile on his face. The things are right there, but you don't have the courage. Who can you blame? After saying that, he pointed to another piece and continued, Master Lu, grind the other piece down along the edge in the same way. A few minutes passed quickly. After the cover was opened, there was another round of exclamations. Damn, this guy stepped on a huge pile of dog shit. It's estimated to be worth 300 million now. Everyone was amazed and envious. Yi Fan looked at Xin Fei again. I remember someone just said that I can't cut it anymore? Xin Fei smiled and said, do you want to cut it again? Of course. Yi Fan said confidently, cut it in the middle again. At this point, he was absolutely certain. As long as you cut it with this knife, there will definitely be full of jade inside, and the price can be doubled. 300 million, directly doubled to 600 million. Only in this way can he be worthy of the humiliation he suffered today. Buzz. The cutting machine started running again. Unlike the previous times, a large amount of debris and dust was generated inside the cover, and it was impossible to see the situation inside clearly without opening the cover. Everyone looked at it in confusion. This time it seems a little different. Ha 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 ha. Only waste rock would create such a large amount of dust. Did it fall? How is that possible? Yi Fan looked down upon everyone with contempt. From the moment I bought it, I've already calculated that it's worth at least 500 million. Hurry, open the cover and take a look. Someone said impatiently. Open it. The others echoed. Master Lu slowly opened the cover. In an instant, his eyes widened and he froze in place. How could this happen? He muttered subconsciously, a little unable to believe his eyes. Not only him, even Yi Fan was stunned on the spot. He opened his eyes wide, lowered his head and looked inside, his eyeballs almost falling out. But what I see before me is still that pile of broken powder. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why is this happening? There must be something wrong. Can you even cut the stone? He turned around angrily, grabbed the stonecutter's collar, and was about to lift him up. Tell me, what the hell did you do? Lay down. Let him go, everyone shouted angrily. Two patrolmen also rushed forward and said, this is a restricted area. No violence is allowed. Otherwise. As the man spoke, he put his hands on his waist. Yi Fan angrily withdrew his hand and pushed the stone cutter aside. Move aside, I'll cut the next half. If my solution is correct, then you can expect to die. Buzz. The machine starts. He operated it carefully, staring at the cover, not daring to be careless. This piece of jade is not only worth hundreds of millions at this moment, but it is the key to whether Yi Fan can completely turn the situation around tonight. If you succeed, you will be honored and admired by everyone. If you lose, you will be left in disgrace, and walk out penniless amid the mockery of thousands of people. Moreover, it is impossible to get help from the Lin family again. The engagement is going to be cancelled, and the Dragon King ring won't be in hand for a while. And he was also laughed at by that coward Qin Fei. He dared not be careless. He cut the remaining half very slowly. A full 5 minutes passed before the machine was shut down. The surrounding discussion stopped for a moment, and everyone's attention was focused on him. Chapter 59. Want to quibble? Sorry, no chance. The moment the machine stopped, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone watched carefully, wanting to see the results first. Yi Fan took a deep breath, held it, put his hand on the mask, tilted his head back, and exhaled slowly. His thoughts were in his throat. There was no longer the confidence or pride on his face, but it was all replaced by uneasiness and nervousness. I will definitely not make a mistake. He had a sullen face and a scorching gaze. His skills in gambling on stones were inherited from the old Dragon King, and they had been incredibly accurate for so many years. How could he make a mistake every time? He secretly encouraged himself in his heart. Of course, we can turn the tables. Today, I will definitely be able to amaze everyone and be admired by everyone. Click, the cover opens. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked over. He kept his eyes on her for more than 10 seconds. My eyes opened wider and wider, and I felt like my eye sockets were about to burst. Ha ha ha. It's broken. It's all broken. I said there was something wrong with the winning bid. That's right. No one bought it for 9 years, how could it become a good thing in his hands? Hey, look, why is that kid's face so red? Ha ha ha, he deserves it. Speaking of which, young Master Qin is quite capable. When the price just went up by 2 cuts, young Master Qin said that it would be better to sell it now, otherwise you will lose everything. Young Master Qin is awesome. I remember this is the 3rd game, right? That kid has lost 3 games in a row. Should he kneel down and kowtow? Just now I thought he could really stand up, ha ha ha. As expected, this kind of person can't stand up on the big stage. Even God doesn't stand on his side. The ridicule came flooding in again. The ridicule and laughter were like loud slaps in his face, slapping him hard and causing him burning pain. But he no longer had the heart to care. He stared at the pile of jade scraps that were full of cracks and couldn't even be made into a small ring face. His face was so gloomy that ink could drip out, as if he had lost his parents. He clenched his hands tightly, his fists tightening tighter and tighter, and his whole body was shaking. He muttered to himself in a low voice, as if he had lost his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why is it like this? It's you, it must be you who did this. He turned around abruptly, his eyes blazing with anger, and glanced at everyone fiercely. Finally, the focus settled on Qin Fei. You must have colluded with everyone to do this. Qin Fei shrugged his shoulders, looking innocent. Brother Yi, this is not very authentic, right? Did I advise you not to cut it anymore? Did I tell you the first time I lost that the stone wouldn't cut it? You've cut it to pieces again for the 2nd time. Did I ever tell you to stop? But are you listening? You're full of confidence, you're so confident. When the first price increase was worth 100 million, you looked down upon everyone with disdain. You were as arrogant as a pheasant with a golden crown, thinking of yourself as a phoenix. Now that you've seen the consequences, you've become a mad dog again, learning to bite randomly, right? It's obviously you who didn't learn the skills well, yet you're so conceited and arrogant. Now you blame me for something that went wrong? You. Yi Fan's eyes were still vicious. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. What do you mean? Qin Fei sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Kneel down and kowtow to me. What did you say? Yi Fan's eyes were as glaring as an ox, anger rising, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How could I, the great Yi Fan, kneel down to a coward like you? Can you bear my kneeling? You talk too much. Xin Fei was too lazy to pay attention to him and directly chose to use a keep your word talisman. Thump! Before Yi Fan could react, he knelt down straight. Then, with a confused look on his face, he kowtowed 3 times in a row, leaving his forehead bruised. Ah! He reacted and roared angrily, Xin Fei. What on earth did you do to me? Xin Fei sneered, whether you are willing to kneel is none of my business. Also, take out your marriage certificate and tear it up in public. You! Yi Fan's anger rose again, and his old face turned red. He knew very well that his performance today must have made Lin Wancheng no longer trust him. If he took out the marriage certificate at this moment, he would instantly lose the support of the Lin family. By then, it will be difficult to win over Lin Wancheng. I don't have my marriage certificate with me. He suddenly thought of an excuse. What if it's a rolling knife? Yi Fan has always been very decisive in what he does. In order to consider the overall situation, such a small matter as breaking his promise is not worth mentioning. By then, as long as I can trample the Qin family under my feet and the entire Jiangcheng will submit to me, who will dare to speak out? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shirin came up to him holding a marriage certificate. I brought you the marriage certificate. Seeing this, Xin Fei couldn't help but grinning out loud. This girl walked away so mysteriously, actually to get the marriage certificate. Interesting, really interesting. Now, let us see how this crooked-mouthed guy can argue. Yi Fan, his expression changed from green to red, how wonderful. He had returned the marriage certificate to the old man yesterday after Su Qingxue scolded him out of the Qin family. To show his sincerity, he went to the Lin family. At that time, he also said that he didn't care about the marriage and that he liked Su Qingxue. Later, I thought about calling Su Qingxue to tell her about this in order to regain some goodwill. After all, he was extremely confident at the time, believing that Lin Wancheng appreciated him and would never let him cancel the engagement. And the result was the same at that time. Lin Wancheng did not agree, but just said that the marriage certificate would be kept in my Lin family and gave himself a few days to consider. But no matter how much he planned, he never expected that Xin Fei would ask to tear up the marriage certificate when lending him money. I never expected that the marriage certificate would be brought in front of everyone at this time. He was speechless for a moment. There was anger in his eyes, but it was a bet with so many people watching, and it was happening in front of Lin Shirin, and he was the one who delivered the marriage certificate to the Lin family. Do you want to regret it now? Wouldn't that make everyone laugh at you? He could only remain silent, looking around, hoping that Lin Wancheng would stand up at this time and say, marriage is a serious matter, not a joke, you can't mess around. Then, take the marriage certificate back. However, no matter how I looked left and right, I couldn't see Lin Wancheng. Xin Fei suddenly spoke up at this moment. When you returned the marriage certificate to the Lin family yesterday, did you ever consider that this initiative to cancel the engagement would also be a humiliation to the Lin family? I'm afraid at that time, you were thinking that if you became famous at the treasure appraisal competition today, Mr. Lin would take the initiative to beg you to take back the marriage certificate, right? But now, after repeated failures, you're penniless, and being cursed by everyone. Do you regret it and want to go back and become the Lin family's son-in-law? Do you think there are such good things in the world? Chapter 60, the old army transformed into pea shooters, and the old forum was shocked. As soon as Xin Fei said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Suddenly, everyone looked at Yi Fan with contempt. The sound of ridicule followed him. I wonder why he keeps pretending. So he's related to the Lin family. I remember now. When Elder Lin was seriously ill, it seems he was helped by an old miracle doctor, and a marriage contract was arranged at that time. Is this the boy? I was wondering why you always look down on others. Do you think you are the successor of the Lin family? Is he worthy of it? Fuck. I thought we were getting engaged now, but it turns out it was over a decade ago. What era is this? That kind of thing is no longer popular. I heard that the old doctor lived in the mountains all year round. Could this kid have also run away from the mountains? No wonder he's so arrogant and rude, looking down on everyone and not knowing how to appreciate others' kindness. Turns out he's just an uneducated wild child. Listening to the wave after wave of ridicule and abuse, Yi Fan's anger had already rushed to his forehead. He clenched his fists and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Especially when he saw everyone around him looking at him with mocking and contemptuous eyes, he felt so embarrassed that his whole body was hot and he was furious. When had he, the mighty Dragon King, ever suffered such humiliation? Well, it's just a marriage certificate, so what if I tear it up? He was so angry that he had lost his mind. He snatched the marriage certificate from Lin Shireen's hand and raised his hand upwards. Then he turned his palms and fingers into a knife and chopped it down, smashing the marriage certificate into pieces on the spot. Then, he glared at Qin Fei. Now, are you satisfied? Seeing this, Qin Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, You did this yourself, what does it have to do with me? Now, you can go. Walk? Yi Fan sneered in his heart. I came here today, wanting to become famous in Jiangcheng, stand at the top, and be looked up to by everyone. But now, he has lost all his reputation and face. The marriage certificate was destroyed and the Dragon King ring was stolen. The last 120 yuan on me was also stolen. I don't even have enough money for the bus fare home. The reason why I am in this situation is all because of that coward Qin Fei. He stared at Qin Fei with a gloomy look, anger boiling in his heart. If Qin Fei hadn't affected his state of mind, how could he have failed 3 times in a row? If it weren't for Qin Fei's constant inducement, how could he have lost the last 120 yuan? If Qin Fei had not plotted against him, how could he have lost the Dragon King ring, ruined his engagement with the Lin family, and ruined his plan of rising to prominence? So, how could he leave like this? Originally, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation, ridicule, and abuse. If that is the case, why should I endure myself any longer? You can go, but... He sneered, clenched his fists, and his whole body was filled with anger, with murderous intent emanating from his body. Step by step, approaching Qin Fei. He raised his hand and prepared to pull Qin Fei in front of him. The other leg was also raised, and then it was about to kick Qin Fei's leg. Today, I will cripple both of your legs. Bang! However, just as he finished speaking and before he could make a move, he felt a blow to his head from a cane. You little bastard, what do you want to do? Puff! Yi Fan's accumulated murderous aura was instantly dissipated by half, and he turned around and glared at him angrily. He saw an old man with gray hair and wrinkled face, standing there with a cane, staring at him with indignation. He was completely stunned. After looking at him several times, I realized that I didn't know this old man at all. The more I looked, the more confused I became. What are you looking at? The old man leaned on a cane, bent over, and raised his hand to stroke the few scattered white hairs. What? You're not convinced by my beating? Just try to move me. I'll lie down and blackmail you until your underwear is stripped off. The anger on Yi Fan's face froze, and he said impatiently, Who are you? Me? Ha, you'll be scared to death if I tell you. The old man leaned on his crutches with both hands, trying to stand straighter, and said proudly. Let me introduce myself. I'm the new deputy captain of the Qin family's guards, Li Erniu. Puff. When Qin Fei heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched twice and his eyes lit up. Yesterday I gave the order to ask Lu Daxiang and others to bring the old man over from home. Later, after Su Qingshue's disturbance, I forgot about it. This morning, I was dragged to the venue again, and the matter of arranging security guards was put on hold. I didn't expect that Lu Daxiang was so capable and could arrange it so quickly. He subconsciously looked back, and couldn't help but grin. Wow, a bunch of old men are coming from behind. Those on crutches and those in wheelchairs. The two of them supported each other and were trembling as they walked together. The dentures are about to fall out of my mouth. A huge crowd. They are rushing towards this side with high spirits and vigor. Soon, the group of wealthy people who were just watching were pushed aside. Master, please stand aside and let us do it. These people were very self-aware and separated Qin Fei directly, leaving Yi Fan alone in the circle. Boy, you are the only one who wants to snatch the woman from our young master? Don't you see what kind of character you have? Are you worthy? Why are you staring at me? Are you trying to show off your big eyes? What, you still want to do it? Come on, try to touch me. Li Ernia said, taking a half step forward, holding his head high with a provocative look on his face. He is the best at scamming people. Even though one of his legs was still in a cast, he didn't feel weak at all. You guys. Yi Fan was forced to retreat repeatedly. Don't force me to do it. Put. Just try it yourself. Li Ernia spat a 70-year-old jar of liquor directly into his face. You old thing, you dare to spit again. Yi Fan was completely stunned, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and he roared. Spit. Before he finished speaking, another mouthful of Lao Tzu came. After taking these 2 bites, it was like a switch was turned on. 20 or so old men, all bent over, reaching their heads, transformed into pea shooters. Before Yi Fan could react, he was covered in the face. The stench even had some of the smell of saline solution after an infusion, which choked him and drove him crazy. Enough! He couldn't help but shout, opened his mouth, and caught it. Ugh! He turned around in disgust and vomited violently while holding onto the wall. In order to get to the venue early today, he didn't even have breakfast. He vomited for 2 minutes and almost vomited out his gallbladder. More than 20 old men all put their hands on their waists, with victorious smiles on their faces. Li Ernia turned around and smiled at Qin Fei. Young master, don't worry, we old men will protect you, and we are no worse than those little brats. Qin Fei was almost laughing like crazy. He quickly waved his hands at the few people and said, Old men, I'm sorry for taking you in at such an old age. Oh, what nonsense! I heard from Xiao Si that the young master wants to take us in, take care of our medical care, take care of us in our old age, and let us live in seclusion. That's right, we have to thank you, master. Master, don't worry. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, let him step over my old bones first. A bunch of old men spoke with high spirits, high morale, righteous indignation, and a sense of duty. Qin Fei chuckled and happened to see Yi Fan turning around. He couldn't help but laughed out loud. Yi Fan was so angry that he was fuming, but he knew that it was absolutely impossible for him to take action at this moment. These 20 or so old men can neither be beaten nor scolded. A verbal spat? I can't handle it alone. He immediately gave Qin Fei a fierce look and said, Qin Fei, let's wait and see. I'm determined to take those 2 legs of yours. After saying this, he prepared to leave in a dejected manner. But at this moment, Su Qingxue, who had disappeared for more than 2 hours, suddenly squeezed through the crowd and rushed over. Stop! Before you leave, hand over the keys to your rental apartment. You're being kicked out. Chapter 61. Yi Fan wants to kill, so he uses an electric baton. Yi Fan stopped in his tracks instantly. The moment he heard Su Qingxue's voice, he heard her asking him to stop. He also thought that Su Qingxue knew that he was excluded by everyone at the venue, so she came over to speak up for him. However, when he turned around and looked at her cold face and unfriendly eyes, he finally reacted. What she just said was that she should hand over the key to the rental house? Qingxue, what do you mean by that? He couldn't help but ask, a little confused. Is it, you've been to see where I live, and you're worried that it's too tiring for me to squeeze into the bus for an hour to get to work, so you want to move me to a better area? Hearing his outrageous remarks, no matter how well-mannered Su Qingxue was, she couldn't help but angrily said, What the hell are you dreaming of? I came here to tell you that I've bought the garage you live in. I'm also doing it for charity and am already preparing to convert it into a public restroom. What? Yi Fan frowned and looked at her intently, his eyes full of disbelief. He thought this woman was here to support him, but she stole from his own home? Are you serious about joining forces with them and taking things to the extreme? As he spoke, he sighed slightly, and a deep disappointment appeared in his eyes. Qingxue, I know you must be doing these things because you need the Qin family's help right now and are threatened by that coward Qin Fei. You want to use this as a token of your loyalty, right? But, what I want to tell you is that the Qin family, within half a month, I will destroy the Qin family. Then I will be the swordsman of the upper class in Jiangcheng. Can't you wait for me for another 2 weeks? Then, I will let you know that I am the one standing at the top of Jiangcheng, and I only want to share this glory with you. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around couldn't help but laugh out loud. The looks they gave him were extremely strange, as if they were looking at a mentally retarded person. He's crazy. The Qin family has stood firm for 100 years, its influence is complex and diverse, and its branches in the capital are all top-tier families. Even the king of the country would have to think twice before making a move against the Qin family. He's just such a little jerk. I don't know who gave him the confidence to say such things. Damn it, if it weren't for the Qin family's magnanimity, he would have died just based on this sentence. A poor wretch who can't even take out a dime from his pocket, and he still wants to stand on top of Jiangcheng? Some even imitated his way of speaking, with one hand behind his back, head held high and chest puffed out, eyes full of disdain and pride. I want to stand at the top of Jiangcheng, and only you can share this glory. There was another burst of laughter. In the face of these ridicules, Yi Fan still had an arrogant look on his face and glanced at the audience with contempt. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Qingxue. He tried to make his tone gentle and asked softly, Qingxue, everything I said is true. As long as you nod and agree, we will walk out of the venue together now. I promise that there will be no. Bang! Before he could finish his words, he felt a flash of white light before his eyes. A loud slap came over, and my face felt burning with pain. Shut up! Who do you think you are? Who allowed you to call my name? Su Qingxue stared at him coldly, and the disgust in her eyes became more and more intense. You're clearly good for nothing, yet you keep talking big all day long. It's fine for someone like you to just live in your own dreams every day, but you have to act in front of others, brag, and annoy them. Don't you think this is disgusting? What are you looking at? Am I wrong? Her voice became increasingly shrill, and it was obvious that she had been disgusted to the point of being broken by his calling her Qingxue several times. Now, whenever she heard this damn scumbag calling her name, she would feel uncomfortable all over. You! Yifan covered half of his face, and anger rose in his heart again. He still wanted to save the situation, but when he saw Su Qingxue's resolute eyes and the mockery and contempt on everyone's faces, he could only sigh. I thought you were reasonable and wouldn't judge a hero by his success or failure. Now it seems that you are just like those ordinary people, with only mortal eyes. In that case, let's say goodbye. Next time we meet, I hope you won't regret it when you look up to me. After he finished speaking, he shook his head, turned around, and prepared to leave. Are you mentally ill? Su Qingxue called out to him, I told you to hand over the keys. Are you deaf or don't understand what I'm saying? You! Yifan's face instantly turned black. Are you really going to be so ruthless? That's the only place I have in Zhangcheng. Are you going to take it away too? You talk too much. Xin Fei couldn't stand it any longer, so he walked over and snatched the key from his pocket. Get out! Yifan's face darkened again. It's not that he doesn't want to give up the house, but there is something he wants under the underground garage. The reason I rented there was originally just to save money. Then what he didn't expect was that after he slept there, he suddenly felt that his realm seemed to have improved a lot. Later, after careful inspection, it was discovered that there was a piece of spiritual jade underground, which was of great benefit to spiritual practice. He originally thought that after today's jade conference, when he had enough money, he could buy the garage and then dig out the jade underneath in the name of renovation. But I didn't expect that not only did I not make any money today, but I lost everything and now I even lost my house. No! No matter what, you can't hand over the keys today. His mind raced and he subconsciously glanced to the side. Seeing that the policemen were all outside the crowd, he immediately became murderous. With these people's skills, if I robbed Xin Fei and snatched the keys in a short time, the police might not be able to react. As soon as he thought of this, he reached out without any warning and grabbed Xin Fei's clothes, clamping him. Hand over the key and protect me out, otherwise I will kill you, he said coldly. Xin Fei was completely stunned. He stared with his eyes wide open, his mind in a mess. Damn it, he just suffered such a great humiliation but didn't he do anything extreme, so why is he breaking down now? No, buddy, what's the point of you stealing the key? Can you move in again after stealing it? He said speechlessly. Don't worry about that. Yifan snorted coldly, his murderous intent surging as he scanned the entire audience. All of you are targeting me. Do you really think that I, Yifan, have a good temper and am easy to bully? Today, I'll let you know what it's like when the Dragon King gets angry and blood splatters everywhere. Aha, someone's going to electrocute me. He roared angrily, his eyes suddenly darkened, and he became murderous on the spot. However, before he could finish his words, he felt something hit him from behind, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble violently. By the time he realized it was a stun gun, he had already rolled his eyes. With a thud, he fell to the ground with a stiff body. Li Ernia raised the electric baton in his hand and smiled honestly and proudly. He said as if to take credit, "Young master, don't worry. Ernia, said that as long as we old bones are here, no one can hurt you." Chapter 62, yes, I just want to have a few concubines. Li Ernia spoke with great pride, waving the stun gun in his hand. Master, don't look down on us because we are old. We are very smart. Look at this electric baton, it is very effective. At this moment, Yifan happened to be awake and just bent his waist with his arms. He shouted angrily and disdainfully, "Hump, do you think you can hurt me with just a stun gun? Old man, you've already met your end." After a series of setbacks and humiliations, he completely lost his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced towards Li Ernia with a vicious look in his eyes. Everyone was shocked. Careful! It seemed that Yifan was about to punch Li Erniu. At this time, Wang Ermeizi's grandfather, Wang Dachui, handed Yifan the electric baton directly from behind. There was a burst of crackling sparks, and Yifan's body shook like a sieve. He screamed a few times, his eyes rolled back, and he fell back to the ground again. Wang Dachui raised the electric baton in his hand and smiled foolishly, revealing that there were only 5 old yellow teeth left in his mouth. "Master, don't worry, it's stable." Phew. Looking at Yifan falling to the ground and still twitching, I couldn't help laughing out loud. I immediately gave him a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, this army of old people is so crowded. At this moment, Yifan suddenly roared and jumped up from the ground. His eyes were red as he glanced at the group of old men, murderous intent rising in his heart. I, Yifan, have always been upright and honest. I never bully the weak, and I never hit the elderly, children, or women. But today, you have repeatedly sought death, so don't blame me for killing you. After saying that, he took a stance, clenched his fists, and took a deep breath. Then, more than 20 electric batons were opened and thrown towards him. For a moment, sparks and lightning. The crackling sounds came one after another continuously. Yifan's hair stood up and smoke came out of his mouth. He lay on the ground with his eyes rolled back and foam coming out of his mouth. Finally, he fainted. Little guy, do you think you can still turn the tables in front of me, Li Erniu? What's the point of just standing here making such a fuss all day long? Everyone looked at this scene, their faces twitching and their eyes filled with astonishment. These old men. He can curse, criticize, and be confusing, but most importantly, he has amazing fighting power. Master Qin is quite talented, as he was able to come up with a way to gather these people together as guards. Qin Fei gave a thumbs up on the spot. Qin Fei's mouth twitched. Who the hell are you scolding? However, I have to say that this effect is beyond my imagination. He lowered his head and glanced at Yifan. I told you not to brag, I'll electrocute you to death, you idiot. Bite. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Host, hurry up, he's dizzy, he's dizzy. Qin Fei was confused. If you feel dizzy, then so be it. Why are you so excited? System, copy the skill quickly. Qin Fei's eyes lit up and he suddenly reacted. He quickly took a piece of green talisman paper and stuck it on Yifan. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully copied the Qi Huang technique from the protagonist, and the skill level has now reached mastery. Ding! The protagonist's skills have been plundered, and the skill level has dropped to entry level. 6 Qin Fei's eyes lit up. I remember that in the original novel, in the first few dozen chapters, the skills Yifan used most often to show off were these two. Through gambling on stones, he gained the support of the entire Lin family, accumulated a large amount of capital, and rapidly expanded his influence. After he had money, he used his medical skills to gain connections and met many beautiful women. From rich young ladies to divorced ladies, they tried all kinds of delicious food. And now, I have stolen his medical skills. What about that rich lady, the divorced one? Shit, do I, Qin Fei, still have the life of this thief Chow? Thinking of the original novel, that Heislet Cheongsam, that willow waist, that mountain-like figure, those big red lips, Qin Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and the curling got wider and wider. Stop. He reached out and pushed it back. You can't twist your mouth, otherwise it will be torn easily. Seeing Yifan being subdued, a group of police officers finally surrounded him. Take away. 2 people carried Yifan, who was paralyzed by the electric shock, away. After they were all stuffed into the car and handcuffed, he slowly woke up and looked around in confusion. Silver bracelets, iron fences, howling sounds. Such a familiar feeling? He reacted instantly. Qin Fei, you coward, you can't afford to play, he shouted angrily. When I come out, I, Yifan, will kill you. The police officer escorting him turned around and glared at him. Captain, I think he can be classified as an extremely dangerous person and must be interrogated strictly. Upstairs. The Jade Conference is still going on. Without Yifan, the pretentious guy, the scene became more lively. Lin Wancheng and a group of bigwigs also walked out from behind the scenes to the venue. Qin Fei became the focus of the whole audience. In just 2 hours, he had collected more than half of the raw stones in the entire venue, making a great splash. Master Qin, you really are a hidden talent. You've raised your child to be such an excellent person, yet you still let all the rumors spread. How can you remain so calm? You've deceived us all. Compared to that, our prodigal son. No, I have to get a belt that's not real leather. I have a daughter. Actually, she and Xiaofei were high school classmates. Get out of here. You're so familiar with Lao Qin, but my daughter hasn't even gotten a spot yet. Humph. Lin Wancheng cleared his throat, stroked his white beard, and smiled faintly. Everyone, didn't you see that Xiaofei forced Jifan to tear up the marriage certificate? And you gave all the Jeju unearthed, worth over 30 billion, to my Lin family for joint management. What does this mean? Don't you understand? These are all betrothal gifts for my granddaughter. When everyone heard this, they immediately grimaced in hatred. Old man Lin, what you said is not authentic. That's business. How can you have anything to do with the betrothal gift? That's right, isn't it just 30 billion? Old Ma, only have one daughter, and she's worth 300 billion. I'll give it all as a dowry. Looking at this group of old guys who all wanted to marry their daughters and granddaughters to their families as daughters-in-law, Qin Jishan was both happy and worried. You little bastard, it's better for you to keep quiet than to make a move. But once you make a move, you're going to give me a big fight. Qin Fei packed up and prepared to leave when he happened to pass by. Seeing this scene, he subconsciously glanced at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned serious. Oh, Mr. Qin's romantic luck has reached its peak. It seems I have to buy more things to prepare when I go home. Like leeks, wolfberries, pig kidneys, bullwhips, etc. Puff. Qin Fei's face suddenly turned dark. You are slandering me. Oh, slander? Then why did you insist on letting that scumbag Yifan tear up the marriage certificate and give all the 30 billion worth of raw stones to the Lin family? Isn't that a betrothal gift? Qin Fei reacted and said firmly, yes, I just want to have a few concubines. Just tell me what you want. You. Su Qingxue was so angry that her chest heaved, and she dragged him to the crowd without saying anything. Then, he stood directly in front of Qin Jishan and forced a smile. Dad, I brought Xiaofei here. If you want to marry him a few concubines, remember to let me, the head of the family, know so I can help you check it out. Chapter 63 Su Qingxue, please be restrained, we are still in the car. Puff. Qin Fei was speechless for a moment. No, big sister, why are you playing like this? Qin Jishan's old face was also shocked, and he laughed awkwardly twice. He turned around and put the blame on Lin Wancheng. Mr. Lin was just joking. He said he wanted to marry Yinin into our family. Lin Wancheng's face also darkened. You brat. Seeing this, everyone immediately started to make a fuss. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, you have finally achieved your goal. Shouldn't this be expressed publicly? Several young people said meaningfully. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Qin Fei grinned and said, kiss your uncle. How can I let you watch this kind of thing? Su Qingxue's face was frosted pink. She glanced at Qin Fei shyly, took a deep breath, and as if she had made a great decision, she moved closer to him, slightly stood on tiptoe, and squinted her eyes. But, 2 seconds later, this guy was still hiding behind? She took a deep breath with a dark face and said, you're a grown man, and you're shy? She was so angry that she pulled Qin Fei back, pinched his ears and pulled him down, then opened her mouth and kissed him all over the face. Qin Fei was completely stunned. He completely ignored the screams and whistles around him and looked at her in confusion. When did you go crazy? Su Qingxue looked at his face covered with pink lip marks and burst out laughing. Arrogantly snorted, who told you not to take the initiative? Elbow, come home with me, I'll show you something good. Hey! Su Qingxue, slow down. Why are you so impatient? What? What good thing did you say you wanted to see? He suddenly realized what was happening and his mouth widened into a grin. Su Qingxue punched him on the arm in shame and indignation, whispering, I just bought that when I went out. It's the same one Lin Shirin wore that day. Puff. Qin Fei almost couldn't breathe. His eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Su Qingxue as if she were an alien. It's over, this woman is completely crazy. Su Qingxue curled her lips. You are crazy. If I don't keep a close eye on you, you might go to some woman's house to play with her feet one day. Let's go. She went forward to pull him. Wait a minute. I'm going to get something. Qin Fei left him and turned to the gambling stone master to get the fantasy incense. I bought thousands of raw stones at the venue today. It took me 7 or 8 hours to select and cut them. In the end, I gave them all to the Lin family for cooperative operation. Only this piece remained. Not to mention the miraculous effects of the illusionary love incense, there is only one of its kind in the entire world and it cannot fall into the hands of others. The box is transparent, and the fantasy fragrance lies quietly inside. The light is projected onto it through the crystal wall, reflecting a breathtaking and enchanting red light, which looks very charming. It was the first time Su Qingxue saw it, and she fell in love with it at first sight. "Is this specially left for me?" she said in surprise, walking forward and holding it. Then, he couldn't wait to open the box and hold the fantasy fragrance in his hand. "Don't open it." Xin Fei stretched out his hand, but still failed to stop it, and felt a headache. "What? You gave it to me, so why not let me take a look?" Su Qingxue snorted and held it in her arms decisively, fearing that it would be snatched back. He even put the crystal box on the counter and threw it away. She held the fantasy jade in her hands, and the more she looked at it, the more delighted she became. "Wow, what beautiful jade! It smells so good too." She took a few deep breaths and felt a sense of comfort throughout her body, as if all the fatigue of the day had disappeared. "You smell it too. I feel like I'm not tired from a busy day." She also wanted to hand the fantasy incense to Xin Fei's face. Xin Fei's mouth twitched slightly and he dodged a little. "Sister, don't spread this information, or something bad will happen." "Tisk, look at you, people bought that for you, and you're still so stingy." Su Qingxue pouted and wrinkled her nose at him. "Forget it, I'll just inhale it myself, it feels so good." She held it in her hand and smelled it all the way. The more she smelled, the more energetic she felt. She didn't notice at all that her face was slightly flushed with excitement and even her breathing became a little hot. What a horrible weather! It's already dark and still so hot, with not a single breeze. She freed her hands and fanned them in front of her face. Quick elbow, I asked Xiaomin to park the car on the side of the road." She pulled Xin Fei along and quickened her pace. Outside the venue, Su Qingxue's driver Fang Xiaomin had already parked his car at the door and was waiting. It was a silver-gray CEO car. Su Qingxue dove into the car, lay down on the back seat, and called out slowly, "Xiaomin, turn down the air conditioner a little bit." "Okay, Mr. Su." Fang Xiaomin lowered her temper and asked casually, "Mr. Su, have you been drinking? Why is your face so red?" "No, maybe it's too hot." Su Qingxue agreed, reached out and tugged at her collar to fan herself. When I turned around, I saw that the guy had a strange look in his eyes. I thought he wanted to see the scenery in the mountains. I couldn't help but feel a little nervous and gave him a reproachful look. "You bastard, you pinched it yesterday, but you're still pretending to be serious and don't dare to look." "Humph, I'll show your true colors when we get home." Xin Fei met her resentful gaze and quickly looked away. He felt that if he continued like this, the car might not be able to make it home, so he had to kick Fang Xiaomin, the driver, out of the car early. Now, he just hoped that the effect of the love fragrance would not take effect too quickly. He didn't want to wake up and see the video of the shaking car become a hot topic. I don't even want to appear in the gossip section of a certain website, and then have a title starting with "This year's big gossip," then I will be socially disastrous. He quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, and opened the system interface to see what he had gained today. "You must stay calm at this time. Otherwise, I will be in trouble tomorrow." Many small red dots appeared on the system interface, indicating that there were new unread messages. When I opened them one by one, most of them were reminders that new luck points had arrived. Until a longer one caught his attention. "Congratulations to the host for plundering the protagonist's luck points, which have accumulated to over 1 million. This has eliminated the aura of intelligence reduction that affected all the female protagonists in the book." "Great!" Xin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. In the original novel, wherever Yi Fan went, there were always a bunch of people praising and flattering him, and he could also make all the female protagonists fall in love with him. The reason is that he has an aura that reduces his intelligence. It will be fun once this halo disappears. He grinned with joy and continued to count the spoils. A jade convention directly snatched away 480,000 luck points from Yi Fan. Not only did Yi Fan lose his marriage certificate and the support of the Lin family, but his medical skills were also stolen, and in the end he was sent to the police station. By the way, we also got raw stones worth more than 30 billion yuan. After operating for 2 or 3 years, it will be no problem to make tens of billions of yuan. So cool. This trip was not in vain. Oh no, why are you clinging so tightly to me? Just when I was feeling happy, I suddenly felt my arms soften. I opened my eyes and saw Su Qingxue tearing at my collar with one hand and throwing herself at me. Xin Fei was speechless. Su Qingxue, please restrain yourself, we are still in the car. Chapter 64. Both of them were caught. Xin Fei was suddenly stunned. While trying hard to restrain himself, he had to put his hand in front of her chest, and his eyes subconsciously glanced to the front. Fang Xiaoman was still driving. Qingxue, don't move. It's not that you're hot, why are you pulling my clothes? Puff. Fang Xiaoman couldn't help laughing when she heard the noise. She blushed and glanced at the rearview mirror secretly. Her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Is it something that she, a fresh graduate who just graduated less than a year ago, can see? Shouldn't you open a membership first? Bah, shouldn't you get yourself off first? But, behind him was Qin Xiao, the largest shareholder of Su Group, and the president of his own company. I was just a newbie, so how could I dare to say anything? I could only take a few sneak peeks and suppress the boiling blood. In the back seat. Su Qingxue has gone completely crazy. She seemed to have endless energy, and with a hiss sound, Xin Fei felt like he was about to get a sty. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. Let it grow. Who hasn't he been to the beach and seen the bikini parties on the summer beach? I've seen it 100 times, fought it 100 times, I'd become immune to it. No, you crazy woman, don't force it, you want to strangle me to death, Can't I do it myself? Hearing the werewolf's howl, Fang Xiaoman's hand shook violently and she almost hit the green belt. She quickly apologized and focused on driving ahead, not daring to blink. Rolling. As the car braked suddenly, the piece of fantasy incense that Su Qingxue had placed on the back seat rolled from the bottom to the front and landed right at Fang Xiaoman's feet. She quickly glanced down, but she was driving and couldn't pick it up. She could only resist the urge to bend down and try her best to clear her mind and not be disturbed by the noise coming from the back seat. This stone smells so good. Fang Xiaoman subconsciously took a few deep breaths and actually felt that she was much more relaxed. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I thought to myself, it is indeed worthy of being a gift from young Master Qin to President Su, each one is rare in the world. I wish I could have a boyfriend who loves me as much as Mr. Su. Alas. It's a pity that I have a good figure and good looks, but because of my poor family background, I was afraid of being treated as a plaything, so I didn't dare to fall in love during the entire college period. As a result, I am 23 years old now and have not experienced the sweetness of love. During those 4 years, the only time I saw anything as outrageous as possible was when my roommate secretly opened a forum and his headphones were not plugged in securely. But now, she was at the scene. She couldn't help but feel a dry mouth. She instinctively wanted to lower the temperature of the air conditioner, but she was afraid that the air conditioning was too strong and would make Mr. Su catch a cold, so she could only unbutton her black business suit jacket to get some fresh air. But somehow, she always felt something was wrong. Not only is there no sign of cooling down, but I feel even hotter all over. She had no choice but to lower the car window a little, hoping to let the evening breeze blow in and blow away some of the heat. As the car window was lowered, the sound of tire noise came in. Xin Fei was startled and subconsciously glanced forward. I happened to see Fang Xiaoman's look at this moment and thought to myself, damn it! I actually forgot that the effect of this fantasy fragrance is too explosive. Everyone in the car, except myself who has the system's blessing, will inevitably be affected. Especially when he saw Fang Xiaoman's breathing becoming more and more rapid, he suddenly panicked. It doesn't matter if Su Qingxue loses her mind, I still have myself to protect her. But if Fang Xiaoman is like this, if you are not careful, 3 lives will be lost in one car. He glanced out the window and saw a branch road turning into the wilderness not far ahead, so he shouted hurriedly. Xiaomin, turn right at the next intersection onto the small road. Ah! Fang Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, and quickly took her hand away from her chest. Blushing, she hurriedly replied, okay, Mr. Qin. The car slowed down and soon drove from the main road to the small road. It was already around 8 o'clock in the evening. There were many people on the main road, but the small road was the road out of the city. There were very few people in cars, and it seemed much quieter. Without the illumination of streetlights, the light seemed even dimmer. As the light dimmed, she inexplicably felt relieved. But at the same time, there seemed to be an impulse in my heart that broke through my rationality and rushed out like a flood or a beast. The moment the car stopped, she jumped out and fanned her clothes frantically, trying to calm herself down. It was September and there was already some cool breeze at night, but she always felt that no matter how hard she blew, it couldn't blow away the heat in her body. The moment that horrible thought arose in her mind, she tried her best to suppress it, wanting to strangle it to death. Never pinched. The primitive impulse took over, controlling her legs as she moved towards the back door of the car, step by step. Sheen Fei suddenly noticed a shadow on the window. He was so scared that his whole body trembled and his soul almost flew away. Before he could react, Fong Xiaoman opened the car door. No, don't come over here. Sheen Fei screamed in his heart. Dog system, is there any talisman that can solve this problem? The system was silent, as if it had crashed, and there was no response. Sheen Fei was speechless for a moment and decided to fight. He forcefully pried open the octopus like Su Qingxue, not caring about the glory or not, and got out of the car directly. Chapter 65. Men are always so childish. But, when he got out of the car and saw the scene in front of him, he was completely stunned. He subconsciously glanced at Su Qingxue in the car, and then looked at Fong Xiaoman in front of him. Su Qingxue is in great glory. And Fong Xiaoman in front of him probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Sheen Fei was speechless when he saw this. 1 by 1, 2 by 2, they are all in this state. Are there thorns on their clothes? While he was stunned, Fong Xiaoman had already moved closer again. Mr. Qin, do you have any ice cubes? Her voice was soft, and her pretty face was already as red as a ripe pomegranate. Sheen Fei grinned and quickly dodged to the side. We're in the wild, and there's a weird ice cube. It's all nonsense. Don't come over here. I advise you not to be ungrateful. You need to control yourself. But at this time, Fong Xiaoman, who had been inhaling the fragrance for more than 10 minutes, was no longer able to maintain her rationality. Don't move, I'm here to solve your problem, not to solve yours. Sheen Fei shouted silently, pressing one hand hard against her shoulder to create some distance between them. With his other hand, he pulled her other hand over, pinched her wrist, and then pressed her against the car door frame with her back facing him. Then, he followed the prompt of the information in his mind, mobilized the only trace of spiritual power in his body, and sent it towards her pulse point. This was a section of medical skills that he had just copied from Yi Fan, and it was called Clear Heart. It can clear the mind within a few minutes. The function is also very simple, it is to deal with this kind of thing. However, it was his first time using it, and he couldn't even find the pulse point correctly. Moreover, Fong Xiaoman kept struggling and refused to cooperate, which made him feel upset. Go to hell. He gave up and slapped her on the shoulder with his backhand. Knocked unconscious. Then he stuffed her into the car. Call. Looking at the unconscious Fong Xiaoman, he let out a long sigh, finally solving one problem. Before closing the car door, he kindly helped her put on her clothes. Eat less next time. You're so fat that it's hard to button your shirt, he complained. Done, close the car door. Then, he turned around and looked behind him. Su Qingxue was still clinging to the window, and he couldn't help but feel a headache again. He ran to the back door, ready to do the same to her and slap her until she fainted. As soon as he raised his hand, he was interrupted. I was so careless. The next morning, Sheen Fei got up from the bed with a frown. He looked down at his chest and abdomen, and the red marks from being scratched, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's really crazy. He sat at the head of the bed for a long time, then got out of bed, kicked away a pile of clothes, and went into the bathroom next door. Ah! A scream frightened him so much that his whole body shuddered. You hooligan! Su Qingxue quickly wrapped herself tightly in the bath towel, pushed him away and ran out. TSK. Sheen Fei grinned and deliberately leaned over the door and shouted outside, Sister, you weren't like this last night. Don't say that. Su Qingxue grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Bang! Sheen Fei closed the door instantly to block the pillow cannonball. I love taking a bath. I feel so good. Loo la la loo. Listening to the whistling bathing song inside, Su Qingxue said with a sigh, men are always so childish. Then he quickly walked to the other side of the bed, pushed open the door of the walk-in closet, and went in to pick something. My own clothes are no longer wearable, so I can only make do with his clothes. After choosing and choosing, I still couldn't find one that fits me. There was no way. Sheen Fei was too tall. Any shirt he put on looked like a short jumpsuit. Not to mention the pants. There was no need to try them on. I just picked them up and tried them on, and a large part of the trouser legs were hanging on the ground. She was really out of ideas, so she picked out a pair of shorts he wore when playing basketball and put them on. They felt like a bucket, and the few steps she took out of the cloakroom, she felt awkward and drafty. Looking at the mess on the floor, her face turned red all the way to her ears. She hurriedly picked up the trash can and bent over to pick up the trash. That bastard must be born in the year of the ox. Just as she finished cleaning up, she heard the sound of the shower in the bathroom fade away, and she subconsciously got up and ran out. As soon as I went out, I bumped into someone head-on. Fang Xiaoman, who had panda eyes and red eyes. Click. Without a second thought, she closed the door and then closed it back on herself. Chapter 66. Today is a good day. Just at this moment, Xin Fei walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel with his hair not completely dried. He gulped, pretending not to be embarrassed at all, and smiled guiltily. Why, standing behind the door? Afraid that I'll run away? Bah, you are shameless. Su Qingxue said angrily. Xin Fei laughed, shrugged his shoulders and said nothing more. Anyway, it's like this, who cares whether you have shame or not? Hey, did you clean it up? Thank you. Xin Fei grinned as he looked at the things on the ground that were gone. Get out. Su Qingxue blushed. Was it a matter of thank you or not? Well, I'll change my clothes before I leave. Xin Fei smiled and walked into the cloakroom. Soon, he changed into casual clothes and walked out. He was surprised to see her still leaning against the door. You are hiding from people? Who's coming? Don't you think about it yourself? Who did you carry here last night? Su Qingxue said unhappily. Xiaomin, hasn't she left yet? Xin Fei smiled awkwardly, then he remembered that he had carried 2 women back last night. One was Fang Xiaoman, who had lost consciousness after being knocked unconscious by him. The other was Su Qingxue, who hadn't been knocked unconscious, but was completely exhausted. In order to prevent any accidents, he deliberately put Fang Xiaoman in the bedroom next door. But I didn't expect that it was already 9 o'clock in the morning and the woman hadn't left yet? After hearing this, Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask, why, do you still want to go out and look for her? How could I? Please don't wrongly accuse a good person. Xin Fei denied it on the spot. Bah, don't think I don't know. You clearly did that to her in the car yesterday. Su Qingxue snorted in anger. Now you're pretending to be a good person. Sister, I'm giving her treatment. If we don't treat her in time, it will cause great harm to her body. Xin Fei explained. Really? Then what kind of treatment are you talking about? You need to keep pressing. I've been pressing for almost 10 minutes, and my clothes are already ripped off. Xin Fei was speechless for a moment. It's my first time, I have no experience, I just need to try a few more times next time. Do you want to try a few more times? Su Qingxue's face darkened. You playboy. I'm going to fight you, you rascal. No, stop talking nonsense, I'm knocking. Xin Fei failed to keep his golden bathrobe. The moment their eyes met, she sensed a danger signal. Seeing that she was standing there in a daze, Xin Fei grinned and chuckled. I think, today is a good day. Outside the door, Fang Xiaoman covered her ears directly. She had been thinking that when she woke up in the morning and saw Mr. Su, she would apologize to him and tell him that she had not intended to hook up with Mr. Qin. She had just graduated and it was not easy for her to find such a good job. She did not want to be kicked out of the company because of an accident. So, I have been waiting until now and haven't dared to sneak away. But at this moment, she really couldn't bear to listen anymore, so she covered her ears and ran downstairs. Arriving in the living room, she sat on the sofa, feeling guilty and anxious. As her gaze shifted, she caught sight of her current outfit from the glass-top table. Her face flushed instantly, and she ran out to the trunk to grab a spare set of clothes to change into. After thinking about it, I didn't dare to go back and drove straight to the mall to buy a new set of clothes for Mr. Su. It took more than an hour to go back and forth. When she came back with a new set of clothes, she looked up through the patio at the second floor and saw that the door was still closed. Should I continue waiting or go up directly? She hesitated for several minutes and decided to take the clothes up and put them at the door. Her mission was completed and she could leave safely. She went up the stairs very lightly, not daring to make any unnecessary noise. She quietly reached the door, put down her clothes, turned around and left. After taking 2 steps, she turned back, thinking she had to knock on the door to remind them. Knock knock. She took a deep breath, mustered up the courage and knocked on the door gently. Come in. Xin Fei was leaning on the head of the bed, savoring the moment and inhaling the mist. At this moment, when he heard the knock on the door, he thought Su Qingxue had returned and answered subconsciously. When Fang Xiaoman heard this, her body trembled violently, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. I couldn't help but wonder in my heart. Young Master Qin said, "Let him in." What does he want to do? What if you push the door open and see something you shouldn't see? Come in, what are you standing there for? Just as she was in a daze, an impatient voice came from inside, which scared her so much that her body trembled violently and she pursed her pink lips in confusion. She didn't dare to delay, took a deep breath, mustered up the courage, and gently pushed the door open and went in. She subconsciously glanced around, then quickly looked towards the head of the bed, but found that there was no sign of Mr. Su. She froze on the spot. Qin, young Master Qin. I just went out and bought some temporary replacement clothes for President Su. Send it over. She was flustered and explained incoherently. When Qin Fei heard Fang Xiaoman's voice, he couldn't help but look up in surprise. She stood there in a daze, not daring to speak or go out, her heart in a mess. Mr. Qin, I'm just here to deliver some clothes. She explained in a low voice, looking very scared. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud, and patted the edge of the bed. Come here, I want to ask you something. Chapter 67, does it still have the characteristics of Chao Zhe? Master Qin, I don't. Fang Xiaoman was so frightened that her face turned pale, and a hint of shame and panic appeared in her weak eyes. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. What are you thinking about? I want to tell you something serious. Fang Xiaoman shook her head violently and took half a step back. I thought, what serious matter could there be that would make someone sit on the edge of the bed? This is the man who is her boss. If she dares to sit over there, she will definitely be mesmerized by his beauty and will never want to leave. President Su was so good to her, she didn't want to let him down. Although she had already let him down last night, it was all understandable. Now, she dared not act rashly again. Qin Fei was speechless when he saw this. I just wanted to ask you, how long after you smelled that fragrance yesterday did you start to react? Ah? Fang Xiaoman was stunned. Could such a thing be said out loud? Besides, who can calculate time for something like that? Think about it carefully. Qin Fei urged. He just knew how long it would take for the scent of the love fragrance to produce its intoxicating effect. I don't know. It was like, after passing 2 or 3 traffic lights, right? Fang Xiaoman said with a blushing face. Yes, at that time I felt very hot and wanted some fresh air. Qin Fei said and pondered for a moment. 2 or 3 traffic lights would only take a few minutes to get there. This efficiency was indeed quite high. Then roughly when did you, disappear? Qin Fei raised his head and asked again. When Fang Xiaoman heard this kind of question again, she felt her ears burning and itchy, and she glanced at him with resentment. Mr. Qin, can you please stop asking? I can't say it. What's the big deal? I need to find out the situation, otherwise I'll be on guard next time. Fang Xiaoman frowned and secretly spat in her heart. There won't be a next time, young Master Qin is playing tricks on me again. As General Manager Su's secretary, she had seen Qin Fei quite often. Qin Fei also often went to General Manager Su's office to sit. Sometimes when she couldn't wait for General Manager Su, Qin Fei would always tease her. Several times, she was teased by him and had to run away. However, at the time, I just treated it as a joke and forgot about it afterwards as if nothing had happened. But now, after what happened last night, how could she remain calm when she heard such teasing? I'm serious. Qin Fei said seriously, I need to know how long it will last. Fang Xiaoman looked confused. How could she calculate the time in that situation? Later. I took a cold shower, and then, I lay in bed, but I still felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't fall asleep. Probably, it was when you were together for the 3rd time. Puff. Qin Fei couldn't hold it in. How could he have thought that this girl would use this thing as a measure word? Okay, get out now. He said speechlessly. Seeing her close the door and go out, Qin Fei laughed out loud. If we go by what she said, it would be around 2 o'clock in the morning, right? It seems that once you get addicted to this thing, you won't be able to stop until at least midnight. He turned and glanced at the counter next to him. The fantasy incense was placed in a glass box, which was returned by Su Qingxue. Just when Su Qingxue left, he specifically asked, "Don't you want such a beautiful jade?" Then Su Qingxue glared at him angrily, called him a bastard, and left without looking back. The door was half closed, and he said through the crack, "Go and have fun by yourself." Ha ha ha. Xin Fei couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. He stretched, got up, and walked towards the bathroom. I came out, changed my clothes, and went to the kitchen to make something to eat to replenish my energy. Then, I just sat there and stared blankly. During the days Yifan was locked up, he actually felt a bit bored. I opened the system and took a look, and saw that my luck value had increased by another 200,000. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Quickly click on the little red dot that indicates the prompt. One of them was brought by capturing Su Qingxue. There were also many negative emotions from Yifan, and the fragmented luck value deductions brought about were all attributed to himself. But there was one thing that surprised him even more. Yifan was locked up for a night and felt anxious for the first time, and was deducted 100,000 luck points. This is interesting. It seems that I will have to lock him up a few more times in the future, so that his luck value will increase rapidly, right? I don't know how long Yifan will be detained this time. Last time, it was Lin Wancheng who rescued him, but now Lin Wancheng is completely disappointed in him. So, who else could it be? Oh yes, the old man of the Xia family seems to be a sworn brother of Yifan's master. TSK, that guy was locked up all night and didn't he come out? I guess someone came to rescue him early in the morning. I remember that in the original book, it seemed that on the second day after the Jade Appraisal Conference ended, Yifan went to the Xia family and went to the Chen family with Xia Weining, the daughter of the Xia family. He said he was treating Mr. Chen, but in fact he was just taking Xia Weining to show off. He wanted to use his miraculous 9-yang divine needle to win Xia Weining's favor, and by the way, amaze the head of the Chen family and his 2 granddaughters. That is right, in the setting of this original novel, there is only one standard: as long as the villain has a son, he cannot escape the fate of being beaten to death and his property being plundered. For the rest of the big families, there are daughters and granddaughters. In short, the only heirs are beautiful girls of the right age. Those who understand will understand. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, the Liang family had a pretty widow. Well, if I want to completely plunder Yifan's luck, I have to take all these women into my pocket. Xin Fei secretly clicked his tongue. Could it be that I, Xin Fei, also have the attributes of Chao Zhe? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up at the refrigerator. What Su Qingxue said was right. We really need to buy some leeks, wolfberries, deer penis, pig kidneys, etc., and put more in the refrigerator. Otherwise, even with the system bonus, he was afraid that his Qilin kidney would not be able to withstand it. In the trading floor, Yifan was sitting in the interrogation room with his hands handcuffed. He had been locked up all night and his face looked quite tired. However, when he heard the door open, he immediately sat up straight, and his face regained its rebellious look. I've already told you that you can't keep me locked up for long. Just give me a call and I'll be out in no time. When he saw someone coming in, he raised his hands and pressed his hair that was made tangled by Lao Li's electric shock. The confidence and pride on his face remained unchanged. He felt that even if his hair was curled by electricity, he would still be very handsome. Then, he looked at the huge beautiful police patrolwoman in front of him whose police uniform was about to burst, and smiled evilly. Your complexion is dark and your breathing is a little disordered. You must be ill. I can cure all your illnesses. Would you like to try? Chapter 68. Ex-girlfriend calls. After Yifan finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows deliberately. After the last few times when he had used his evil smile on other women and failed, he had been summarizing and reviewing his experiences. Later I came to the conclusion that there was no problem with my identity. It's not a difference in money. After all, he is so handsome, has a good temperament and extraordinary bearing, which is enough to make up for the shortcomings of his current status and financial resources. The reason why he was ignored and even hated by some people was because that bastard Xin Fei was present and affected his mood. That's why my smile is not so natural. As long as you find the right angle, show your perfect side face when speaking, and then lift the corners of your mouth. In that way, this evil smile can be filled with 3 parts of coldness, 3 parts of sarcasm, and 4 parts of indifference. What's more, he had practiced the smile thousands of times, and even divided it into 2 parts from the 4 parts of indifference. It became 2 points of carelessness, plus 1 point of evil and 1 point of charm, and 2 points of pride and confidence, reaching a perfect 12 points. Thinking of this, he deliberately changed his sitting position, crossed his legs, and decisively changed the angle to show his side face just right. He even made perfect use of the light and shadow techniques in movies, making half of his face bright and the other half dark. In this way, when this extremely evil smile comes out, which woman would not be confused when seeing it? Seeing this, Zhang Lingyue frowned again and again. A head full of question marks. Is this fucking sick? She gave him a disdainful look, picked up the remote control, and lowered the temperature to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Then turn around, go out and close the door. This pervert, no one knew where he got his confidence from. As soon as he entered the interrogation room, he winked at her and kept grinning from ear to ear. It makes your teeth look whiter, right? If she wasn't on official business, she would have wanted to tear his mouth apart. You bastard. Yifan looked at her leaving so decisively, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. What's going on? His handsome face and charming devilish smile had failed again? Could it be that this was the first time I used the sense of light and shadow, and it affected my perfect appearance? No, how could my perfect looks be ruined by this little bit of light and shadow? It must be because I stayed up all night and my body was a little stiff, which caused the arc of my crooked mouth to lose accuracy. Like this? Or like this? He tried grinning from the left, then from the right, but he still felt unsatisfied. No. Why is it so cold? He suddenly came to his senses and looked at the mist blowing out of the air outlet. His brows suddenly frowned. Minus 20 degrees? This girl actually wants to use this trick on me, Yifan? Is this a test of my endurance? Humph, he snorted coldly. Back then, Yifan, was buried in the snow for 10 hours to complete an assassination mission, and there was no problem at all. You think this mere air conditioner can confuse me, he whispered disdainfully. Achoo! Before he could finish his words, he sneezed, a crystal hanging from his nose, and he inhaled it back without a sound. Soon, the fog inside became thicker and thicker, and it seemed that some water mist was being sprayed out. He noticed that his eyelashes were frosted and that goosebumps covered his body. A few minutes passed and I couldn't stop shaking. You want to use this trick to make me surrender? Don't even think about it. 10 minutes passed. Oh shit. Where is this air conditioner produced? It's so powerful. 20 minutes later. Hold on. How can I, Yifan, be a man who can be frozen unconscious? 30 minutes later. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He tried desperately to control his breathing. Whenever he closed his mouth, his upper and lower teeth kept knocking against each other, making a clicking sound. 32 minutes later. He finally removed his evil smile. Because I was so cold, I couldn't move the corners of my mouth. Erlang also put down his legs. His eyes rolled back and he fainted from the cold. Before he fainted, he sneered stubbornly, it's just an air conditioner, but as it is. And at this time, in the data room, Zhang Lingyue closed the file. After she came out of the interrogation room, she went straight to the data room, intending to check carefully to see if there was any useful information. When I checked, I forgot about time. When she came to her senses, she saw that half an hour had passed. She hurriedly stood up and strode towards the interrogation room. After the door opened, she saw Yifan with his head drooping and a layer of white frost on his body. She was startled and hurriedly moved closer to take a look. Fortunately, I'm not dead. She breathed a sigh of relief and switched the air conditioner to warm air. 5 minutes passed. Yifan has become enlightened. Qin Fei, don't be too proud. In a week at most, I will destroy your Qin family. He shouted and woke up suddenly, only to find that he had been dreaming. Looking up, I saw Zhang Lingyue sitting back down again, with hot air still blowing in the room. He immediately regained his smile and glanced at Zhang Lingyue with a bit of sarcasm and indifference. I smiled proudly in my heart. Woman, admit it, you came back to turn on the heater just because you didn't want me to suffer. Have you thought about it? He glanced at Zhang Lingyue arrogantly and gave her a side profile. Zhang Lingyue's eyebrows were almost raised, and she was wrinkled like a caterpillar. The illness is serious. If she hadn't just heard him say that he wanted to wipe out the entire Qin family, she would have slammed the door and left. She suppressed her nausea and asked coldly, "What's your relationship with Qin Fei?" When Yifan heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. After she woke up, the first thing she asked about was news about Qin Fei. What does this mean? She must have checked me out and found out that I had a grudge against Qin Fei. She cares about me. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became even more intense, and he replied, "Do you hate Qin Fei too?" "Humph, don't worry, he won't live long." "You." Zhang Lingyue pointed at him angrily and even laughed out of anger. What's wrong with this pervert's brain? How dare you say murder in the police station? Do you still have law in your eyes? Is there still law? She turned around and turned the air conditioner back down. Minus 20 degrees Celsius. I can't freeze you to death, you bastard. Turn around and walk out. He then took out his cell phone and found Xin Fei's number. However, the moment her hand was about to press down, she pulled it back. She got angry when she saw the bastard and didn't want to contact him at all. But after a few breaths, she still pressed the dial button. After all, it involves human life, which is of paramount importance. He and I are just ex-boyfriend and girlfriend. As I hold a public office, I cannot let personal matters override public ones. At this time, Xin Fei was lying on the sofa, thinking about how to deal with Yi Fan, the crooked-mouthed guy. Suddenly seeing Jiang Lingyue calling, he was completely stunned. This woman hasn't called me in 2 years. Even when we meet at family gatherings, she always treats me as if I were heir. Why are you calling me now? Chapter 69. I used to call her sweetie. Should I answer it or not? Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar phone number, Xin Fei was momentarily conflicted. Jiang Lingyue was his ex-girlfriend. They had been together since high school and they had kept it a secret from their family. I thought I was hiding it well, but it was exposed from the very beginning. It was almost like living on a live broadcast. Then, on the day of high school graduation, Jiang Lingyue's father blocked him at the hotel front desk. That day, the two of them made an appointment to go to the hotel to try something new. I want to use this to declare that I have become an adult. As a result, he was not treated as an adult and was beaten severely by Jiang by grabbing his ears. After returning home, I rewatched Lao China's Seven Wolves. Not long after that, I was sent abroad to study. The attitudes of both families are very clear. If they want to talk, they can come back to China after 4 years. If they still love each other, they can be together. And then, nothing happened. Thinking of these past events, Xin Fei was stunned. In my mind, I couldn't help but recall that when I boarded the plane that day, Jiang Lingyue was crying like a tearful person down there. If you want to blame someone, blame the foreigner for being too proactive, or blame the beautiful moonlight that night. It's all the moon's fault, the alcohol's fault, the bad friend's fault, and the too much money's fault. Anyway. Grass. I'm not some innocent good man, so what if I admit it? I just didn't control Shaoqin, so what? You can't beat me, ha 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 ha, you can't catch up with me, there's nothing I can do, I'm just that strong, la 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 la. The phone rang for the second time. Xin Fei hung up the phone upset. Throw the phone aside. Ding-a-ling. The landline in the living room rang. Xin Fei looked up and his mouth twitched. 110? Only then did he realize that Jiang Lingyue had followed her father's footsteps and put on a peaked cap. He picked up the phone reluctantly. Hello. Mr. Qin, are you so reserved? You used to call me sweetie, but now the new guy is better than the old one. You don't even answer my phone calls, right? Puff, Xin Fei burst into tears. What? Tell me what you want to say. Come here. No, sister, that's the police station, not a holiday hotel. Why would I go there when I have nothing to do? Xin Fei said speechlessly. Holiday Inn? Hearing this, Jiang Lingyue instantly thought of the ridiculous things that happened when she graduated from high school. You pervert, are you coming here on your own, or should I send someone to your house to invite you? And give you a pair of bracelets to go? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Xin Fei was speechless. Can't you tell me what's going on over the phone? You're not coming, right? Fine, that bastard Yi Fan said he'll kill you first when he gets out. Forget it, I think you're a coward, so just leave it at that. Just hang up and pretend I never looked for you. Xin Fei glared at him and said, that crooked-mouthed bastard, I'll intimidate him. Just wait. Damn it, that bastard is already in jail and still dares to talk nonsense. I have to go over and add some information to your story. Half an hour later. Xin Fei parked the car in the police station compound. The gatekeeper was the same old man from more than 20 years ago. They were all familiar with each other, so he let him in. After getting off the car and before entering the service hall, many people greeted me warmly. Mr. Qin. Master Qin, do you have something to do? If you need any help, Mr. Qin, just tell me directly. Xin Fei smiled and felt very pleased. This is how a villain is treated. No matter where you go, there will be people who will welcome you with smiles. If you need anything, just let them know and there will be people who will rush to help you. I'm here to look for yeah. Xin Fei smiled and handed 2 packs of cigarettes to the person in front of him. Excuse me, Captain Chen. These cigarettes are specially supplied, stolen from my dad. I usually put 2 boxes in the trunk when I have nothing to do. When I got off the car, I suddenly had an idea and took out 2. From now on, Yifan will definitely be invited to drink tea often. If he makes some arrangements and says a few words, he can get Yifan to stay for a few more hours. The longer Yifan stays in there, the more luck points he can pick up. This is a good deal. Captain Chen accepted the cigarette somewhat flattered, then turned around and handed it to his subordinate, asking him to distribute it to everyone. Afterwards, he personally led Xin Fei to the interrogation room to find Jiang Lingyue. Oh, young Master Qin is really hard to invite. Jiang Lingyue said sarcastically when she saw him come in. Upon seeing this, Captain Chen smiled and retreated, closing the door behind him. Xin Fei smiled and said, "Let's talk business first. If you want to reminisce about the past, let's go out and find a place to sit." Jiang Lingyue glared at him and said, "Who wants to reminisce about the past with a heartless man like you?" She snorted softly, sat back at the desk and picked up a pen. Then he got straight to the point. "Tell me how you got involved with him, and tell me everything you know about him." "Me and him?" Xin Fei sneered. "I'm a top-tier rich second generation, and he's a nobody. What kind of relationship can there be between us?" When Yifan heard this, the calmness on his face disappeared instantly, as if it was a stress response. "I thought bitterly in my heart, you damn coward, how dare you look down on me, Yifan? Soon, you will pay the price for your arrogance." He snorted coldly, staring at him with eyes as sharp as knives. If looks could kill, Xin Fei would have died hundreds of times. Xin Fei grinned with joy when he saw this. "Look at you, your hair is all frizzled up like a mess, and you're still trying to look cool? Oh yeah, this guy seems to have included Jiang Lingyue in his harem candidate list. After conquering Xiao Weining, the Xiao family's miraculous doctor, I plan to conquer Jiang Lingyue. You stupid stud, you really want to take every woman you see to bed?" Jiang Lingyue suddenly heard the voice and the tip of the pen in her hand suddenly lifted up. She subconsciously looked up at Xin Fei and became even more confused. This unfaithful man didn't even say a word. That voice I just heard, could it be what he was really thinking? Just as I was thinking about it, Xin Fei's voice came to my ears again. What's wrong with this girl? Why is she staring at me? Could it be that he wants to rekindle the past relationship? However, after not seeing this woman for 2 years, she has become even more beautiful. TSK, I feel bad for that button. It definitely can't handle holding it up like this every day. Pooh. When Jiang Lingyue heard this, her face suddenly turned red and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Bastard, big hooligan. When we were dating, he always said he felt sorry for her buttons. So many years have passed, and there is no change at all. I think I missed the point. She reacted and quickly calmed down. His mind raced as he quickly digested and absorbed the information mentioned in his inner voice. What is certain is that Yifan and Xin Fei have a grudge, and it's not a small one. Second, Xin Fei must know more about Yifan. For example, knowing that Yifan wanted to win over the daughter of the Xiao family, he also wanted to find himself in return. We have to find a way to get more information from him. What happened at the Jade Appraisal Conference? She suddenly asked. This is all known to everyone, don't try to hide it from me. Seeing Xin Fei's evasive eyes, she added another sentence, blocking his retreat. Xin Fei, it's all known to everyone, why are you still asking me? I couldn't help but feel a surge of dissatisfaction in my heart. What do you want me to say about this? I can't say I predicted Yifan's life, knowing he's been killing people abroad, and that he wants to clean himself up and build up his power after returning to China, first gaining a foothold in Jiangcheng, and then using that power to influence the entire country, right? Let us not even talk about these things. Even the fact that this crooked guy wants to take all the beauties from the big families in Jiangcheng to bed is unspeakable. Who would believe it if I told them? If I arouse Yifan's vigilance again and startle the snake, how can I defeat this crooked guy in the future? Chapter 70. You are slandering. When Jiang Lingyue heard this, her eyebrows raised and she subconsciously looked at Xin Fei again. I felt a deep shock in my heart. I can really hear Xin Fei's inner voice. What shocked her even more was that Xin Fei actually said that he knew everything about Yifan's life. Although I didn't grow up with Xin Fei, I have known him for more than 10 years. I have never heard before that Qin Fei has the ability to predict the future. However, now is not the time to think about that. We have to think of a way to get more information from Qin Fei first. She remained calm and wrote it down in her notebook. Yi Fan, the leader of a foreign mercenary group, has killed countless people and sneaked into the country under an assumed name. He is extremely ambitious, lustful, bloodthirsty, and an extremely dangerous person who needs special attention. Then, looking at this information, she couldn't help but frown again. This information alone is not evidence at all, and there is no way to convict Yi Fan. Just now, he seemed to have thought that in order to develop his own power, Yi Fan wanted to start with the women of the major families in Jiangcheng. She seemed to understand. No wonder Yi Fan was related to Qin Fei. According to the information he found, Yi Fan used to work as a security guard in Su Qingshue's company. Moreover, it seemed that the first time Yi Fan was brought into the police station was because Qin Fei called the police. The reason was that Yi Fan broke in and interrupted Qin Fei and Su Qingshue's good time. Summarizing this information, we can know that Yi Fan fell in love with Su Qingxue, and therefore he and Qin Fei had a grudge. Got it. Qin Fei is so deeply in love with Su Qingxue. If he uses Su Qingxue as a breakthrough point, he will definitely be able to get something out of her. Thinking of this, she immediately raised her head and asked directly, "Then tell me about the relationship between Yi Fan and Su Qingxue." Qin Fei's brows furrowed when he heard this, and he said unhappily, "He's a security guard, and Su Qingxue is a high-ranking CEO. What kind of relationship could there be between them?" Really? Zhang Lingyue saw his expression change and smiled secretly in her heart. Sure enough, this trick worked. She continued to ask, "I heard that Yi Fan even went to your house and said that he didn't agree with your marriage to Su Qingxue. Do you think it's credible to say that they have nothing to do with each other? This girl is really toxic, isn't she? She keeps bringing up all sorts of issues, right? You must still be thinking about me, but you can't keep provoking me with things like this." He was speechless. He took out his anger on Yi Fan on the spot. He cursed loudly, "Yi Fan is a damn scumbag. Not to mention Su Qingxue, if he saw a bitch on the side of the road, he would want to pounce on her." Puff. Zhang Lingyue couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. This stinky guy is becoming more and more vulgar in his speech. But, good scolding. She also felt that this crooked-mouthed guy was not a good person. When Yi Fan heard this, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He glared at Qin Fei with resentment and gritted his teeth. "You are slandering me. How could I possibly have any thoughts about a bitch?" As he was talking, he felt something was wrong. He was actually being fooled by this loser. He immediately said angrily, "If you insult my reputation again, I'll sue you for defamation." "You're slandering me." Qin Fei didn't tolerate him at all and cursed, "I was fucking scolding you. If this guy hadn't been handcuffed, I might have to be more careful with my words, for fear that he would get desperate and bite me. But now? You're already handcuffed, why should I be afraid of you? You still dare to glare at me?" Qin Fei twitched the corner of his mouth and spent a large sum of money on the spot to buy 50 tickets of "Can't Stop Drooling." Then I felt that this was not enough. I just changed it to another 50, "Don't Stop Farting." Then, he walked towards Yi Fan with a smile and patted his shoulder. "Little turkey, don't be so angry. If you hurt your kidneys, even bitches won't want to look at you anymore." As he spoke, all 100 talismans were used on Yi Fan. "You coward, you are looking for death." Yi Fan was extremely angry, his eyes were red, he struggled angrily, and wanted to stand up and hit someone. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a familiar feeling surge in his heart. Something is wrong. Woohoo! In an instant, my saliva started to flow. Qin Fei. Gulu. You did it to me again. Bah, what did you do? As soon as he finished speaking, his mouth was full of saliva, flowing from his chin to his neck. Qin Fei grinned and didn't bother to pay attention to him. He turned to Zhang Lingyue and said, "I think we should stay away from him at times like this. He often goes crazy, and when he goes crazy, he drools and sometimes even farts." After he said that, without waiting for Zhang Lingyue to react, he pulled her out the door and slammed it shut. Zhang Lingyue didn't react at all and was still wondering why he was fine just now, but turned into a drooling monster in the blink of an eye? Is it true that some people drool when they are mad? And it comes with farting? This guy is talking nonsense. Bloop bloop. Then, a winding tune was heard coming from the room. Pooh. Zhang Lingyue almost vomited and took a few steps outside. Seeing this, Jean Fei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhang Lingyue glared at him angrily. What's so funny about this? It's disgusting. After she finished speaking, she realized that her little hand was still tightly held by this guy. He immediately raised his hand and said unhappily, "Have you touched enough?" "Sorry, I'm used to it." Jean Fei smiled awkwardly and retracted his hand. "Go away." Zhang Lingyue rolled her eyes at him. This bastard always loved holding her hand. Once he did, he would squeeze it non-stop and even said that her hands were the most beautiful pair of hands he had ever seen in the world. "Stop talking nonsense here. I asked you a question and you haven't answered it yet." "What's the question?" "I forgot." Jean Fei raised his head. "Look at the sun. It's really big." "You." Zhang Lingyue pointed at him angrily. "Don't you have a problem with him? Provide us with evidence and I'll arrest him." "Wouldn't that save you a lot of trouble?" "How would I know what evidence there is?" Jean Fei said seriously. "It's very difficult to find evidence of Yifan's crime. This guy is like a monkey. If there's anything illegal, he'll just assign it to his subordinates. Once something goes wrong, he'll clear himself of all charges. How can he be so easily convicted? If you really want to prove his guilt, this guy sneaked into the Zheng family on his first day back home and deliberately put a chronic poison in the Zheng family's old man's food. He is now waiting for the Zheng family's poison to take effect. He will then go to treat him and win over the Zheng family to his own use. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Zheng's poison took effect this afternoon." When Zhang Lingyue heard this, her eyes darkened instantly and she ran away with big strides. "Hey, where are you going?" Jean Fei shouted, feeling a little confused. "Wait here, I'll be back soon." Zhang Lingyue ran upstairs without looking back. She had to report this important information quickly and come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. A few minutes later, Zhang Lingyue came back, strode past him and was about to open the door. Jean Fei grabbed her and said, "Go in later." "Why?" Zhang Lingyue was puzzled. "Let the smell go away." Jean Fei smiled. Zhang Lingyue's face turned dark instantly. He turned around and shouted to someone not far away, "Xiaolu, come here." Xiaolu ran over and said, "Captain Jiang, what's going on?" "Open the door and go in to see how the boy is doing." Xiaolu opened the door and went in without saying a word. Then, he frowned suddenly, covered his nose on the spot, and ran out. After coming out, I found that Jean Fei and Zhang Lingyue were already standing 20 meters away. "Captain Jiang, you lied to me again." He pouted in grievance. "What's that smell in there? It almost made me cry." As he spoke, he wiped away his tears. Jean Fei and the other man laughed heartily. "How's that guy?" Zhang Lingyue asked, trying not to laugh. Xiaolu pursed his lips in disgust. "He seems to have fainted from the fumes he suffocated." Chapter 71. The Dragon King farted and the methane level in the entire police station exceeded the standard. A few minutes later. Zhang Lingyue pointed at the door. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" Xiaolu shook his head frantically. "Captain Jiang, please stop trying to trick me. I really don't dare to go there again." Zhang Lingyue said earnestly, "Xiaolu, as a public official, we have to overcome all kinds of difficulties. Even if there are no difficulties, we have to create them, right?" Xiaolu's mouth twitched. "Captain Jiang, okay, I'm going to get some equipment. Wait for me for 2 minutes." After saying that, he ran away with big strides. 2 minutes later. Xiaolu was wearing a riot gear and looked as bloated as a penguin. He walked over with a big belly. On his head, he wore a gas mask. In his hand, he was holding a large bottle of air freshener. Zhang Lingyue was speechless for a moment, but gave Xiaolu a thumbs up. "Your awareness of prevention is really getting stronger and stronger. You're doing well." Jean Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. If Yifan saw others using anti-bomb and anti-poison measures to protect him from farts, I don't know how big the psychological trauma would be. Xiaolu walked to the door with a dark face, and as soon as he opened it, he sprayed air freshener inside. Then, he backed out and waited for a long time. He didn't go back in until he heard the sound of Yifan waking up. Yifan raised his head and looked at him fully armed. A hint of doubt suddenly appeared on his gloomy face. "What are you doing?" he asked with a dark face. "Am I some kind of dangerous person?" Xiaolu sneered. "You farted and made yourself pass out. I couldn't even open my eyes when I came in, and you still say you're not in danger?" Puff. Yi Fan almost vomited blood. This is such a shame. If it gets out and others know that I was knocked unconscious by my own fart and was treated with full anti-gas and anti-explosion gear, how can I live my life? When I face those women again in the future, won't my halo be gone? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His face turned blue and red, and in just a moment, countless thoughts popped into his mind. Soon, he rationalized these negative emotions again. So what? Isn't it just a loss of face? From childhood to adulthood, who hasn't embarrassed themselves? What's more, he is the Dragon King who controls hundreds of top killers and holds trillions of assets. This little thing is harmless at all. Even if those women knew about these embarrassing things, they would automatically ignore these details because of their powerful status, superior temperament, and evil and handsome faces. Ha! After figuring this out, he let out a long sigh and felt much more comfortable. A calm smile appeared on his face again, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he glanced at Xiaolu. Is someone here to pick me up? His tone was calm and confident, and he was fully prepared. He had already treated what had just happened as a thing that happened 10,000 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw Jiang Lingyue coming in. He sat up straighter and crossed his legs again. He slowly said, "Woman, have you figured it out?" Jiang Lingyue? Her brows were furrowed. You're fucking sick. Xin Fei followed in right after him, took one look at him, and couldn't help laughing out loud again. Brother Yi, are you still pretending to be cool? Do I need to pretend to be handsome? Yi Fan sneered, his face full of disdain. Don't think that you can destroy my perfect image by using some tricks. Xin Fei grinned and pointed at his clothes. You're covered in saliva, your clothes are all wet. Isn't it uncomfortable to have them sticking to you? You've been farting for several minutes straight. You must be soaked in the smell. Don't you stink? You. Yi Fan's calm expression instantly disappeared, and he said with a dark face, You have already chosen your own death. Really? Xin Fei laughed, Then you have to go out first. I haven't committed any crime, so why can't I go out? I'm just cooperating with the conversation, and it will be 24 hours soon. Yi Fan said coldly. As he finished speaking, he happened to see someone walking in from outside the door. It was Su Qingxue. His eyes suddenly lit up. Qingxue, are you here to pick me up? Get out, you scum. Su Qingxue frowned, glanced at him with disgust, and was too lazy to say anything more. He walked up to Xin Fei, immediately put on a smile, and said gently, I heard that you were taken to the police station, so I rushed over immediately. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Xin Fei smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. You were exhausted last night. Why don't you get some more sleep? Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red, and she gave him a resentful look. Why does this guy say everything? I'm just worried about you, and you're laughing at me. How infuriating. Xin Fei smiled and reached out to hold her in his arms. This woman is becoming more and more sensible. Yi Fan looked at the affectionate look on their faces and felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. He clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles cracked. This damn coward actually dared to hug the woman he liked in front of him. Wait, that's not right. What did this loser just mean? One night? Don't want to sleep a little longer? Did they last night? Ahawk. He suddenly realized what had happened, and immediately roared in anger. Have I, Yi Fan, the dignified Dragon King, really become a victim of cuckoldry? He thought fiercely in his heart, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Xin Fei, you'll be dead once I get out. He repeated his useless words. Xin Fei smiled and said, I told you that you can't go out today. Impossible. Yi Fan's eyes widened with anger, and he swore, I'm just cooperating with the questioning, and soon. Tat-tat. Before he could finish his words, the sound of high heels was heard. Lin Shireen ran in a panic. The moment he saw Lin Shireen, his eyes lit up again. Humph, you are a double-faced woman. You said you wanted to break off the engagement with me just yesterday, but now you can't resist the temptation of me, Yi Fan, and come to pick me up early? When he thought of this, he instantly felt much more at ease. He immediately raised the corner of his mouth again, revealing an evil smile. Eneen, are you here to pick me up? Shut up, you damn scumbag. If you ever call me by my name again, I'll wedge you to death with the sole of my high heel. Lin Shireen glared at him in disgust, too lazy to say anything more. He turned around and walked in front of Qin Fei. With a look of concern, "Brother Qin Fei, are you okay?" "As soon as I heard you were summoned to the police station, I rushed over." Qin Fei's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect that she would follow him. "I'm fine, I just came to check on the situation." "Oh, I'm glad you're okay. Let's go home." Lin Shireen breathed a sigh of relief, reached out and took Qin Fei's arm and pulled him out. Seeing this, Yifan was immediately furious. "Why? Why is this happening? Why do the women I like always hang around that loser? Moreover, he specially ran in front of me to show his affection. And these two women don't even quarrel? Isn't this the treatment that only I can enjoy? Why would this happen to this loser?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his arms were exposed. Seeing this, Qin Fei deliberately provoked him. "Why, you want to do it too? Unfortunately, your skills are not good enough, little brother. When I get out, I will never let you go." Yifan was furious and screamed in a hoarse voice. After staying up all night without sleep, drooling a ton, and being knocked unconscious by a fart, he was already very weak and his voice was hoarse when he spoke. "Oh, I'm so scared." Qin Fei patted his chest and acted very scared. Then he burst out laughing. "You keep saying the same thing over and over again, can you try something new? Also, I told you, don't even think about going out today." "Impossible. I'm just summoning you for questioning, 24 hours at most," Yifan said angrily. Qin Fei shrugged and said, "You were in the interrogation room, openly releasing biological and chemical weapons. Isn't that a crime?" "That's bullshit. Can farting be considered a biological weapon?" Yifan's eyes widened. "Do you really think that your Qin family, being rich and powerful, can convict people at will?" Qin Fei pointed at the fully armed Xiaolu and said, "Look, Xiaolu was so fume-smoked by you just now that he cried. He only dared to come in after wearing a gas mask. This is the evidence. Methane poisoning is also poisonous, Mr. Fart King." Chapter 72 Times have changed, Dragon King. Under the continuous stimulation, Yifan's rationality was challenged bit by bit. Especially at this moment, listening to the title Qin Fei gave him, thinking about his insults to him again and again. He could no longer contain himself and instantly became furious. "You're looking for death." He roared, clenched his fists, gathered all his strength in his arms, and suddenly lifted them up. There was a sound of clicking and the silver bracelet was torn open. He stood up with a dark face and approached Qin Fei step by step. There was a sneer of deep disdain and contempt on his face. He walked slowly and calmly, like the god of death looking down on the world, with confidence. Especially when he saw Qin Fei standing there, motionless, the smile on his lips became even more intense. He knew that Qin Fei was scared silly. As for the smile on Qin Fei's lips, is that because of Qin Fei's calmness? No. The only one who can be so calm when facing danger is me, Yifan. The reason why Qin Fei was still smiling was because he was too cowardly. He was scared silly by me, Yifan, and even his expression was frozen. Qin Fei is a coward. A coward who can only talk big. Thinking of this, the frustration and anger in his heart had disappeared by half. But this is far from enough. Anyone who dares to snatch the Dragon King's woman must die, and there is only one way out. Qin Fei, prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward. At this moment, he was extremely angry. The speed is also extremely fast. The fist was raised high and smashed hard towards Qin Fei's face. "Qin Fei, hide quickly. Brother Qin Fei, be careful. Get out of the way, you idiot." When Su Qingxue, Lin Shireen and Jiang Lingyue saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim loudly, their faces full of worry and concern. Qin Fei still stood there, motionless, with a smile on his face. Even when he saw the punch about to hit him, he remained motionless. On the contrary, there was some expectation in his eyes. "Humph, do you really think I'll show mercy to you if you don't hide?" Yifan snorted coldly, and there was no mercy in his eyes, but instead a hint of cruelty. Not only that, the strength in his hands also became a little bit stronger. "Die, oh my god." Before he could even utter the word "ba," he felt a sudden stop under his feet. It was as if there was a huge reaction force, tearing his ankle hard. Thump! There was a dull thud, and Yifan fell forward, face down on the ground, and landed flat on his face. "Silly pie." Qin Fei looked down at him with disdain. "You only know how to remove the bracelet, but not the anklet. What are you doing running? Ah! Yi Fan roared and climbed up, his eyes even more ferocious than before, as if his eyes could eat people. I'm going to kill you. It's just an anklet, I can break it with one kick. As he said this, he stepped hard on the anklet. With just a crisp sound, the thumb-thick chain was broken by his step. This scene immediately shocked everyone present. Zhang Lingyue was the first to react, and ran towards the door at full speed. Someone is trying to escape from prison. Yi Fan ignored the shouting. Jailbreak, what is it? For Yi Fan, the Dragon King, escaping from prison is a piece of cake, isn't it? Anyway, the relationship has been torn apart now, so what is there to be afraid of? Breaking the law? Would Yi Fan be afraid? At that time, as long as you hand over the names of a few enemy spies, you will be a great hero. What is there to worry about? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed right. There will definitely be no trouble in killing Qin Fei. As soon as he thought of this, he raised his other foot and stepped on the remaining anklet. After a loud clang sound, both anklets were broken. Ha 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 ha. Yi Fan laughed wildly. I've said it before, as long as I want to leave, no one can stop me. After saying that, he suddenly raised his head. Then he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face. He is over 70 years old, with a haggard face, a head full of white hair, and only 4 front teeth left in his mouth when he smiles, Old Wang. Also familiar is the electric baton in Lao Wang's hand. Yi Fan's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he subconsciously wanted to jump back. However, what he didn't expect was that when he raised his foot to kick the anklet, Lao Wang had already stretched out the electric baton. The familiar crackling sound rang out again. Yi Fan's body trembled suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground. The hair that he had just managed to smooth out after a night of stroking was now a mess again, looking extremely messy. Seeing this, everyone was speechless. Qin Fei's mouth twitched. Uncle Wang, when did you come here? Wang Dachui chuckled, revealing his only 2 large yellow front teeth, and said proudly, Master, I was waiting outside the door just now. When I heard today that you were taken to the police station and were going to see Yi Fan, I felt that you might be in danger, so I rushed here with my brothers. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said, Brothers, come in. Swish. 4 old men rushed in. 2 of them were using crutches, one was using 2 crutches, and another was walking unsteadily. Amid Qin Fei's exclamation, a wheelchair slowly appeared. Lu Laolu wore a wig, had his hair combed back in an oiled style, a black suit, and his leather shoes were polished to a shine. Master, we are here. I've already said that I will never tarnish the reputation of the Qin family's guards. With us here, we won't let anyone hurt you in the slightest. Qin Fei's mouth twitched again and again. This is, the gambling king is here? Awesome. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Old thing, you are looking for death. At this moment, Yi Fan regained consciousness, roared, and got up from the ground with a somersault. Lao Wang sneered, then calmly stretched out his electric baton and attacked directly. The movement was so familiar that he didn't even turn his head to look, but it was accurate and hit Yi Fan's left waist. With a plop, Yi Fan fainted again. The other 5 sneered and came over together. 5 electric batons arrived at the same time. Yi Fan, who was in a semi-comatose state, lay on the ground and shook violently for a while before falling into a coma. Lu Laolu took a puff of the cigar in his mouth, slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke, looked down at Yi Fan, and said lightly, Times have changed, young man. Just at this moment, Zhang Lingyue rushed in with several policemen, holding explosion-proof shields in their hands, and one of them even held a tranquilizer gun. After they came in, they were all stunned. Zhang Lingyue pointed at Yi Fan, who was lying on the ground with white foam coming out of his mouth and black smoke coming out of his hair, and fell speechless. He's fine. He might be tired after staying up all night. Qin Fei explained. Looks innocent. As if it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Lingyue rolled her eyes at him, pointed at the electric batons in the hands of the old men, and rolled her eyes. Who would believe me if I said it had nothing to do with you? The old men worked in unison and hid their electric batons behind their backs. Wang Dachui took a half step forward and said, It has nothing to do with them. I was the only one who did the electrocution. This is the murder weapon. Catch me. As he said that, he threw the electric baton at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, who was almost done savoring the moment, couldn't help but shiver again. Zhang Lingyue's eyes widened. Uncle, you didn't even turn off the power when you threw the electric baton? Brothers, the next 2 chapters have been reviewed. It's not that I didn't T-post them, it's that they've been reviewed. Please be patient and wait. Chapter 73 Brother Qin Fei, how about we go camping secretly? In response, Wang Dachui apologized, saying that he has Alzheimer's disease and intermittent psychosis, and is sometimes always forgetful. Then, I said, I'm sorry, I'll try not to forget next time. Not long after, Yifan woke up slowly. The silver bracelet and silver anklet in bold were put on his hands again. He sat on the chair with an angry and tired face. His eyes were like a knife of affection as he glared at Qin Fei fiercely. I was about to say, I'm going to kill you. Then, seeing Lao Wang grinning with his two big yellow teeth showing, I almost had a stress reaction and simply chose to shut up. In the end, it just turned into a cold snort. He kept mumbling to himself. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Qin Fei was too lazy to pay attention to him. Just when Qin Fei was unconscious, he ran over to comfort him. By the way, a green talisman was pasted on him and copied to one of the martial arts values, the great and mighty heavenly dragon palm. At this moment, I was concentrating on the introduction in the system space, trying to figure out how to use this big move. Okay, we've asked almost all the questions, you can leave. Jiang Lingyue looked at Qin Fei hugging two beauties on each side, feeling extremely unhappy, and directly ordered him to leave. Okay, Qin Fei said eagerly, should I take these people back with me? He pointed at Lu Laolu and his group of 6. Jiang Lingyue nodded, then shook her head, well, Mr. Wang has hurt someone and can't leave yet. Qin Fei frowned and wanted to excuse Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui waved his hand and said, Master, go ahead and do your best. I had already thought about it when I came here. I've put myself in the chess game, hoping that the young master will live in peace. As he spoke, he held his head high and laughed heartily, looking quite chivalrous at first glance. If it weren't for the two big front teeth that were leaking air, the artistic conception would be quite complete. Qin Fei laughed speechlessly. Okay, I will find someone to take care of everything. When you come out, I will definitely replace your mouth with porcelain ones. If your front teeth fall out again, I'll replace them with gold ones. Ha ha ha. Master, you're being too formal. Wang Dachui laughed, then added softly, Master, I want something made of pure gold, solid. Qin Fei grinned, leave it to me. Master, take care. I'll apply to be locked up in the same room with this crooked fellow. I'll keep an eye on him for you. Wang Dachui patted his chest, not showing any sign of frustration at having to go into the small dark room, but instead had a look of pride on his face. Okay, be careful. Qin Fei nodded and smiled, you should be out soon. I'll have someone prepare special meals for you these few days and send you food every day. Just think of it as a vacation, huh? After saying that, several people turned around and left together. Yifan was grinning in hatred from behind, shouting angrily, Qin Fei, just wait for me. And that ring, you'd better keep it safe. If you dare to lose it, I'll kill you. Qin Fei had long been immune to this kind of threat and was too lazy to pay attention to him. After leaving the police station, Qin Fei suddenly thought of something and turned to Lu Laolu and said, have someone send some delicious food in later. Bring double portions and leave one for Yifan. Lu Laolu was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but wonder, Master, why do you still need to prepare food for Yifan? Qin Fei chuckled and said, if you do that, make him some more high-sugar food. Lu Laolu still looked puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions. Okay, young master, I will make arrangements when I get back. In the car. Qin Fei withdrew his gaze from the system interface, a satisfied smile on his face. Today's trip was not in vain. Although he spent 200,000 luck points, he finally got it back from Yifan and made an extra 50,000. In addition, a force skill was finally copied. Great Heavenly Dragon Palm. The introduction says that with one palm strike, it is like a dragon helping, with extraordinary strength. It is actually the Dragon King's great help in pretending to be arrogant and slapping people in the face, killing people, and robbing goods. After seeing such a childish description, Qin Fei was certain that the Dragon King was also a childish boy, or even 27 or 28 years old, and was still a half-baked idiot. Of course, the happiest thing about this trip was feeding that crooked-mouthed guy a big lump of food again. It goes without saying that after such a huge embarrassment, Jiang Lingyue would definitely not even look at him, saving him a lot of worry. Why do you still want to send food to Yifan? Lin Shirin was a little puzzled. Because I'm kind. Qin Fei grinned. I couldn't stop laughing in my heart. Why? Of course, it's to give him good food and drink, to make him gain weight, and to increase his blood sugar. Ha ha, a dragon king who has been raised with a pot belly and fed with high blood sugar. Just thinking about it is pretty cool. In the future, I will definitely send Yifan an often. Every time he is brought in, he is fed high sugar food. In just a few months, he will grow like a pig. He could almost imagine the scene. It was so funny when Yifan covered his pot belly, pulled up his fat face, and put on that evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help laughing out loud. When Lin Shireen heard this, she glanced at him in surprise. This guy is really getting worse and worse. But she likes it. Seeing her leaning on her man's shoulder again, Su Qingshua's face darkened and she said unhappily, "Move your head away. What's the matter? Are you so shameless? Can't you lean over there? I haven't even asked you to get out of the car yet." Lin Shireen snorted, with no intention of stopping. Instead, she hugged him even tighter, making it a little difficult for Qin Fei to bear. Su Qingxue was not willing to be outdone and also hugged him. Still feeling unsatisfied, she kissed Qin Fei on the face again and looked at Lin Shireen provocatively. "It's like saying, you want a rabbit, come on." Lin Shireen snorted softly. It was just a kiss. It was not like she had never kissed before. He turned around on the spot, opened his mouth and bit it. Oh my god. Qin Fei was stunned on the spot, his eyes wide open. A few minutes later, the car finally quieted down. Qin Fei had lipstick marks on both sides of his face, forehead, neck, and even the back of his hands, and he looked like he had lost all hope in life. I couldn't help but wail in my heart. Who the hell said that having many women is enjoyable? What if there are more in the future, like Jiang Lingyue, Xiao Weining, Feng Xiaoman, etc.? How many pig kidneys will I have to eat in a day? Feng Xiaoman's eyes widened when she heard this for the first time. She subconsciously looked up and glanced at the rearview mirror, her body involuntarily tensing up. Young Master Qin actually wants to take her in? Is it because of what happened last night? Thinking of this, her face instantly turned red with embarrassment and she didn't dare to look back. When Su Qingxue and Lin Shireen heard this, they looked at Qin Fei almost at the same time and took a deep breath. This bastard, what is he thinking? Su Qingxue was so angry that she pinched his waist secretly. Lin Shireen giggled. He, my brother really has a place for me in his heart. I have to think of a way to snatch my brother away. She raised her head, pondered for a while, and suddenly her eyes lit up. He immediately took out his cell phone and quietly sent a text message to Qin Fei. Brother Qin Fei, I heard there's a meteor shower around 2 a.m. I want to go camping in the mountains with you, okay? It's just the two of us, secretly. Chapter 74, Do we have to fight for food even when camping in the wild? When Qin Fei saw this message, he was stunned. He quickly moved the phone interface away from Su Qingxue. Then, with a dark face, he replied, "Stop it." Lin Shireen didn't listen at all and made a face with her tongue out. "Brother, look, can I wear this suit when the time comes?" As he said that, he sent a photo. The photo was taken in the bathroom at night while she was wearing pajamas. Her hair had not been completely dried yet and was draped wetly on her half-exposed shoulders, which looked extremely eye-catching. Qin Fei glared at her and glanced at her speechlessly. Is this woman crazy? Is it okay to post photos like this? He took a deep breath and swallowed involuntarily. When Lin Shireen heard this, she chuckled and sent another line of words. Brother Qin Fei, are you going? If you are not satisfied with this one, I have other styles. Qin Fei was speechless for a moment. He closed his eyes and turned off his phone. The image of the thin silk pajamas kept lingering in his mind, making him feel upset. Meteor shower. This girl wants to watch the meteor shower, but she clearly wants to eat me. He complained in his heart, and suddenly remembered something. In the original book, there is indeed a meteor shower tonight, and it is a large-scale meteor shower. This is a story deliberately made up by the author to create a little romance for Yifan and the woman he likes. If he hadn't messed up and followed the original plotline, Yifan would have shown his prowess at the Jade Appraisal Conference and captured the hearts of several women. Then, naturally, I took the time to accompany the woman to watch a meteor shower, which deepened their relationship. But now, that guy can only stay in the trading floor and watch with Wang Dachui. Thinking of this, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Come out, dog system. I want to ask you, if I take the heroine to see this meteor shower that originally belonged to Yifan, would that be considered a successful attempt to steal the heroine's attention? System, yes, dog host. Fuck. You're a useless system. You're incompetent at everything. You eat everything without leaving any leftovers. And you even dare to curse at me, right? System silence. Jean Fei sneered and quietly left. Going to see a meteor shower would be nice, but Su Qingxue said we have dinner together tonight, so what should I do? He couldn't help but feel troubled. When Lin Shireen heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up and she laughed out loud. You naughty brother, you say no, but you actually want it very much. As for Su Qingxue, can't we just find an excuse to get rid of her? She didn't want a third wheel to appear at such a romantic moment. She was thinking silently in her mind. Jean Fei was also thinking silently in his mind. However, Jean Fei's thoughts had already revealed everything. Su Qingxue frowned slightly when she heard this and glared at Jean Fei unhappily. This bastard actually wanted to leave her behind and go watch the meteor shower with Lin Shireen? You wish. If you want to watch it, go with yourself. However, she is not like Lin Shireen, who has to send messages secretly. She tugged at Jean Fei's arm and said in a gentle, tender voice, Jean Fei, I heard there's a meteor shower tonight. Shall we go see it together? Ah. Jean Fei immediately raised his head and looked at her in surprise, not knowing how to respond for a moment. He glanced at Lin Shireen out of the corner of his eye and saw that Lin Shireen was glaring at him. He quickly pretended that he saw nothing. This little action did not escape Su Qingxue's eyes. She was secretly proud and deliberately said, when I took the company on a team building trip before, I also happened to buy a tent. It was an extra large tent. It could easily sleep 3 people in it. 3 people? Jean Fei's eyes widened a little. What is Su Qingxue thinking? She can't be thinking about taking Lin Shireen with her, right? That's too exciting, right? Pooh. Su Qingxue spat inwardly, thinking that the bastard was just dreaming. It's just the 2 of us. We'll set up a barbecue grill and watch the meteor shower while we grill. If we get tired, we can sleep on the top of the mountain for a night. The next morning, we'll go watch the sunrise again. It's so beautiful just thinking about it. He. Jean Fei laughed dryly and subconsciously glanced at the chat window on his mobile phone. What a coincidence. This line is exactly the same as the message Lin Shireen sent me. I can't say it's exactly the same, but I can say there's absolutely no difference. As soon as this thought came to mind, Su Qingxue immediately looked towards Lin Shireen. Similarly, Lin Shireen also looked over. The two looked at each other, and although no words were spoken, Jean Fei inexplicably felt as if sparks were flying. I'm going to take a nap. Call me when you get home. He put his phone in his pocket, crossed his arms and closed his eyes. NND, it's best not to say anything at this time, just pretend to be dead. Fang Xiaoman, who was standing in front of him, also heard everything he said. Seeing this scene again at this moment, I couldn't help but smile. Young Master Qin is in trouble now. Let us see what choice he will make in the evening. Her desire to eat melons has been completely aroused. Unexpectedly, at this time, Su Qingxue suddenly said, Xiaomin, you should come with us tonight. Help set up the tent and help with the barbecue. Ah. Fang Xiaoman was speechless, a look of panic on her face. I couldn't help but mutter to myself. Just now, young Master Qin was still thinking about taking me into the room, but now Mr. Su said that he wanted me to accompany him to watch the meteor shower? What made her feel even more ashamed was that Mr. Su had just said that the tent could sleep 3 people. Ah. Could it be that Mr. Su has already discussed with young Master Qin that they want to deal with him together? She suddenly felt a strong sense of shame and throbbing in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was really possible. President Su was present and knew clearly that young Master Qin had taken advantage of him last night. Because of this matter, I was worried all day, afraid that President Su would talk to me and then transfer me to a branch far away from Jiangcheng. It's even possible that you might get fired directly. But half a day had passed and President Su had not mentioned the matter at all. Even his attitude towards me was much gentler than before. In particular, the intriguing smile that Mr. Su gave me several times when he saw me always made me feel a little confused. Now that she thought about it, she seemed to understand a little. Could it be that President Su no longer wants to be her superior, but wants to be her sister? Thinking of this, her face became even redder. She subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror and secretly glanced at Qin Fei. He is indeed very handsome. But what if Mr. Su always tests me? Thinking of this, she quickly retracted her gaze and responded, Boss Su, I shouldn't disturb you in young Master Qin's world of two, right? Su Qingxue raised her voice, what's the bother? That's perfect. You can drop us off first and then go prepare the barbecue. Stop by my house and bring that big tent with you. Let's go to the mountains to build a nest in advance. Chapter 75 Yifan the King of AQ. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll prepare it right away. Fang Xiaoman saw that she couldn't refuse, so she had to agree obediently. Even after driving the three of them to Qin Fei's house, she still couldn't calm down. From time to time, he would glance at the rearview mirror, and the shyness on his face would silently fade away. When Qin Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but glance at Su Qingxue subconsciously. What exactly does Su Qingxue mean? She knew Fang Xiaoman and I had that kind of contact last night, but she even went out of her way to bring her along. Could it be that she's planning to? Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Lin Shirin again. Seeing that she was glaring at him, the corners of his mouth twitched, and then he pretended to be dead. I couldn't help but mutter to myself again. 3 women, 1 tent, it seems like there's not enough room for them to sleep. Alas, the pork kidneys aren't even ready yet, and they're already going to the battlefield? Pooh. Su Qingxue spat inwardly, this guy had a nice idea. When Lin Shirin heard this, her heart was filled with shame, and a charming scene emerged in her mind. Late at night, on the top of a mountain, a tent, a solitary lamp, shadows swaying above the tent. Oh, that's not right. Why am I feeling a little bit excited? The more she thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. She quickly shook her head to get rid of these messy thoughts, and pinched Qin Fei's waist in annoyance. Hiss! Qin Fei gasped and looked at her in confusion. What's wrong with this girl? Why is she pinching me? Just as he was thinking about it, Su Qingxue next to him pinched him from the other side, and his expression instantly turned into a mask of pain. The car drove back to his villa, but Lin Shirin did not follow, saying that she was going back to prepare for camping that night. Fang Xiaoman also left. Only Su Qingxue was left. When she was alone, she became much more restrained and spoke less. She just sat on the sofa, always in a daze, and no one knew what she was thinking. Qin Fei was happy to have some peace and quiet. He first called Lu Laolu and asked someone to deliver food to Wang Dachui, and asked him to bring some high-sugar, fat-increasing and nutritious food specifically for Yifan, in large quantities and cooked deliciously so that he could eat enough. Everything was arranged, and he opened the system interface. Looking at the only skill he currently possessed, the great mighty heavenly dragon palm, he asked. System, how powerful will this palm strike be? System, probably a slap would shatter a teacup. What the hell? Qin Fei was speechless. I remember in the original novel, Yifan could knock at least 3 people away with one palm strike, right? But for me, I only knocked a teacup away. Phew. The system couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fuck, you're laughing at my sister, you piece of shit, tell me what's going on here? The host still needs more practice, just practice more and it will be fine. How can I practice? I don't know how. Qin Fei cursed. According to the host's current possessions, the host can dig out the soul-enriching stone and use it with the illusionary love incense to quickly enter the martial arts realm. As your realm improves, the power of the great heavenly dragon palm will also increase. Spirit stone? Qin Fei was stunned. It's the spiritual stone buried under Yifan's rental house. Oh. Qin Fei finally reacted. In the original novel, Yifan made rapid progress because he obtained the illusionary love incense and the soul-nourishing stone, wore them on his body all day long, and practiced day and night. When I came out of the Jade Conference, I was still thinking about digging it out, but I was distracted by 3 women and forgot about it. Qingxue, where are you? He jumped up from the sofa, looked around, and didn't see Su Qingxue, so he couldn't help but shout. What are you doing? Su Qingxue walked out of the bathroom with a bath towel tied around her neck, wiping her wet hair with a towel in her hand. Qin Fei was stunned for a moment. This woman is really powerful. Why are you taking a shower now? He asked subconsciously, pretending not to be mesmerized at all. Su Qingxue raised her eyebrows and smiled. She stepped closer in slippers, taking small steps and bringing a gust of fragrant wind with her. What do you say? We have to go to the mountain soon, so of course, wash up first. Puff. Qin Fei almost vomited blood. Is this woman so bold? How can you say anything so naturally? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you afraid to look at me? I looked at it so many times yesterday. Seeing that he was still avoiding her gaze, Su Qingxue boldly moved closer and handed him the towel. Hey, help me wipe it. Insert, what? Qin Fei was stunned, his eyes subconsciously jumping downwards. You rascal. Su Qingxue glared at him. Of course you're drying your hair. Seriously, so many times in one night, aren't you afraid of tiring yourself out? Come here quickly. As she spoke, she sat down on the sofa, her back facing him, half of her body turned sideways, and beckoned him to come closer. Qin Fei moved closer, lifted her long hair, wrapped it in a towel, and rubbed it gently. His eyes involuntarily swept across her delicate collarbone and slowly got into the bath towel. Su Qingxue seemed to have noticed something, her breathing became a little disordered, and she slapped him on the leg with her backhand in annoyance. Don't let your imagination run wild. Can't you wait all afternoon? Oh, by the way, can you take me to Yifan's residence later? Qin Fei quickly retracted his gaze and changed the subject. He was afraid that if he continued talking, his hands would become uncontrollable. Why are you going there? Su Qingxue was puzzled. He has nothing there. All his things have been thrown out by the landlord. You'll know when you get there. Qin Fei didn't explain too much. I'll just do as you say. Before getting in the car, Qin Fei specially brought a shovel and a crowbar. These things were bought when the Lotus Pond was built. After the renovation, they were thrown into the warehouse. Unexpectedly, they could still be used. Police station. In a small dark room. Yifan looked at the sumptuous meal that was served and his appetite increased greatly. He quickly devoured it and ate until his stomach was full. This is the best meal I've had since returning home. In the end, he was so full that he couldn't finish his meal. He fell down on the wooden bed, stroking his stomach and grinning. I couldn't stop fantasizing in my mind. Even if I, Yifan, am locked up in a small dark room, I will still enjoy superior treatment. Zhang Lingyue, that girl, seems to be keeping me at a distance on the surface, but in the end, she still has to take good care of me? Humph, when I get out, I'll ask you out first. Consider it a favor to you. The more he thought about it, the more proud he became, and he began to hum a little tune. However, staying here is not a long-term solution. I have to go out early and find a chance to dig out the spirit stone. He muttered to himself. Yifan, you can go now. Just as he was thinking about it, the door opened and Zhang Lingyue shouted inside with a cold face. Yi Fanting jumped off the bed. When he saw that it was indeed Zhang Lingyue, he immediately felt relieved, as if all the grievances he had suffered today were worth it. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin again, and the classic expression of a devilish smile was about to take shape. Zhang Lingyue glared at him with disgust and said coldly, "Smile at me again and I'll rip your mouth apart." Chapter 76. As soon as I came out, my house was robbed. The smile on Yifan's face froze, and he instantly retracted his mouth corners, snorting proudly in his heart. I clearly specially gave you an extra meal, but you still have to pretend not to know me? Got it. She must be shy and doesn't want to admit that she likes me in front of so many people. Woman, you are quite cute when you say one thing and mean another. However, this is also human nature. As a woman, you should always have a little pride of your own. So, I'll forgive you this time. When he thought of this, he felt a little more relieved. He immediately said to Zhang Lingyue, "Captain Jiang, thank you for your care this day. I wonder if I would have the honor of inviting you to dinner later." When Zhang Lingyue heard this, she felt like her whole body was growing hair. He immediately said with a cold face, "What do you care about?" "Do I care about you? Can you afford dinner together? You only have a 50-cent coin left, which is only enough to buy a steamed bun. You'd better keep it for yourself and save yourself from starvation." Puff. Yifan's forced smile instantly deflated, and anger quickly filled his eyes. But soon, the anger disappeared and turned into a smile. She must have said this on purpose for Wang Dachui to see, with the purpose of clearing herself of any connection. Otherwise, why would she care that she only had money left for one steamed bun? And let her keep it for herself. She is clearly concerned about herself. Still not admitting it? Oh, you duplicitous little devil. Okay, then I'll come ask you out when I have enough money. Goodbye, Captain Jiang. He forced a smile again, raised his head proudly, and walked out of the small dark room. Zhang Lingyue's expression twisted when she heard this. If it weren't for the order from above, she really wanted to kill him with a knife. She had brought people to investigate Yifan for a long time today, but found no results. So her superiors decided to release him first and closely monitor his actions, perhaps they could get more clues. She had no choice but to do so. Take all your things with you. Seeing Yifan walk out, she pointed at the pile of uneaten food and shouted. She knew that this was the ingredient Qin Fei had specially added, so it naturally could not be wasted. She fed it all to him and killed this crooked-mouthed guy as soon as possible. Yifan immediately stopped and put away all his things. I couldn't help thinking in my heart that I was obviously worried that he was hungry, but I had to pretend that I was not familiar with him. After walking out the door, he turned to look at Wang Dachui with a twist of his mouth. Old man, you can come out so quickly thanks to me. Honestly, you're so old, and you still have to work as a guard for the Qin family. It's obvious that the Qin family doesn't treat you very well. How about this, you lend me $50, and when I make a comeback, I will definitely make you a veteran. Wang Dachui looked at him in surprise, raised his hand and raised the electric baton, pressed the switch, and immediately there was a crackling sound of electricity. Young man, you still need to practice your cheating skills. After saying that, he got into the Rolls-Royce without looking back and drove away. Yifan was so angry that his face turned black, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he snorted coldly, I wanted to spare your life, but it seems, you have lived enough. After saying that, he reached into his pocket and took out the only 50-cent coin, and the smile on his face fell again. Damn, the fare for taking a bus starts at $2. Qin Fei, just wait for me. Within a week, I will take your head. He cursed bitterly. Scenes emerged in my mind. From the hotel, to the Qin family's ancestral home, to the Jade Conference, to the police station. It seems like every time, that bastard ruins my good deeds. He really couldn't understand why he, who always had a plan and was always successful in everything he did, was tripped up by a coward. Now I have fallen to the point where I am penniless. This is simply a shame in his life. But soon, he drove away all these negative emotions. Isn't it just hiking? Back then, Yifan, was alone in order to carry out an assassination mission, and I could cross mountains and rivers for hundreds of miles overnight. What is this little bit of distance? What's more, there is the love meal that Jiang Lingyue specifically asked me to bring. With this motivation, it is enough. As for those failures, they are just some hardships. He quickly regained his confidence and ran towards the rental house with big strides. Although I can't live there anymore, but I think no one will find out if I go in and steal something. As for where to stay tonight, he was not worried. When he just returned to China, he had already found an excellent place in the mountains. He hid many things there. He would go there at night when there were few people around, take the things back, and sell a few of them to get some startup capital. The future life will not be a problem at all. What's more, the poison of the old man of the Chen family will soon take effect. No one can cure that poison except myself. He thought as he walked, and the more he thought, the more excited he became, and his steps became more brisk. Why do you feel hungry so quickly? He hadn't walked for half an hour when he felt his stomach growling. Fortunately, Lingyue reminded me, otherwise I would have been really hungry. He squatted on the side of the road, ate up all the food he had taken out of the small dark room, and threw the lunchbox casually on the side of the road. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility? That is an ordinary person's business. What does it have to do with him, the Dragon King? Rental house. Su Qingxue couldn't help but frown as she watched Qin Fei lift the bed, take out a shovel and a crowbar, and smash and dig. She had asked him in the car that if he wanted to dig something, he should get 2 more people to help. As a result, Qin Fei said that this was a very private matter and how could outsiders follow? She blushed at the time and thought this guy had some weird quirk. So, are they really just here to dig things? Well, help me. Qin Fei smiled and handed her a shovel. I was wearing high heels, white stockings, and a miniskirt, and you lifted up the bed and asked me to dig a hole? Su Qingxue was so angry that her face turned green. Qin Fei looked at her resentful expression, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he said with a smile, then let's finish digging first, and then get down to business? Bah, what's serious business, hooligan? Su Qingxue spat lightly, but her hands moved faster. Qin Fei was completely confused. Is it so addictive? The two of them panted and worked hard for more than half an hour, and finally saw a hint of moisture overflowing from the pit under the bed. It actually gave off a fresh and attractive fragrance, which was the scent of spiritual energy. Qin Fei took 2 puffs and felt refreshed. He quickly squatted down and dug frantically in the small hole in the wet soil with his hands, rubbing it with a small brush as he did so. After a few minutes, I finally saw a piece of crystal jade with a few water stains. Under the dim light, it was extremely eye-catching. "This is the soul-enriching jade, it's truly wonderful," he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It was as white as a peeled egg, emitting bursts of fragrance, comparable to the fantasy fragrance. Now, just a few sniffs of it can make me feel like most of the fatigue from half an hour has disappeared. As expected, this is a unique stone that is as famous as the fantasy fragrance. The magic fragrance can cause hallucinations and infatuation. This soul-enriching stone seems to not only improve strength, but also strengthen the body. If these two jades were used together, wouldn't they be incredibly powerful? Chapter 77. The rental house is also a battlefield. Su Qingxue couldn't help but frown when she heard his thoughts. What weird things was this guy thinking about? She had already seen the power of the illusionary love fragrance, but what was this soul stone? And what he just thought of, one can be aphrodisiac, the other can strengthen the body, use them together, is it always awesome? Bah! She suddenly realized that this guy was talking about something like that. It was already enough to keep her busy for the whole night. If she had to use all of this at once, she subconsciously tensed her body and felt a little headache. Could she still handle it? The more she thought about it, the more she felt a pang of fear. Suddenly, an idea popped up in her mind. If Xiao Min could come to help her, wouldn't it be? Bah! She instantly killed this thought in her heart. Of course not. At worst, I can learn more knowledge in the future and give it to him in advance. It is better than sharing it with other women. She suddenly remembered the moves her best friend had shared with her, and her face turned red instantly. Isn't this too embarrassing? Hey, Su Qingxue? What are you thinking about? Xin Fei saw that she had a red face and lowered her head, and she didn't say anything after he called her a few times, so he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. I want to learn a few more. Bah, no, I was wondering what this thing is used for. She realized that she had said something wrong and quickly made amends. Xin Fei grinned and couldn't help laughing. Su Qingxue, you have changed. Bah! Well, isn't it all because of you? Su Qingxue snorted angrily. Xin Fei's mouth grinned even wider, and his eyes widened, full of disbelief. This woman is quite broken. Su Qingxue felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. She blushed and said, "It's too stuffy in here. I'm going out for some fresh air." Then she ran away. Xin Fei laughed out loud. He casually dug up the pile of earth, filled the hole, moved the bed back, and prepared to leave. After walking a few steps, he suddenly saw a line of words on the wall and stepped back. At first glance, it was clear that Yi Fan had been here. Bah, this idiot is even destroying public property. He turned his head and glanced at the other wall, and saw another line of small words. A golden scale cannot be confined to a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. I will climb to the top of the mountain and see all the other mountains as small. Written by Yi Fan on September 7th, XX. Damn it, you are really pretentious like the wind, always with you. Xin Fei was speechless and went straight up to splash some water on him. Looking at the line of calligraphy written in fine calligraphy, which looked as if it was crying and shedding black tears, he shook himself contentedly, feeling much more comfortable. Just at this moment, Su Qingxue came back. Xin Fei, what are you doing in there? Ah. You, what are you doing? Oh, I see there's some dirt on the wall. Go wash it. Why are you staring at it? Aren't you afraid of getting sty? Bah, you hooligan, I'm going to fight you. She ran up angrily and wanted to hit him. Turns out, the floor was a bit slippery. Ouch. A scream. Xin Fei opened his arms, lowered his head, and laughed. Woman, you threw yourself at me. After a long time, Su Qingxue looked at him with resentment, muttering to herself, you big hooligan, you only know how to bully me. What else? Do you want me to bully others? Xin Fei smiled and scratched her nose. Su Qingxue turned her face away in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a bold idea came to her mind and she blurted out, go bully Xiao Min. Ha! Xin Fei grinned. Look, I told you that you had feelings for her. Humph, I finally figured it out. Men are really pigs. Su Qingxue pouted, looking jealous. Xin Fei realized he was being tricked, and he didn't bother to explain. He shrugged indifferently and replied with a nonchalant tone, "Then tell me, do you like this big pig's hoof of mine?" I don't want to say that." Su Qingxue snorted arrogantly. "Huh, it seems you're not convinced." Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Su Qingxue immediately got up and ran out. "I like it, is it not okay if I like it?" Qin Fei was satisfied and put the clothes on her. Well, it seems I can't wear it anymore. I'll buy a few more later." "Hundreds of dollars, just gone like that." Su Qingxue complained. "It's okay, my family has plenty of money." Qin Fei said proudly, "It's no problem to change 50 a day." 50. Su Qingxue chuckled, "You really think you're so awesome? Aren't you afraid of being exhausted to death?" The two packed up, got in the car and left. The co-pilot gets on. Su Qingxue's voice was a little weak. "Husband, I'm hungry again." Husband? It was the first time Qin Fei heard this name. He almost stepped on the accelerator and crashed into the greenbelt, so he quickly stepped on the brakes. He has lived 2 lives, but this is the first time he is someone's husband. He suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Especially her soft and tender voice, mixed with a hint of shame and pleading, was really hard to bear. Su Qingxue blushed and gave him a glare. "Why? If you don't like it, then I'll just call you Qin Fei from now on." Qin Fei chuckled and said, "Would you like to hear me yell twice more?" Su Qingxue covered her face with shame, finding it difficult to speak. But she didn't want to spoil his fun, so she shouted one sentence after another, "Husband, husband, husband, husband." Qin Fei felt a little dizzy. At the same time, in front of the rental house, Yi Fan walked so long that his toes almost broke, but he finally arrived at the destination. He pretended to be calm, looked around, and when he saw that no one was paying attention, he took out an ear pick from his pocket, poked it twice in the keyhole of the rolling door, and then pulled it lightly, and the lock opened. "Can a mere small lock protect me?" He smiled proudly, opened the door and rushed in. He glanced around the room and subconsciously looked in the direction where he had written the words. When he saw the tearful small calligraphy, he was completely stunned. "Who the hell is destroying my moral integrity?" he shouted angrily. Then, the landlord's wife who happened to be passing by was alarmed. She was a 50-year-old woman who was 1.58 meters tall, weighed 150 kilograms, wore heavy makeup, and had curly hair. "You idiot, you're leaving and you still dare to pee on my wall, you have to pay me for it." "No money?" The landlady looked him up and down. "Little brother, I see you have some strength, so other methods are not impossible." Yi Fan was so scared that he trembled all over and ran away. "Before leaving, I suddenly saw a few words carved by Qin Fei. Your father Qin Fei has been here." Suddenly I understood everything. He ran and cursed, "Qin Fei, Yi Fan, will never reconcile with you in this life." Chapter 78, the tent is set up, and the benefits are kept within the family. Yi Fan ran a long way in one breath before he dared to stop. He turned around and looked at the rental house, his eyes full of resentment. "You fat bitch, you think you can climb into my bed? In this life, even if I starve to death, die of exhaustion, or jump off a building, I will never have anything to do with you." He squatted on the curb, breathing heavily. He kept cursing and had thrown all his personal cultivation as a Dragon King out of the window. A few minutes later, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a pit under the bed. The soul-containing stone that he had been longing for was actually dug out by that loser Qin Fei. His anger, which had just subsided, suddenly rose again. "I'll let you, a piece of shit, hold it for a few days, but sooner or later it will be back in my hands." He said this bitterly, stood up and left, heading towards Qinglian Mountain. Now that he had no place to live and no money, Qinglian Mountain was the best place for him to go. When he returned to China, he had already found a very suitable place for camping in the mountains. He slept there for a night and buried his belongings with dead branches, hiding them very secretly. That night, he discovered that there were a lot of herbs on the mountain. He could easily pick some and sell them for a few $1,000s. But at that time, he felt that it was completely unnecessary. After all, he could make hundreds of millions of dollars at the Jade Conference, so he didn't care about those few $1,000s at all. But now, it's time to go up the mountain to collect some medicinal herbs. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, he was exhausted and out of breath, and a sense of doubt arose in his mind. Why am I so tired today? I feel so much weaker than before. I guess I'm hungry. He muttered to himself and licked his lips. There was still some sweetness left from the dessert, and he couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed inside for one more night. There would be delicious food, and we wouldn't have to sleep outdoors on the mountain. He rubbed his stomach, lowered his head, and quickened his pace. I thought of going up the mountain early, and then picking some wild fruits and hunting some wild goods at night when no one was around, which would be enough to help me. How could such a small difficulty stump you, fan? Qinglian Mountain is particularly lively today. Many people saw the news about the meteor shower and wanted to run up the mountain to find a great place to watch it, so there were a lot more cars on the road up the mountain. Fortunately, this side of the mountain is not steep and has been artificially developed, so it is not difficult for the car to go up along the mountain road. Fang Xiaoman specially took an off-road vehicle, pulled the tent and barbecue grill, and drove all the way to the large flat land on the mountainside. She saw that many people had already set up their tents. She had to get off the car and find a more secluded place. After all, she knew that tonight was destined to be an unusual night, and she couldn't play poker in the tent, which would be too embarrassing. After searching for more than 10 minutes, she finally found a place with its back to the mountain. It was a fairly flat area, more than enough to set up a large tent. However, there are a lot of dead branches and leaves piled there, which looks a bit messy. That is probably why no one comes to rob it. She was delighted and ran over to move all the branches away. Ha! Why is there a snakeskin bag here? She was startled at first, thinking it was something dangerous. I plucked up the courage to reach out and touch it, only to find out who had thrown the bedding there. There was also a kettle, a shovel, and other things buried next to it. It just looked very old, as if it had been used for many years and had not been replaced with a new one. It must have been abandoned by someone. She muttered, and turned around to see an old man in his 50s carrying a shoulder pole, who must have taken the opportunity to sell something. Old man, here are a bunch of unused beddings. Could you please carry them down the mountain and sell them as rags? Maybe you can get some money. The old man readily agreed, grinning from ear to ear. I just happen to have a few bottles of mineral water left. I'll give them all to you. Thank you, old man. Fang Xiaoman happily watched the old man leave. There are still many good people in this world. Then he started to clean up the place. After working for more than 10 minutes, he finally cleared a large clean area. He went back and parked the car not far away, carried the things over, and started to set up the tent and put up the barbecue grill. She grew up doing farm work, so this is not a problem for her at all. After finishing all the work, I watched the sun move westward. It was already past 5 in the afternoon and the sun was no longer so strong. She drank a bottle of water and took a rest comfortably in the tent. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of the words she heard in the car and Qin Xiao's inner thoughts, and her face turned slightly red. She subconsciously glanced at the bed, rolled back and forth twice, and murmured shamefully, "It seems, it can really accommodate 3 people." At this time, Qin Fei had finished his meal with Su Qingxue, went home to take a shower and change his clothes, and Su Qingxue accompanied him throughout the whole process. After packing up, Qin Fei suddenly said, "Why don't you just rest at home tonight and don't get tired?" "You wish. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I have to keep an eye on you." "Ha ha ha ha. You can't beat me, I'm just that strong, there's nothing I can do, ha 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 ha." At this time, the phone rang. Qin Fei picked it up and saw that it was Lin Shireen calling. "Brother Qin Fei, I bought a pink tent. It's so pretty. Oh, and I also bought a night light. It must be very beautiful when hung in the tent at night." As soon as the call was connected, Lin Shireen started talking happily. "Oh, and I have a surprise for you. And I saw the tent you set up." "Ah?" Qin Fei was stunned. "What do you mean?" "This is the tent that Fang Xiaoman has set up. I'll set it up next to yours." He. Qin Fei's mouth twitched twice. "Why? Isn't it better to be closer?" Lin Shireen heard his movements, pursed her lips and smiled, deliberately teasing, "You can sleep wherever you want when the time comes." Qin Fei's mouth twitched 3 times. What kind of vicious words are these? "Let's do this for now. We'll be there soon and talk about it when we get there." He didn't say anything else and hung up the phone. Su Qingxue had heard it all, and was pouting angrily, but she didn't dare to snatch it away and hang up on him. She could only think silently that she must come up with a solution tonight. Even if Xiaomin gets the upper hand, Lin Shireen cannot be allowed to succeed. After all, Fang Xiaoman is one of us, so we should keep the benefits to ourselves. Chapter 79 Playboy. On the mountain. Lin Shireen hung up the phone, a sly smile flashing across her face. When she made the call just now, she guessed that Su Qingxue must be listening nearby, so she deliberately made her voice very loud. No matter what happens tonight, Su Qingxue must not feel that brother Qin Fei belongs to her alone. Otherwise, how can I compete with her in the future? After hanging up the phone, she felt like something was missing, so she looked through her photo album and found a few photos she had just taken at home and sent them over. Those were the clothes she had spread out on the bed, some for outerwear and some for innerwear, several sets arranged in order. Then he posted a circle of friends, setting it to be visible only to Qin Fei. Below it was a line of text, "It's so hard to choose, I can only let my brother help me choose at." Playboy was the nickname she gave to Qin Fei, which she changed just these past 2 days. Qin Fei's phone vibrated and he opened his moments to take a look. The corners of his mouth twitched violently. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, "Lin Shireen, are you crazy? You are a top star after all, and you are posting this kind of picture on your moments? And you even wrote at me to help you choose underwear? I really don't want to be exposed." Su Qingxue had already gotten into the car and closed her eyes to rest, but suddenly she heard this voice, and quickly opened her eyes and glanced in that direction. After seeing the picture above, I immediately bit my lip. This damn girl, she looks innocent but is actually a vixen. She glanced at Qin Fei unhappily. "Does she look pretty?" "Looks good," Qin Fei replied subconsciously. Seeing her glare, he laughed. "I mean, it will definitely look good on you." Su Qingxue forced a fake smile. "Give it to me." Before Qin Fei could react, she grabbed the phone, clicked to enlarge the picture details, took a screenshot, and clicked send. Sent to Feng Xiaoman. Then, he added a paragraph below, "After you set up the tent, go buy these clothes. 2 sets. I'll use them at night." After sending the message, he threw the phone back to Qin Fei. Qin Fei looked down and was stunned on the spot. "You used my number to send this message to Feng Xiaoman. Aren't you afraid she'll think too much?" Su Qingxue finally realized that misunderstandings really happened. "It's all your fault. I forgot about it when I was angry," she snorted. "Anyway, I don't care. I've already sent it. You can explain it to her later. Also, don't say I wanted to buy this." Qin Fei grinned. "You know it's embarrassing, and you used my account to send it. She will think I'm a pervert later." Phew, Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I don't care. It wasn't sent by me anyway." She smiled triumphantly. "I told you not to mess around with Lin Shireen again, you philandering idiot." Qin Fei rolled his eyes. "It's good to have nothing to worry about. I'm determined to be this playboy, I can do whatever I want." As he thought about it, he couldn't help but grin and laugh out loud, and his laughter became more and more unrestrained. Looking up, I saw Su Qingxue's charming face, which made her look even more pleasing to the eye. Su Qingxue hummed in annoyance, opened her bag, took out the lipstick and powder puff, and began to apply it carefully in front of the mirror. Qin Fei revealed the faint green light of a hungry wolf again. "Don't come here." Su Qingxue folded down the seat and climbed into the back seat. Qin Fei laughed and started the car. Su Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to take advantage of the little time now to have a good rest and recharge your energy. We had to keep an eye on Qin Fei at night to prevent him from sneaking out of the tent to find Lin Shireen. On the mountain, Feng Xiaoman had set up the tent and was very tired. She was lying on the air mattress to rest. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, "The tent is really big." She muttered and rolled back and forth several times. "It can actually sleep 3 people. Do we really have to squeeze into one tent at night? What should I do if young Master Qin really wants to do something to me? President Su should help me, right?" But that night, it seemed as if Mr. Su couldn't even take care of himself. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. She sighed and sat up suddenly. "At worst, I can just find a chance to sneak away." Ding dong. Just as I was thinking about it, the phone rang with a message. She was startled, patted her blushing face, let out a breath, unlocked the message and clicked on it. When she saw the content on the screen, she was stunned and her eyes widened. Especially, when she saw the 2 lines of text below, she felt her head buzzing and was stunned. Why would young Master Qin send me such a message? Still want 2 sets? She subconsciously glanced at the large air mattress, and a blush of shame appeared on her face again. She sat there in a daze, struggling for 2 seconds. Then I sent a message. Very short. Just 1 word. "Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll go down the mountain to buy it right away." Then he quickly got out of the tent, said hello to Lin Shireen, got in the car, went down the mountain, and drove towards the commercial street. After getting off the car, she took a special look at the suits, all of which were Bordel brands. Although she had never worn it, she knew that it was a top British lingerie brand that focused on bondage and SM styles. It had a specialty store in the Empire department store. Approaching the Bordel counter in the shopping mall, she didn't dare to look up, as she felt everyone was staring at her. Halfway up Qinglian Mountain, Yifan covered his rumbling stomach, sat on a rock with sweat all over his forehead, and rubbed his legs with a frown. He hadn't felt this kind of hunger, thirst, and physical exhaustion for a long time. Qin Fei, I'm not done with you. After resting for a few minutes, he recovered some strength, greeted Qin Fei as usual, and then quickened his pace. As long as you get to the place where you buried the things, you will have water to drink and dry food to eat? 10 minutes later. He ran to the old place panting, took a look with anticipation, and was completely dumbfounded. All the branches and grass leaves that I used to cover myself are gone. There were only 2 tents, one pink and one navy blue, as if telling him, what are you looking at? Let me throw away your broken thing. Chapter 80, The Dragon King's Destiny, a Thai specialty. A few minutes ago. After Lin Shireen packed up the tent, she informed her agent, Linda. I let him do the finishing work here, and then I went to the mountain to grab a good position to watch the meteors in advance, then I got out of the tent and left. Linda is a well-known domestic agent with a devilish figure and an angelic face. Of course, I went to Thailand specifically for work. Even the Adam's apple on his neck and the thing below his waist were cut off. After several years of training, even his voice became extremely pure and sexy. If you are not familiar with Linda, you will definitely be fascinated by her. However, she has a rich love history. Several of her ex-boyfriends broke up with her on the spot after watching a movie with her because they couldn't get over the psychological barrier. Lin Shireen called her over mainly because Linda was very strong, and she would send her back after helping her. Time goes back to the present. Yifan stood not far away, looking at the 2 tents in front of him, and his whole body was numb. He once wondered if he had come to the wrong place. However, the high slope in the leeward direction and the large protruding rock next to it all proved that this was the place where he had made his nest before. Now, the branches and dead leaves are gone, and the surroundings are cleaned up perfectly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he started cursing on the spot. Don't you have eyes? Don't you know that digging a hole and covering it with soil is a mark? Do you have any common sense at all? Do you have any sense of public morality? That was his old comrade who had accompanied him in battle for many years and had carried so many of his ups and downs. How could he just throw him away? As he was cursing, he suddenly remembered something. On the way up the mountain, I met an old man carrying a shoulder pole. I smiled at him and asked him if he needed any help. As a result, the old man laughed happily and said that he had picked up a bunch of junk, which he could sell for at least a few hundred yuan. He was very happy, so how could he be tired? He also said, "Thank you, young man, you are such a good person." Ah! Thinking of this, Yifan felt like his lungs were about to explode. That was something I, Yifan, had used. Not to mention that it was valuable in itself, but with the label of once used by the Dragon King attached to it, it must be worth at least a house. Result? In return, I got a sentence like "you are such a good person"? Damn it! It must have been given by the guy who set up the tent. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He glanced at the tent with a sinister look. It was already late at night. A small lamp was hanging in the tent, reflecting the outline of a person inside, who was busy packing up. Looking at the busy figure, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "I will kill you," he said, gritting his teeth, stepping closer with his fists clenched. The closer we got, the more conspicuous the outline of the figure became. Especially when the figure turned sideways, the curvy figure was projected onto the tent cloth, which was particularly eye-catching. Plop! Yifan's pace suddenly stopped. Woman? A wicked grin appeared on his lips. Just as my master said, I must be very lucky in love this time when I return to China. I can meet women with such perfect figures wherever I go. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in his heart almost disappeared, and his nature instinctively conjured up a picture in his mind. You threw your belongings to me, and I asked for a night's stay. What a wonderful love story. This must be God's arrangement. I, Yifan, am indeed a man with great luck. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He even reached out and patted his handsome face to make his smile more gentle. Then he tilted the corners of his mouth a few more times, trying to make the raised arc look more evil and charming. Then slowly approached the tent. Just at this moment, the person in the tent finished packing up, bent over and came out, shaking his beautiful hair. In an instant, a fragrant breeze blew across my face. Yifan took a deep breath, a look of satisfaction on his face. I thought to myself, she is indeed a beauty with a perfect figure, she smells so good and charming even when she shakes her hair. He immediately put on a smile, showing a standard devilish smile, and tried to make his voice extra gentle. Hello beautiful lady, is this tent built by you? When Linda heard this question, her brows furrowed and a hint of doubt appeared on her pretty face. She wondered if this man was a fool. I just came out from inside. If it wasn't me who built it, could it be a monster? However, when he saw the handsome face in front of him with an evil smile, he suddenly felt a thrill in his heart. She immediately responded in her mature voice that she had trained for several years, handsome boy, are you calling me? Wow! Yifan felt numb all over when he heard the magnetic voice. Especially when he saw this woman winking at him, his confidence exploded. Who said that my smile is not charming? Such a wonderful woman can be won over by just a smile from me, doesn't this prove everything? He immediately became more confident, shook his short hair, and said with a smile, beautiful lady, to be honest, I originally chose this place to dig a nest, but unfortunately, the things I buried must have been thrown away by you and your companions. As he spoke, he pointed to a pile of dead branches not far away. Linda was stunned for a moment before she realized that what Feng Xiaoman had mentioned before, cleaning up a pile of junk, turned out to be the belongings of the man in front of her. So, brother, do you want to let your sister share a sleeping place with you? Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the conversation to go so smoothly. He was excited in his heart, but his face remained calm and he smiled faintly. If it's possible, Yifan will be very grateful. Of course, if I can have dinner with a beautiful woman, have dinner together, the world will be more wonderful. Talking dirty is also a form of self-cultivation for a dragon king. He had used it many times before, and it almost always worked. And at this moment, after he finished speaking, he became even more confident when he saw the woman in front of him covering her mouth and smiling. I shouted in my heart, it's done. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The woman smiled sweetly, a hint of surprise appeared on her charming face, and there was a strong desire burning in her eyes. The woman said, brother, do you really not mind that I've been to Thailand? Yifan was stunned, a look of deep doubt flashed across his face. Thailand. I've been there before. Is your sister a Buddhist? Well, I don't believe in Buddhism, I just want to cut off some troubles. As Linda spoke, she smiled charmingly, took the initiative to come forward, put her arm around his, and pulled him out. My car is over there, shall we leave now? Yifan was stunned. So fast? My smile is indeed very lethal. His confidence is overflowing again. Soon I followed Linda into a bright red Wrangler. They had already driven halfway up the mountain, but Yifan was still immersed in joy, already imagining that tonight would be a wonderful night. At this moment, Linda suddenly said, brother, do you like to be in the front or the back? Sister, are you a little too direct? Yifan grinned, feeling a little surprised. Linda chuckled and winked at him, then sister put it another way, brother, do you like 0 or 1? I'm okay with both. Yifan opened his mouth into a 0 shape and tilted his head. Suddenly I feel like my brain is not enough. He was stunned for 5 seconds before he suddenly reacted. Going to Thailand? Cut off some troubles? 0 and 1? What the hell, he exclaimed suddenly, his face full of shock and panic, shouting wildly. Stop the car, I want to get off. I don't like she-males. Chapter 81, Connecting the Dragon King and Linda. Looking at his flustered look, Linda giggled and had no intention of stopping him. Brother, this car door is locked, you can't open it. If you feel like you can't do it in the car, just tell me. I can pull over to the side of the road and we can find a secluded place. As she spoke, she pulled the car over and walked over with a smile. Yifan looked at her and smiled. The scene in front of him trembled, and he was in a trance for a moment, stunned on the spot. Seeing this, Linda's smile widened. You little thing, you are obviously obsessed with your sister, why are you playing hard to get? Your sister, will fall for your tricks, you little rascal. Yifan felt like his entire body was about to explode. He kept pulling back, and in his panic, he accidentally brushed past Linda's chest. He froze again. Hee, you acted so well. Come here and let your sister love you. Linda pounced on him, hugged his face and bit it all over. Ah! Yifan wailed in pain, retreat, retreat. Go to hell. I, Yifan, will never like a she-male in this life, even if I die. Bang, bang. He yelled wildly, bent his arms, and hit the glass with his elbows several times in a row. With a clang, the car window was shattered. He reached out in panic, pulled off the handle, opened the car door, jumped out as if escaping, and ran all the way with his head down. After running 200 or 300 meters, he turned around and saw that the woman was no longer catching up with him. Finally, he could no longer bear it and vomited violently while holding onto a tree. A moment later, he touched the lipstick marks on his face, shed tears of shame, and cried out to the sky. Mom, I'm not clean anymore. Flutter startled a flock of birds in the forest. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your luck value has reached 2 million. New features have been unlocked. Please check the task progress reminder. Qin Fei was stunned for a moment. When he left home, he only had more than 1.8 million. How come it has reached 2 million now? Who has cheated Yifan, that crooked guy, again? So many explosions? He couldn't help but slow down the car and went back to the system interface to check the details. The protagonist Yifan was kissed wildly by a demon, his Dao heart collapsed, and he lost 200,000 in chi points. When Qin Fei saw this prompt message, his eyes suddenly lit up. Has that crooked guy become so desperate that he's even playing with transvestites? He was even kissed wildly on the face by a she-male. I really want to calculate how big the psychological trauma he has suffered. Just as he thought of this, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Linda was leaning against the car door, lighting a lady's cigarette and smoking it passionately. And the lipstick on her lips was a bit messy, as you could tell at a glance. In an instant, Qin Fei seemed to understand everything. That Yifan, could it be that Linda forcefully kissed him? Ha. He couldn't help laughing, lowered the car window, and shouted outside, Linda, what's wrong with your mouth? Linda looked up and saw that it was him, and said with a look of resentment on her face. Don't even mention it. A little brother named Yifan said he wanted to invite me to dinner, but he just kissed me and ran away. How shameless. But Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Of course he knew that Yifan would definitely not like Linda. But just being kissed by Linda once brought him 200,000 luck points. Wouldn't that mean they could be connected and have Linda discussed Yifan several times a day? This is a great income-generating project. He immediately said, You're talking about Yifan. I know him. He's the best at saying one thing and thinking another. Don't be discouraged. As long as you're willing to pursue him, he'll definitely fall in love with you. By the way, I have his contact information, I'll send it to you right away. Really? Then send it to me. Linda nodded in surprise, I told you I wasn't seeing things. When he first saw me, he was already attracted by my beauty. Now he's running away. It must be hard for him to accept it for a while. But don't worry, young Master Qin. With my Linda's beauty and intelligence, he will admit it sooner or later and fall into my arms. Then good luck. Qin Fei sent Yifan's number to Linda on the spot. Then we drove further up the mountain and laughed the whole way in the car. Halfway up the mountain, Yifan vomited and vomited until he finally got used to it. He then rationalized his emotions and finally calmed down. Why was I targeted by that Linda? That's because I'm handsome. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was right. It seems that my charm still exists and there is no need to doubt it. As for the previous women, the reason why they ignored me was definitely because of that bastard Qin Fei. But it doesn't matter. Soon, the Qin family will no longer exist. By then, won't those women become your cup of tea? After he figured this out, he immediately became in a good mood and rushed towards the mountain. Although all the bedding had been thrown away, it was getting late and they could only find a place on the mountain to spend the night. It was better than sleeping on the streets. Of course, the point is that he doesn't dare to go down the mountain now, for fear that the crazy woman, well, that's not right, for fear that the dead demon will block him again. Moreover, I have to go pick herbs early tomorrow morning, so sleeping directly on the mountain will save me from making 2 more trips. Once we gather the herbs and sell them tomorrow, everything will be solved. The poison of the Chen family's old man is about to take effect, right? When the time comes to cure him, the future will be bright again. He walked and muttered, imagining his bright future. As I was walking, I suddenly heard the sound of a horn. I couldn't help but frown and turn to look. Xin Fei? His eyes darkened, and his good mood instantly disappeared. When the car approached, he said coldly, "Why are you pressing the button? Is it so great to have a car?" Xin Fei grinned, "Brother Yi, what's wrong? Who kissed you on the face like this?" "You." Yi Fan's face darkened when he thought of the scene where he was forcibly kissed by the she-male in the car. He glared at her fiercely and said, "What's it got to do with you? Why is it none of my business? Linda is an old acquaintance of mine. How can I not care about her lifelong affairs? By the way, I think you two are a good match, so I gave her your phone number." "No need to thank me." Xin Fei grinned, revealing his 8 big white teeth, and had a very standard smile. "You lunatic." Yi Fan clenched his fists in anger, as if he was about to hit someone. However, Xin Fei stepped on the accelerator and drove away. He could only shout furiously, "You coward, Yi Fan, will never let you go." "Cut." Xin Fei curled his lips in disdain and said, "I'm not done with you either. However, I'm going to enjoy a world of 2, well, or maybe 3, and I don't have time to chat with you here." Chapter 82, each shows his special abilities. Mountain top. Xin Fei and Su Qingxue got out of the car and rushed to the tent with 2 suitcases. "Where are the people?" Xin Fei went in and took a look, muttering, "What do you think?" Xiao Min went down the mountain to buy things. Su Qingxue blushed and said angrily, "Buying things?" Xin Fei was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and laughed, "Why are you glaring at me? Isn't it you who wanted to buy it?" "Bah, I did that just to satisfy someone's perverted mind." Su Qingxue glared at him angrily. Suddenly, he boldly added, "You said, if Xiaomin bought those 2 sets, would she keep one for herself?" "Ah." Xin Fei opened his mouth wide. How should he respond to this? Anyone who is not a fool will change the subject. "Well, let's take out the things we just prepared." Tisk. Su Qingxue snorted and pouted at him. This guy obviously has good intentions in his mind, but he still pretends to be serious. "I've already overheard all your little thoughts." She didn't expose him in front of him. She put the suitcase down, squatted down, and started packing her things. Xin Fei breathed a sigh of relief, took out a cigarette, leaned against the tent stand, and glanced sideways at the front. His eyes involuntarily swept over Su Qingxue again. Her chestnut-colored long hair swayed with rose-gold light in the setting sun, making her delicate snow-white face even more attractive. Her eyes were full of spring in her smile, her cheeks were rosy, and her lips were beautiful. Even though he had sucked these lips countless times, he couldn't help but feel hungry when he saw them again. I have to say, this woman's obedient appearance, coupled with her contrasting cold and beautiful face and impressive figure, is truly captivating the more you look at her. When Su Qingxue heard this, her eyebrows suddenly lit up and her face flushed. Although it took a lot of courage for me to dress so boldly and hotly, but looking at this guy's attitude, it seems to be worth it. Anyway, no matter what, he belongs tonight. I'll give him some more wine later. He can't do bad things when he's drunk, right? However, this guy seemed to have a good alcohol tolerance, and there was no way he could drink more than him. What should I do? Her mind raced. Suddenly I thought of Feng Xiaomin. This girl is a good drinker. Every time I take her to discuss business, she can get a table of men drunk. Yes, Xiaomin won't be allowed to leave later. If he wants to leave, he has to get him drunk first. Thinking of this, she finally felt relieved. Are the 2 of us still no match for you? Humph, you stinky husband, with the 2 of us together, you won't have a peaceful night. Look, I prepared candles, red wine, and this. She took out the things one by one. Xin Fei took a look and said, "Kidney?" Phew, Su Qingxue laughed out loud. What's the matter? You are so tired, you need to replenish your energy? She said boldly. In the past, she would definitely not be able to say these words. But after spending these 2 nights together, she felt that when she was alone with the other person, saying these words was like an electric current flowing through her body, and that feeling was quite wonderful. Xin Fei twitched his lips and said, "It seems, you're still not convinced?" I didn't. I just feel sorry for you." Su Qingxue added in a coquettish tone. Qin Fei chuckled, flicked the cigarette butt away, and walked over with a smile, whispering, "There are no outsiders now." Ha! Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then she ran away in fear. No, no. It's not dark yet. If Xiaomin comes back and gets caught, will I be able to see anyone? Ha ha. Look how scared you are. I'm not a cannibal. Qin Fei picked up the pile of things and said, "I'm just kidding. I'm just here to help carry the things. The barbecue grill is over there. Let's go over there." "TSK, I think you're thinking about it again." Su Qingxue curled her lips. She waited until he was far away before going over to pick up the remaining things and slowly followed him. After walking a few steps, she saw that the fire had been lit on the barbecue grill in front of her, and she was stunned for a moment. When she saw Lin Shireen busy at work, her face suddenly fell and a hint of jealousy rose in her heart. That was her own barbecue grill, and she started working on it before anyone came. She hurriedly took a few steps to catch up with Qin Fei and deliberately raised her voice, "Husband, do you like spicy sauce or sweet sauce?" Qin Fei turned to look at her and couldn't help laughing. Is she so eager to declare her sovereignty? "I can do anything." "Brother Qin Fei, you're finally here. Look, I've already started the fire. Come and help me." When Lin Shireen heard the sound, she ran over directly, pulled Qin Fei over there, and left Su Qingxue behind. "You guys?" Su Qingxue was furious and moved closer, unwilling to accept it. "This is my barbecue grill. It's all the same, right? It's more fun if we all get together?" Lin Shireen giggled. "If I set up another one next to you, well, you wouldn't want Brother Qin Fei to run back and forth, would you?" After hearing this, Su Qingxue couldn't help but take a deep breath. The little girl started performing tea art again. "Okay, let's go together." She didn't want to say anything unpleasant in front of Qin Fei, so she quickly put on a smile and placed all the things on the folding table next to the shelf. Although it was September and the mountain breeze was cool, it was still a bit warm after setting up the rack and roasting the fire. After a while, both of them were covered in sweat. Lin Shireen took off her windbreaker and said, "Brother Qin Fei, don't bother with that. Just help me take off my clothes and just watch from the side." Qin Fei took the clothes that were scented with the girl's body fragrance, took a breath subconsciously, and glanced at her involuntarily. Only then did I suddenly realize she was wearing the same thing as Su Qingxue. The thin chiffon lining on her upper body was tucked into her shorts. Without the cover of the windbreaker, the sudden and sharp curves on both sides of her waist looked particularly amazing. The lower body is also the same white silk, sloped nude crystal sandals. He couldn't help but glance at Su Qingxue subconsciously, and a smile with ambiguous meaning appeared on the corner of his mouth. Could these two be colluding? They're all dressed like this. When the two heard this, their faces froze and they looked at each other instinctively. Lin Shireen smiled with her lips pursed, while Su Qingxue frowned and took off her windbreaker in a huff. "Honey, I'm hot too. Can you help me take off my clothes?" He. Qin Fei took it with a smile, hung one on each arm, felt it was a bit cumbersome, and threw it directly on a bush next to him. Watching the two of them busying around, occasionally bending over and lifting their hips to pick up things, the seductive curves reflected in the firelight made him feel a little thirsty. He quickly took a couple of sips of mineral water. I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, "It's going to be night now, will it be okay?" Chapter 83 First Practice. The sun sets quickly and the night deepens. The flames flickered on the grill, accompanied by the sizzling sound of oil and the aroma spreading out. "Wow, I'm so strong!" Lin Shireen shouted happily while holding the chicken wing she had grilled. "Brother Qin Fei, come and take a look. Look, it's so golden. I feel like I can even go out and set up a stall to make some money." She excitedly handed the golden chicken wings to Qin Fei. "Try it and see if it tastes good." Qin Fei took a bite with a smile, and his expression suddenly froze. "I really want to say, it's baked very well, don't bake it next time. How is it? Is it delicious?" Lin Shireen looked up at him, her eyes shining with anticipation in the light of the fire in the night. Seeing her face full of anticipation, Qin Fei couldn't bear to expose her. He suppressed a smile and said, "Well, it's very good. You should try it too." "Really? I told you I'm a genius. It tastes so good the first time I bake it." Lin Shireen smiled like a flower and took a big bite. Suddenly, the taste of raw meat filled my mouth. Poo, wow, this tastes so bad." She reacted and glared at Qin Fei angrily. Brother, you are so mean. You, hurry up, give me some water. Ha ha ha. Qin Fei laughed and handed over the mineral water. Su Qingxue watched from the side with a frown on her face, snorted, and handed over a string of sizzling lamb skewers. Hey, let's eat something edible. Qin Fei carefully looked at it twice and sniffed it twice. It smells really good, you should try it too. With the previous experience as a lesson, he didn't dare to try the poison and motioned her to eat it first. Su Qingxue was speechless. I'm not like some people. She finished the whole skewer in one bite and ate it with gusto. Qin Fei was relieved and nodded while eating. He is quite capable. Lin Shirin was unhappy when she heard this. She pinched her waist and snorted, everyone has a first time. I'm going to Lanxian to sign up for a cooking class tomorrow. Puff. Qin Fei laughed out loud, forget it. I will definitely bake it well. Lin Shirin was unconvinced, isn't it just that the baking time was a little short? She turned around and fanned the fire, causing the flames to shoot up. Soon, a burning smell came from the shelf. She was so angry that she threw the pile of things into the trash can. No more baking, I want to reserve a place to watch the meteors in advance. Qin Fei smiled and shook his head, take the light, don't knock it. Su Qingxue giggled happily in the back and pulled Qin Fei over to sit on the folding chair. Let's eat. Well, this shredded squid is grilled well, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the saltiness is just right. Qin Fei ate with his mouth full of oil. Here, these kidneys are for you. Su Qingxue handed over a string of roasted kidneys with a smile. I really don't need to make up for it. Qin Fei waved his hand. Lin Shirin, who had not walked far, listened to the sweet conversation between the two, turned around and went back angrily. Would you like to eat something together? Qin Fei raised the skewers in his hand. Lin Shirin giggled and ignored him. He turned around and pulled Su Qingxue out. Sister Qingxue, I'm a little afraid of the dark, can you go with me? Oh, no. I'm still roasting it. Before he could finish his words, he was dragged away. Lin Shirin turned around and made a face at Qin Fei, saying, you two are showing your affection. I'm going to take her away from you and see what you're going to do. Qin Fei was speechless. If you want to occupy a place, just go by yourself. Why do you have to drag Su Qingxue along? And, this girl was just sulking at Su Qingxue, why is she now pulling her and calling her sister? He looked up at the backs of the two people walking side by side. They looked as close as sisters, and he always felt a little confused. Women, they're really hard to understand and process. Looking at the fire still burning on the grill and the half-grilled skewers, he had no choice but to take over the grill and become the chief chef. Soon, of course, it was burnt. Looking at the half-cooked and half-burnt skewers of meat, Qin Fei couldn't help laughing. He took the skewers off and put them aside. He didn't add charcoal and stopped grilling them. Anyway, he had eaten more than 10 grilled skewers and was no longer hungry. After showing off the last skewer, Qin Fei wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Feeling a little thirsty, I drank half a bottle of mineral water in one breath without even unscrewing the lid and put it on the table. Then I looked at my watch and saw that it was already past 7:30 in the evening. The report said that meteors started to appear around 8 o'clock. He was too lazy to wait, so he turned around and went to the tent, crawled in and lay down. He casually took out the fantasy incense and the soul stone from the system space, placed them on both sides of the pillow, one on each side, and then closed his eyes to rest. Ever since he acquired his first martial art, a heat flow has inexplicably appeared in his body. According to his experience of reading thousands of novels, this thing should be the so-called dantian, and the heat flow is probably spiritual energy or something. At this moment, with the two jade stones placed beside him, he could clearly feel that there was a trace of spiritual energy like a warm current slowly flowing into his body, and finally gathered under his lower abdomen. This feeling was very comfortable, but also, a little uncomfortable. The comfortable thing was the feeling of heat surging in his body, but the uncomfortable thing was that he understood for the first time that spiritual power entering the body would produce that kind of side effect, which was to be able to lift the pole. Fortunately, it's not one of those methods where if you want to practice the skill, you must castrate yourself first. It's harmless. He muttered with a wry smile, and slowly followed his feelings to enter a state of meditation. This feeling is very mysterious, as if the soul has separated from the body and merged with the surrounding environment, as if at this moment you have become a part of nature. I could even feel that the capillaries all over my body were open, as if they were very hungry and eager to absorb something. Boss Su, I'm back. He was experiencing the mysterious feeling and couldn't extricate himself, when suddenly a clear voice came to his ears, followed by the sound of someone opening the tent and walking in. He quickly came out of his meditation state, and when he saw that it was Fang Xiaoman, he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied in his heart. What should I tell her at night? Fang Xiaoman was bending down to get in when she suddenly saw that the person inside was not Mr. Su, but Qin Shaoshi. She subconsciously stopped and ended up losing her balance and falling forward. Ah, Mr. Qin, please move aside, I'm hitting you. Before she could finish her words, her body fell limply onto him. Qin Fei subconsciously stretched out his arms, intending to help her, but at this moment, lying down, it was as if the situation had changed, and he was also hit hard. Ahem. He couldn't help coughing twice. Are you too fat? Fang Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him in disapproval. Mr. Qin, you're making fun of me again. I weigh less than 100 pounds. As she spoke, she was about to turn over, but it seemed that she had just twisted her foot. She frowned and groaned in pain, and her body fell down again. Qin Fei was caught off guard and suffered secondary damage. Woman, why do you always hurt me? Chapter 84 Unspeakable Greed. Did you fall? Seeing Fang Xiaoman's slightly painful expression, he couldn't help but ask. It's okay, Fang Xiaoman shook her head slowly, then quickly and heavily, her voice soft. My foot seems to be twisted, it hurts. Stretch it out here, let me see where you're injured. If it's dislocated, I can fix it for you. Qin Fei pointed at her foot. Ah. This. Mr. Qin, don't bother. It may not be a big deal. It will be fine in a while. Fang Xiaoman subconsciously retracted her legs. The afterglow of shame had not yet dissipated, so how could she dare to stretch out her feet to him? This time, it was night, on the top of a mountain, and we were alone, a man and a woman. If we agreed at this time, wouldn't we be walking into the tiger's mouth? Shy. Or scared? Qin Fei saw her timid look and teased, I won't eat you. No, that's not what I meant. Fang Xiaoman's eyes flashed with panic, and she moved back again. She couldn't help but cry out in pain again as she exerted force on her feet. Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on her forehead. Qin Fei shook his head slightly, and regardless of her objection, he grabbed her calf and pulled her towards him. Mr. Qin, don't be like this. Fang Xiaoman shook her head in panic, it's still early. What do you mean by early? Qin Fei's face darkened. Let me check your body. I can cure you. As he said that, he rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. Girl, what are you thinking about in your little head all day long? Am I that kind of person? Yes. Fang Xiaoman nodded seriously. Qin Fei couldn't help but roll his eyes. You are a big-headed ghost. Don't look at my young age, but I am an old Chinese doctor. There was some bragging in what he said, but not much. After all, he copied the medical skills from Yi Fan and has reached the proficient level. According to the setting in the book, his current medical skills can be said to be unmatched in the entire Jiangcheng. Even the famous traditional Chinese medicine master, Dr. Xia, is only second to him. Don't ask why it's so awesome. The reason is that the bastard author of the original novel gave Yifan too much, and directly pushed his medical skills to the maximum, which gave Yifan a chance to take advantage of the opportunity. So, with such amazing medical skills, repairing a sprained ankle is just a piece of cake, right? But how could Fang Xiaoman believe it? Not to mention the rumored young Master Qin, who only knows how to spend money and pursue President Su, and has never touched upon medical skills at all. Just in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, how can one be called an old Chinese medicine practitioner without decades of medical experience? It must be young Master Qin. After seeing my body last night, he now wants to take advantage of me. Although I have never felt the beauty of love since I was a child, that feeling must be wonderful, right? Otherwise, how could Mr. Su, who was always aloof in front of outsiders, suddenly become so submissive to Mr. Qin and show such a docile attitude? She also wants to be dependent on others. Such a thought suddenly popped up in her mind, which scared her. She cursed herself inwardly, you stupid girl. How could it turn out like this in just one night? No way. But he was young Master Qin. Tall, handsome, wealthy, and with an amazing body, he was the fantasy of almost half of the women in Jiangcheng, and of course, he was no exception. Right in front of him, with such a beautiful view and such a great opportunity, how could he refuse? That would be too hypocritical, right? In just a few breaths, she had already muttered a chronicle in her mind. She raised her head slightly shyly, glanced at his perfect jawline, and complained softly. Mr. Qin, you don't have to lie to Xiaomin. Xiaomin is willing. Ha ha. Xin Fei's eyes lit up and he couldn't help laughing out loud. This girl was stunned for a few seconds. Was she actually trying to find her inner peace? You know what, this weak and vulnerable look is really quite irritating. He thought secretly, a sly smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. Does that mean I can continue to bully you? Fang Xiaoman listened to his inner thoughts and felt a little panic in her heart. Damn it, he actually saw through me. How embarrassing. But, he seemed to like me? She concealed her inner timid joy, and a layer of mist had already gathered in her big, rosy eyes as she pleaded in a low voice. Mr. Qin, today is Mr. Su's time. She hesitated, still unable to utter those few words, then pouting her face and saying, anyway, you know what I mean. Phew. Xin Fei was amused again. He said angrily, don't let your imagination run wild. I really just want to put your dislocated joint back in place. Fang Xiaoman was stunned when she heard this. Seeing the clarity in his eyes, she felt even more doubtful. Could it be that young Master Qin really just wants to help himself? Damn it, why do I feel so lost? Are you still worried? No, Fang Xiaoman shook her head slightly and whispered, Mr. Qin, please start. Before she could finish her words, she felt her foot twisted suddenly. A sharp pain flashed through her and she couldn't help but scream. Mr. Qin, you came here before I was even ready. She felt wronged, tears welling up in her eyes, and her face was full of resentment. It hurts. Xin Fei laughed and shrugged his shoulders. Why don't you try moving now? Fang Xiaoman followed the instructions and twisted her little feet, and surprisingly, the pain was gone. A hint of surprise appeared on her face, and she couldn't help thinking that it turned out that young Master Qin really just wanted to help him straighten his bones. When she thought of this, the feeling of loss in her heart became even stronger. She suddenly didn't want to leave. She pursed her lips and said boldly, Mr. Qin, I feel, it still hurts a little. Can you rub it for me again? Chapter 85. This medical skill is not serious. When Xin Fei heard this, he looked up suddenly and looked at her reluctant look, and couldn't help grinning with joy. Could it be that this girl has tasted the sweetness and is addicted? He pursed his lips, not wanting to expose her and avoid embarrassment, and said with a smile, after twisting your ankle, it will indeed hurt for a while after the bones are straightened. Then let me press it for you again. Is this where it is? Yeah, that's right. Fang Xiaoman listened to his inner voice, and the shame in her heart became even worse. In fact, the pain had long been gone, but the words had been said, so she could only follow his words. Right here, it hurts. Xin Fei smiled and said, if you feel it's inconvenient to sit, you can lie down. This way you will be more relaxed and you don't have to tense your legs. Ah. Fang Xiaoman's face flashed with panic when she heard this. When she went to the store to buy a suit just now, she went to the fitting room to try it on, and then she felt it was quite comfortable. After all, it was a super expensive piece of clothing and the fabric was very comfortable, so she didn't take it off. But at this moment, the skirt only reached above the knees. If she lay down, he would see it directly, which would be very embarrassing. I'll just sit there. Mr. Qin, I'm ready. Come on. She squinted her eyes and spoke softly, with a barely perceptible tremor. Xin Fei's mouth twitched when he heard this. This little line sounded like something was going to happen. Okay, I'll start. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. Xin Fei began to concentrate on massaging. He also wanted to try whether the medical skills were useful. Fang Xiaoman felt much more comfortable, but was afraid that it would be embarrassing if she hummed it out loud, so she deliberately found a topic to distract herself. Then he called out softly, Mr. Qin, you press it quickly, and, Mr. Qin, don't let your imagination run wild. Xin Fei laughed out loud. Okay, I'll try my best. It's not about trying your best, it's about making sure. Fang Xiaoman said angrily. Well, definitely next time? Xin Fei teased her deliberately as he saw that her earlobes were red with embarrassment. His hands also began to move, gently massaging. Speaking of which, this was the first time he used the medical technique after copying it, and he was not very familiar with it. He just mechanically copied the information he had learned, slowly mobilizing the tiny amount of spiritual power in his dantian, controlling the warmth and pouring it into his palms. As the spiritual energy surged in, he could clearly feel that his palms became much warmer, as if a layer of hot compress was placed on the surface. Hiss. Feeling the heat coming from her ankle, Fang Xiaoman shuddered and took a breath instinctively. The indescribable feeling of heat seemed like a magical medicine, instantly making her already weak pain disappear. It even comes with a pleasant pleasure. Does it still hurt? Xin Fei frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, did I use too much force? No, it's not. Feng Xiaoman responded quickly, it doesn't hurt at all, it's very, very comfortable. Oh. Xin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had copied some half-baked medical skills. That's good. Then stop twisting and relax a little. He added. Because she was moving around at the time, it was difficult to find the acupuncture points. Yeah. Feng Xiaoman agreed shyly, trying her best to restrain herself. Because that warm current seemed very improper. Originally, she was just massaging her ankles, but she always felt that after the warm current flowed into her body from her ankles, it rushed around in her body and spread throughout her body, like a burning fire that made her feel a little uncomfortable. Xin Fei didn't think too much at this time. He just followed the guidance of the consciousness in his mind and mobilized his spiritual power to repair her sprained joints. But as he was trying, he suddenly discovered that his eyes seemed to have seen a very magical scene. Is this spiritual power? Oh my God! His eyes widened in surprise. After taking a closer look, he could actually see that the spiritual power seemed to be glowing with a faint light, flowing from his hands into her body, and then along the tendons in her feet, spreading out to her whole body little by little, passing through all the acupuncture points on her body. Almost in the blink of an eye, it swam around in her body for a circle, and finally, it gathered back and flowed into her dantian. What was even more amazing was that he actually felt that the originally invisible spiritual power in his dantian had become much more condensed at this moment, turning into a ball of light as big as a quail egg, which was gently dancing there, very happily. Is this the technique of drawing yang and replenishing yang mentioned in the original book? He whispered to himself. It was indeed magical. No wonder in the original novel, that scumbag Yifan captured the hearts of so many women with his medical skills. He subconsciously glanced at Feng Xiaoman, and sure enough, he saw that her face was already flushed, with bursts of hot air from her nose blowing against her hair, and she was obviously unable to control herself. This effect is even more powerful than the fantasy fragrance. He couldn't help but marvel at it. The love incense will only make people hallucinate first and then become infatuated, but just a few massages can allow people to summon the most primitive throbbing in their hearts while being awake. What's even more perverted is that it can also improve your skills. Xin Fei thought secretly, and a devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But soon, he was suppressed. I just want to copy Yifan's skills, but I don't want to copy his crooked mouth. Mr. Qin, I feel much better. Just as he was thinking, Feng Xiaoman's reproachful voice came to his ears, interrupting his thoughts, and she secretly withdrew one of her feet. Chapter 86, I found it by luck, how can it be called stealing? Seeing that his hands were empty, Xin Fei simply stopped. It should be about time. Stand up and take a few steps. Feng Xiaoman hummed, stood up and tiptoed, it really doesn't hurt, Thank you, Mr. Qin, I'm going to find President Su and the others. After saying that, he quickly slipped out of the tent. Xin Fei smiled, put on his shoes and went out. Coincidentally, a meteor streaked across the sky, and exclamations of joy could be heard from several hilltops, with people shouting to make a wish quickly. You can even hear someone shouting, give me wealth overnight. Xin Fei couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. If making wishes worked, there would be no need to wait for the meteor shower that only occurs once every few hundred years, and the temple entrance ticket would cost 5 million. It would be more useful to pray that in your next life, you will be born into a good father like yourself. He walked slowly towards the top of the mountain and joined the team of Su Qingxue and the other two. He casually found a rock to sit on, looking at the night sky and watching the three women pointing at the shooting stars in amazement, jumping and shouting. He spoke only briefly, nodding slowly from time to time and responding faintly. He found that he didn't seem to have any wishes to make. A billionaire with a beautiful woman by his side. For ordinary people, the luxury cars, mansions, and beautiful wives and relatives that they have been longing for all their lives are just part of their daily lives. The only thing that's not satisfactory is the crooked mouth of the Dragon King. I hope he dies soon. Well, he grinned, and imitated the three of them, clasped his hands together, and muttered silently, you damn crooked mouth, get off the line quickly, die quickly, I will prepare a big feast for you. Achoo! Yifan had just reached the halfway point of the mountain and was staring at the sky full of meteors in a daze when he suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. Which beauty is thinking about me again? Gurgle. As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face froze and he subconsciously covered his stomach. He didn't know why he suddenly became so hungry. I have already eaten 2 meals today, and the afternoon meal was the amount of food for an ordinary family of 3, but I still feel hungry so quickly. Moreover, it seems that not only can he not resist hunger, but his physical strength has also greatly decreased compared to before. In the past, long-distance marches of hundreds of miles were commonplace. Even if one felt a little tired, one could recover as normal after a short rest. But today, after walking less than 30 kilometers and climbing a small hill a few hundred meters high, I was so tired that my back was soaked with sweat and I was shaking when I walked. He was puzzled and didn't know what went wrong. Is it because I haven't practiced for a few days? Humph, it's all Qin Fei's fault, that loser. He's messed up everything for me. He thought bitterly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for that coward, I would have definitely taken over the Su and Lin families by now. Relying on my own technique of drawing yin to replenish yang, my cultivation might have reached a higher level long ago. How could I be so exhausted like this now? Once I sell the herbs tomorrow, rebuild the country, and take down the Zheng family, that will be the beginning of the downfall of your Qin family. You won't live for more than a few days. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, and found that even clenching his fists was more difficult than before. Goo goo. My stomach is growling again. He looked embarrassed and rubbed his stomach. This feeling of hunger made him very uncomfortable. I licked my lips and found they were dry and chapped. He felt a little irritated and looked around, trying to find some wild fruits to eat. After climbing to the top of a hill, he found that he had unknowingly returned to the 2 tents. Instantly, Linda's stunningly beautiful figure and beautiful face came to mind again, and a strange feeling inexplicably rose in my heart. Bah! He quickly suppressed this inappropriate thought. How could Ji Fan, the dignified Dragon King, possibly like a she-male? I don't want this damn memory. Qin Fei, it's all your fault, you useless bastard. He started to curse Qin Fei every day. It seemed that apart from scolding Qin Fei, he could not think of any other way to vent his anger. He didn't dare to go near the tent, for fear that the dead demon would come out again. This had become an indelible shadow in his heart. He walked aimlessly around the tent and did not find any fruit-bearing tree. Sniff! He suddenly smelled the aroma of meat. Although it had a slightly burnt smell, the aroma of oil, sauce and cumin was still hard for him to resist. He followed the smell, and the closer he got, the more his mouth watered. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, his eyes almost glowing green. Soon, he saw a barbecue grill, his eyes lit up immediately, and he subconsciously looked around. No one. Not a single person. He took advantage of the night and approached secretly. When he smelled the tempting aroma of meat, his mouth instantly watered and he couldn't stop swallowing. Is this considered stealing? He suddenly stopped and tried his best to restrain himself from moving forward. He, Yi Fan, the dignified Dragon King, is in existence with a net worth of tens of trillions. He is the controller of the Dragon Gate, an internationally feared killer group. How can you steal other people's food when they aren't paying attention? If this gets out, wouldn't it be more embarrassing than being slapped in public? But this smells so good. The hunger in my stomach is getting stronger and stronger. He licked his dry lips, shifted his gaze, saw a mineral water bottle thrown not far from the foot of the table, and swallowed his dry throat. Isn't that a bottle you threw away after drinking half of it? He whispered to himself and hesitated for a full 3 seconds. Suddenly I found a reasonable reason. If you pick something up from the ground, it doesn't count as stealing, right? That's right. I found it by luck. How can that be called stealing? He muttered twice, then mustered up his courage and strode towards that direction. Before he reached the bottle, he glanced around and found that no one was looking at him. Then, like the flash, he quickly bent down, picked it up, hugged it to his chest, and quickly stepped back 5 or 6 steps. Call. In just a few seconds, he felt extremely nervous. Fortunately, I got the bottle. He couldn't wait to open the lid and drank it all in a few gulps. Call. Comfortable. He licked his lips in satisfaction, and a smile returned to his face. Gurgle, my stomach growled again at an inopportune moment. He paused as he walked away, turned around and looked at the grill again. There are some prepared meat skewers over there, but they haven't been grilled yet. Maybe he doesn't want the barbecue grill anymore? A thought suddenly popped into his mind, and his eyes lit up. Yes. This is the wild. Even though the fire was still burning, even though there was red wine, sliced watermelon, and a fruit plate on the table, even though. But what if the other person is a very rich person? Humph. Rich people like them always waste food. They only eat half of it and then just throw it here. Haven't you learned that every grain of rice on your plate is the product of hard work? Wasting food is wrong. He muttered to himself for a long time and finally rationalized everything. So, he took firm steps and strode towards the barbecue grill. As for whether he would be discovered by others, he no longer thought about it at this moment. I am a person with great luck, how could I be discovered just by eating? Impossible. It's impossible. Chapter 87 The Three-Electric Crooked Mouth Dragon King. When he thought of this, he instantly felt much more relieved. As I walked, I glanced around furtively, and when I found that no one was looking at me, I finally became bolder. Eat a strawberry first. Dragon King, but dessert before dinner is of course indispensable. This is a sense of ritual, even though it is picked up. He moved quickly like a frog sticking out its tongue, sticking a strawberry into his mouth. The delicious aroma in his mouth greatly increased his appetite. Then, he looked at the watermelon next to him. If you eat quickly, you can just throw the watermelon rind far away. No one will notice that a piece is missing, right? He squatted down and hid at the edge of the table, gnawing faster than Jubeji, his mouth full of juice. After finishing a piece of melon, he breathed a sigh of satisfaction. Noticing that no one was watching him, he suddenly became bolder. This meat will taste better when it's grilled, right? He swallowed, picked up the meat decisively, and stood in front of the grill. I'm a professional at barbecue. He smiled confidently. I'm not like you city savages who roast meat until it's ruined and then throw it in the trash. It's just a waste of food. He skillfully lit the fire, set up the grill, brushed oil, and spread sauce on it, and skillfully flipped the bamboo sticks. He grilled with great care, as if he was showing off his cooking skills to himself to boost his confidence and sense of belief. On weekdays, he strengthened his faith in this way, constantly telling himself, I, Fan, look up to climb the southern dipper, turn over to lean on the North Star, and look up to the sky. There is no one like me. I, Fan, am the most awesome person in this world. Even grilled meat can be golden on both sides, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This is the self-cultivation of an almighty Dragon King. He was completely immersed in his own pleasure and didn't notice that his every move was being filmed. In a bush not far away, Wang Dachui, holding a night view camera, whispered to Lu Laolu beside him. See, I told you, Fan will definitely come to the mountain to seek revenge on the young master. Thank goodness I gathered all the old guys to the mountain, he said proudly, looking particularly proud. Just after he was released and returned to the Qin family, he learned that young Master Qin was going to the mountains with his future mistress and Miss Lin to camp and watch the meteor shower. He reacted quickly and realized that Fan would definitely follow him up the mountain. So, he gathered the old guys, took the upgraded electric sticks, and quickly rushed up the mountain. In order not to disturb the young master's wonderful time, they all hid in the dark and never came out to meet each other. Da hammer, I didn't expect you to guess it right. Lu Laolu said in a low voice and gave him a thumbs up. Fan, that damn crooked guy, actually followed me. He even became a thief and stole other people's food. What a mean person. Don't be afraid, I filmed it all. Take full pictures, this is all evidence. Yes, let's knock this guy out with electric shock later and send him to the trading floor. This will all be evidence. When will we take action? Several people discussed in a low voice. Lu Laolu also looked at Wang Dachui with a questioning look in his eyes. Although he was only the captain of the security team, he trusted Wang Dachui particularly at this time. After 2 battles, Wang Dachui has become the military strategist of the entire team. Whatever he says, they will follow and do it without fail. Wang Dachui stroked his non-existent beard and chuckled, wait a minute, let him roast it, then we'll go together. Bake it? Several people were puzzled. Wang Dachui said with a smile, didn't you see? This guy's grilling skills are extraordinary. Even the young master can't grill well. It just so happens that he has a free laborer. How great is that? That makes sense. Several people immediately gave him a thumbs up. Yes, yes, yes. You're right. Get the electric batons out first. All of you, sneak around that way. Don't let him get away. Set up the camera, don't miss anything. Wang Dachui gave the order, and he seemed to be becoming more and more familiar with the title of military advisor. A group of more than a dozen old men all moved back and then slowly surrounded the area, standing on full alert, holding electric batons tightly in their hands, ready to fight at any time. As soon as Wang Dachui gives the order, they will attack with all their strength and electrocute BYD to death. At this time, Yi Fan was completely immersed in his identity as a barbecue master and couldn't extricate himself. As he watched Na Yuxing slowly turn into a burnt yellow, the smile in his eyes grew more intense, and he kept licking his lips. This is the greatest respect for ingredients, he said to himself proudly, giving great affirmation to his cooking skills. Smelling the tempting aroma, he couldn't wait any longer. Soon, more than a dozen skewers of lamb, kidneys, chicken wings, shiitake mushrooms and enoki mushrooms were almost grilled. He brushed the food with butter and sweet sauce for the last time, and it tasted even more delicious. His saliva was about to flow from the corners of his mouth. He kept slurping and felt his stomach growling more frequently. Just sprinkle some cumin on it, he muttered to himself, his eyes sparkling, and he whistled happily. A moment later. Finally, we have reached the last step. He picked up the vial, turned it over, and sprinkled cumin on the grilled meat. After sprinkling the food, he grabbed a dozen or so bunches and placed them on the table. Then he moved a chair and sat down, closed his eyes, bent over, and took a deep breath. It smells so good. He picked up a bunch, put it in front of his face, opened his mouth, and prepared to take a bite. Hey! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded in my ears. He was so frightened that he trembled all over and fell off the chair to the ground, subconsciously looking in the direction where the sound came from. When he saw the familiar figure, his anus subconsciously tightened. The memory of being electrocuted is so clear and real at this moment. He turned over and got up, still holding the skewer of roasted kidneys tightly in his hand. When he turned around to face the old man again, his face had changed into a stern one. It's you, those old bastards, who are still lingering around. His eyes were fierce. There's a road to heaven, but you won't take it. There's no door to hell, but you keep barging in. Today, this mountain will be your burial place. TSK, 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 clown. Wang Dachui was not afraid at all. He raised the electric baton in his hand and said, "Look, this is an upgraded version. It took 2 shocks to knock you down last time. I spent over $3,000 to have it custom made just for you." As he said that, he pressed the switch. Crackle! Suddenly there was a burst of lightning and sparks, and it seemed to be more than twice as strong as before. Lu Laolu also pressed the switch and said with a smile, "You crooked guy, now you don't want to compete with our young master Qin for women, but instead steal the young master's barbecue, right? You thief! Today I'll let you experience the consequences of being a thief." When Yi Fan heard the word thief, his face suddenly turned dark and a deep sense of shame arose in his heart. But soon, this shame was replaced by a surge of rage. "It's all because of you," he roared. "If it weren't for that loser Qin Fei who repeatedly stopped me, I would have been a prominent figure standing at the top of Jiangchang. How could I have fallen into such a state? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have taken action against you old bastards, but you're aiding and abetting the evil, not striving for progress, and repeatedly provoking my weak spot. Tonight, I will use your blood to wash away this shame." As he spoke, he raised the roasted kidney in his hand, took a bite, and smacked his lips. It was quite fragrant. Then, he raised the iron stick and said, "Prepare to die, Laodong." Ah! Before he finished speaking, the moment the iron skewer stretched out, Lao Wang pressed the electric upgraded version of the super power stick, which directly electrocuted him so much that he sang tentative out loud. The electric current seemed to have found its way home, flowing along the iron stick into his body. In an instant, his body trembled violently, trembling for a full 2 seconds. Then, he foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he lay straight on the ground, unwilling to let go of the half-sliced roasted kidney in his hand. "Old thing, I'm not done with you." Before fainting, he was still gritting his teeth and cursing. Chapter 88. This is stable. "You little brat, you're too young to fight with us." Wang Dachui sneered disdainfully. He pulled a chair and sat next to Yi Fan, waiting quietly. Based on past experience, this guy will wake up in a few seconds, so wait and give him 2 more shocks. However, he waited for 2 or 3 minutes, but the guy still didn't wake up. Isn't he electrocuted? Still breathing. I felt dizzy for a long time this time. Several old men talked at once, leaned close to him and took a look, feeling that something was wrong. Before, he would only lie there for a few seconds before waking up. You're not pretending, are you? It's possible. Wang Dachui said, picking up the electric baton and moving closer to Yi Fan. Give it a shock and you'll know. Shiver. When Yi Fan heard this, he shuddered all over, turned over and got up, glaring at them with a dark face. Don't go too far. Too much? Wang Dachui sneered and went straight up to him and gave him another electric baton. Seeing this, the other people also opened fire and thrust their electric batons at the attacker. This is too much. Yi Fan rolled his eyes and fainted again. 10 seconds later, he woke up and shouted weakly. Did I offend you? I just drank half a bottle of your water and you gave me an electric shock. He pointed at his messy hair and stubble on his face, pouted, and looked like he was about to cry. Half a bottle of water. Just half a bottle of water. I even permed my hair into natural curls. Do I owe you anything? The more he spoke, the more aggrieved and hysterical he became, and his defenses completely broke down. Wang Dachui didn't buy his tricks at all. When it comes to playing dirty and gaining sympathy, these are all things he has done after years of scamming people. You also ate 2 slices of roasted kidneys. Lu Laolu said seriously. I didn't eat it. Yi Fan said with a dark face, I just licked it. Besides, if no one wants this, isn't that disrespectful to the ingredients? I've already grilled it for you, why don't you try it to see if it's done? Is that not okay? Is that not okay? What chef prepares a dish for others without tasting it himself first? Pa. Xin Fei clapped his hands from a distance as he approached. Brother Yi is truly eloquent. He can even describe stealing food in such a refreshing and refined way. He was just on a hill not far away, watching a meteor shower, when he suddenly heard a familiar trembling sound coming from this side, so he rushed over. I didn't expect it to be this guy. When Yi Fan saw him coming, his eyes suddenly darkened. Just as he was about to say something harsh, he realized that there were 3 beauties following Xin Fei. He immediately put the harsh words aside and kept pressing his hair with both hands. Blood can flow, head can be cut off, but in front of a beautiful woman, your hairstyle cannot be messy. This is also the basic requirement he sets for himself as the Dragon King. After all, everyone has low points, but one's image and character should not show weakness. It's a pity that the electric ion perm this time was a bit too thorough, and it looked very much like the afro of the black elementary school student in the English textbook. No matter how hard he stroked it, it couldn't be pressed down. He had no choice but to give up and said with a dark face, Which eye of yours saw me stealing food? Master, I took a picture of it. He can't deny it. Wang Dachui took out the camera at the right time. You guys? Yi Fan was speechless and said stubbornly, I just wanted to try it and see how it tasted. Master, don't listen to his excuses. I called the police station while I was filming just now. Let him talk to the police later. Want to catch myself again? When Yi Fan heard about the police station, his face turned green. He, Yi Fan, the dignified Dragon King, had just returned to China and he was sent to the police station 3 times? If this gets to the ears of my brothers abroad, where will my reputation as the Dragon King be? Don't even think about it. He thought of this and argued, I just saw that there was no one on the grill, so I helped grill a few skewers of meat. But you guys came up and shocked me with electric batons. This is intentional injury. I will sue you. You old bastards, get ready to go to jail. Xin Fei immediately gave him a thumbs up. Brother Yi is very eloquent. He cleared himself of all blame in just 2 sentences and even turned the tables on me. Yi Fan snorted coldly, What can you do to me? At most, I will compensate you for the price of a kebab, but all of them will be sent to jail. Xin Fei shrugged his shoulders when he heard this. Are you playing tricks? It doesn't matter, Lao Wang will take action himself. He immediately winked at Lao Wang. Wang Dachui understood immediately, walked over, took a skewer that Yi Fan had grilled, and ate one. Yi Fan looked confused, not understanding what he wanted to do. Wang Dachui gave him a thumbs up and said, Although you deserve a beating, the food you bake is still very fragrant. Humph. Yi Fan smiled coldly, I thought you could say something nice. No matter what industry I am in or what I do, I can reach the top. There is no doubt about that. Unlike some people, I rely entirely on having a good father. Yeah, you're right. Wang Dachui nodded in agreement, What you said, As he was speaking, his eyes widened, he covered his throat tightly, and a look of deep fear appeared on his face. One hand even pointed at Yifan. You actually put poison in the barbecue. After he finished speaking, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Uncle Wang, what happened to you? Seeing this, the three women panicked and wanted to run up to save him. Xin Fei reached out to stop them and gave them a look. Don't go. Lao Wang has been a professional scammer for 50 years. You know what I mean. The three women reacted instantly and looked at Wang Dachui in surprise, grinning. Yifan was also completely stunned. He got anxious and shouted, "Stop slandering me. I grilled the meat myself. Don't I know whether it's poisonous or not?" Wang Dachui didn't listen to what he said at all. He just kept rolling on the ground, shouting as he rolled over, "Yifan, you have such a vicious heart. If I hadn't tasted the poison first, 4 people would have been poisoned to death today." Just at this moment, Jiang Lingyue brought a few constables and surrounded them quickly. An hour ago, she received a task, saying that many citizens would go up the mountain to watch the meteor shower today, and asked her to bring a team of people over to ensure safety to avoid accidents. Unexpectedly, she actually came. This time, both the witnesses and the evidence are there. Let us see how Yifan can deny it. Someone, control him. Yifan was completely panicked. Captain Jiang, calm down first, listen to my explanation. No, listen to my explanation, I really didn't poison it, I even ate it myself. Seeing that he was still making excuses, Lao Wang stuffed a blood bag into his mouth, bit it open, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He said weakly and painfully, "We can't let him get away. Catch him quickly. I can't take it anymore, As soon as he finished speaking, he exclaimed GA on the spot. Hurry up and save him. Send him to the hospital. Jiang Lingyue didn't have time to think before giving the order, control him and take him away. I didn't poison you. Yifan struggled hard and threw the 2 policemen to the ground. You dare to resist arrest? Lu Laolu threw an electric baton at him and knocked him unconscious on the spot. Soon, Yifan got the silver bracelet again and was pushed into the prison van by 2 people. Xin Fei, you coward, I will not let you go. An angry voice came from afar. Xin Fei sneered disdainfully, silly pie, you said the harshest words and received the most severe beating? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully driving away the protagonist and completing the mission of watching the meteor shower alone with the heroine. Progress is 2-3. Please complete the last step and camp together to watch the sunrise tomorrow morning. You will receive a mysterious gift. Xin Fei's eyes lit up and he turned to look at Su Qingxue and the other 2. Is this mission still unstable? Chapter 89. Everyone is happy, that's the real happiness. Seeing Yifan being taken away, Xin Fei felt relieved again. Dog system, look at how much luck points you've gained this time. Congratulations to the host for successfully driving away the protagonist and locking him up in the small dark room again. You have earned 200,000 luck points. Great. Xin Fei laughed happily. He retracted his thoughts and turned to Wang Dachui and said, Uncle Wang, go to the police station again and give him some more food. Remember to make sure it's all sweet, with lots of sugar. Okay, young master, I understand. Wang Dachui laughed, revealing a few big yellow teeth, and his smile was particularly obscene. Wait, boil a few more eggs for him, and as for water, don't bring it to him. Xin Fei suddenly had an idea and added another sentence. When Wang Dachui opened his eyes, his originally squinting eyes widened to the size of Li Ronghao's. Master, I understand. You understand again? Xin Fei grinned. It's high blood sugar and high cholesterol. Give him a dry knot, huh? Lao Wang laughed even more obscenely. Xin Fei shook hands with him firmly on the spot. We are a fellow traveler. I still have a lot to learn from you, young master. Wang Dachui smiled even more proudly. Young master, the danger is over, so we old guys will withdraw first. I wish you and, well, have a wonderful night. Xin Fei's old face flushed. This old frivolous man said, go ahead. After sending away the old men, Xin Fei turned around and saw 3 women, all staring at him with strange eyes, and his anus couldn't help but tighten. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Qingxue snorted, hubby, why didn't I notice before that you are so sinister? Lin Shirin, brother Xin Fei, this is called cunning and scheming. Stop, I don't like this word. Xin Fei instantly thought of the most popular species in Chengdu and quickly made a stop gesture. That's called resourcefulness, he corrected. Yes, you like it the most. Lin Shirin said angrily. Seeing that both of them had spoken, Fang Xiaoman also said, Sister Yining is right. Xin Fei's mouth twitched twice. You are such a weak and vulnerable Fang Xiaoman. You speak so softly and are like a soft knife. Although it is true, I can't just say it casually. Phew. Seeing his frustrated look, Lin Shireen couldn't help laughing out loud, her eyes full of resentment. The stinky brother must have also made a move on Fang Xiaoman. What a playboy. Su Qingxue also glanced at Fang Xiaoman, examining her until she lowered her head shyly, and then she finally confirmed that there was something going on between these two people. Alas! She sighed inwardly, feeling a strong sense of powerlessness rising in her heart. It's really worrying to have such a rare husband. She turned around and went to the box, and took out several more bags of sealed kidneys, leeks, oysters, lamb, pork liver, black fungus, bell peppers, onions, and grilled salmon fillets. This is the information about diet therapy that she specifically looked up on the internet today. Xin Fei looked at the pile of things and said with a sullen smile, Qingxue, aren't you afraid of making my nose bleed? Tisk, it's not for you to eat. Su Qingxue snorted. Ha! Xin Fei's face twitched and he looked at her in surprise. This woman is really getting bolder and bolder. In the past, she would never have said such words in front of other people. This change really caught him off guard. He used to always hear people say that when women get together, all they talk about is muscular men. When young women sit in a room, all they talk about is. He still doesn't believe it. Now it seems that the saying seeing one falling leaf heralds the arrival of autumn is really true. Su Qingxue felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, her pretty face turned slightly red, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. But, we are all adults, who doesn't understand each other's little thoughts? Instead of competing secretly, it is better to play your cards openly. She immediately said shyly and stubbornly, What's the matter? I didn't say anything wrong. It's your fault for liking to stick to me so much. How can I not eat more? I take care of my own husband. This is perfectly normal. There's nothing to be ashamed of. 6. Xin Fei gave her a thumbs up on the spot. Other people play landlord by guessing the cards, but you show your cards directly. You still want to win the game, right? Su Qingxue snorted softly, eat more later, everyone's well-being is the real good. Phew. Xin Fei finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Lin Shireen blushed after hearing this and cursed inwardly, You vixen, humph, I want to eat it too. Xin Fei was speechless and was about to say why are you getting involved? As a result, Fang Xiaoman followed and said weakly, Boss Su, can I eat? Xin Fei slapped his forehead. Old swan, can't you be a little reserved? He leaned over and squeezed into the line, I want to eat too. Seeing the three women looking at him strangely, Xin Shameless Face said proudly, This is called walking into the ranks of the people. No special treatment is allowed. Let's eat and sleep together, okay? Bah! Su Qingxue spat, we're talking about sharing the same food and clothing. Lin Shireen, but I think brother Xin Fei is right, Xiaoman? Fang Xiaoman clenched her fists in shame and said softly, I will listen to Master Qin. Xin Fei rolled his eyes and said, You guys roast them first. I'll have a cigarette and calm down. He sat down aside, lit a cigarette and started smoking. After finishing a cigarette, Su Qingxue had already roasted several skewers. She ate them all in one skewer, leaving her mouth full of oil and her pink lips more tempting than with lip gloss. Then, Xin Fei saw her throw away the last bamboo stick and cast a hungry look at him. She licked her lips and said, Honey, I'm full. She blinked and pulled him towards the tent, feeling like they were rushing to get ahead. Chapter 90 This is really good stuff. In the night, Lin Shireen bit her lips lightly, in a daze. Until her kidneys were burnt, Fang Xiaoman pulled her arm. Sister Yining, your kidneys are mushy. Lin Shireen came back to her senses and rolled her eyes at her, Your kidneys are mushy. Fang Xiaoman covered her mouth and giggled, Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Oh, it's so difficult to roast. I don't want to roast it anymore. You do it. Lin Shireen looked at the charred roasted kidney and angrily threw it into the trash can. In the tent. Su Qingxue stretched out on the air mattress, then patted the pillow next to her and scrupulously and boldly hooked her finger at Xin Fei, which confused Xin Fei. This woman is really getting more and more aggressive. Is she starting with 0 frames? Su Qingxue snorted, Why, you've become an honest man? Xin Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm never going to be an honest man in my life. What is an honest person? The sentence he heard most often was, "When you have had enough fun, go back to the village and find an honest man to marry." That's not a nice word. He prefers a few other words to honest man. As the old saying goes, "Since you are here, who is afraid of whom? Whoever is a coward is a grandson. Men, you have to do it no matter what, there is nothing you can't do." He kicked off his shoes, sat down, and beckoned to her, "Come here, I'll show you something good." Bah, it's definitely not a good thing. Su Qingxue glared at him. After spending the past 2 days together, she finally got to know this man again. He was a bad boy with a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and he was definitely up to no good. But she didn't want to spoil the fun, so she blushed and obediently moved her buttocks and sat in front of him. She took a deep breath, as if she had mustered up a lot of courage. Xin Fei couldn't help laughing when he saw this. "What are you imagining? What I want to show you is this thing." As he spoke, he took out a pill from the system warehouse, Jinwu pill. The dog system worked hard for 2 days before it cracked a part of the space inside the Dragon King ring, and then found a medical book inside. This medical book contains 99 magical prescriptions, 90 of which even Yifan has never learned. The moment he got the medical book, Xin Fei flipped through it and specifically picked out this page, Jinwu pills. The effects recorded above are very clear. To put it in one sentence, after taking it, it can improve your physical fitness, which is enough to perfectly repair various scars, and it also has the effect of nourishing yin and beautifying the skin. So he spent some luck points to exchange some medicinal herbs from the system mall and asked the dog system to refine them. The dog system was lazy and heartless. It stole 100,000 luck points from him before it produced 3. He also said that this time he was giving it a friendly price because it was necessary for the mission. Next time he asked it to do hard labor, he would directly pay the full price, 1 million luck points. Damn it! Xin Fei scolded him for 3 hours. But even though he cursed, he had high hopes for this pill. In the original novel, Yifan used a few prescriptions to gain the recognition of the Xia family, and then quickly monopolized the entire Jiangnan medical market. If you want to fight this guy, you must get involved in the pharmaceutical industry. The moment Su Qingxue saw the pill, she was stunned. What is this weird thing? Xin Fei rolled his eyes. This is not a good thing, it can beautify the skin. Su Qingxue curled her lips to show her disbelief. What serious person would come up with such a serious thing at a time like this? Xin Fei said seriously, "This medicine is something I just developed recently. It's called Jinwu pills." You? Research and development? Su Qingxue curled her lips, not believing it at all. She had never heard that this guy could develop medicines. Moreover, this medicine looked black and red, and it was taken out at this time. It was definitely not a serious thing. What are you looking at? Xin Fei said speechlessly, "It really can beautify the skin. As long as we can develop it and successfully launch it on the market, the company's market value will definitely increase by billions in the future." Billions? Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. But she quickly shook her head, a look of rejection on her face, yet also a bit curious, and added, "Unless, then tell me first, how do you eat it?" Xin Fei chuckled. It turned out that women were naturally irresistible to the words beauty and skin care. He took her into his arms, hugged her from behind, and whispered the effects in her ear. Su Qingxue's eyes suddenly widened. Is it really that good? She always felt that this guy was fooling her again. She had listened to his sweet words a lot in the past 2 days. However, she was also somewhat looking forward to it. Definitely, Xin Fei was unsure, but he felt that the dog system must be reliable this time, so he handed the pill to her. "So, do you want to try it?" Chapter 91. What is going on? Su Qingxue looked at the small pill and wanted to be embarrassed. But she soon made up her mind to give it a try in order to satisfy this guy, even if the effect was not very good. "I'll eat it." She grabbed it, stuffed it into her mouth, frowned, and was ready to feel the bitterness of the Chinese medicine. When I put it in my mouth, I found that it was quite delicious. Where did you buy these jelly beans? You even lied to me and said they were some weird stuff. Seeing this, Xin Fei couldn't help but look puzzled. What do you mean, don't you feel anything after eating it? After he said this, he was ready on the spot, pulled out the dog system, and cursed for 2 hours. This was something he had spent 100,000 luck points to create. Su Qingxue was just about to say something, but apart from feeling a little sweet, she really had no reaction. But before she could finish her words, she felt a warm current surging in her body, rushing out from her stomach and flowing to her limbs and face. In just a few seconds, the warmth spread throughout her body, making her feel warm, as if she had instantly returned to the hottest days of summer and was taking a sauna. What a strange feeling. She widened her eyes in surprise. How is it strange? Xin Fei asked. This pill never appeared in the original book, and was not even mentioned at all, so even he didn't know what strange reaction would occur after taking this pill. I just feel like there's something indescribable flowing through my body, making me feel very hot. Su Qingxue tilted her head and described her feelings very seriously. She originally thought it was some strange medicine, but now it seems that she was really mistaken. Oh, so that's it. It will indeed be a little hot at the beginning. Xin Fei didn't understand what the effect was, so he made up a sentence, acting as if he was very familiar with it. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. Didn't you just say it could repair damage and strengthen the body? How come it only causes fever? Xin Fei felt a little guilty and pretended to be profound. Well, this is just the beginning. Wait a little longer and see if there are any other reactions. TSK, you don't have any idea what you are like and are using me as a guinea pig, right? Su Qingxue snorted. Xin Fei's mouth twitched. You are right. He said, how could I? This thing is extremely expensive. Wait a little longer. Yes, wait a little longer. There must be other effects. TSK, I think you must have gotten that thing from somewhere, but you insist on pretending. Come here, let me be the protagonist today, okay? Su Qingxue said unhappily. Xin Fei's mouth twitched twice. Wait a little longer, there will definitely be a reaction later. Su Qingxue was discouraged and stood up to leave. But soon, she felt that her body seemed to start to react. Why do I feel so itchy? It feels like I'm going to grow hair. My whole body is itchy. As she spoke, she felt her body becoming increasingly itchy. She ran to the nightlight, stretched out her arms, took a look, and then she found. Without saying anything, she picked up her windbreaker, put on her shoes and ran out. Xin Fei had a face full of question marks. Damn, what is going on? Where are you going? He shouted as he reached the entrance of the tent. I'm going home to take a shower, you guys can go play first. Su Qingxue turned around and glared at him, then ran to Feng Xiaoman to get the key. Without explaining anything, she put on a gloomy face, endured the embarrassment, and drove down the mountain. Xin Fei came out and looked at the taillights of the car moving further and further away, with a confused look on his face. What the hell is going on? He sighed helplessly, feeling disheveled in the wind. Could it be the effect of that pill? Okay, one is gone, but there are still two left. He shrugged his shoulders, shook his head indifferently, grinned, patted his face, and composed himself to prepare to go find Lin Shirin and Feng Xiaoman to play. Suddenly, Lin Shirin's screams were heard from the darkness not far away. Brother Xin Fei, save me quickly. When Xin Fei heard the panicked voice, his heart skipped a beat and he ran over with big strides. Then, she was seen squatting on the ground, covering her thigh with one hand, and said with a painful expression, Brother Xin Fei, I seem to have been bitten by something. Come here quickly and help me take a look. Xin Fei felt completely stunned. Is it something I can see? Brother Xin Fei, please hurry up. It hurts and I feel a little dizzy. Lin Shirin shouted again. Looking at the swaying moonlight, which flickered on and off, Xin Fei swallowed secretly. Could it be a snake bite? This is ridiculous. Pa, it matches. I just learned medical skills and she was bitten by a snake? If it were just like what was shown on TV, the next step would definitely be to lie down and absorb the venom. Only half of the venom would be removed, and the remaining half would be removed through sweating. When Lin Shirin heard this, her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. However, a sly glint flashed in the corner of his eyes. This stinky brother is so easy to fool. Moreover, I like to dream of being the leading man. As Xin Fei's brother's little green tea, of course I have to pamper him. As an art student and having been acting for so many years, what's so difficult about drawing a snake bite mark on my thigh and then pretending to be in pain, like a tearful woman? Seeing that he still didn't come over, she cried out in a shy and anxious voice, Brother Xin Fei, quickly carry Yining back to the tent and suck out the poison. Chapter 92 It's too late. Suck it out? Xin Fei grinned. Have you read too many stories? Generally speaking, how can this kind of poison be solved by inhaling it with the mouth? He moved closer and took a closer look. The color seemed quite dark, even a little bluish. Without giving it much thought, he picked her up and quickly went into the tent. Don't move around, or your blood circulation will speed up and the poison will attack your heart, he warned. Well, I won't move. Lin Shireen lay there with a blushing face, her big eyes narrowed into crescents, and she turned half of her head to the side to glance at him secretly. Seeing his serious expression, she almost laughed out loud. Qin Fei sat over and took another look under the light. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong, so he reached out and pinched it twice. Lin Shireen couldn't help laughing. Itchy, itchy. Itchy? Qin Fei's eyebrows darkened. Shouldn't it hurt? Why is it itchy? Is this an illusion? He was puzzled and pinched it twice more, and finally found something wrong. When I was outside just now, the moonlight was bright, but not bright enough to see clearly. At this moment, looking under the light, I could finally see the clue. He reached out and rubbed it twice, then raised his hand and saw paint. His face darkened, and he said speechlessly, "Girl, how can you joke around so casually?" Ha ha ha. Lin Shireen couldn't hold it in any longer and sat up laughing. Don't be angry, I'm just teasing you. Is it fun? Qin Fei glared at her unhappily. Well, I'm sorry. Lin Shireen pursed her lips, then blinked mischievously and said boldly, well, I just wanted to give someone a treat. She pouted in dissatisfaction and snorted, it's not pretty, it's not pretty? Qin Fei was speechless. It looks good, but it's also very annoying. He glared at her angrily, and as he glared, his eyes changed. When Lin Shireen saw this scene, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have gone too far and didn't dare to laugh anymore. Brother Qin Fei, please don't look at it. It's so embarrassing. She reached out and picked up the quilt and wrapped herself up. Het, don't you think it's too late to say this now? Qin Fei approached with a dark face. I was wrong. Lin Shireen was shy and shook her head in panic. Her eyes were as weak as a little girl who was cornered and had her pocket money robbed. But it was this weak and vulnerable appearance that aroused Qin Fei's primitive impulse. Under the cover of night, the mountain wind surged, shaking the branches and causing the leaves to rustle softly, accompanied by the occasional chirping of insects, echoing the movements in the tent, playing the most beautiful notes in the world. Not far away, Fong Xiaoman was still grilling skewers seriously. She had already eaten more than a dozen skewers and her stomach was full, but there was no sign of Qin Fei and Lin Shireen. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. She took out a tissue and wiped her mouth while walking towards the tent. Qin, young master, ah. Her voice died down at the word young master, and she spat with a blushing face. Looking at the skewers of roasted kidneys in my hand, I felt like the kidneys were saying, what are you standing there for? You roasted me just for this trivial thing. Bah! She shook her head quickly, throwing away those messy thoughts, and put the skewers of barbecue back. The night was getting colder, and the citizens who came to watch the meteors also went down the mountain one after another. It was quiet all around. She folded her arms and occasionally reached out to add 2 shovels of charcoal to the barbecue grill. Soon, the charcoal ran out and she was so cold that goosebumps appeared on her body. She stood up and looked towards the tent. The confusion in her heart was gradually dispelled by the coolness at this moment, and she walked back towards the tent. There are 2 tents here, one navy blue and one pink. The one she had built was navy blue, but it had already been taken by Qin Xiao and Lin Shireen, so she had to spend the night in the pink tent. As for the green tent, she didn't dare to take a look at it, for fear that she would not be able to get out tonight. She lay on the air mattress, looking at the darkening night through the transparent window of the tent, listening to the mountain breeze that blew from time to time, and an inexplicable feeling of loss arose in her heart. The next morning, Qin Fei was awakened by the roar of a car engine. When he sat up, rubbing his eyes, Lin Shireen was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help laughing, put on some clothes, went out and stretched, breathing the fresh morning air in the mountains, feeling particularly comfortable. A layer of mist covered the entire mountain. Under the reflection of the rising red sun, the rosy glow was surging with the mountain breeze, which was very beautiful. He thought Lin Shireen was shy, so he ran to another tent, put some water on the side, and then went into the pink tent. Fong Xiaoman didn't close her eyes until the early morning. She was sleeping soundly with her head covered and lying on her side. Qin Fei looked at the petite figure curled up under the sheets, thinking that Miss Lin was too tired last night, so he slowed down his steps, silently bent over and lay down beside her, pulled the sheets over, and lay down gently beside her, wanting to quietly pass a bit of spiritual energy to her. Although he had only been practicing for 1 day, with the help of the system, he could say with certainty, I am a fucking genius. In just 1 night, he was able to skillfully use spiritual power, which not only made his body more lethal, but also helped others eliminate fatigue and repair injuries. Fang Xiaoman, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to feel the warmth on her back, and she instinctively shrank back. But the next moment, she suddenly realized something was wrong. The smell of this men's perfume, Mr. Qin. Chapter 93. I can't go on. Fang Xiaoman curled up her body, not daring to make a sound or move. I could only pray silently in my heart, hoping that young Master Qin would not do anything rash again. After all, he was already tired after a whole night and must have no strength left. But at the same time, I still have some expectations in my heart. And at this moment, she finally got what she wanted and was held in Qin Shao's arms. Feeling the warmth from his body, she was already infatuated and addicted from the very beginning. Anyway, it has come to this. What have I done wrong? It's just that I made the same mistake that every woman in the world would make. In just a moment, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She only adheres to one principle, which is not to take the initiative, not to admit, not to refuse, and not resist. It seems like all men in the world would make the same mistake. Thinking of this, she seemed to have really let it go. Whatever happens, anyway, this moment is wonderful, isn't it? Qin Fei saw that she had been silent, and felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but teasingly asked, "What's wrong? You had a lot to say last night, but now you seem like a different person, acting so well?" Fang Xiaoman thought, isn't it just a different person? Really, how could I not notice it after such a long time? What a careless guy. She didn't dare to say anything, so she could only lower her voice, hum, and continue pretending to sleep. Qin Fei didn't think too much about it. He just reached out and pulled the sheet and wrapped himself in it. With just a quick glance, he saw the suit he wore last night and was stunned. He couldn't help but lift the sheet and take a look. Wasn't he torn last night in the tent? But the set in front of him was new, and the smell of new clothes still lingered. "Inin, did you change into a new suit that Xiaoman bought?" Fang Xiaoman rolled her eyes secretly. How could she actually think like that? "Okay, I'll cooperate with you." It's really annoying. She pinched her throat and squeezed out two words, "Yeah, yes." Qin Fei suddenly realized, well, it looks like it fits me well, not too tight or too loose. It seems that you two have similar figures. Fang Xiaoman spat inwardly, how could there be such a comparison? It seemed like you had seen, it seemed like he had actually seen it. She felt an inexplicable surge of joy in her heart. It seems to be a very happy thing to be able to compare with the famous baby-faced celebrities in the entertainment industry, and to have Qin Shao's certification that they are almost the same. Qin, brother Qin Fei, don't do this. Feeling that he was doing something bad, she shouted quickly. She originally wanted to call him young Master Qin, but suddenly remembered that Lin Shirin had always called Qin Fei brother, so she quickly changed her words. This sound? This name. Qin Fei couldn't help laughing out loud. Girl, you really are always acting like a drama queen. It really paid off to learn dubbing. You've learned Fang Xiaoman's voice so well. However, there is one thing you forgot, a detail that is not in place. Fang Xiaoman only calls me Qin Xiao, and only you call me brother. Fang Xiaoman was speechless and couldn't help laughing. That's right, brother Qin Fei, you are really smart. Qin Fei always felt that these words didn't sound like a compliment. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Something's wrong. Did I pick up the wrong person? He subconsciously took a few more glances. Hair. Both of them have long hair, neither of them dyes their hair, both have classic straight black hair. He leaned over to smell it and finally found something different, the smell. Lin Shirin's hair fragrance is leisurely and elegant, with a light jasmine scent. When you lie down and smell it, it feels like you are in a garden in the morning mist, with the freshness of dew and the fragrance of flowers and plants intertwined, natural and pure. And the one in my arms has a richer and more layered scent of rose and sandalwood, and is a little more mature. It will make people subconsciously think of candlelight and red wine at night, with a more charming flavor. This is very suitable for Fang Xiaoman, who has just graduated for less than a year and is now the president's secretary. She is young and charming. After figuring this out, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. Interesting, very interesting. This girl clearly knew that she had picked up the wrong person, but she neither refused nor confessed. What was she thinking? He was muttering a lot in his mind, but he didn't know that all his thoughts were overheard by Fang Xiaoman. Fang Xiaoman's face turned red with embarrassment. Although the mystery was about to be revealed, she was not nervous at all. She even thought it was very funny. She just smiled and waited for the moment when he would speak. Brother Qin Fei, what are you thinking about? She asked deliberately. Heh, you little devil, you're having so much fun. Qin Fei rolled his eyes and exerted force with his hands, turning her over so that she was facing him. Ah, Mr. Qin. Fang Xiaoman screamed in surprise, buried her head, and pressed herself against the quilt, not daring to show her face. Secretary Xiaoman, are you done with the show? Qin Fei leaned close to her ear and whispered through the sheets, is it fun? Well, no, it's not fun. Young Master Qin is so mean. He clearly recognized me, but he still pretended to know. Fang Xiaoman hid under the sheets, twisting into a ball. Qin Fei simply lifted her chin and let her look straight at him, admiring him quietly. It took less than 2 seconds. If you do bad things, you will be punished. He chuckled evilly. Chapter 94. I feel like I'm about to die. There was a hint of confusion in Fang Xiaoman's eyes. She looked at the man in front of her quietly, with a happy smile on her blushing face. So, this is what it feels like to be kissed. It's like your brain is starving for oxygen, yet you're addicted to it and want more. It turns out, the face can really turn red and hot, yet fascinating. It turns out that shivering is real, and rising body temperature is real. This is what they often joke about. Can huddling together really keep you warm? She opened her tightly closed eyes slightly and glanced at Qin Fei secretly, but he caught her red-handed. She couldn't help but look away shyly. She murmured in a low voice, Mr. Qin, what are you doing? You've been staring at me. It's so embarrassing. Qin Fei found it interesting. He lifted her chin with one hand and whispered, do you feel okay? Fang Xiaoman moved her chin away in shame and pursed her lower lip. No, I feel like I'm going to die. Phew. Qin Fei couldn't help laughing out loud. What kind of description is this? That's the wrong word, he corrected. Oh, that's how it is anyway. Fang Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him resentfully and raised her chin slightly. Is it okay? Qin Fei asked tentatively. Fang Xiaoman's body trembled suddenly, she pursed her lips tightly, and let out a weak sound from her nostrils. Qin Fei had only asked the question symbolically, and he would proceed to the end regardless of whether she agreed or not. But at this time, getting affirmation will naturally make you happier. What men want is not just physical pleasure, but also the psychological pleasure of conquest. He kissed her gently on the forehead, then pecked her on the nose, and then moved his kisses down. Brother Qin Fei, look what I picked. So many beautiful mushrooms. Just as he was about to let his horse run free, Lin Shirin's happy shout suddenly came from outside the tent. For a moment, Qin Fei was stunned on the spot. He subconsciously looked at Fang Xiaoman, his eyes were filled with surprise, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. Just before I entered the tent, didn't I clearly hear the sound of a car engine getting farther and farther away? Why are you here again now? Fang Xiaoman's body also shook violently, her eyes widened, and her brows were full of panic. Mr. Qin, what should we do? She said in a low voice. Qin Fei smiled awkwardly, listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer outside, knowing that he could no longer hide. But then he thought again, he was not stealing anyone. Well, he was stealing someone, but Lin Shirin was also an accomplice. What is there to hide from in front of your accomplices? At worst, we can drag her into this together and speak frankly with her. Well, he thinks he is a bachelor. But Fang Xiaoman was not as open-minded as him. She pushed him away from her in a panic and whispered, Mr. Qin, please get out quickly. I'll go out later. This is not right. She suddenly realized that this was the tent where she slept. If she let Qin Xiao go out first, everything would be exposed. So he quickly changed his words, don't move, I'll go out first. Qin Fei also reacted and nodded, okay. He turned over and lay down helplessly, looking at the place he had not reached with a sense of despair, feeling very uncomfortable. Fang Xiaoman couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw how uncomfortable he looked because he couldn't eat. She rolled her eyes at him and teased him, now you know how uncomfortable it is, and it's all your fault. You didn't come last night and had to get into my bed at dawn. Qin Fei's eyes widened a little when he heard this. What does this girl mean? Were you waiting last night? TSK. If I had known that I could coax Lin Shirin to sleep last night, I should have come out to check, so as to avoid the situation like now, where the car door was open and someone took the keys away. Brother Qin Fei, look. Where are the people? At this moment, Lin Shirin's doubtful voice came to my ears again. Could he be going to watch the sunrise? Brother Qin Fei seemed to have said last night that he wanted to watch the sunrise early in the morning. Little mushrooms, you guys stay here and guard the door. When I find my brother, I'll come back and roast and eat you all together. After hearing this, Qin Fei quickly covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Soon, the sound of footsteps was heard, and they walked away happily. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Fang Xiaoman. She was wearing a short skirt at this time, and her face was blushing, which made her look particularly charming. He was stunned for a moment, swallowed unconsciously, and his eyes became fanatical. Fang Xiaoman tensed up under the stare, subconsciously taking a half step back to create some distance. She said unhappily, "Mr. Qin, you still want something? Watch out, Sister Yinyin is coming." As she spoke, she stretched out her finger and pointed in the direction where Lin Shirin left. She pouted and rolled her eyes as if to warn him. She looked extremely cute. Qin Fei couldn't help it. Chapter 95 Sunrise and Rest. Fang Xiaoman was startled by him and couldn't help but scream. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Shirin shouted towards him, "Xiaoman, what's wrong with you?" "Ah. No, it's okay. Just now, a big long insect crawled past here. I'm fine." Fang Xiaoman responded quickly. "Are you really okay? The snakes here are very poisonous." Lin Shirin asked with concern. "It's okay, I haven't put on my clothes yet, I'll be out soon." Fang Xiaoman climbed up from his arms in a panic. She reached out and slapped away his evil hand. Wait until tonight." Then she picked up her clothes and ran out quickly. "Are you okay?" Lin Shirin saw her escape and hurriedly approached her to ask. "No, I'm fine." Fang Xiaoman replied with evasive eyes. "Why is your face so red?" Lin Shirin pointed at her and asked in confusion. Maybe it was scared. The snake was so big, it crawled away in a flash." Fang Xiaoman gestured seriously. "I'm glad you're okay." Lin Shirin breathed a sigh of relief. "Have you seen Brother Qin Fei? Why can't I find him?" Maybe he went to the bathroom." Fang Xiaoman said casually. "Oh, come and see the mushrooms I picked." Lin Shirin didn't think too much and pulled her to another tent to show her what she had harvested early in the morning. Fang Xiaoman looked down and saw that there were indeed quite a few mushrooms, in all colors. "Sister Yinyin, is this your first time picking mushrooms?" she asked with a forced smile. "No, I've picked mushrooms before." Lin Shirin said unconvincedly. "Why?" "I don't have any experience living outdoors, but picking mushrooms shouldn't be a problem for me." Fang Xiaoman chuckled, not knowing whether to say she was lucky or had a good life. "Sister Yinyin, look, this thing is called red umbrella and white stem mushroom, which is what we often call the red umbrella and white stem. After eating it, you will lie flat on your back. If you eat this, it will cause hallucinations, nausea and vomiting, and you may even go into a coma or die," she explained carefully. Lin Shirin smiled awkwardly. "Well, I picked this because it looks good. By the way, I won't eat it later." "Oh yes, and this one too. I picked it because it looks good." As she spoke, she picked up the orange one next to it and moved it aside, pretending to be very knowledgeable. Fang Xiaoman suppressed her laughter and could only cooperate with her, nodding seriously. "Sister Yinyin is right, this is called the orange-yellow amanita mushroom, and it is not poisonous." Phew! Lin Shirin was deflated. Okay, I don't understand. Please help me choose." She decided not to struggle anymore. "I have been living a life of luxury since I was a child. Although I have eaten mushrooms, they were all prepared and served to me by others. How could I know about these things?" Fang Xiaoman chuckled and said, "It's okay. I grew up in the mountains, so I know him naturally." She smiled and pulled Lin Shirin to squat down with her, with their backs facing the direction of the pink tent behind them, so as to buy Qin Fei some time. While picking, he explained to Lin Shirin. "Light-colored ones like this, white ones, are usually non-toxic. However, there are some that look white but turn green when you touch them. Those need to be handled properly before eating. As for this kind, the brighter the color, the more toxic it is. Don't take it. Remember to wash your hands afterward." Lin Shirin nodded awkwardly. "Okay, then do you want to make soup or grill it?" "Let's cook the soup, but it will take a long time. Let's cook it after we go back," Fang Xiaoman said, and subconsciously glanced towards the tent. She found that Qin Fei did not come out, and she couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Just at this moment, the sun slowly climbed up from the top of the mountain, reflecting the morning mist and the gorgeous rays of light, which looked wonderful. Sister Enine, let's go over there to watch the sunrise. Maybe young Master Qin is there too. So beautiful. Lin Shireen took a deep look, nodded heavily, and ran away as he pulled her. Xin Fei listened to the noise gradually fading away and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out, stretched, exhaled, and was speechless. What is going on? Everything was fine, but I ended up giving myself the thrill of cheating. He packed up his things and walked in the direction the two had left. Soon he saw the two sitting together on a raised rock, leaning against each other, marveling at the beauty of nature. I haven't seen the sunrise in a long time. Fang Xiaoman sighed. When I was in school, I got up early and came home late every day, working under the stars and the moon. Now that I've graduated, I'm still a slave. Lin Shireen also laughed and said, I'm the same. I can't rest for months on end when I'm filming. Forget watching the sunrise. Even getting 6 hours of sleep a day is a luxury. Oh, it would be great if I could be like young Master Qin, without having to go to work, eating whatever I want, sleeping with whoever I want, sleeping as long as I want. Fang Xiaoman realized that she had said something wrong, stuck out her tongue and smiled awkwardly. Lin Shireen looked at her strangely, always feeling that this girl had something on her mind. Just at this moment, Xin Fei walked behind the two of them and couldn't help laughing when he heard her say this. I couldn't help but think, isn't that simple? Being my young Master Qin's woman means I don't have to work like a beast of burden. I can sleep as late as I want. Ah! Fang Xiaoman heard this and subconsciously turned around and gave him a glare. Really, Mr. Qin is thinking about it again. Lin Shireen also turned around and glared at him unhappily. You stinky brother. You already have me in Su Qingxue, but you're still thinking about Xiaoman. You're really a playboy. Just don't know how to pity others. Fortunately, she has been practicing as a female warrior since she was a child, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to handle it. Although she was resentful, she couldn't help but feel happy when she saw him, and she trotted over to pull him over. Brother Qin Fei, look, the sunrise is so beautiful, there are really thousands of feet of rosy clouds. Qin Fei laughed. Could a sunrise be so surprising? He sat down on the stone, and Lin Shireen naturally came over, sat on his lap, and snuggled into his arms. Qin Fei was stunned for a moment and looked up at Fang Xiaoman. Fang Xiaoman quickly winked at him, meaning no, she didn't want to sit over there. Qin Fei smiled without saying anything and subconsciously opened the system interface. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission and plundering 300,000 luck points. Get a mysterious reward, please check the system warehouse. Chapter 96 Come Alive. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Fei's mouth curled up, but it lasted less than a second before it retracted. It's not about whether to be a crooked mouth or not, but he no longer has any expectations for this damn system. After all, after spending these few days together, he found that the rewards he had seen were worse than the last. The only thing that is useful is the luck value. In 3 days, more than 2.4 million luck points were gained. As for this damn mysterious grand prize, he always feels it's a ripoff. Open it and take a look. His mind turned to the system warehouse, where there was a golden box, emitting light and flickering. It seems to be saying, come and hit me. Open. The order was given, and with a burst of golden light, a large amount of information flooded into his mind. The system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for opening the mysterious gift package. Increase the host's appearance and charm by +30, and the affinity of all female protagonists by +50%. Increases the host's physical strength, endurance, immunity, stamina, and resistance by 800% each. Increases the host's grace, bearing, speed, strength, and potency. That last one doesn't count, each plus 800%. Host, please have fun, don't worry, and have fun. I insert? Qin Fei's eyes couldn't help but widen a little. There are so many things. In terms of charm and appearance, his identity as a top-rich second generation is already amazing enough. If he adds 30% more, wouldn't it make everyone pregnant? And that stamina, endurance, What the hell? He grinned. This is an 8-fold increase? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to do this. But, it's naturally great to have this bonus. As for the last item, the demeanor and bearing are still okay, but the speed and strength, they don't look like anything serious. Dog system, you have made great progress, he couldn't help but exclaim. Humph, there will be more surprises in the future. As long as the host can plunder more luck points and reach 3 million, the system will upgrade again, said the system proudly. You are still proud, right? Get out of here. Qin Fei cursed and told the system to get out. He pulled back his thoughts and turned Lin Shireen to face him. Look, am I handsome again? Ha! Lin Shireen was stunned for a moment, turned her head and looked at him doubtfully, thinking to herself, how could he be so confident? He's grown up so much, his appearance and temperament have long been determined, how can he suddenly become handsome? But when she turned her head and looked at him, her eyes suddenly froze and widened. At that moment, the sunrise and the sunset glowed on his face, and the soft light reflected on his profile, as if giving him a layer of sacred warm light. A high-nose bridge, deep eye sockets, sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, and a face as sharp as a knife. She never thought that one day, she would use the words used to describe the male protagonists in film and television dramas to describe the person in her heart. Even though he was already very handsome, but at this moment, she inexplicably felt that he seemed even more handsome. At this moment, she felt that all the male protagonists she had acted with before were so weak. As she watched, her heartbeat quickened, her breathing became slower, and hearts appeared in her eyes. Brother Qin Fei, did you put a curse on me? She whispered softly, stretched out a finger, stroked it across his nose, stroked it across his lips, and finally supported Qin Fei's chin and profile with her whole palm, with a look of greed in her eyes. That kind of almost perfect handsomeness, with an indescribable shock, struck her heart directly. It was as if at this moment he had merged into one with the sunrise and the glow of the sunset, distant yet within reach. As she watched, she couldn't help but feel an impulse in her heart. Why did she want to kiss him so much? Qin Fei was speechless when he saw her squinting her eyes and pouting slightly. It seems that the blessing given by this dog system is indeed effective. However, he didn't want to go any further, otherwise she would not be able to get down the mountain. I heard a car coming. I guess it's Qing Shuai coming to pick us up down the mountain. He looked not far away. Lin Shireen slid off him with a huff, pouting in dissatisfaction. You stinky brother, you stir up the fire for me and don't put it out, I'm so annoying. Brother Qin Fei, I called the housekeeper and asked someone to move the things to your house. She said in a low voice, giggling and blinking her eyes. The meaning was obvious, you can't escape. It took more than half an hour to pack up the tent, and the four of them went down the mountain together. In the car, Qin Fei received a call from Jiang Lingyue. Qin Fei, there is something I need to tell you. Yi Fan has been released on bail. Bail? I expected that. Anything else? Qin Fei was a little surprised. Why would this woman report such a thing to him? Could it be, she still has feelings for him? When the three women in the car heard this, they almost simultaneously glanced at him with displeased eyes. Qin Fei was looked at in a somewhat bewildered manner. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. He replied quickly. You. Jiang Lingyue was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. I kindly reminded you that Yi Fan went to the Chen family to treat Mr. Chen's illness. You didn't even want to say thank you and just hung up? Am I that annoying to you? Sorry, I'm really busy. Qin Fei said, taking the two women's arms out of his arms and sitting up straight. When did he leave? Early in the morning? He just left. It seemed like he was going somewhere to collect herbs, and then going to the Chen family to treat Chen Xinghe. Jiang Lingyue replied. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Lingyue. I'll treat you to a meal when this is over. Qin Fei replied with a smile. Who needs you to treat me to a meal? Jiang Lingyue snorted unhappily. Especially when she heard the voices of two women talking on the phone, she felt inexplicably irritated. This stinky guy must have slept on the mountain with two women last night. What a scumbag. I will never talk to him again. It's better to keep a close eye on him than anything else. By the way. She hung up angrily. Qin Fei felt puzzled. This woman is so angry because her relatives are coming to visit? But he didn't have time to think about these things at the moment. He had to deal with Yi Fan first. Intercept him first. Speaking of which, this guy is really an indestructible cockroach. The Su family was cut off by himself, and the Lin family was also cut off. The plot that was originally going to happen in the Jiang family was completely ruined because of going to jail. He actually still hasn't given up and wants to get close to the Chun family. I'm here, so what's the point of letting you get close to the Chun family? However, thinking of Chen Rong, the eldest daughter of the Chen family, Qin Fei couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. That girl was once his fiancée. Chapter 97. Everything is under control. Although she was once my fiancée, it was actually only a year ago, not too long ago. 3 years ago, Qin Fei returned to China and pursued Su Qingxue madly but failed. His father Qin Jishan couldn't stand it anymore, so he took him to the Chen family and proposed this marriage. As the top family in Jiangcheng, the Qin family naturally had no reason to disagree no matter who it was mentioned to. Unfortunately, at that time, Qin Fei was completely focused on Su Qingxue and ignored Chen Rong, who agreed to marry him. This embarrassing situation for both families lasted for a year and a half. Chen Rong felt very embarrassed and chose to go abroad in anger. Before leaving, she called him over, tore up the marriage certificate in public, hugged him and bit him hard. There is still a mark on his arm. It is said that she returned to China 2 days ago because of her grandfather's serious illness. If he were to approach her now, Qin Fei couldn't help but feel a headache. Stop the car. He suddenly thought of something and shouted to Fang Xiaoman in front of him. What's wrong, Mr. Qin? Fang Xiaoman slammed on the brakes and stopped by the roadside. I'm going to the mountains to pick some herbs. Qin Fei opened the car door and jumped out. Ah? What kind of herbs are you picking? They were all puzzled. Well, medicine that can save the life of the old man of the Chen family. Qin Fei made up an excuse. In fact, the real purpose is to go to the mountain and get all the medicinal herbs that can be obtained, and not leave any for Yifan. If my guess is correct, Yifan definitely hasn't gone to the Chen family yet. Because Chen Qing's illness was caused by Yifan poisoning himself, it was definitely impossible to use the antidote alone to treat him. He had to pretend to use some Chinese medicine to cover it up. But he was penniless now and had no money to buy medicine, and he would not accept the money from the Chen family. After all, he was the Dragon King, and things like being stubborn and pretending to be rich were his forte. Therefore, the only way at the moment is to go to the mountains to collect herbs and then exchange them for money. In the original book, Yifan did this when he had no money. But this time, I'll let you pick chicken feathers. Do you really know medical skills? Su Qingxue looked at him in surprise, with a look of disbelief on her face. I know a lot more. Qin Fei said proudly, waving at them, let's go, you guys go down the mountain first. I want to come along too. Lin Shirin leaned on the window and shouted out, trying to open the door. Qin Fei closed the door and said, go back and have a good rest. Collecting herbs is very tiring, and you have to climb cliffs. Lin Shirin's mouth pursed, she snorted angrily, and sat back down. However, thinking of the words have a good rest, she suddenly felt much better. Then be careful not to fall and die. She leaned on the car window again and shouted out. Qin Fei almost staggered. You are someone who cares about others. He watched the car go away. The moment the car disappeared from his sight, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Xiang, it's no big deal to call your rock climbing team over to Qinglian Mountain. We can just pick some herbs or something to butcher a chicken or a butcher knife. Would it be a loss for you to bring them here? After hanging up, he made another call. Lazy, how many people are there in your diving team still in Jiangcheng? 7 or 8, that's too many. 5 of you, please come to Qinglian Mountain. I'll be waiting for you now. After hanging up, he still felt it was not enough, so he called the security guard Lao Lu again. Uncle Lu, I'm still in the mountains. I heard you were square dancing with a group of aunties recently. Do you want to go up there for some team building? Pick herbs, they're all quite valuable. No matter how much you pick, I'll buy it at the market price. After making 3 phone calls, Qin Fei finally felt relieved. Collecting herbs is too tiring. How could a second-generation rich man with a net worth of trillions of yuan like him do such work? He is not some silly protagonist who does everything himself. At this time, police station, at the gate of the compound. The Chen family had just completed the bail procedures for Yifan and paid hundreds of thousands of bail. Mr. Yi, please take care of my father's affairs. Here's a bank card with 500,000 yuan in it. Don't think it's too little. Once my father's illness is cured, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Chen Qing, his second son, Chen Jianrun, bent down and nodded with a flattering look on his face. Because his son Chen Dali said that Yifan is a miracle doctor and can definitely cure the old man's illness. At this time, the Chen family was preparing to fight for a share of the family property because the old man was seriously ill. If with Yi Fan's help, the old man could be cured, their second branch would have the possibility of becoming the head of the family and inheriting the hundreds of billions of assets. Therefore, he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in bail to get Yi Fan out, and he gave him a bank card worth 500,000 yuan at the first time, and even promised to give him a generous gift after the matter was accomplished. At this moment, after being cheated by Qin Fei several times in a row, Yi Fan, who had no coins on him, had long been fed up with the pain of having no money in his pocket. The moment I saw the bank card with 500,000 yuan in it, my eyes lit up. A beating heart, trembling hands. He really wanted to reach out and put the money in his pocket. But he quickly suppressed this impulse. Who is he, Yi Fan? The mighty Dragon King. How could he show excitement because of these 500,000? It's even more impossible to reach out and take the money. Even if it's a life-threatening expense, you should get more after getting the job done. How could he possibly reach out to take such a small amount of money? So he refused on the spot. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your kindness. I'm already very grateful that you can help me get bail. Besides, there's no such thing as a reward without merit. It's not too late to talk about this after I cure the old man. After hearing this, Chun Chi and Jen couldn't help but give him an admiring look. I thought to myself, this guy is really something, much better than those charlatan doctors who just want to cheat people out of money. Ever since the old man fell ill, the Chen family has invited many famous doctors to see him, but none of them could cure him, and they still paid a lot of money. In just 2 days, no less than 200 so-called famous doctors had come to the Chen family, and they had spent tens of millions of dollars, but in the end, it was all in vain. Okay, I understand what Mr. Yi means. After you cure my father, you will be our Chen family's honored guest. We will not reduce the medical fees you should pay. And if you need anything, as long as we can do it, we will never refuse. Yi Fan's mouth twitched slightly. This was the promise he wanted. But, is that all? Clearly, it's not enough. What he wants is the entire Chen family for his own use. If you want to use the Chen family for your own benefit and want to completely control the Chen family, the best way is certainly not to make friends with the second branch of the Chen family. Instead, he wanted to capture Chen Yingrong, the eldest son and granddaughter of the Chen family's main branch, and make her his woman. As long as Chen Yingrong is completely devoted to him, he can completely control the Chen family. Therefore, making friends with the second branch of the Chen family is just a temporary expedient. Let's get released on bail first. As for how to turn against the Chen family after arriving there? Isn't that simple? He had already thought of a countermeasure, and everything was under his control. This time, no one can interfere. This time, no one can stop my rise. Chapter 98. You also have a way to die. Thinking of this, he finally felt much better. Isn't it just that he's been in jail 3 times? So what? Whose life doesn't have some setbacks? It's just a little bit of wind and frost. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that these experiences were just a drop in the bucket. The process was not important. What was important was that no one could stop his rise. As for the coward Qin Fei who got himself into trouble again and again? He is already a dead person in his own list. Once I take down the Chen family and have the startup capital, I can take the time to specifically target the Qin family. How can a century-old family like the Qin family continue to prosper without some dirty deals behind the scenes? I need to let my hackers investigate thoroughly and make sure the Qin family is brought down. When he thought of this, the anger in his heart had completely disappeared, and he grinned again. This smile is particularly evil and confident. Forget about these promises. It's just my duty as a miracle doctor to save the dying and heal the wounded. However, to treat the old man's illness, I still need a few medicinal herbs. Please give me half a day to prepare them. Okay. Seeing his confident look, Chen Jianrun's smile widened. Then, Mr. Yi, how much do you think the medicine will cost? As he spoke, he handed the card with 500,000 yuan in it to Yi Fan, hoping that he would accept it. I'll talk to you after I get the medicine. Yi Fan was very single and declined again. Then, turn around and leave. At this moment, although he had no eyes on the back of his head, it was not difficult for him to guess by his imagination that the other party must be looking at his back. In their eyes, my back must be particularly majestic and bright. However, after he took a few steps, he reached into his pocket and realized that he didn't even have enough money for a taxi. Damn, this guy is a bit too pretentious. He paused and turned around to see that Chen Qianzhen had already gotten into the car and was slowly driving away. He hurriedly trotted after him, waving as he ran. Chen Jianran stopped the car suspiciously and quickly jumped out. "Mr. Yi, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Seeing him so respectful, Yi Fan's mouth twitched. "Damn it, how can I have the nerve to ask you for money when you praise me so much?" I just want to tell you that from now on, just let the old man rest and wait. Don't see any other doctors or take any more medicine. Those quacks can't cure Mr. Chen's illness. Using too many and too mixed medicines will only harm him. Okay, I've taken note of it. When I get back, I'll pass down the order to close the door and not see any visitors until Mr. Yi comes to rescue us. Chen Jianrun agreed without hesitation. That's great. Yi Fan forced a smile and nodded. In the end, he was too embarrassed to speak up and didn't bring up the question of borrowing money. Until I watched Chen Xianzhen turn around and get into the car, close the door, and see the car about to drive away. He felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, I really have to rely on my legs. Although he used to walk very fast and effortlessly, now, he didn't know what was wrong. In the past 2 days, his legs were so tired that they hurt just by walking. The pain in his legs felt like that of an elderly person with rheumatism encountering a rainy day, and it was so painful that he felt uncomfortable. When he was taken to the cell yesterday, he rested for a night and his legs stopped hurting. Now, he really doesn't want to endure that feeling anymore. "Mr. Chen, wait a moment." He still couldn't help it and reached out to stop the car again. "Mr. Yi, please speak." Chen Xianzhen rolled down the car window. Although he was feeling a little impatient, he still had to behave respectfully. "It's nothing big, it's just, Mr. Chen, can you lend me some money? My card is from abroad, and it's a bit troublesome to transfer assets." "It doesn't have to be too much, just 100 yuan will do," he said with a smile. Of course, he managed his facial expressions very well, maintaining a perfect balance between being neither humble nor overbearing. "Well, regarding this matter, you just need to use this card." Chen Xianzhen handed over the card with 500,000 yuan in it again. Yi Fan refused directly. "I only need 100 yuan. This, well, Mr. Yi is indeed a persistent person." Chen Xianzhen cursed in his heart, but praised him enthusiastically. He turned to the driver in front and said, "Xiao Lu, do you have 100 yuan on you? Give it to Mr. Yi." Xiao Lu cursed even more fiercely in his heart. "If you don't have money, then you don't have money, but you still have to pretend and save face. Damn it, my daily salary is only 500 yuan. I gave away 100 yuan and worked 3 or 4 hours for nothing." Although he cursed in his heart, he still took out 100 yuan with a smile and handed it to Yi Fan. After getting the 100 yuan, Yi Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief and waved goodbye to the two of them. "Then, I walked to the street and quickly bought a bowl of beef noodles for 25 yuan. I finished it quickly, but I still felt very hungry. But, seeing the price of 25 yuan, he endured it. Anyway, one bowl is enough to fill my stomach. Once I go to the Chun family and cure the old man's illness, won't they treat me to a banquet? So, it doesn't matter if you're half full for now." Before leaving the shop, I turned around and looked at the cigarette cabinet, which was full of cigarettes. He hasn't smoked for 2 days. If he couldn't see any cigarettes and had no money on him, he could still bear it. But at this moment, he still had $75 on him, and it happened to be next to the cigarette cabinet, so he felt that he really couldn't bear it. "Hediangxia, Yuhua Stone, Soft Zhenghua, Xiaosu." As his eyes moved from top to bottom, the prices became cheaper and cheaper. "I can't afford it." With the lessons learned from previous times, he knew that money could not be spent all at once. Finally, I got a box of White General. $14, he asked in surprise. "Wasn't it always $9 before?" The boss looked at him like he was an idiot. "Young man, you weren't locked up for 2 years before you got out, were you? 9 yuan was the price 3 years ago." Yi Fan sneered. "Boss, your words are really hurtful. I have been abroad for the past 3 years and just returned home. I just want to reminisce." "Really?" The boss looked at his cheap clothes with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and said with a half smile, "If you want to reminisce, you have to go to Hetiangxia." "Want one?" Yi Fan's mouth twitched. At this moment, he felt that his boss's words were even more hurtful. "No need, I still like the taste." He paid 14 yuan, picked up the cigarette and left. After taking 2 steps, he turned back. "Boss, can you give me a lighter? You buy a white one and want a lighter for free?" "Young man, even beggars don't dare to ask for so much. $2 each." Do you want a red or green one? The boss took out 2 windproof lighters. Green, red one, please. Yi Fan reluctantly handed over $2 and walked away without looking back. After walking about 10 meters, he opened the cigarette box, took out a cigarette, and took 2 puffs. It really burns my throat. He was so angry that he wanted to throw away the cigarette. But in the end, I still smoked 2 cigarettes. Looking at the black cigarette but falling out, his anger rose again. He is the great Yi Fan. He used to smoke cigars that cost thousands of dollars, and his cigarettes were specially supplied. When did he fall to this state? It's all Qin Fei's fault, that coward. He made me become like this. He spat angrily, and seeing a taxi coming towards him, he subconsciously reached out to stop it. But then he thought again, a trip to Qinglian Mountain would cost at least 50 yuan. If it cost more than 60 yuan, he would not be able to pay it. He raised his hand and put it back, pretending not to see the driver parked on the side. Fuck you, you idiot, if you don't take the taxi, I'll hit you. The taxi driver started driving away while cursing, and changed the sign to vacant car. Yi Fan turned his head and looked at the license plate number. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Zhang AG 8180, you've already chosen your own death. Chapter 99, do you think you are worthy enough to snatch things from me, the Dragon King? He will never let go anyone who dares to curse him, the Dragon King. When I, Yi Fan, take control of the entire Jiangcheng, I will definitely find out your background. Yi Fan turned around cursing, lit another cigarette for himself, quickened his pace, and walked towards the bus stop. After waiting for a while, he squeezed onto the bus heading to the foot of Qinglian Mountain. The air conditioner in the car was turned on very high, but it still couldn't hide the stinky smell of sweat in late summer, and he felt very disgusted. He couldn't help but bring Qin Fei up again and cursed him 100 times in his heart. If it weren't for the second-generation rich kid, how could I have ended up in such a miserable state? However, all this will become a thing of the past. As long as he goes up the mountain, collects the herbs, and cashes them in, he can buy some tonics and cover up the fact that the old man of the Chen family was poisoned. All problems will be solved. He swore. After getting the money, the first thing I will do is buy myself a car. Then, find a 5-star hotel to stay in, order all the hotel's best signature dishes, eat until you're full, eat until you vomit, and eat 1 portion and throw away 2. And at this time, on Qinglian Mountain, all the people Qin Fei called to help with picking have arrived. There are 13 people who can rock climb. They are all experts in their rock climbing club. They have participated in many domestic and international rock climbing competitions. Climbing Qinglian Mountain, which is only more than 100 meters high, is just child's play for them. There were 5 people who could dive. However, the pond beside Qinglian Mountain was only a few hundred square meters in size, so 5 people were enough to pick all the herbs in the pond and on the shore in a very short time. But the number of people Lu Laolu called was so large that it took up 2 buses. Moreover, almost all of them are middle-aged women. Seeing the auntie's enthusiastic attitude towards Lu Laolu, Qin Fei couldn't help but feel a little envious. Qin Fei asked him how much money it cost to invite so many aunts. As a result, Lu Laolu said that they never mentioned money at all. They were all attracted by his stunning looks, and there were even many aunties who were jealous of him and almost fought with him during the dance competition. After hearing this, Qin Fei couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Then let's stop talking nonsense and start the action. I just explained the specific details. I'll leave these ants to you to command. Don't worry, young master. I guarantee to complete the task and won't leave even a single herb hair for that kid. Lu Laolu patted his chest and promised. The crowd quickly dispersed. Some were climbing mountains, some were going into the pool, some were going into the forest, and everyone was working hard. Qin Fei just found a cool and shady place, lay down there, and closed his eyes to rest. Although his body had been strengthened by the system, he was still a little sleepy after the continuous battles, so it was a good opportunity to take this opportunity to get some more sleep. Qinglian Mountain is not big, and the whole process took less than an hour to complete the mission. Lu Laolu deliberately gathered these people far away, for fear of waking Qin Fei up. At this time, Yi Fan happened to get off the bus and walked towards the mountain. He had just finished eating noodles, which was only half an hour away. He was already a little hungry again and missed the meals he had eaten in the trading floor. Although he knew that such a rich delicacy was sent by Qin Fei, he couldn't resist its delicious appearance, aroma, and taste. People continue to scold me, but I still eat my food. As for face, what is that? It can't be eaten. Gurgle. His stomach growled again. If I had known this would happen, I would have reluctantly ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles. He couldn't help but sigh. However, these hard times will soon be a thing of the past. Once we collect the herbs and sell them, we can make a living. He secretly encouraged himself in his heart and quickened his pace towards the mountain. As he walked, he felt something was wrong. Why do we see so many middle-aged women on the way up the mountain? Last night, when there was a meteor shower, he had never seen so many ants. There were only young people who came. Maybe they came here for team building. Until he turned around and met an old lady walking from a small path to the main road. Seeing the old lady holding a lot of herbs in her hands, he couldn't help but frown. "Auntie, where did you pick these herbs?" he couldn't help but ask. The old lady chuckled, raised the herbs in her hand, and said proudly, "These, I picked up in the mountains. People said they can be sold for money. Although I have a pension and my son and daughter are filial and don't lack money, I am still happy to earn some money to spend." Ha ha. Yifan smiled and forced himself to smile. Auntie is right. In life, you have to find your own value. Young man, you're right. Are you here to pick herbs too? The old lady was quite outgoing and wanted to chat more once the conversation started. Yifan shook his head after hearing this. I was just passing by, just taking a walk and exercising. He didn't dare to say that he was also here to pick herbs, for fear that the ant would force him to pull her along and ask her to go together. But as a dragon king, how could he possibly accompany the ant to pick herbs? That would be too embarrassing. Wouldn't he be laughed at if it got out? He quickened his pace and walked in another direction. I thought, I can't let them take all the medicine. But after walking a few steps, I saw 2 more ants, each holding a bunch of herbs in their hands, chatting and laughing as they walked. So many people come here to pick herbs? Wouldn't that mean they've all been taken away? Who is so wicked as to gather so many people to collect herbs together? Wouldn't he that cut off your own source of income? The more Yifan thought about it, the angrier he became. But I really have no place to vent my anger. Because this mountain is not theirs, and the other party is just a bunch of ants. I can't hit them, and I can't scold them enough. Let's go look somewhere else. He muttered to himself, quickening his pace and looking in another direction. However, what he didn't expect was that no matter where he went, he could see a few aunties holding medicinal herbs in their hands, looking very happy. Damn, they're all lit up. This must be tens of thousands of dollars worth of medicinal materials. My source of income has been cut off just like that. He took a deep breath, suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes, and turned his gaze towards the pool in the distance. I thought, there is no way a group of middle-aged women could go into the water. After all, the pool is very deep. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, showing disdain. You want to steal my wealth, Yifan? That is impossible. He quickened his pace and walked towards it. However, when he got there and took a look, he was completely dumbfounded. In the originally small pond, there were 5 or 6 people picking herbs on the shore, and it looked like they had picked all of them, including a few herbs that he had previously visited and marked that could be sold at a high price. Looking at those people in professional diving suits, the murderous intent in his eyes. I can bear it. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. But soon, he put away his anger and turned his gaze towards the cliff. You can't go to the cliff, huh? He pulled up an evil smile again and narrowed his eyes slightly. You are too young to steal things from me, the Dragon King. How could I, Yifan, end up in a dead end? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 100. The Dragon King was emptied again. Yifan thought hatefully, turned around and strode towards the cliff. Instead of sulking here, it would be better to resolve the issue of medicinal materials as soon as possible and take control of the Chun family as soon as possible. Then there will be a bright future waiting for you, so why waste time here? After figuring this out, he felt his steps became lighter and he walked faster and faster. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the cliff, a cigarette in his mouth, and his next goal already in mind. There was a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum on the cliff. At that time, he thought that if he let it grow for 2 more days, he would take people to pick it. On the one hand, it would show that he could climb mountains and cliffs as if they were walking on flat ground. On the other hand, it would allow people to witness it in person, which would also be a matter of face. Now it seems that I can only pick them up quietly and sell them at a low price. But it doesn't matter. Once you get the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, it will be the key to unlocking the golden avenue of the future. Hiss. He took a deep breath, threw the annoying cheap cigarette butt to the ground, stomped on it hard, and threw the half-finished pack of cigarettes to the ground as well. This kind of cigarette was just for him to smoke temporarily, so of course he has no use for it now. He passed through a dense forest and soon reached the edge of a cliff. When he looked up, he felt numb all over. I knock on Rima. Looking at the dozen or so people hanging on the climbing ropes on the cliff, he finally couldn't help but break down and started cursing. Why? Why are you targeting me everywhere? He roared in his heart, his face turning purple with anger. Especially when he saw that the place he had marked, where the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum had grown, was now empty, he became even more furious. This is simply too much. He had a dark face, was cursing, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. Hey, isn't this Brother Yi? Why is your face so tense? Did you need to poop and didn't bring any toilet paper? Just when he was angry, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned around abruptly and saw that it was Qin Fei. He understood everything in an instant. You called all these people here. He roared in a low voice, the anger in his eyes almost solidified into substance, and looked like it was about to burst out. Yes, let's organize some activities and team building. Qin Fei grinned, revealing 8 big white teeth. It looked like a standard fake smile. As he spoke, he took out a pack of wet tissues from his pocket and handed them to him. Brother Yi, here are some tissues. Don't hold it in anymore. Find a place to relieve yourself quickly. Holding it in for too long is harmful to your health. Stop pretending. Yi Fan raised his hand and knocked the wet wipe away. Are you targeting me? Qin Fei shrugged his shoulders. If you think so, I have nothing to say. Yes, that's right, I am targeting you. Yi Fan glared at him hatefully, murderous intent surging in his heart, but he suddenly found that he couldn't find a reason to attack. So, in a fit of rage, I got angry. Humph. He snorted coldly, we'll see what happens next. Brother Yi, do you want to buy some medicinal herbs? I can sell them to you at a low price. Qin Fei raised his hand and called him. Just now Jiang Lingyue called him again and said that she saw from the surveillance footage that Yi Fan borrowed 100 yuan from Chen Jianrun's driver. Then I went to eat a bowl of beef noodles and paid 25 yuan. I also spent 14 yuan to buy a pack of cigarettes, 2 yuan to buy a lighter, and finally spent another 2 yuan to take a bus. When Qin Fei heard the news, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Damn, even the spies are not as meticulous as these policemen. Jiang Lingyue told him that because Yi Fan was currently the focus of attention, she investigated him more carefully. After hanging up the phone, Qin Fei didn't take it seriously. But at this moment, he suddenly thought, to take away the only 57 yuan left on this guy. Yi Fan paused, turned around with a dark face and said, what tricks are you trying to play now? He didn't believe that Qin Fei would be so kind as to help him. No tricks, no cheating, see these? The market price is at least 100 or 80 yuan each. I'll sell all of these 10 or so to you for 57 yuan. How much? Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this. He subconsciously touched his pocket and realized that he only had 57 yuan in it. Are you spying on me? He gritted his teeth. I don't have the time to do that. I'll just count on my fingers. Qin Fei grinned in a typical way, the kind that was only fake. Just tell me whether you want it or not. If not, I'll have my team pack up and leave. I want it. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and took out all the change he had on him. Here you go. Qin Fei took it and handed the herbs to him. You won't be so proud for long. Yi Fan took it and said angrily. Goodbye. Qin Fei grinned and waved his hand. After he walked away, he spat in disdain, you bastard, I'll kill you. The reason I sold the medicine to him was not out of kindness. He knew that even if Yi Fan went to the Chen family penniless, he would definitely go to the second-generation rich man Chen Dali to ask for money first, and then buy medicine and pretend to save people. Even if Yi Fan didn't lend him money, Chen Dali would give him the money. Therefore, letting Yi Fan earn this little money is nothing at all. The point is, now that Yi Fan's money has been drained, he can't even take the bus back home. Let us buy him some time first. Moreover, from Yi Fan's tired appearance and the rumbling sound of his stomach, it was not difficult to guess that the digestive aids he had put in his food had taken effect. That's a special medicine. It makes you gain weight and increase your hunger. You'll feel hungry even if you eat 10 meals a day. When he's starving, let him run 30 kilometers to the medicinal herb street to sell medicine. TSK, just thinking about it, you can't tell how extremely painful this guy must have been along the way. As Yifan endures the pain, his luck value will come. Hey, it's a sure win. Pack up! He shouted, and the people on the cliff climbed to the top of the mountain one after another. After gathering all the things together, which were worth about hundreds of thousands of dollars, Qin Fei handed them over to Lao Lu to deal with, and drove back himself. At this time, Yifan was still walking slowly, holding his stomach. He felt that he was getting hungrier and hungrier recently. Thinking that he had no money in his pocket, he scratched his head in worry. His urge to smoke came back. He reached into his pocket and realized that he had thrown away the cigarette. He cursed and ran back to where he threw the cigarettes, picked up the box of cigarettes, took 2 puffs, and finally felt much better. After finishing a cigarette, he finally realized what was happening. Has my current state of mind fallen to this level? The cigarette that he had discarded like a piece of trash just a moment ago was now being smoked so enthusiastically. What is the difference between this and a horse that turns back to its old love? Qin Fei, you coward. I'm in this state now because of you. I'll settle the score with you after I sell the herbs. Chapter 101 I will marry whoever can cure it. Chen family. Chen Yingrong stayed by the bedside of old man Chen Xinghe, watching him change from a rosy-cheeked man to his current skinny appearance in just 2 days, and she cried with heartache. Don't worry, Grandpa. I've already spread the word. I'll marry whoever can cure you, and I'll give him half of my assets. I believe that it won't be long before a real person comes to your door, and you will definitely get better. When Chen Xinghe heard this, his already weak body became so excited that he started coughing violently. Rong, why are you doing this? Grandpa has lived to this day, he's seen everything he should have seen, and he's enjoyed all the blessings he should have enjoyed. Hurry up, get rid of this reputation. You lost your parents when you were very young. Grandpa has been busy with the family business all these years and hasn't been able to take good care of you. I'm already very sorry. How could I let you gamble the rest of your life's happiness, ahem? Before he could finish his words, he started coughing violently again. His face became even paler and he was barely breathing, as if he would die at any moment. Chen Yingrong, look at what you have done. At this time, Ding Lifang, the mistress of the second house, who was sitting nearby, curled her lips and glared coldly, saying sarcastically, "The old man was fine before you came. You insist on using such words to provoke him. You think the old man is dying too slowly, right? You're still pretending to be so hypocritical, saying you'll marry whoever can cure me. Don't you know what you're thinking? You're just trying to steal the position of head of the family. Everyone knows that in the past few days, there have been at least 200, if not 300, doctors who have come to our house. All the famous doctors in the country have come. It's impossible for anyone to cure me. What's the difference between what you said and fraud?" That's right. Her cousin Shen Yingwan also said disdainfully, "You're crazy trying to grab the family fortune. You're the only one left in the eldest branch of the family, without a father or a mother. How could the old man possibly pass the position of head of the family to you? If I give you such a big stall, can you handle it?" There were more than a dozen people standing and sitting in the room, all sneering with deep contempt in their eyes. Someone even said, "A woman like you, whose engagement was broken off by the Qin family, do you think anyone would dare to marry you? What a joke." When Chen Yingrong heard this, she became so angry that her face turned blue and her lower lip turned white from biting it. She opened her mouth, ready to retort. But when she heard the old man coughing violently again, she could only swallow her breath. "Can you all go out and stop arguing here? Grandpa is already in such a bad mood, how can he stand you getting angry with him? Why should we get out? You want to kick me out? Are you secretly asking the old man to make a will for you? You wish." Several people crossed their arms, looking aggressive and refusing to give in. "Shut up!" Chen Xinghe roared angrily, feeling like he was about to scream out his life. "I'm not even dead yet, and you're already thinking about dividing the family property? Everyone then shut up. Everyone go out, just let Rong stay here by herself. Dad, if you're like this, how can we go out without worrying about leaving her here alone? What if she has bad intentions? Us. Are my words of no use?" Chen Xinghe supported himself and tried to sit up, and Chen Yingrong hurriedly helped him up. No matter how unwilling these people were to accept it, at this final juncture, no one dared to disobey. After all, a single word from the old man could determine their wealth and glory for the rest of their lives, so they had no choice but to leave with cold faces. Grandpa, you should lie down, Chen Rong said while wiping her tears. I'm not going to die yet, Chen Xinghe forced a weak smile. After a moment, he sighed, looked at her with some worry, and hesitated several times to speak. In the end, he couldn't help himself and apologized. Rong, don't take their words to heart. Speaking of that marriage, it's all my fault. If I hadn't forced you to agree, you wouldn't be making such a fool of yourself now. Chen Rong shook her head. Grandpa, please stop talking. This matter was also my own will at the time. You didn't force me. If you want to blame someone, blame Qin Fei. He is stupid and dumb. He looks down on me. He is blind. As long as I want to get married, I can get married anytime. Chen Xinghe shook his head slightly and forced a wry smile. Girl, I have watched you grow up since you were a child. Grandpa knows that you still have him in your heart. If it really doesn't work out, I will sacrifice my old face and call that brat Jishin over. Grandpa, why are you saying this? That bastard is doing well with Su Qingxue now. I heard they're engaged. You said you had forgotten about him a long time ago, but you can't help but ask about him after only 2 days back home. Don't worry about this matter, I'll take care of it. Chen Xinghe patted his chest and was so shocked that he couldn't help coughing again. I don't want it. I've already said it. I will only marry whoever can cure your illness. Chen Rong said stubbornly. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a slap sounded along with the sound of the door opening. What a touching scene. Chen Dali walked in with a look of disdain on his face. You talk as if you could find it. Chen Dali, what do you mean? Chen Rong stood up and glared at him. You've been trying to stop me since yesterday, and you even insisted that Grandpa say something to shut the door to visitors. Where's the person you were looking for? Didn't you say there was a miracle healer? And yet, he hasn't appeared yet. Why are you in such a hurry? I've already picked him up from the police station. He'll be here soon. He sneered, his eyes scanning Chen Rong. Sister, what you just said must count. Whoever can cure Grandpa's illness, you must marry him. After hearing this, Chen Rong's face suddenly turned pale. When she said this, she didn't feel anything in her heart, but at this moment, looking at Chen Dali's confident look, she suddenly felt a little panicked. Could it be that he really found someone who could cure Grandpa's illness? Otherwise, why would he appear so confident? Why, you're not going to regret it, are you? Chen Dali sneered. For us in the Chen family, once we say something, it's like spilled water. There's no way we can take it back. However, the expert I invited is only in his 20s. He is tall and handsome, more than enough for you. In the end, you are the winner. Dali, is everything you said true? A gleam of light suddenly appeared in Chen Xinghe's turbid old eyes. Although he had been tortured and discouraged over the past few days, he no longer had any requests. But at this moment, when he heard that it might be cured, he couldn't help but become interested again, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Of course it's true. He has already gone to buy medicine. Calculating the time, he will be here in no more than half an hour. Chen Dali said confidently. Chapter 102, You've taken everything and you don't want to admit it? When Chen Rong heard this, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. If she could really find a miracle doctor who could cure the old man's illness, she would accept her fate. However, there is always an indescribable sense of loss in my heart. It's not just because I have to get married off without knowing what I'm doing, but also because of the family property. The Chen family's current achievements are partly due to the old man's contribution, but their development and growth are all due to the parents' efforts. Unfortunately, both his parents passed away in a plane crash when he was very young. At that time, the second wife used the excuse of being young to manage the company on his behalf and secretly did a lot of tricks, and did a lot of things to embezzle money. Originally, when the old man was still in good health, the second branch of the family did not dare to do anything too extreme, and they were still cautious and manipulated things secretly. But now, seeing that the old man is dying, they have become more and more unscrupulous. Not only did they transfer hundreds of millions of assets in just 2 days, they even thought about transferring the company that originally belonged to her to their own name, and even stretched their hands to the position of head of the family. If the people brought by Chen Dali really cured the old man at this time, his position in the Chen family would become even more precarious. Why, you regret it already? Chen Dali saw her lost look and taunted her. Could it be that you're unhappy again now that Grandpa has been saved? What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Rong glared at him. As long as Grandpa can be cured, I will marry him. Don't even mention that he's a handsome guy in his 20s. Even if he's a 70 or 80-year-old old man, I'll still marry him. Okay, that's what you said, just don't regret it when the time comes. Chen Dali snorted coldly. Okay, I came here just to tell Grandpa that there's help. You wait on me, well, I'll go out and get them. Girl, don't take it too seriously. Grandpa can just give him more money. If he wants to ask for something, Grandpa will satisfy him. Chen Xinghe comforted her. Grandpa won't let you sacrifice your own happiness. Chen Yingrong shook her head and forced a smile. Grandpa, you don't need to persuade me, you lie down and rest first, I'll go touch up my makeup. Outside the door. When Chen Dali saw her come out, he approached her with a sneer and said, Sister, why aren't you waiting inside? Could it be that after knowing that I hired a miracle doctor, you feel that you have no hope of competing for the position of patriarch, so you completely don't want to serve me anymore? Don't try to trick me with your meanness. Chen Yingrong glared at him coldly. I just came out to touch up my makeup. Humph, you really think you're such a good person? Chen Dali sneered, put on some makeup to look better, or Divine Doctor Yi won't look down on you when he comes. You don't need to worry about it. Chen Yingrong left angrily and went to the bathroom. Wait until Dr. Yi cures Grandpa's illness, and then we'll see how arrogant you can be. Chen Dali whistled and rushed out of the yard. But he waited for half an hour and still didn't see Yifan coming, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. Calculating the time, at least 2 hours have passed since I was released on bail. What kind of medicine takes so long to buy? He muttered to himself, getting a little anxious. Others may not know, but he himself knows it very well. The old man was not ill at all, but was poisoned. The poison was provided by Yifan, and he poisoned it himself and put it in the tea handed to the old man. The reason for doing this is to compete for the position of head of the family. But now, after waiting and waiting, Yifan still didn't come, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Could it be that the guy ran away secretly? When he first met Yifan, he was indeed shocked by Yifan's kingly temperament. He agreed without thinking much about it. But later, I heard that Yifan was originally the son-in-law of the Lin family, and was the favorite of Mr. Lin and was highly valued. However, he ended up being defeated miserably at the treasure appraisal conference. At that time, he was thinking, could it be that all the things Yifan said to him before were just bragging? If this guy really runs away and the old man can't save him, and he is obsessed with passing the position of head of the family to Chen Yingrong from the eldest wife, wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? After a while, he couldn't bear it anymore and called Yifan. Dr. Yi, when will you arrive? He sounded a little impatient. Yifan also heard it. He had just come down from the mountain. He was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back, his legs were weak, and he was full of anger. When he heard such an impatient voice, he became even more furious on the spot. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm rushing to Chen's house. Also, send a car to Qinglian Mountain. Never mind, I'll just go there myself later. Just wait. He originally wanted to ask Chen Dali to send a car to pick him up. But when he looked down, he saw how miserable he looked. It would be too embarrassing to be taken to the Chen family in this state. If I were just meeting the Chen family, and I were a master, it wouldn't matter what I wore. However, his real goal was not just to save Chen Xinghe and get a large sum of money, but that woman Chen Yingrong. How can you be sloppy in front of a woman? Of course, I have to appear in front of her in a very handsome manner. Not only does he want to shock the entire Chen family with his medical skills, but he also wants to use his peerless beauty to make Chen Yingrong fall in love with him at the first sight. Okay, then Dr. Yi, please come over here quickly. Oh, and I have some good news for you. My sister has spread the word that she will marry whoever can cure the old man's illness. Really? When Yifan heard this, a confident smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Isn't this my chance? Come on, be patient for a while. He hung up the phone and clenched his fist to cheer himself up. As long as he rushed to the medicinal materials street and sold the herbs in his hands, he would naturally have enough money to buy a set of clothes and appear in the Chen family and in front of Chen Yingrong in a glamorous manner. Thinking of this, his steps became lighter. He felt not so hungry anymore, his legs were not weak anymore, his waist was not sore anymore, and he felt like he was about to walk as fast as the wind. At this time, Xin Fei had just rushed back home. He wanted to come back to take a shower, change clothes, and then go to Chen's house. Are you back? Su Qingxue was busy in the kitchen. When she saw him come back, she came over wearing an apron and holding a cooking spatula in her hand. Seeing this image, Xin Fei couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. You're a billionaire CEO, So why are you suddenly being cast as a good wife and mother? Why, isn't this good? Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him, or do you still want to call back all your dozen maids and have them surround you every day? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. From now on, let Xiao Min and I take care of your daily life. Ha! Xin Fei couldn't help but grin when he heard this. Xiao Min. She is your secretary, not mine. Tisk, you're still trying to hide this from me? I'm telling you, I've already asked Xiao Min about this today, and you're about to eat me up completely, and you still don't want to admit it, right? Chapter 103. You are already like this, and you still want me to stop thinking wrongly? Xin Fei heard this and grinned. What do you mean by eating everything? Don't wrongly accuse a good person. Not to mention that it didn't happen last night. Even if it happened this morning, it's not to the point of being completely wiped out. Well, if Lin Shireen hadn't suddenly come back with mushrooms, she would have eaten the whole person. But then again, with Fang Xiaoman's personality, how could she possibly tell Su Qingxue about such a thing? So, this woman must be cheating me. When he thought of this, he snorted, Su Qingxue, you really disappoint me. You don't even believe me. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. The bastard still refused to admit it. All the twists and turns in his mind were heard clearly by her. However, she didn't care how far it would go. It was a matter of time anyway. It would be better to arrange Fang Xiaoman over sooner rather than later to prevent Lin Shireen from getting there first. Don't come here, I've already arranged Xiao Min's room. It's the one to the west of your bedroom. Mine is the one to the east of your bedroom. She didn't want to argue with him at all. She heard what Lin Shireen said, and Lin Shireen also asked her housekeeper to pack up the things. Anyway, Xiao Min and I each have a room, so they can occupy the rooms on the left and right sides of Xin Fei first. Xin Fei laughed guiltily when he heard this. How can you arrange for her to come here? It will be so inconvenient when the time comes. Cut it out. I don't know what you're thinking. You might think it's so convenient. Su Qingxue curled her lips. Okay, go take a shower first, then come out for dinner. You've been busy collecting herbs all morning and haven't eaten yet. Xin Fei was stunned when he heard this. She was so considerate all of a sudden that he was a little slow to react. Wasn't the change in the role of a good wife and mother too fast? Why, aren't you used to it? Su Qingxue smiled. You'll get used to it when you get used to it. 6. Xin Fei gave a thumbs up. What you said really sounds like a real word. You're so talkative. Go take a shower now. You're all sweaty. Su Qingxue gave him a glare and turned back to the kitchen. More than 10 minutes later, Xin Fei came out wrapped in a bath towel. When he walked into the living room, he found that Fang Xiaoman had come over at some point and was helping to set the table. The two of them were talking and laughing. It was unknown what they were talking about, and she seemed a little shy. Looking at this harmonious scene, Xin Fei had an indescribable feeling in his heart, weird, but inexplicably felt quite comfortable. I just don't know, when Lin Shireen comes over, will the three women start fighting, or will they drag me over to play mahjong? Mr. Qin, are you done washing? Fang Xiaoman stopped joking the moment she saw him coming over, turned around and faced him, looking a little restrained. Xin Fei responded, not knowing what to say for a moment. Well, sit down. I'll go change my clothes and come down later. I have prepared the clothes for you. They are on the shelf over there. Su Qingxue pointed directly to the mobile clothes rack on the side of the bathroom door not far away. Xin Fei turned around and saw that it was true. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This was a bit too thoughtful. When did you learn the skills of a servant? He joked. Go away, hurry up and change and eat. I have something to tell you later. Su Qingxue curled her lips, pulled him to the clothes rack, and took the initiative to reach out to help him take off the bath towel. Xin Fei subconsciously stepped back half a body and glanced at Fang Xiaoman, meaning, there is a woman next to you, do you want to strip your man like this? What's the matter, you big carrot? Are you shy? Su Qingxue reached out and pulled it over to him, pulled the straps, and pulled the bath towel off directly. Xin Fei suddenly felt a chill and looked at Fang Xiaoman awkwardly. Fang Xiaoman covered her eyes and turned away, her face flushed, stamping her feet. Boss Su, how could you do this? Hee, next time I'll let you change for him. Su Qingxue teased. Xin Fei looked at her in surprise, feeling as if he was shocked. What kind of vicious words are these? TSK. Women who let go are really different. Bah! Su Qingxue helped him put on his clothes. Upon hearing this, she slapped him on the shoulder in annoyance. Don't be so ungrateful. Alright, buckle it up yourself and come over for dinner. Okay. Jean Fei grinned and agreed, sitting down confidently. Since it has come to this, that's all we can do. As long as I'm not embarrassed, then it's others who are embarrassed. Well, it seems that Feng Xiaoman is the only one who was embarrassed. The meal took more than 10 minutes. She kept her head down the whole time and didn't dare to speak, as if she would be caught by the big bad wolf if she opened her mouth to speak. Xiaomin, please clean up. I have something to say to Qin Fei. When Su Qingxue saw Qin Fei put down his chopsticks, she stopped eating too. She pulled the confused Qin Fei upstairs, entered the bedroom, and closed the door behind her. Then, with his face completely bewildered, he simply tore his clothes off. You're so direct now? Qin Fei's eyelids jumped, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. Starting with 0 frame? Bah, what are you thinking? Su Qingxue blushed and spat, saying angrily, I'm telling you something serious, don't let your imagination wander. He. You're already like this, and you still want me to stop thinking of anything wrong? Qin Fei said speechlessly. You. Su Qingxue stamped her feet in embarrassment. I'm serious. Come over here and see if you can tell me if I've changed at all. She threw away all her outer clothes, leaving only the last bottom line, stretched out her arms, and turned in a circle in front of him. Qin Fei felt a headache for a moment. Sister, what do you want to do? Just tell me, okay? I really have something to go out for later. If I look at it for a few more times, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Puff. Su Qingxue couldn't help laughing, her beautiful eyes rolled up. Looking at you like that, haven't you noticed that I'm whiter and more tender than before? Ha? Qin Fei frowned. What kind of words were these? Don't brag like that, right? Oh, I'm serious. Su Qingxue pulled him over and put her arm in front of him. Look for yourself, or touch it and see if your skin feels better. I really can't tell. It was very white before. Besides, I was only thinking about that the first 2 times. How could I remember it? Qin Fei said honestly. Bah! Let me tell you, do you know why I suddenly ran back home after taking the pills you gave me that day? Su Qingxue knew that even if she let him look again, he wouldn't be able to see any difference, so she simply changed the question. Chapter 104, Yandere Cheningrong. Qin Fei finally reacted. You mean, after taking the medicine, your skin has improved? Let me see. Hey, you, don't stretch your hands out. Look here, and this. I used to have an old scar, but now it's all gone. Su Qingxue knocked away his bad hand and showed it to him. That's true. I remember that night, I said I would eat it for you. Qin Fei said with a smile. Go away, you can't take 3 sentences seriously. Su Qingxue pushed him away, but failed to push him away. Before I could feel it, I was interrupted by shouting from downstairs. Seeing his depressed look, Su Qingxue chuckled and teased, Sir, come again? Fuck you. Qin Fei reached out and slapped her. Just wait and see how I deal with you tonight. TSK, I have a dinner party tonight, so I can't play with you. I'll let Xiaomin wait for you at home. Su Qingxue lay there with her arms as a pillow, with no intention of remembering anything. Anyway, Lin Shirin came to find him, and he had no mission to meet his love rival. What dinner party? Qin Fei paused while getting dressed and turned around to look at her. Let's talk about cooperation. Do you think I'm like you, who doesn't have to do anything every day? I'm a president after all, and I have to work. Su Qingxue said quietly. Don't you think about it? I haven't had a single day off in the past 3 years. This time, I took 2 days off just for you. Today is the last day. Qin Fei heard this and thought about it for a few moments. It seemed to be true. In his memory, Su Qingxue was busy all year round. Except for the 2 days of the Chinese New Year, when the whole company was on holiday, she had time to rest. Once you're done with this, you should find a professional manager. I don't want to. I feel like I'll die without a job. Su Qingxue shook her head. I can't stay idle. It's up to you. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Qin Fei tied his belt, responded, and walked out the door. Oh, honey, there's something I forgot to tell you. Ever since I took the medicine yesterday, I've suddenly felt so much more energetic and stronger. I can even flatten a vegetable bowl with ease. Ha! Xin Fei paused, surprised. It has this function? Really? Look if you don't believe me. Su Qingxue turned over, picked up a comb from the bedside table, and broke it with a gentle bend. You're a spendthrift woman. Xin Fei was speechless. That's made of ivory. My husband has plenty of money. Su Qingxue stuck out her tongue. Making 50 a day is no big deal, right? Xin Fei was speechless for a moment, knowing that she was just imitating him. I told her last time that I wouldn't mind tearing off 50 pairs of stockings like these every day. But this ivory comb is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and every time one is destroyed, there will be one less. Oh, you are so generous. I'll earn it back for you later, okay? You're so stingy. Su Qingxue snorted and threw the ivory comb into the trash can. Xin Fei didn't respond and turned to leave the room. I was actually still a little shocked. Su Qingxue used to be a weak woman. She couldn't even open a beer bottle with her bare hands, let alone hold a vegetable bowl. It seems that if this drug can be developed and marketed, the price will be even higher. We have to find a medical team and develop the medicine as soon as possible. Or perhaps, this medicine is not necessarily for women. If this power can be accumulated after taking it multiple times, you might want to consider setting up a private army. Yifan has a legion of 500 people, and he has not been recalled to the country yet. This is entirely because Yifan is still confident that he can solve all problems by himself. However, if his plans were interrupted again and again, he would eventually become angry and bring the 500-man assassin army back to the country. It's never a bad idea to plan ahead yourself. But right now is not the time to think about these things, we have to get out quickly. If I don't go out now, Lin Shirin might break in. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the door and went out, Lin Shirin rushed towards him and almost fell into his arms. Brother Xin Fei, what were you doing in there just now? I called you for so long, but you didn't come out? She lowered her head and glanced at the bedroom door, as if she wanted to go in and find out what was going on. I need to change my clothes. Xin Fei smiled and dragged her downstairs. Well, look, all my things have been moved here. I'll have them put them in the house next to yours later, okay? She smiled and pointed to a pile of things in the living room. Well, you guys can handle it. I have to go to the Chun family for something. Xin Fei smiled. At this time, he felt that it would be better for him to just walk away. As for how to arrange the rooms, let the three of them fight over it. He doesn't want to be caught in the middle and make things difficult. Well, fine then. I'll make my own arrangements. Well, you guys discuss it. Xin Fei agreed, see you tonight. Oh, you, okay? Lin Shirin pouted when she saw him walking so fast without helping her clean up the room. But thinking about what he just said, she had to suppress the slight dissatisfaction in her heart and said, Brother Xin Fei, please drive carefully on the road. Not long after. The Chen family's old house. Xin Fei parked the car outside the wall of the Chen family's old house, lit a cigarette, and smoked halfway but still didn't want to get out of the car. The enchanting figure of Chen Yingrong unconsciously emerged in my mind. Is she beautiful? She is indeed beautiful, and quite charming. But, thinking about his past with her, he felt a little overwhelmed. That woman, even though she always appears to be decisive in front of outsiders. But she is a Yandere at heart. He has a strong desire for control and possessiveness, and is extremely clingy. I remember 2 years ago, not long after the two families had decided on the marriage, I had been dating her for just over a week to get some work done, and she asked me to install a positioning system on my phone. After being rejected, he started stalking me. When she was caught, she acted like a spoiled brat and hugged him, saying that she just cared about him and was afraid that he would encounter danger outside. If she can't see anyone, she will call me soon. I would often add with the wrong tone, I have been missing you for an hour and 3 minutes, don't you want to pay attention to me? Although he knew that she had such a strong possessiveness because she lost her parents when she was young and was too lacking in love and too afraid of losing. Moreover, during the time they were together, she did give him many surprises and comforts, but he still found it difficult to accept it for a while. I hope she has completely given up. Xin Fei threw away the cigarette butt and mustered up the courage to open the car door and get out. For the first time, he felt that it was painful to be scared when seeing a beautiful woman. At the gate of the courtyard, Qindali, who hadn't waited for Yifan, suddenly saw Xin Fei coming over and couldn't help but frowned. Mr. Qin, what's the wind that brings you here today? Jean Fei grinned and said straight to the point without any further ado, Dali, are you waiting for your divine Dr. Yi? You heard about it too? Shindali sneered, you didn't come here because my sister said she would marry whoever could cure my grandfather's illness, did you? There is such a thing? Jean Fei was overwhelmed when he heard this. By then, she wouldn't think that he still has her in his heart and come to me for treatment, right? TSK. Why do I feel like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Chapter 105, The Dog is Really Cruel. Why, you don't know? Chen Dali curled his lips when he saw his surprised look. Mr. Qin, stop pretending. Once this news gets out, the whole city will know about it. Oh, and I might as well tell you that I've invited Dr. Yi this time. He's the guy you were always at odds with. But this time, you definitely won't be able to snatch him away. By then, my sister will be his wife. Jean Fei grinned, a hint of disdain showing on his face. Although he didn't want to have anything to do with the sickly girl Cheningrong, but seeing how Chendali was talking, he always felt like punching him and knocking his mouth crooked. As for Yi Fan, still want to marry Cheningrong? Go marry your uncle. I came here today just to slap you in the face and expose you two dogs who are in cahoots with each other. Especially Chendali, who even risked his grandfather's life to seize the family property. What a piece of shit. Just wait patiently, he said and stepped into the Chen family yard. Mr. Qin, are you leaving now? Don't you want to chat for a while? Seeing that he walked away without saying anything, Chendali thought that he had hit a sore spot and shouted with glee. Jean Fei was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot and went straight into the yard. During the time when he was with Cheningrong, he came to Chen's house often, so the old people in the yard were very familiar with him and came forward to greet him warmly. Mr. Qin, how come you have time to come here today? Are you here to see the old man, or do you have something to ask our young lady? Uncle Fu, I'm here to look for Ingrong and visit the old man as well. Uncle Fu smiled and nodded, the old man is in the bedroom now. Miss. I just saw her, it seems that she went back to her room. As he spoke, he pointed to a two-story Western-style building standing alone on the west side of the yard. Then, he added, Miss is not in a good mood today, Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. He didn't dare say the rest of the sentence. Although his identity as the Chen family steward was like a giant Buddha in front of ordinary people, he didn't dare to say much in front of Jean Fei. Jean Fei could see his concerns and said with a smile, I'll go check on the old man's condition first, and then go see her later. Okay, Mr. Qin, then please follow me. Uncle Fu stretched out his hand, took the gift in his hand, and walked in front to lead the way for him. Soon, the two arrived at Chen Xing's bedroom. Grandpa Chen, I'm here to see you. Jean Fei followed him in and strode to the bed. Just lie down. No need to get up. Chen Xing has smiled and waved his hands, it's okay, Fu, help me sit up. Let me do it, Uncle Fu. Seeing this, Jean Fei stretched out his hand, helped the old man up, and sat him against the head of the bed. Seeing that he was struggling to even sit up, Jean Fei couldn't help but feel a little distressed. I remember the last time I saw the old man was a week ago. He was still full of rosy cheeks then, but in just a few days he has become so thin that he looks unrecognizable. Such a good person was tortured like this. That bastard Yi Fan will do anything to achieve his goals. Chen Xing has seemed to understand his heartache and smiled weakly. Birth, old age, sickness and death, no one can escape it in this life. Grandpa Chen, don't say that. This disease can definitely be cured today. Jean Fei hurriedly comforted him. Yeah, I heard from Dali that he hired a miracle doctor. Chen Xing has said this, and then he suddenly realized. This guy named Yi Fan seems to be the one who had a conflict with Jean Fei at the Jade Appraisal Conference before? You and Yi Fan. We have nothing to worry about. Jean Fei said with a smile, as long as he can cure your illness, I can forgive him. I was cursing MMP in my heart. If it weren't for that bastard Yi Fan, Mr. Chin Woon Ti have been in such trouble. However, now is not the time to expose him, after all, we have no evidence yet. He chatted with the old man for a few words, and pretended to put his hand on the old man's wrist accidentally to test it. He felt relieved that nothing would happen for the time being. Then you can proceed with your plans with confidence. Grandpa Chen, you take a rest first. Go say hello to Rongrong. After chatting for a while, he stood up to leave. Chen Xingha reached out and held him, speaking weakly. Xiaofei, in fact, whether it can be cured today is uncertain. It just so happens that you are here today. Since Rong is mentioned, I, Yi Tian, will be so shameless as to ask you for a favor. Grandpa Chen, what are you talking about? Just tell me if you need anything, but don't ask for my help or not. That would be too much for me, wouldn't it? Xin Fei said quickly. Shen Qing smiled and got straight to the point. Rong is such a pitiful girl. She lost her parents when she was young. I've been busy supporting this family all these years and have neglected her a lot. If I really have to go, the only one I'm worried about is her. If this old man of mine were to die one day, Grandpa would hope you would help her a little more. I don't ask for her to be rich and powerful, but just want her to be safe and happy. Also, this girl is stubborn. Although she doesn't say it, I know she has you in her heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been asking about you as soon as I returned home. Xin Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. He didn't know how to respond to such words, so he could only force a smile and nodded. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of the more than a week that the two of them spent together 2 years ago. At that time, Su Qingxue happened to be going abroad for exchanges regarding the company's technology upgrades, and she was away for more than 10 days. Then, my family took advantage of this opportunity to tell me about the marriage with the Chen family. I made it very clear at the time and didn't force him. I just wanted to try it. If it works, I'll continue. If not, I won't interfere in his life anymore. But if he disagrees, then all his cards will be suspended, he will be confined to his home, and all investments in the Su family will be stopped. He had no choice but to agree on the surface. Then, he secretly discussed it with Chen Rong and decided that it was just a formality. After 10 days, they would tell each other's parents that the two of them were not suitable for each other and had no place for emotional development, and then they would be done with it. But what he didn't expect was that he wanted to be good friends with her, but she wanted to have a child for him. What I didn't expect was that she was so confident in front of outsiders, but a Yandere in front of me. It took a lot of effort to break up with her. Xin Fei didn't want to talk about whether you had your own things on your mind, so he continued with the previous sentence. Don't worry, Grandpa Chen. As long as she's in trouble, I won't stand idly by. But, you don't have to be too pessimistic. She will definitely be cured today. You should have a good rest first. I'll go talk to Rong. Go ahead, talk it out nicely and don't argue. Chen Qing smiled and waved at him. Chapter 106 Chen Rong will never look back. There are changes between the previous chapter and this chapter. Please reread half of the previous chapter, for readers who have read it before 11 o'clock on March 3rd. In the room. Chen Rong was sitting in front of the dressing table, staring at the mirror in a daze, her eyes slightly red. When she learned that the old man was seriously ill, she rushed back home overnight. In just 2 days, he was busy receiving more than 200 famous doctors from all over the country, but still couldn't cure the disease. She was exhausted and heartbroken, but she should have been happy to know that her grandfather could be saved. But at this moment, she was very panicked. Many messy thoughts kept flooding into her mind, making it very chaotic. Although she had just returned to China, she had heard of the Yifan that Chen Dali mentioned. Such a big joke happened at the Jade Appraisal Conference, and since it was related to Qin Fei, she took the initiative to investigate. After checking, I just felt that the guy was a complete pretender and a loser. He is just a small security guard, but he dreams of hooking up with a female CEO like Su Qingxue who is worth hundreds of billions. He is simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. When it comes to Su Qingxue, she doesn't have a good impression of her. After all, she is the woman who stole his man. But even so, she was extremely disgusted with Yifan's behavior. What made her even more disgusted was that Yifan was still engaged to Lin Shirin at the time, yet he still wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He was simply despicable. Fortunately, later on, that big pig's hoof Qin Fei exposed his conspiracy again and again, preventing him from succeeding in his evil plans. But what he didn't expect was that Yifan actually got together with Chen Dali again, and was respectfully called Miracle Doctor by Chen Dali. If he could really cure Grandpa's illness, wouldn't that mean I would have to sacrifice myself again? Although she couldn't figure it out for a moment, she always felt that Yifan had no good intentions, and there was definitely no such coincidence. What's wrong with these eyebrows? I can't draw them right no matter how hard I try. She put her thoughts aside and looked at herself in the mirror for a long time, but she felt that the eyebrows on both sides could not be drawn the same. She was so angry that she threw away her eyebrow pencil. Outside the door, Qin Fei heard the noise and couldn't help laughing out loud. He didn't knock because the door was ajar. Besides, they both took a hot spring bath together, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. He pushed the door open and walked in, his eyes subconsciously glancing towards the dressing table. "What's the matter? Why are you so angry?" he suddenly asked. Cheningrong was so frightened that her body staggered and her lipstick smeared from the corner of her mouth to her face. When she saw it was Qin Fei, her face suddenly turned dark. She was so angry that she threw the lipstick on the table. She didn't even bother to wipe the lipstick marks off her face and questioned him with a cold face. "What are you doing here?" It would have been fine if they hadn't met, but as soon as she saw Qin Fei, she felt all the sad things from previous years flooding into her heart, making her very irritable. She has no good face for this scumbag who flirts and then runs away. Qin Fei grinned. "Why, it's been almost 2 years, and you're still so magnanimous? What do you think? You don't have much temper." Cheningrong said with a dark face. "You're a man. After breaking off the engagement, you can find someone else anytime you want. As for me, I'll become a laughingstock in Zhangcheng." Qin Fei felt a little guilty after hearing what she said. "Didn't we agree at the time? We just wanted to deal with our families. Once the 10 days are up, we can go back to our own homes." "You." Cheningrong was speechless when she heard this, as if she really couldn't find any reason to speak of it for a moment. After all, that's what was said at the time. "But those days were the happiest 10 days for me in the more than 10 years since my parents passed away." Like all couples in love, he sent her flowers, picked her up from get off work, accompanied her to eat, go shopping, and watch movies, went to amusement parks, checked in at various local attractions, and even went to a hot spring together. In short, they did everything that a man and a woman in love would do, except going to bed. I have to say that this scumbag is very good at taking care of people, providing emotional value, speaking humorously, and making people happy. Maybe he just thought that those were tasks, and were unintentional expressions of care for him, but she took them to heart. In less than a week, I already felt like he filled my entire world and I couldn't live without him. It just so happened that Su Qingxue was going abroad for exchange at that time, and she naively thought that everything would continue to proceed along this trajectory. But, on the day Su Qingxue returned to China, he was like air, disappearing from her world in the world. She felt as if a piece of flesh had been cut out of her heart. But she also knew that from the very beginning, the two of them had agreed that it was just to please the elders in the family, and it would end naturally when the time came. It seemed as if I had no right to ask him to continue. In the end, she left the country with hatred, and all she left was a tooth mark on his arm. Okay, I admit it. I'm the only one who's taken it seriously. I'm a jerk. So why did you come to me again? She said angrily. You didn't come because you knew I had spread the news that I would marry whoever could cure my grandfather, did you? I'm telling you, Cheningrong, will never go back to you in this lifetime. Just give up on this idea. In fact, the moment she saw Qin Fei coming in, her first reaction was not anger. But there was a hint of anticipation. This guy came here suddenly, he must have heard the news and knew that I had to express my gratitude by getting married, so he rushed over. Moreover, although it had been a year, when she saw this face again, most of the worry in her heart disappeared in an instant. After all, this is her. Even when she is abroad, she often thinks of his ugly face when she can't sleep at night. But when the words came to my lips, I couldn't help but turn them into angry words. When Qin Fei heard this, he laughed out loud on the spot. You said you wouldn't do anything to me. You. Cheningrong's chest heaved with anger. Couldn't the stinky guy hear that what she said was all in anger? Okay, whoever tries this again will be a puppy, she said angrily. It's a deal. Qin Fei nodded with a smile. Then, can we get down to business? Apart from love. Bah, I don't have anything serious to talk to you about. Cheningrong realized that she was speechless, and quickly made a ba sound and changed her words. When the two of them were together before, she would habitually say, I have nothing to talk to you about except love. But now, whenever she thought about this kind of thing, she felt very embarrassed. Looking back, she was like a female lickspill at the time. Qin Fei laughed out loud. It's really a serious matter. I can cure your grandfather's illness. What? Cheningrong was stunned for a moment, and then she looked at him for several seconds before she couldn't help but sneer. You damn scumbag, and you still say you're not here for me. Really not. I just heard that the old man was seriously ill, and you insisted on getting married. As Qin Fei was speaking, he realized that he had gotten confused, so he stopped to organize his words before continuing. After all, we've known each other for a while. I don't want to see you fall into a trap, nor do I want the Chen family, which your parents built up, to fall into the hands of the second branch. Chen Yingrong was stunned and snorted, "Are you feeling sorry for me, or are you laughing at me? You were the one who agreed to the marriage between the two families. Now I've become a joke. I've been abroad for a year and a half, and half of my family fortune was secretly taken away by the second branch. Isn't it all thanks to you? Now that everything is settled and my losses are irreversible, you're pretending to be here again. Is that fun?" The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, and her eyes became red. Especially when she thought of her initial sacrifices and his false concern for her, she couldn't help crying out loud. TSK. Xin Fei felt annoyed when he saw her like this. He hates seeing women cry the most. Because I don't want to coax her, but if I don't coax her, I'll feel uncomfortable. He immediately couldn't help but frown. "Do you think I want to come? You are really too stupid. I can't bear to watch it, okay?" Chapter 107. Wow, is this a two-way love? You. Chen Yingrong stamped her feet in anger. "You called me stupid again." "Yeah, I'm stupid, so what? If I wasn't stupid, I wouldn't have been cheated out of my money and my body by a scumbag like you." "No, buddy, when did I ever cheat you of your money?" Xin Fei grinned and said, unconvinced. "Besides, cheating on you. I don't think he did anything to you. At most, he just took a hot spring bath. I have 8-pack abs after all. You were much more excited when you touched me." "Pooh." Chen Yingrong blushed and snorted, "That's what you wanted. You said it was harder than teppanyaki." Although she said this, her eyes were still somewhat uncontrollable and swept over him. This guy, why does she feel like he's grown up again after just over a year? How could there be a man with a glow on his face? And those eyes, that nose, that chin, even the lips look so kissable. Why is that? Her throat tightened as she watched, and she subconsciously wanted to take a step forward and reach out to touch it. Bah, bah, bah. When her hand was halfway extended, she suddenly woke up. "Chen Yingrong, wake up, you face chaser. This is a scumbag. You must not be fooled by him again this time." Xin Fei tensed up when she stared at him, and subconsciously took half a step back. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What's with that look in this woman's eyes? I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to be so blatant. His eyes subconsciously swept over Chen Yingrong. Has this woman grown up? I haven't seen her for just over a year, but she seems more mature and charming than before. Especially when he saw her classic mixed-race face, he couldn't help but glance at her eyes twice more. They were very deep, and he felt like he would fall in love with her if he looked at her for a few more seconds. Come to think of it, during the week that they were together, he was not without feelings for her. Because this woman is quite talented. It's not just her long legs, but her mixed-race face, which looks like a vixen, is very seductive. Of course, the most alluring thing is the sheep-like voice she uses when she hugs him and acts coquettishly. Add to that her seamless connection with Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. Brother Oniai-chan ignore? Nissen Oniai-chan appa nanda mushi suru no? Brother, Oniai-chan, appa why are you ignoring me again? Silence. Sabishi yo. I'm so lonely. Appa, onol bain yuri jibe wazio narangachi isio juli? Jibal butojia. Appa, can you come home and keep me company tonight? Please. Royal translation. Which man can withstand this bombardment? If one can still withstand this, then he is either a eunuch or Liu Xiaohui. Fuck, why does it feel like he is scolding me? Thinking about it this way, Xin Fei really deserves to be damned. He has such a good woman, but he actually didn't experience her first? Even if you try and then say it doesn't work, it's worth it to be called a scumbag for the rest of your life. However, he didn't expect that all his thoughts were heard by Chen Yingrong. When she first heard this voice, she thought it was because she really couldn't forget him that she was hallucinating. But as I heard more and more voices, I verified that I could indeed hear them. But what this guy was thinking about was actually that kind of thing, which really makes people angry and annoyed. She gave Xin Fei a cold look. But in my heart, I felt inexplicably fluttering. You bastard, you actually thought like this. Humph, you have good taste. Isn't it a bit late for you to realize that I, your sister, am charming now? Still thinking of trying it out and then saying it's not suitable and irresponsible? Ugh, big scumbag. Who wants to try with you? She was furious in her heart. However, when she saw the look in his eyes as he stared at her, she felt as if she were under a spell, and a strange feeling inexplicably surged in her heart. How about, give it a try. You, come here. She waved at him with a look of anger and annoyance, and sat down on the chair with her arms folded, making the already rugged ridge even higher, which was particularly eye-catching. What? Sheen Fei suddenly felt like he was back to the way they were getting along a year ago, and he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. This woman, could it be that her Yandere nature was activated again the moment she saw me? If this continues like before, wanting to stick to me day and night. That's a lot of money, right? As for scumbags, do you think being a scumbag is happy? No, you can't even imagine the happiness of a scumbag. Here, look for yourself. Shen Yingrong pointed to the corner of her mouth, where there was a mark made by lipstick, which extended all the way to her cheek. Just wipe it off. Sheen Fei stood there, indifferent. Help me wipe it off. Shen Yingrong pursed her lips and looked at him with hooked eyes. You got it on my face, you have to take responsibility. Sheen Fei couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard that. Listen, what are you talking about? Sister, please be careful with your words. If someone hears you, they might think I did something to you. Shen Yingrong frowned in confusion, glanced at him twice, and seeing his expression that looked a bit like he wanted a beating, she instantly realized that he must have thought of that weird thing. He immediately raised his hand angrily and punched him in the air. A rogue guy. It seems like you've really grown up after not seeing each other for a year. You even dare to joke with your sister? Then come here and help me put on my makeup. I might be able to do what you want, not just on my face, but anywhere else. Hiss. Sheen Fei followed her words and immediately thought of certain scenes, and couldn't help but gasp. Shen Yingrong, you are indeed a demon. After just a few words, he inexplicably felt as if he was thrown into a big furnace, and his whole body became dry. Come on, you seem even more timid than before. I won't eat you. You've helped me draw several times before. Sheen Fei hee. Don't blame me if the drawing is crooked. I don't care. If I can't draw it well, I'll erase it and you can help me redraw it. She blinked with a smile, stretched out her slender jade fingers, and hooked them. Seeing that he didn't come over, she stood up and stretched out her hand to pull him to her side. Should I draw while standing or sitting? She even patted her long legs under her shorts, making a snapping sound, and you could even see the flesh on her calves, which swayed a few times. You can tell just by looking at it, it's elastic and fleshy. Sheen Fei swallowed his saliva impatiently. Just stand there. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Big sister, you are tempting me like this. I am afraid that if I sit down, I won't be able to get up. Even if you really want to, you'll have to wait until the real thing is done. When Shen Yingrong heard this, she was stunned again. Is this guy really still thinking about himself? But what was the serious matter she was talking about? Could this guy really be able to cure Grandpa's illness? Wow. When she thought of this, two little hearts suddenly appeared in her eyes. He likes me. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. I had just returned to China and had just announced that I would marry whoever could cure my grandfather, and here he came. So this is a two-way love? What should I do if I already feel it's so sweet before it even starts? Sheen Fei? Seeing her suddenly laughing so happily, Sheen Fei was full of questions. Sister, I was just putting makeup on you. What did you think of that made you so happy? Chapter 108. You bastard, you still want to turn over? Shen Yingrong smiled, not wanting to expose this guy. Draw well. If you draw well, I will reward you. The more I thought about it, the happier I felt, and I started humming subconsciously. Sheen Fei frowned even more tightly. He always felt that this woman must have taken the wrong medicine. Otherwise, why would he still have such a cold look and sharp tongue when he first saw me? But less than 2 minutes have passed and he's like a completely different person. And seeing her smile like that, I always feel like she is the queen of the kingdom of women, as if she saw Tang Monk. Her eyes are so charming that they are almost thread-like. The next moment, he suddenly seemed to think of something. When the luck value reached 2 million, the dog system suddenly stood up and instantly added a lot of things to itself. Charming appearance, and the affinity of the heroine. Dog system, her reaction, isn't it because of the charm points you added to me? Yeah, don't drag me into this kind of trivial issues in the future. Go pick up girls and don't be distracted. The system said coldly. Fuck, you damn system. I haven't even started praising you yet, and you're already panting, right? Sheen Fei retorted on the spot. Stop adding drama to your own drama, okay? Okay, I'll get out of here. Stop cursing. The system closed the interactive interface while cursing. Little guy, I feel uncomfortable if I don't talk to you for a day. Xin Fei exited the interface in a triumphant manner and felt much more relaxed. Damn system, I've made you so useless. If I feel unhappy in the future, I'll pull you out and scold you. Ouch, it hurts. What were you thinking? You got me in the eye. Just as I was having fun, I heard Chen Yingrong's cry of pain. Looking down, she saw a face full of resentment, and one of her eyes was red and tearful. Insert, this lethality. Xin Fei was stunned. I couldn't help but curse myself in my heart. I was so damn stupid before I let her slip away. Chen Yingrong heard this again and couldn't help but chuckle. She felt like the corners of her mouth were about to curl up, but she quickly suppressed them and said angrily, "You brushed someone's eyes, and you're still stunned. Really? Are you thinking about something weird again?" She raised her voice a few notches, dragged out a soft and sticky ending tone, and blinked mischievously. Xin Fei suddenly felt that at that moment, there seemed to be two little stars in her eyes, shining charmingly. Sorry, I was distracted. Does it hurt? He quickly regained his composure and moved closer with concern. Goo. Chen Yingrong raised her throat, feeling the warm breath coming towards her as he approached, and a sense of panic and impulse surged in her heart. It still hurts, blow on it, she pouted coquettishly. Look, I'm crying. As she spoke, she deliberately moved closer to his face, bringing with her a hint of fragrance. Xin Fei felt his lips were a little dry. There's something wrong with this chick. Is she trying to trick me again? But those big pink lips, that little nose, those big tearful eyes, that little soft drawl in her voice. Chen Yingrong curled her lips secretly and added, Appa, hurry up, come on. Don't move. Xin Fei felt it was difficult to bear, so he moved close to her eyes and blew. Well, to be precise, I only blew half a breath. The remaining half was sealed by the woman's mouth. Oh my God. He shuddered and straightened up. Who are you, you female hooligan? Humph, who told you to get it in my eyes? This is your punishment. Chen Yingrong showed a triumphant smile on her face and reached out to snatch Mei Xiao back from his hand. Okay, I'll draw it myself. You sit over there and wait. Xin Fei was quite happy to be free, and would look at his watch from time to time. Calculating the time, Yifan, that crooked guy, should be arriving soon. I need to quickly arrange some important matters. When Chen Yingrong heard this, she realized that he had just come over to do business, and now he thought so again. It seemed that he really had business to do? She felt like she was talking nonsense. By the way, what did you just say you came to see me for? She straightened her face and asked proactively. This topic was exactly what Xin Fei wanted. I came here to tell you that the old man has been set up. What do you mean? Chen Yingrong frowned, put her eyebrow pencil aside, and turned sideways to face him. What do you know? Let me think about how to tell you. Xin Fei smacked his lips. I know a lot. Yifan teamed up with Chen Dali to poison the old man, and then went to the old man's house as a miracle doctor to detoxify him, in order to win his favor and gain a big advantage. Poor idiot Chen Dali, he still thought that after the success, his second branch would get the position of head of the family. How could he know that Yifan had already planned everything and wanted to marry you as his concubine? He then used this to gradually control the Chen family. In the end, the Chen family gradually became puppets, and the entire second branch was poisoned to death. But I can't tell you directly about this kind of prophetic things. Little did he know that she had heard all of this carefully. Chen Yingrong's brows darkened, her eyes turned cold, and a surge of anger surged in her heart. She even had the urge to kill someone. Chen Dali is a traitor. In order to fight for the family property, he actually teamed up with outsiders and used my grandfather's life and death as bargaining chips. She finally realized why all the famous doctors who came to treat Grandpa in the past 2 days were helpless. It turns out that it was not a disease at all, but poisoning. No wonder Chen Dali just made such a solemn promise in front of Grandpa that once Yifan came, he would be able to cure Grandpa's illness. This pair of bastards really have a good plan. If you don't understand what's going on, you will be misled by them. Then, she would lose the right to compete for the position of the head of the family without knowing why, and would be kept in the dark and marry Yifan, the dead scum and the real murderer. Why are you staring at me like that? Xin Fei looked at her with cold eyes, feeling a little puzzled. Chen Yingrong then realized that she had been obsessed, so she suppressed her emotions and smiled again. What did you just say was a trap? Do you have any evidence? Although he heard Qin Fei's thoughts and knew the whole story, without evidence, he really had no way to expose those bastards. Well, I do have evidence, but I only know that he hid the unused poison in a safe. Qin Fei said. Safe? Whose safe is it? Where is it? Chen Yingrong asked. Chen Dali's safe, Qin Fei replied. You should be able to find it. Me? Chen Yingrong sighed. He definitely wouldn't let anyone find something so private. Qin Fei nodded. Don't worry, I feel that there must be an informant planted by your parents in the second wife's house. After all, the Chen family's information network was built by your parents. Even if they are gone, they must have left a backup plan. As long as you want to contact them, they will definitely show up and help you find evidence. Okay, I'll go now. You too, go away. I'll come find you after I finish my business. As she spoke, she walked out. As she passed by him, she bent down, touched his chin, and floated away gracefully. Qin Fei also showed a satisfied smile on his face. You bastard, you still want to turn over? There's no window. I really don't know how that guy can argue when he is exposed in public. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Ling Yu is me. Come to the Chen family, the old house. Yes, bring a few more people with you to catch the murderer. Of course, it's that bastard Yi Fan. Chapter 109. Today's highlight must belong to me, the Dragon King. At this time, Mr. Chen Qinghe's room was already full of people. Although the house was closed to visitors today, when the news spread that someone could cure the old man's illness, it still attracted quite a few people. Among them is the old man of the Xia family, Xia Qianxiu. Of course, the news could spread so quickly thanks to Yi Fan, the crooked guy, who asked Chen Dali to do it. The purpose is simple, it is to become famous. As for the old man of the Xia family, he was specially notified. Because this guy not only wants to take over the Chen family, but also wants to get in touch with the Xia family by showing off his medical skills. As for women, the more the better. The excuse was that Chen Qinghe asked him to come and check in case there were any changes along the way. When Mr. Xia heard that someone could cure the disease, he naturally wanted to come and see it. After all, he was a master of Jiangnan medicine and had tried his best to cure the disease but failed. Now a young man said that he could cure it. How could he not come? Especially when I heard that the person was Yi Fan, I became more interested. Because, this Yi Fan is the apprentice of his senior brother. Although he is called my senior brother, in fact, we are just related by some distance. In his early years, when Xia Qianxiu was not yet a miracle doctor, he once mistakenly entered Longhu Mountain. Fortunately, he was rescued by the previous old master of Longhu Mountain, who passed on to him a fragment of the manuscript. This made the Xia family's century-old medical heritage even more prosperous in his generation, and he firmly sat on the position of the master of medicine in Jiangnan. For both public and private reasons, he had to come and take a look. Not only that, Xiao Wanning's twin sister, Xiao Weining, also came along, just to see whether the guy who had lost face at the Jade Appraisal Conference really had some skills. Because ever since Yi Fan came back from abroad, her grandfather has been telling her that Yi Fan is a leader among the younger generation and asked her to spend more time with Yi Fan in the future. He also said that if one could learn a little bit from Yi Fan, it would be enough to benefit them for the rest of their lives. If she had heard these words before the Jade Appraisal Conference, she would have been in awe, but now, she remained skeptical. Because judging from Yi Fan's performance, character, and style of doing things at the Jade Appraisal Conference, he has no scheming at all, and even seems a bit naive, which completely disgraces the reputation of a disciple of Longhu Mountain's Longmen. However, since I'm here, I naturally want to see it from beginning to end. If Yi Fan really has some skills, it would be a good idea to make friends with him and discuss medical matters with him. But, if he still comes in arrogantly and leaves in disgrace like before, it is better to stay away from such people in the future, so that he won't get himself covered in blood when he does something stupid. Outside the courtyard, Yi Fan arrived late. He went to a clothing store and bought himself a Zhongshan suit. Because in his eyes, this is in line with the image of a hermit. Not only that, he also went to the barber shop on purpose. He had no choice but to go. After being beaten with electric batons by those 20 or so old men, his hair had completely turned into a lion's head. It was so curly that no matter how hard he pressed it, it couldn't be pressed down. So, I had to get an ionic perm to restore my original appearance. It cost him more than 700 yuan, a price he had never paid for a haircut in his life. Although he felt like he was being treated as a big grudge, before leaving the barber shop, he deliberately looked in the mirror twice and felt it was worth it. It's just 700 yuan. As long as I can restore my previous perfect image and as long as I can shine in the Chen family, what does this little money mean? Just think of it as a small investment for your future golden road. Brother Yi, you are finally here. From a distance, Chen Dali saw him coming and trotted to meet him, feeling relieved. But after running closer, looking at his attire, she couldn't help but frown. I couldn't help but wonder if this guy was sick. It's 39 degrees Celsius, and you're buying a Zhongshan suit? And it looks like it's made of thick fleece? Then he looked up at Yifan's face. His forehead was covered in sweat, his neck was also covered in sweat, his collar was soaked, and his face was as red as a monkey's butt. He was even more speechless. Yifan seemed to notice his expression and understood the meaning in his eyes. However, he didn't want to explain too much. Isn't it just buying out-of-season items? What's wrong with thickening and velveting? As long as it's cheap. Well, the main thing is that he sold a total of 1,300 yuan worth of medicinal herbs, and when he came out, he bought 100 yuan worth of medicinal herbs to make up the number. The haircut cost 700 yuan, and the meal. This time he was very extravagant and ordered 3 bowls of beef noodles, and added 5 yuan of beef to each bowl, spending a total of 90 yuan. Not only that, I also bought 2 bottles of Nutri Express, drank 1 and threw away 1. I also bought a pack of cigarettes, 100 yuan worth of Heetiangxia. And he went to the store where he bought General Bai on purpose. His only purpose was to get back the face he had lost. I even took a taxi and it cost me $55. Then, he took a taxi to the shopping mall. Although there was a direct bus there, he refused to take it. It's nothing, just rich. How could Yifan, the dignified Dragon King, always squeeze into the bus with those mortals? That would be too degrading for him. So, after going back and forth like this, when he entered the mall and was buying clothes, he realized that of the 1,300 yuan he earned from selling medicine, only 190 yuan was left. This is kind of uncomfortable. He wandered around, but he didn't like the street goods. The only thing that matched his status was naturally a Zhongshan suit, so he chose a compromise. Buy off-season promotions and sets. As for whether to add fleece or thickness, he didn't really think about it too much when he was in the mall. After all, the air conditioner was turned on very high. But after coming out, he only had 10 yuan left on him, and he squeezed into the bus that he hated the most and got covered in sweat. However, these hard days will soon pass. All you have to do is add the antidote in it later, and everything will be fine. Don't look at me like that, let's go. He ignored Chen Dali's surprised look and took the lead to walk towards the Qin family compound. However, when he passed the door and saw the limited edition sports car, he couldn't help but pause, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. This car, why does it look familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere? Well, he must have driven it when he was abroad. He didn't take it seriously and walked towards the bedroom of the old man of the Chen family. Dr. Yi, how confident are you about this matter? Chen Dali asked in a low voice halfway. How much? Yifan sneered when he heard this and said arrogantly, Are you insulting me by asking this kind of question? I dare not, I dare not. Chen Dali quickly shook his head, and a stone in his heart fell. If you say this, it means everything is stable. He slowed down his pace slightly and retreated half a body length from Yifan, showing his utmost respect. However, a murderous intent surged in my heart. You poor bastard, just pretend to be a horse. If I didn't think you were still useful, would I bow down to someone like you? Just wait, as soon as the old man's illness is cured, I will find someone to send you to heaven. But she had a smile on her face and was saying compliments as she walked. When they reached the door, she took the initiative to open it for him and let him go first. Her emotional value was truly great. However, at that moment, Yifan seemed to feel a hint of murderous intent emanating from him, and a sneer appeared in his heart. You bastard, are you hiding a knife behind your smile? Ha, those are all left over from my play. After I, Yifan, take over the Chen family, you will be the first one to be targeted. But at this moment, all of this must be suppressed first, and one must finish one's own business first. He composed himself, put on a smile, a hint of confidence appeared on his face, and the evil smile returned to his eyes. Be decent and generous, make men feel like they are in spring breeze, and make women fall in love with them at first sight. This is the necessary personal cultivation for him as a Dragon King, and he must always maintain it no matter what kind of difficulties he is in. He had prepared himself mentally and imagined all the happy endings. Then he raised his head slightly, put one hand behind his back, took steady square steps, and walked through the door. Today must be Yifan's highlight moment. Chapter 110, A Bunch of Ordinary People, Just Laugh. At this moment, Yifan's confidence has doubled. His posture was extremely high-spirited, and he exuded a kingly and domineering aura, with unparalleled momentum. He thought to himself, after today, I, Yifan, will shine throughout the entire Jiangcheng. Although this day came 3 days later than expected. But, it's only 3 days. What does it matter? What did the ridicule and humiliation I endured during those 3 days matter? Just a little bit of wind and frost. Once today is over, all previous shame will be wiped out. And he, Yifan, is still the almighty Dragon King, looked up to by thousands of people. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like he was about to swell up. Then he walked in through the door. However, when he pushed open the door and stepped in, he saw that familiar face. He tried his best to maintain a good image, but in an instant he lost his temper and it all collapsed. Why is it this loser again? A surge of anger rose in his heart, and he glanced at Qin Fei with cold eyes. Although he was filled with anger at this moment, he suddenly realized that his momentum had subsided a lot when he saw Qin Fei. After realizing this, the anger in his heart surged even more. Why would I, the mighty Dragon King, feel scared when I see a useless loser? Why? Why should he scare himself? Humph, isn't it just that there is a little money at home? Wasn't it just that when gambling on stones, he won 3 games by luck? What is there to be afraid of him? Let us not talk about whether this guy had any secret dealings before gambling on stones. Even if he didn't, it is very likely that he was just lucky. What's so special about a victory that comes from luck? Today will be my home court. He just didn't believe that a second-generation rich man like Qin Fei could beat him again. Medical skills are not something that anyone can master. I have been learning medicine from my master since I was a child. Now, after more than 20 years, I have been at the top of the world in terms of medical skills. Who can compete with me? After thinking about this, he suddenly felt much more at ease. It just so happens that Qin Fei is here today. Let him see what real stuff is. Instead of relying solely on luck, which can be compared with money. Especially when he saw Xiao Weiniang beside him, he felt a surge of joy at winning. When his medical skills amaze everyone, Xiao Weiniang will definitely be fascinated by his glory. Aren't I killing 2 birds with 1 stone? He kept muttering to himself, and was stuck just 1 step into the door. As he was thinking, he couldn't help laughing out loud. This stunned everyone in the room. What is this guy doing? You started grinning as soon as you walked in? Who is this? Is he sick? Seeing the old man so sick, he can still laugh? Qin Fei couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. What else could he be doing? He must be enjoying himself again, thinking about his future path to the top. According to his plan, he would poison the old man first, then deliver the antidote to his home, and then win the support of the Chen family. As expected, this guy must have set his sights on Chen Yingrong again. He will definitely turn against Chen Dali in the future, and then help Chen Yingrong become the puppet head of the Chen family, so that he can completely control the Chen family. Oh yeah, it seems this guy is still planning to take over Xiao Weiniang. Seeing him grinning like this, he must be thinking that he would cure the old man and stun everyone. Then he would take the opportunity to establish a relationship with Xiao Weiniang and slowly win her over to add another member to his harem. He was just thinking about it when Xiao Weiniang suddenly glared at him. Hey girl, why are you glaring at me? I didn't mess with you, did I? What's more, if I hadn't come here to stop Yifan's plan today, it wouldn't be long before your Xiao family would fall into his trap. Not to mention you, even your twin sister will fall into his clutches. Xiao Weiniang realized that she had lost her composure, and quickly turned her head, took a deep breath, and looked deep in her eyes. The moment she heard Qin Fei's inner voice, she thought she was hallucinating. But when the continuous voices of her heart came into her ears, she had to admit that this was indeed the fact. Could it be that Mr. Chen was really poisoned? And how does this guy know so much? She glanced sideways at Yifan, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Is it this kind of person who still wants to take down Chen Yingrong and make her willingly become his puppet? What made her even more angry was that this guy actually wanted to take her down and even wanted to take down her twin sister? Pooh! You bastard, with your crooked mouth and face like a shoehorn, you think you have a nice dream. As the whispers grew louder, even Chen Dali couldn't stand it anymore. I couldn't help but curse in my heart, this idiot, laughing like that. Could it be that he's just having fun by himself before he even gets things done? He secretly pushed Yi Fan, divine Dr. Yi. Yi Fan came back to his senses in a daze, smiled awkwardly, and quickly put on the proper demeanor of a hermit. He walked forward confidently, past everyone directly, and came to Chenxing bed. Like a leader visiting, he held Chenxing his hand and said, "Old man, you have suffered a lot these past 2 days. But don't worry, it will be over soon." Chen Xinghao was confused and looked at him in surprise, thinking, "Who are you?" Chen Dali quickly stepped forward and explained with a smile, "Old man, he is the miracle doctor I invited for you, Yi Fan, Mr. Yi." Chen Xinghao withdrew his hand and sat down, then looked at him again, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Is this the miracle doctor?" The glimmer of hope that had ignited in his heart inexplicably faded a lot at this moment. A guy who looked to be in his 20s, and he didn't seem to have the demeanor of a hermit or a miracle doctor. So many famous doctors across the country have failed to cure him. How can he, a young boy, really cure himself? Not only him, but the people around him also cast questioning glances at Yi Fan. Especially those experienced doctors, they all couldn't help but shake their heads slightly. They rushed here today after hearing the news, wanting to see for themselves whether there really were otherworldly masters. But now it seems that they are destined to be disappointed and their trip will be in vain. Especially since he just brought a medicine bag and didn't even have a team with him, he must be a Chinese medicine doctor. Traditional Chinese medicine is not something that a young man in his 20s can master. Looking around both at home and abroad, who among those who have achieved success in traditional Chinese medicine is not in their 60s or 70s? Unless it is a medical genius like the daughter of the Xiao family. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but glance at Xiao Weining. Xiao Weining felt these gazes and nodded and smiled at them. However, when he turned to look at Yi Fan, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes, and even some unconcealable disgust. "You bastard, you are so unscrupulous in order to achieve your goal. I will find a way to expose you later." Yi Fan saw this look and sneered in his heart. "Laugh, laugh. Just a bunch of ordinary people. The ridicule you offer now will turn into a loud slap in your own face later." Chapter 111. The Dragon King is showing off. Seeing that everyone disliked Yi Fan, Jindali quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Don't underestimate divine Dr. Yi because he's young. His medical skills have already reached the pinnacle. I'm not bragging to you. Divine Dr. Yi had already told you on the way here that he could figure out what the old man's illness was just by hearing about his symptoms. And he also promised that as long as he took action, the disease would be cured. So, everyone can put aside your prejudices and just watch quietly. It won't be long before you all see what true medical skills are, and your perspective will be completely changed." Yi Fan was naturally very pleased to hear this flattery, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. "Old man, you can lie down now. Let me check your pulse first." Chen Xinghao sighed secretly. "Although I no longer have any illusions in my heart, but since I'm here, I might as well give myself one last hope." He lay down as he was told and stretched out one arm. Yi Fan put his hand on his pulse, closed his eyes and pretended to press it a few times, then nodded slowly. He was certain that it was the poison he had used before. Although the poison has now entered the internal organs, it doesn't matter. I just need to make a little effort and the effect will be immediate. The treatment process is also simple. He only needs to use his unique skill, the 9-turn divine needle, to transfer spiritual power into Chen Xingh's body, forcing all the toxins in his body into his stomach, and then he can take the antidote to cure the disease. Go, boil these medicines. Remember to do as I say. Don't make any mistakes. He handed the packet of medicine in his hand to Chendali, and then winked at him secretly. Chendali naturally understood immediately and went to the pharmacy with it. Yi Fan looked around and pointed at Xiao Weining. "Miss Xia, can I borrow your silver needle?" Xiao Weining was chatting with Qin Fei at this time because she wanted to hear more information from Qin Fei's heart. Seeing Yi Fan taking the initiative to talk to him, he couldn't help but frown and subconsciously took half a step back. Qin Fei couldn't help but grin when he saw this. Sure enough, he's here. This is Yi Fan's usual trick. He takes the opportunity to chat up a beautiful woman and then offers to treat her to a meal as a token of gratitude. The next step is definitely to get together. Hiss. Just as I was thinking about it, I felt someone step on my shoe. Sorry, Xiao Weining forced a smile, a fake one, and a bit of gnashing of teeth. I stepped on your shoes, let me clean them for you. After saying that, without even waiting for Qin Fei's consent, he pulled him aside. As for Yi Fan asking to borrow a needle, she simply ignored it. The smile on Yi Fan's face froze. Especially when he saw the woman he liked holding the hand of that loser, a murderous intent surged in his heart. You coward, you are ready to die. But he quickly regained his normal composure. Women are just embellishments on the road to success. Business is more important. He put on a smile again and looked at Xia Qianxiu. Grandpa Xia, can I borrow your silver needle? Xia Qianxiu looked at his convinced expression, nodded, and handed him a set of silver needles. Although he also looked down on this kid, he thought that Yifan was still half his nephew after all. It was just a set of silver needles. If it could really cure Chenqing his illness, there would be no harm in giving it to him. Thank you. Yifan took it, turned around and walked back to the old man's bed. Then, he swept his eyes across the room and said, I'm going to give the old man an acupuncture treatment next. Please ask all irrelevant people, especially women, to leave first. Everyone's eyes fixed, especially the women, who snorted coldly and turned away. Miss Weining can stay. After all, doctors don't care about gender. Seeing the other women walking out, Yifan added another sentence. Anyone can go out, but Xia Weining naturally cannot go out. If she went out, how could anyone witness her extraordinary medical skills with their own eyes? Soon, there were only 7 or 8 people left in the room. Yifan smiled proudly, put the bag of silver needles on the table, then secretly exerted his strength, gathered the spiritual power into his palm, and waved his hand over it through the air. Swish, swish, swish. The 9 silver needles suddenly seemed to come alive, floating into the air and lined up neatly. Wow! Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. For the first time, there was shock in their eyes when they looked at Yifan. I didn't expect he was really capable. This is called controlling the needle with qi. Even Xia Qianxiu couldn't help but squint his eyes, feeling shocked. Because even he himself couldn't do it so skillfully. As expected of a disciple from Mount Longhu, he finally did not disgrace the reputation of his fellow disciples, he thought secretly, and breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Yi is really awesome. Upon seeing this, Qindali started flattering him again on the spot, with a hint of pride on his face. Grandpa, look, I'm right, right? Only a miracle doctor can make a needle fly. Seeing this, Chenqing's eyes were filled with surprise and hope. It seems that this guy is really something. There is hope for my illness. Then I'll have to trouble you. Dr. Yi. His tone softened a lot. Yifan looked at everyone's reactions and sneered in disdain in his heart. But he didn't show it on his face. He just raised a devilish smile and said calmly, a doctor's heart is kind. Saving people from danger is what I should do. No need to be polite, old man. Please take off your shirt, old man. Next, I will use the 9-turn divine needle to penetrate your Baihui, Dazhui, Mingmen, Guanyuan, Taichung, Sanin, Yongquan, 9 important acupoints to dredge your blood vessels first. He rambled on, speaking at a steady pace, and the medical instructions alone took him a full 5 minutes. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Xia Weining twice. The reason why he talked so much nonsense was very simple, which was to let her know how extraordinary and supreme his understanding of medical skills was. However, Xia Weining felt even more disgusted when she saw this scene. There's a frog tattoo on the tadpole, showing off to your mother. If I hadn't heard Qin Fei's inner thoughts, I would have been fooled by this bastard. Seeing that he was still chattering on, she scolded him impatiently, Are you done yet? Do you think it's cool to leave the old man aside and show off endlessly? Puff. Yifan relaxed after being scolded, and all 9 needles fell to the ground. He was also attacked by the backlash, and a fishy and sweet taste came out from the corner of his mouth. Stupid woman, you actually ruined my moral integrity. A chill welled up in his heart, and he sneered secretly, When I take you into the harem, I will definitely make you live in the cold palace and let you know the consequences of being neglected. He thought bitterly, bent down, and picked up the 9 silver needles. This time he didn't play any tricks, but inserted the 9 needles into the acupuncture points in a proper manner. Then, he took a half step back and said, Old man, from now on, you just need to wait quietly. When the medicine is ready, take it and you will be cured. After saying these words, he deliberately brushed his forehead, pretending to be very tired, and found a chair to sit down. Seeing this, Chen Xingha quickly said to his grandson, Dali, go and serve tea to Dr. Yi. No, Yifan waved his hands repeatedly, It's not too late to thank me after you recover from your illness, old man. After saying that, he deliberately asked one more question, I heard that Miss Chen is particularly concerned about the old man's condition. Why haven't I seen her show up yet? When Chen Xingha heard this, he was stunned at first, but he quickly remembered that his granddaughter had said that she would marry whoever could cure her, and he laughed. Dr. Yi, please be at ease. Rongrong is out for something. I believe she will be here soon. Well, old man, don't think too much. I don't mean anything else. I just feel that Miss Chin is willing to sacrifice herself to cure Grandpa's illness, and I am quite moved, so I want to meet her, that's all. Yi Fan said with a smile. In a blink of an eye, he saw Chin Dali bringing the tea to him. He took it with a smile and put it back on the table. What he wants is not a cup of tea? Chapter 112, Pretending to be a Failure. Yi Fan put the teacup on the table, completely ignoring the gazes of everyone present, and closed his eyes on the spot. He also spread his legs slightly, placed his palms above his knees, and made the lotus gesture with his hands, looking like a hermit. What I mean is, I don't want to talk to you now, let alone negotiate any conditions. I, the Dragon King, came here with only one purpose. Cure your illness and give me your granddaughter. Although he saw the rejection in the old man's eyes the moment before he closed his eyes, but, so what? If I can cure the poison for you, I will also have a way to make you promise your granddaughter to me. This is a done deal. Even if the King of Heaven comes, don't try to change anything. Seeing him like this, Chen Qinghe frowned and quickly realized that Yi Fan came here today with a big intention. No wonder he never came to visit even though I had spread the word about seeking famous doctors all over the world these past 2 days. And today, Rongrong just announced that she would marry whoever could cure her, so he rushed over that same day. With such a strong purpose, this kid must not be kept. Not to mention his attitude of not releasing the eagle until he sees the rabbit, just the rumors about Yi Fan in the past 2 days have made him very disgusted. As a small security guard, he dreamed of marrying a CEO worth tens of billions. When he failed, he went to the Qin family and caused chaos. And she dared to do such a thing even though she was already engaged to the Lin family. Later, the Lin family even broke off the engagement. Yet he shamelessly borrowed so much money, made big talk many times, and failed again and again. In the end, he was kicked out of the treasure appraisal conference in disgrace, but he still did not give up. Now, he even wants to get close to his Chun family by treating his illness. How could I possibly entrust my granddaughter to a man like this? Even if Yi Fan could really cure his illness today, he would never be willing to bet his granddaughter's life on such a person. As for how to refuse in the end, that will happen after you are cured. If you want money, millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions are fine. Wanting your own granddaughter? No way. Just as he was thinking about how to bring up this topic, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, a dark red flush appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Dr. Yi, how long will it take for this acupuncture needle of mine to work? Why is it that after several minutes, I only feel tingling in the acupuncture points, but no signs of improvement? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Why do I feel a stinging pain? Has Mr. Chen been ill for a long time and started to have hallucinations? Chen Qinghe glanced at him and thought, are you fucking saying that I've been sick for so long that my brain is broken? It's not an illusion. He pointed at the silver needle on his chest. Look here, is it bleeding? As soon as these words were spoken, several people came closer to take a look. It seems to be bleeding, and it's black blood. Yi Fan couldn't sit still after hearing this, his heart sank suddenly. Oozing black blood? How so? The purpose of the acupuncture he had just given her was to force all the poison in Chen Qinghe's body to flow into his stomach, and then he would just need to take the antidote to completely eliminate the poison. But now, the poison actually came out from the acupuncture points. That means I failed. He has practiced medicine for hundreds of times in his life, saving countless people of noble status, and he has never failed. Now, something went wrong. He quickly moved closer and took a closer look. He was really afraid that he would fail to detoxify and cause the old man to die on the spot. If this is true, wouldn't all my painstaking planning for several days be in vain? The loss of a life is a small matter, but my plan of rising to prominence must not be ruined. Let me take a look. He frowned and reached out to touch the silver needle. Squeak! Suddenly, a stream of dirty blood splashed out from the acupuncture point and splashed into his eyes before he could react. Fuck, he exclaimed, unable to help cursing out loud, and ran out covering his eyes. Once this poison enters the body, it will cause irreversible damage. For example, even if Chen Qinghe took his own antidote and combined it with his own 9-yang divine needle, it would only be a temporary improvement. Once the 3-month period is over, Chen Qinghe will die. However, it had nothing to do with me at that time. After all, he had already calculated it when he poisoned the Chun family. 3 months would be enough for him to completely control the Chun family. However, he had not expected that the poison would burst out from the acupuncture points and shoot into his eyes. The only way to minimize the damage now is to wash out the poison as quickly as possible. However, he covered his eyes and ran only 2 steps before he was blocked. "Brother Yi, why are you running so fast?" Xin Fei came forward with a grin and stretched out his arms with a smile. "What are you doing?" He squinted one eye and stared with the other, looking very funny, just like De Mingming. "Nothing, I just want to ask you, can the old man's disease be cured? Why is he stabbing someone and making him bleed?" Xin Fei saw that he still wanted to take a detour, so he moved and blocked him again. Yi Fan's face flushed when he was asked, and he said angrily, "Who cares? What do you know? That's detoxification, you know nothing." After he said that, he changed his position and tried to leave, anxious to wash his eyes. "Want to wash your eyes? I won't let you have your wish. If I don't make you suffer today, don't even think about leading the Chen family." Xin Fei sneered in his heart and reached out to stop him. "So it's for detoxification? Then why don't you detoxify the other toxins as well? Why would you leave halfway through? You!" Yi Fan was furious, his face as red as pig liver. "Get out of the way. There's poison in my eyes. If I don't wash them out, I'm going blind. Get out of the way now." By the end of his speech, he was already impatient and started shouting hysterically. "Poison blinding the eyes?" Xin Fei suddenly opened his voice and shouted exaggeratedly, "Are you saying this is poison? The old man is not sick, but poisoned? Nonsense, it's not poison or..." Yi Fan blurted out, and only realized it halfway through. He almost let the cat out of the bag. He hurriedly tried to make up for it. But how could Xin Fei give him a chance to explain? I immediately followed his words and asked loudly, "You were so sure it was poison, could it be you who poisoned it?" When Yi Fan heard this, he panicked instantly. He didn't even bother to wash his eyes. He covered one eye, while the other one was wide open like a cow. The gap between the 2 eyes looked even more ridiculous. He roared loudly. "Stop slandering me. I, Yi Fan, have always acted uprightly throughout my life. How could I do such a sinister thing? I'm slandering you?" Xin Fei sneered. "Why can't even the most famous doctors in the country find the cause of the old man's illness, let alone a cure? Why did you immediately know that the old man was poisoned the moment you came here, and how did you find the corresponding antidote so quickly? If I say you didn't poison me, do you think people will believe me? What do you think?" Xin Fei said, turned his head to look at a few people, and asked with a smile. "Although I don't have any evidence yet, but I'll pour a basin of yellow mud on you first. As long as enough yellow mud is poured on you, it will be shit if not shit. As the saying goes, it takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. I'm no match for you in a serious fight, but when it comes to throwing dirty water on me, you just open your mouth and do it, right?" Chapter 113. I have a high sense of laughter, unless I really can't help it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately cast scrutinizing glances at Yi Fan, each with a scorching look in their eyes. Some people even came forward with anger on their faces and surrounded him. "Boy, tell me clearly, was it you who put the poison in old Chen's body? I was wondering why we couldn't find the cause of the disease after trying so many methods. It turns out they were poisoned. No wonder so many people can't be cured, but you, a young boy, dare to swear so confidently. Take out the antidote. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Qin family alive." Seeing so many people pointing their spears at him, Yi Fan felt a flash of panic in his heart and subconsciously took a step back. His eyes were wide open with anger, well, one eye was tightly closed, shedding tears of blood. In that single eye, there was a murderous intent. I cursed in my heart, "Xin Fei, you coward, you actually come out again to ruin my good things. However, this time, I, Yi Fan, will definitely not let you get your wish. Just throwing dirty water. As long as there is no evidence, no one can do anything to me. Besides, as long as I can cure Chen Xinghe's illness today, everything will be solved naturally. Even if they still have doubts in their hearts, what can they do? As long as he could marry Chen Yingrong, and then use some tricks secretly to turn against the second wife, and throw the dirty water on the second wife, once the second wife fell, the entire Chen family would belong to Chen Yingrong. What belongs to Chen Yingrong is naturally also hers." Thinking of this, he finally felt relieved, and a proud and confident smile appeared on his face again. I know you're all in cahoots with Qin Fei, but I came here for only one purpose, and that's to cure Mr. Chen's illness. Now, I want to go out and wash my eyes, and then come back to treat Elder Chen, but you keep stopping me. Do you all want to watch Elder Chen die? What's more, I have never had any connection with the Chen family before. How could I poison the old man? What motive do I have to poison the old man? He argued. After these words were spoken, the other people looked at each other, feeling that what he said seemed to make sense, and they hesitated and stepped back. Seeing this, Yi Fan glared at Qin Fei again. Are you still going to block the way and deliberately delay Mr. Chen's condition? I know that you had an engagement with the Chen family before, but later called it off. You're not still holding a grudge against me because of this and deliberately trying to stop it, are you? Yo-ha? Qin Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that this guy could actually turn the tables? Not bad, there has been progress. In the past, this guy always looked calm and composed wherever he went, but now he's actually starting to play dirty? Damn system, does this mean his character is starting to collapse? Qin Fei subconsciously asked the system. Congratulations to the host. After messing with the protagonist several times, he finally fell from his pedestal. He is no longer so high and mighty. Plunder luck points plus 500,000. I insert? Qin Fei's eyes immediately lit up. Awesome. He had just asked the system if the heroine's character collapsed, it would increase his luck value. If the protagonist's character collapsed, would he also have luck value? The system said, yes. But I didn't expect that just a little collapse could take away a full 500,000 luck points. It's a huge profit. Satisfied, he put away his thoughts and turned sideways with a smile. So brother, you meant well. I really misunderstood you. Go wash your eyes quickly. It would be bad if you become a one-eyed dragon. One-eyed dragon? When Yi Fan heard this name, he was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He snorted and blew out a bubble of snot, but he didn't realize it yet. He glared at Qin Fei angrily. Stop talking nonsense here. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for your actions today. After saying that, he shook his sleeves, strode out of the room and rushed to the bathroom. Just at this moment, Chen Dali came over with the boiled medicine. Seeing him turn around and go into the bathroom, he put the medicine aside and quickly followed him. He thought that Yi Fan came out alone at this time and ran to the bathroom. He must want to call him privately to discuss the next action plan. After all, that's how it's played out on TV, and a lot of plotting happens in the bathroom. He chased after him with big strides. At this time, Yi Fan turned on the faucet and poured water into his eyes. After flushing for more than 10 times, he hurriedly took out the last packet of antidote from his pocket. This antidote is very expensive, so he only brought 2 packets of antidote when he returned home this time. I just opened the medicine bag and was about to sprinkle it into my eyes. Chen Dali ran in and suddenly spoke. Dr. Yi, is there anything you want to tell me? Shiver. Yi Fan's body shook violently, and the medicine powder in his hand spilled all over his face, and more than half of the antidote spilled onto the ground. There was nothing in his eyes. What are you barking at? He saw in the mirror that it was Chen Dali, and then looked at the red powder scattered on the ground. He suddenly became furious and roared. I've scattered all my antidotes. Ha! Chen Dali was completely bewildered by the yelling. Dr. Yi, what antidote are you talking about? Didn't you just give me the antidote? Just as he was speaking, he suddenly saw Yi Fan's eye that was stained by poison. The corner of his mouth twitched violently and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Dr. Yi, your eyes. Ha, how come your eyes are swollen like frog eyes? No, let me laugh for a while. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha, hiccup. As he was laughing, he suddenly felt the murderous aura emanating from Yi Fan. He immediately closed his lips and stood there in a daze. Puff. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Sorry, I actually have a very high sense of humor, unless I can't help it. He couldn't help grinning again, but found that he couldn't stop laughing, so he had to hold up the corners of his mouth with his thumb and index finger, which felt much better. You bastard. Yi Fan looked at his gloating expression, with murderous intent flashing in one of his eyes. I won't bother with you today. Wait until everything is over and see how you die. He turned around and looked in the mirror, only to find that one of his eyes had swollen and bulged outwards, looking like an enlarged version of a toad's eye. His face instantly turned as black as charcoal. He quickly looked down and saw that there was no antidote on the paper wrapping the medicine. In an instant, anger rose to his head. "Where's the medicine you made?" he roared in a low voice. "It's on the table outside in the living room." Chen Dali pointed in the direction of the outside. "Dr. Yi, you just said that the dosage is just right. If you had used it yourself, my grandfather would have died. Get out of the way." Yi Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he pushed him away and rushed out. One of his eyes was about to go blind, so how could he have the time to care whether Chen Xinghe could survive? Besides, he would only use half of it to cure half of the old man and keep him alive for a month and a half, which would be enough for him to take over the Chen family. When faced with major events, you naturally have to take care of your own life first. He strode into the living room, ready to take his medicine. Then, I saw Uncle Fu passing by, holding the medicine and striding towards Chen Xinghe's bedroom. As he walked, he muttered, "That Dolly kid is still unreliable. The medicine is ready, so of course you have to drink it while it's hot. You can't just leave it out to dry. I'll have to give him a good talk later." "Hey!" Yi Fan raised his hand, trying to stop him and said, "Give me a drink." Result. Bang. The bedroom door was closed directly. Chapter 114, Poison you, you bastard. Looking at the closed bedroom door, Yi Fan's face twitched twice. Damn it. My antidote. If I don't take the antidote today, even if I use practice later to eliminate the poison little by little, it will take at least 10 days or half a month. Does this mean that for the next 10 days or so, I, the Great Dragon King, have to have toad eyes? Or wear a black pirate blindfold? That's really embarrassing. He strode after her and pushed the door open. He felt that it could still be saved. He really didn't want to have to bear this toad eye condition for the next 10 days. If that were the case, how funny would it be if I gave a devilish smile when I saw other beauties? He would never allow this to happen. He hurriedly pushed open the bedroom door and rushed in, shouting immediately, "I need to test the properties of that medicine again. Let me try it first." However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Chen Xinghe holding an empty bowl and turning the bowl towards him. At the same time, he smacked his lips and said, "Well, this medicine is well prepared. It's not bitter at all and tastes a little sweet." Yi Fan felt like he was about to split apart on the spot. "Sweet? Sweetie. Why should I praise you? Why should I praise you? Fuck." He couldn't stop cursing in his heart. Xin Fei saw this scene from the side and was laughing like crazy. Others may not know it, but his heart is like a mirror, and he has seen through everything long ago. This guy just had poison enter his eyes, and now they are so swollen. It is certain that even with his own skills, he will not be able to remove the poison in a short time. That's why he ran out in a hurry just now. He must have been going to get the antidote. But now, Mr. Chen has already drunk all the medicine. Especially when he saw the numbers like luck value plus 1000, luck value plus 500, luck value plus 2000 constantly popping up on the system interface, he became even more certain that this crooked-mouthed guy was probably cursing in his heart. When Xin Fei thought that this guy would have to look like a toad in the eyes for the rest of the time, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Fan turned his head, staring at him with one eye, and the other eye was swollen and narrowed into a line. He looked at him with contempt and shouted angrily, "Ah! I just thought of something happy." Xin Fei grinned, "Oh, Brother Yi, your eyes are quite unique." "It has nothing to do with you." Yi Fan glared at him coldly. When he turned around, he suddenly saw Xiao Weining looking at him, and his anger immediately subsided. "I am the Dragon King. I must be dignified, decent, imposing, handsome, calm in the face of danger, and extraordinary. If she saw me getting so angry at a loser, it would be too ungraceful." Immediately, a smile appeared on his face again, with a faint evil smile at the corner of his mouth. It's just that, with the contrast of those toad eyes, the evil charm doesn't seem so perfect. Never mind. It's just one eye that's poisoned, so what? With her excellent temperament and peerless beauty, what does this brief loss of composure matter? If you are a real man, why would you show off your looks? When one day I stand at the top of Jiangcheng, countless girls will naturally go crazy for me. By then, who will still remember how miserable they are now? He muttered to himself for a while, then adjusted his attitude. The most important thing right now is to quickly deal with the old man's affairs, get the engagement with Chunning Rong, and leave as soon as possible to go back and treat his eyes. Everything else is just passing clouds. Thinking of this, he regained his composure and walked forward to ask with concern, "Old man, after taking this medicine, do you feel much better?" Chen Qinghe didn't know whether it was good or not, but seeing how confident he was, he nodded and said, "I feel much better." After receiving a positive response, Yi Fan felt relieved. Although there were some unexpected events along the way, as long as the result is right, that's fine. It seems that today's goal is stable. Soon, he will become the son-in-law of the Chen family. Not only that, you will also receive a large reward. By then, I will no longer have to buy out-of-season clothes to save a few $100s and be laughed at by others. There is no need to be stingy anymore, you can only buy cigarettes that cost 12 yuan a box. The bus? Oh, goodbye forever. No need to take taxis anymore. Because for a big family like the Chen family, they should at least give a reward of 18 million or even hundreds of millions for saving my life, right? When the time comes, I will buy a luxury car and hire a beautiful woman to be my driver. She drives him during the day, and he drives her car at night. TSK, that's the life he, the Dragon King, should live. Besides, then he would give Qin Fei another 50 million and redeem his Dragon King ring from him. Perfect. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grinning out loud. When Qin Fei saw his smile, he understood it at once. Is this guy starting to feel happy in his mind again? I'm afraid he has already figured out how to win the beauty and how to use the power of the Chen family to step up to the top of Jiangcheng. Hey, sister, there's no way with me here. Brother Yi, what are you thinking about? Why are you so happy? Why do I feel that the old man's illness has not been cured yet? He reminded him. What do you know? Yi Fan glanced at him coldly. If anyone else were to treat a stubborn disease like this, it might not be cured in 3 to 5 months. Even if I, Yi Fan, take action, it will take at least 5 or 6 minutes to be effective. Just wait and see. In less than a minute, the old man will be healed and will be back to full strength soon. After he said that, he sat down on the chair with his arms folded, looking like, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Just wait and see. Seeing this, Qin Fei couldn't help but sneer in his heart. I have already stolen most of your medical skills, and you still think your medical skills are extraordinary? I have secretly checked. After Mr. Chen took the antidote, the poison in his body was eliminated, but the poison drawn out by the silver needle was still in the acupuncture points. As soon as the needle is pulled out, poisonous blood will definitely spurt out. I'll let you show off, and then I'll spit on your face and poison you to death. But at this moment, he didn't want to expose it. Do you like to show off? Today I'll let you show off to your heart's content. Fly higher, and wait until Chen Rong gets the evidence, then I'll expose you in public and throw you to death, you crooked-mouthed bastard. Just at this moment, Chen Rong pushed the door open from outside, looked at him and nodded slightly. Qin Fei smiled with relief, it seemed that the evidence had been found. In that case, I'm going to go big. He was just about to attack, but he didn't expect Yi Fan to be even more anxious than him. He quickly stood up and walked up to Chen Rong. Miss Chen, you're here? Chen Rong wanted to confront him directly, but when she saw Qin Fei shaking his head at her, she had to suppress her anger and force a smile. Dr. Yi, can my grandfather's illness be cured? Of course. Yi Fan smiled proudly, there is no disease that I, Yi Fan, cannot cure. It's about time. I just need to pull out the needle, and then the old man will be able to walk and move freely again. As he said that, he walked to the bedside and said, Mr. Chen, I'll remove the needle for you. Okay. Chen Qinghe didn't know the extent of his condition and thought he was truly healed, so he smiled and nodded, thank you, Dr. Yi. Please. Well, Mr. Chen, it's too formal for you to say that. We will soon become a family. Yi Fan waved his hand and began to get closer. While he was speaking, he did not stop and reached out to pull out the needle. However, what he didn't expect was that when the first silver needle was pulled out, a stream of poisonous blood suddenly rushed towards his face. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react and instinctively closed his eyes. Then, the dirty blood splashed right onto his mouth. Chapter 115 Dragon King Self-Destruction. Pa. He felt a strange taste coming from the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly bent over to vomit, completely disregarding his image as the Dragon King. Water, give me water. He bent over and stretched his hand back and shouted. However, after he was bitten by the poisonous blood, his eyes were swollen like a toad. Everyone saw it, so who would dare to get close to him? No one came forward to offer water. Seeing this, Qin Fei winked at Chen Rong. Chen Yingrong was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a moment. What did this guy mean by winking at her? Medicine, give me the medicine. Qin Fei leaned over to her ear and whispered. Because he knew that Yi Fan had excellent hearing, and if he didn't say it close to his ear, it would be exposed. But this is a little too close. Chen Yingrong felt the hot air hitting her ears, and she couldn't help but shudder, her pretty face flushed on the spot. She gave him a reproachful look. What a fool this guy was. He must be trying to take advantage of her. Otherwise, it's just a conversation, why get so close? This silly girl, this is poison, why don't you give it to me quickly? What are you thinking about? Why are you blushing? Even if I wanted to do that with you, I wouldn't tease you like this, huh? He couldn't help but complain in his heart and reached out to snatch the box from her hand. Then he quickly opened it, took out the poison, put it into the water and shook it a few times. The whole process is extremely fast. Brother Yi, here's some water. He handed the cup to Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't think about it, didn't even look, he just put his hand against the cup and drank. Soon, he drank the whole glass of water and smacked his lips. This smell, why does it feel a little off? He licked his lips and felt more and more that something was wrong. Then, he reached out and wiped his mouth, then put his finger to his nose and smelled it. Click! In an instant, his heart suddenly shook, his eyes suddenly darkened, and his face turned ashen. He is very familiar with this poison. Because this is the top secret poison of Mount Longhu, and there is no other place in the world that can develop it. Heart-eating powder. He reacted and suddenly turned around to glare at Qin Fei. What did you just give me to drink? Qin Fei looked innocent. Water, didn't you say I would give you some water? But you poisoned this water. Yi Fan's eyes were wide open, and he was staring at him with eyes that were almost spitting fire. Poison? What kind of poison? Qin Fei spread his hands. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Then he turned around and looked at Chen Dali. Dali, do you know what he meant? Chen Dali originally wanted to stand on the same side with Yi Fan and speak for Yi Fan. However, when he opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly realized that the thing his cousin was holding in his hand looked a little familiar. The more I look at it, the more familiar it looks. Fuck! He almost screamed. Isn't that the small box where I hid the poison in the safe? But, how could it be in Chen Yingrong's hands? In an instant, he seemed to understand. Chen Yingrong had been away just now. She actually went to look for her own safe. And what Qin Fei had put into the cup just now was the poison that he had left behind. It's over. Thinking of this, Chen Dali's face instantly turned blue and red, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. It's all over now. I kept those poisons just to keep evidence of Yi Fan harming people. Even if it couldn't be used on Yi Fan, maybe I could use it for assassination in the future. But no matter how much he planned, he never expected that the poison would be found out. I never expected that it would be brought out under such circumstances. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. In just a moment, he felt a burst of heat all over his body, and his scalp felt like it was about to explode. It was so hot and itchy that cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. TSK, what's wrong with Dali? The air conditioner in the room is on high, why is he still sweating? Qin Fei asked with a smile when he saw this. At this time, since he has seen through Chen Dali's guilty conscience, he will naturally not let him go easily. He must strike while the iron is hot. At the moment, if we want to make the truth about Yi Fan's poisoning known to the public, it is simply impossible to start with Yi Fan alone. Chen Dali is the breakthrough point. He immediately asked, did you do something bad and are scared because you are about to be exposed? Shiver. Hearing this, Chen Dali's body shook violently, and he looked up at Qin Fei. You, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't poison the old man. In his panic, he spoke incoherently and blurted out the truth. After reacting, he quickly explained, I mean people, the poison in the old man's body has nothing to do with me. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on him, with strange and scrutinizing looks. Yi Fan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This stupid teammate, you have such a good sense of rhythm in exposing yourself, and you are even trying to cover up the truth. But he also knew that there was only one thing he had to do at this moment, keep silent and try not to let others notice that he was anything unusual. He chose to look away from the fool and treat the idiot as air. When your goal is about to be achieved, you must not give up halfway because of anything. Xin Fei couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he saw that he was holding back his anger and didn't dare to speak. Want to hide away? Want to get away with it? Are you still thinking of using the Chen family's power to help you rise to prominence? Miss your sister. Brother Yi, why do I think you seem to have something to say? Or, you are so poisonous, knowing that I poisoned you, are you still going to endure it? You. Yi Fan's eyes widened in anger, and his other eye couldn't open any wider. Stop making sarcastic remarks here. I just felt something was wrong. There's no poison in this water. At this point, he could only choose to ignore it and try his best to pass over the matter of the poison so that no one would mention it again. However, his speech, which was so different from the previous one, once again caused confusion among the crowd and made him the focus of the whole audience. Really? Xin Fei chuckled. Brother Yi, I see that the poison has turned you purple, and your face has also turned blue. I think I have an antidote. Are you sure you don't want to ask me for it? When Yi Fan heard this, he narrowed his eyes and looked at him intently for a few seconds. But soon, he reacted. Don't try to trick me. This poison is only found in Longhu Mountain, and the antidote is unique in the world. There's no way you have the antidote. Pretty. This self-destruction move is well played. Bang bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Fei applauded him on the spot. It's beautiful. I didn't understand what Brother Yi just said. Would you like to say it again? He turned sideways to Yi Fan, put one hand on his ear, and asked with a smile. Chapter 116 Want to escape? Electric baton. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. If Xin Fei hadn't mentioned it specifically, they wouldn't have reacted for a while. But at this moment, when Xin Fei mentioned this, everyone suddenly understood one thing. Yi Fan said that this poison is only found in their Longhu Mountain. Only they in Longhu Mountain can make the antidote. What does this mean? The poison came from their Longhu Mountain lineage. It is even possible that it was done by Yi Fan. Otherwise, why didn't all the famous doctors in the country find out the cause? But when Yi Fan arrived, he simply took the patient's pulse and immediately identified what the poison was and prescribed the right medicine? In this way, the whole incident is obvious. For a moment, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Yi Fan. Yi Fan suddenly panicked and subconsciously took half a step back. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't poison you. He roared with a dark face. Ha! Xin Fei sneered. Brother Yi, you're anxious again, aren't you? I didn't say you were the one who poisoned me. Yi Fan glared at him with a dark face. What did you mean by that just now? What I mean is, it's very likely that you were the one who poisoned me. If it wasn't you, then... Xin Fei said, turning to look at Chendali, then it was you who poisoned me. Chendali was so shocked by what he said that he shook his head like a rattle. You're talking nonsense, I didn't do that, I didn't do that. Then why did this poison appear in your safe? Xin Fei stared at him and asked. Judging from the time, Zhang Lingyue should be arriving soon. Now, as long as I provoke the conflict between Yi Fan and Chendali, they will start to fight each other, and it's off time to close the net after they're done. Sure enough, just as he thought, as soon as the words fell, Chendali became anxious. You're talking nonsense. The poison wasn't mine at all. Yi Fan asked me to give it to you. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar again. You unfilial son, how could you do such a thing? Chendali's father Chen Jianrun was almost angry to death when he heard this, and slapped Chendali in the face. If this matter is exaggerated, others will definitely think that it was me, the father, who was behind it. Even if it wasn't him who ordered it, the second wife would have to suffer in the end. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He kicked Chendali to the ground and started beating him up like crazy. You traitor, I'm going to beat you to death, you unfilial son. Why the hell did I give birth to a thing like you? I'm going to beat you to death today. He hit Chendali hard with punch after punch, and soon he was stunned. Stars were in his head and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Unable to bear it any longer, he suddenly straightened up and climbed up. Hit me again. I'm not your biological child. If you weren't such a useless father, would I have thought of such a despicable trick? It's you who keeps mumbling at home, saying you want to grab the position of patriarch and gain respect in front of the old man. I was set up by that bastard Yi Fan just to help you. How dare you blame me? Chen Qianjian was so angry that his face turned green. He was so anxious that he just pulled off his belt and started fucking him hard. Chen Dali jumped up in pain, and the room was in chaos. Everyone looked at the scene of loving father and filial son, and they were both amused and speechless. This family is really a nest of snakes and rats. At this moment, Yifan stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to leave or stay. His face was as gloomy as ink, and in his one intact eye, there flashed a cold murderous intent. He stared straight at Qin Fei, as if he wanted to skin him alive. At this point, no matter what I say or how I defend myself, things will only end in failure. His plan to rise to prominence had failed again. In just a moment, he thought of his own fate. Good cigarettes? I can't afford them. I'm afraid this off-season discounted clothing will be my last outfit. Forget about buying a luxury car. I only have a few dollars left on me. I'm afraid I can't even afford to take the bus. As for the dream of marrying Chen Yingrong and using her power to take charge of the Chen family, it was shattered directly. Don't even think about it. No, that's not right. If I don't escape now, I will definitely face imprisonment. When he thought of this, he was completely panicked. He wanted to take advantage of the time when Chen Qianzhen and his son were fighting and no one was paying attention to him, as it would be the perfect time to escape. He retreated secretly, moving towards the door in a roundabout way. Want to escape? Qin Fei sneered, I've been staring at you. He took a step sideways, blocking Yifan's way, and said with a smile, Brother Yi, why is your face green? Get out of the way. Yifan roared. Get out of the way? You are here to get treatment, where can you go? Do you want to run away? Qin Fei grinned. Looking for death. Yifan's heart was filled with murderous intent. All my plans were ruined by this loser. Even if I want to escape today, I must kill this coward before leaving. You came here to get yourself killed, so don't blame me for killing you. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist, gathered his strength, and smashed it directly at Qin Fei's face. Today, if those old guys weren't here, you would be dead. Seeing the fist coming, he suddenly increased his strength, vowing to kill with one blow. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Qin Fei, be careful. Mr. Qin, get out of the way. Fuck. Qin Fei also exclaimed. He didn't expect that this guy would actually kill him directly, so he hurriedly hid to the side. You can't escape. Yifan snorted coldly, a ferocious murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Hey! At this critical moment, a dull shout came from behind Qin Fei. Don't you dare try to hurt my master, you bastard. Before he finished speaking, the man had already raised the electric baton in his hand. Our mud horse. Seeing the familiar electric baton, Yifan was completely stunned. He has been scared of electric shock and it has become a conditioned reflex. Subconsciously, I wanted to withdraw the attack. But with such a rapid rise, how could we retreat? In the blink of an eye, the fist had already touched the electric baton. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With a loud bang, his body bounced back like a kicked ball and fell heavily on the table in front of the bed, making a crisp clanging sound. Puff! When he fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the whole audience to exclaim. Who said we old guys are not here? Wang Dachui was leaning on a crutch with one hand and holding an electric baton with the other. He also imitated the shots on TV and blew away the non-existent smoke on the electric baton, which looked very realistic. If you want to hurt our young master, you'll have several lives to die. Lu Laolu also squeezed out from behind the crowd and pressed the switch of the electric baton, causing a series of crackling sounds, which scared Yifan so much that his body shook a few times. Old thing, you are looking for death. His face was dark, one eye was staring, his purple and black lips were moving, he could not speak clearly, but he was still struggling to climb up. It seems you still refuse to accept. Lu Laolu went up and hit him with an electric baton, knocking him unconscious. Then he waved his hand with the aura of a gangster. Come here, tie up this crooked-mouthed bastard. Chapter 117. You bastard, you said you weren't coming for me. Soon, several people came forward and tied Yifan up tightly. With the experience from previous times, I didn't dare to use ordinary ropes and went straight to the iron chain. Qin Fei looked at the skilled movements and professional tying methods of those people, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. He always felt that these old men didn't seem to have learned it on the spur of the moment. After Lu Laolu tied him up, he smiled proudly. Master, how is it? Are we, the few guards of the courtyard, competent? Very cool. Qin Fei gave them a thumbs up on the spot. I thought to myself, I will arrange 50 young models for them and serve them well. Bah! Chen Yingrong couldn't help but glare at him when she heard this. Originally, seeing how he was in control of the whole situation and how he was planning everything, I wanted to praise him. The result is a hooligan, so annoying. Xiao Weiniang couldn't help but curl her lips. This guy is really a scoundrel. If these old men were given 50 young models, could they handle it? Really? The old man had no idea what he was thinking and just smiled innocently. Don't worry, young master. We old guys promised to protect you to the death, and we will definitely do it. As early as when they heard that the young master was coming to the Chen family, they found out that Ji Fan would also be there, so they rushed over directly. By this time, I had been waiting outside for several minutes, but fortunately I didn't miss anything. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the 30,000 monthly salary that the young master offered them. 30,000, that is 360,000 a year, which is something they can't spend all. To put it in a broader sense, it's enough for the betrothal gift for their second marriage. Okay, stop being so cocky. Lu Laolu sat back in his wheelchair, brushing his slicked back hair. Master, tell me, what are we going to do with this crooked-mouthed bastard? Xin Fei thought about it and said, let's tie him here first. Captain Jiang will come and take him away later. I'll cure the old man's illness first. As he spoke, he walked to the old man's bed. Just as he was about to ask questions, Yifan woke up. Ha 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 ha. He laughed crazily. You still want to be cured? Let me tell you, only we at Longhu Mountain can cure this poison. On the scene, only I, Yifan, can solve it. You'd better let me go. I can still save the person. Otherwise, I'll just wait to die. Before he could finish his words, Wang Dachui gave him a stun gun. This time he had learned his lesson and only used a low power. Although the shock didn't make him faint, it hurt. You old thing, if you have the guts, try shocking me again. Ah. Are you trying again? Wang Dachui didn't tolerate him and hit him with the stick again. Yifan looked at the electric baton in his hand with fear, snorted coldly, and completely stopped being stubborn, muttering softly. When the time comes for someone to die, let's see how you can beg me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. They also wanted to kill Yifan, but what Yifan said seemed to make sense. Among so many doctors present, no one could cure him. Chen Yingrong was also panicking. She stepped forward, staring at Yifan, suppressing her anger and asking, "Can you really cure my grandfather?" "Of course." Yifan snorted arrogantly. "I said, no one can cure it except me." "What conditions?" "Conditions?" Yifan sneered arrogantly. What he originally wanted was to get rid of the poison, get a generous reward, marry Chen Yingrong, and then further control the Qin family, and then he would rise by leaps and bounds. But now, everything has been ruined by Qin Fei. This plan will definitely not be able to continue. So, there is only one condition left: money. Give me 500 million, and I'll stop pursuing the poisoning matter. After all, this wasn't my idea in the first place. It was Qin Dali who came to me on his own initiative. Otherwise, forget it. 500 million? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but sneer. How dare you, you scum, open your mouth. Don't even mention 500 million. Even if it's 50 million, you won't be able to earn that in your lifetime. He's just a beast. There was a lot of shouting and cursing. Yifan didn't care at all, still had a smile on his face, and didn't take these people seriously at all. Because he was sure that no one could save him except himself. Especially when he saw Qin Fei walk to Chen Qinghe's bedside and pretend to take his pulse, he snorted coldly. If he hadn't caused this, the old man would have recovered long ago and everyone would be happy. Now, the old man suffered so much for nothing, who should he blame? My conditions won't change. If you don't agree, then you can just let this loser take care of it, right? But let me be frank, you only get one chance. If you beg me again later, the price will be doubled. Shut up. Qin Fei retracted his hand and winked at Wang Dachui, stun him. Okay, young master, I've wanted to do this for a long time. Wang Dachui didn't think about why, he just listened to the order and did it. You dare. Yifan was so frightened when he heard that he was going to use the electric baton again that he shuddered and shouted loudly, "If you dare to shock me again, I will never treat him again even if I die." Ah. There was a series of crackling sounds, and Yifan was directly electrocuted and knocked unconscious. You're chirping like a crow, so annoying. Wang Dachui was still not satisfied and fainted. He then gave Yifan an electric baton, and this time he was completely unconscious. Xin Fei, this. Chen Yingrong wanted to stop him, but failed. She was completely panicked at this moment. My grandfather, what should I do? Xin Fei smiled and said, don't worry, I'm here. As he spoke, he flicked his palm across Chen Xing's body. Swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, the 7 silver needles that had not been removed from Chen Xing's body all flew out, bringing out 7 streams of poisonous blood. At this moment, Xin Fei's palm shook again. All the blood mist disappeared. Wow! The whole audience was suddenly amazed. Use qi to control the needle. He can actually use qi to control needles. You. Xiao Weining was so shocked that her mouth opened into an O shape, her eyes full of disbelief. Using qi to control needles, I, who am known as a contemporary medical genius, have been practicing since childhood and have been practicing for more than 20 years, but I still can't do it. He can do it so skillfully. This is simply incredible. She suddenly realized that the guy who had always been called a playboy had become so strange in her eyes. Not only did he see through the evil plot, he also caught the man in the act without making a sound. Now, he showed off his skills that amazed the whole audience. How many secrets does he have? If he can really cure old Chen's illness, I will have to hang out with him more often in the future. We must find a way to get all the secrets out of this guy's heart. Chen Yingrong was even more surprised when she saw this. There was even a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. It seems that he can really cure Grandpa's illness. Humph, you still say you don't like it. You're clearly coming for me, you bastard. After I recover, I will pester you and dig out all your secrets. No, they took out the person too. Humph. You ignored him for 2.5 years. Chapter 118. Being too handsome is also a problem. Chen Yingrong kept muttering to herself, and when she looked at Xin Fei, there was a light in her eyes, and she was very worried. Miss Chen, what are you doing? Xiao Weining looked at her holding her fists on her chin, looking at Xin Fei with peach blossoms in her eyes, and hurriedly reminded her. This is the critical moment to save your grandfather's life, sister, you can't be obsessed with him at this time. Although I also want to be crazy about someone, but at least I can only do it in my heart. Chen Yingrong also realized that she had lost her composure, and quickly put her hands away, cleared her throat, and walked in front of Xin Fei. Xin Fei, you are so amazing. Grandpa is saved now. Seeing this, Xiao Weining finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she had finally made up her mind and that things were finally back to normal. But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw Chen Yingrong couldn't help but hug Xin Fei's arm. He even deliberately lingered for a few times, with an intoxicated smile on his face, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. It seems that I praised you too early. This woman has never been normal whenever she sees Xin Fei. She simply walked over and pulled her aside, sandwiching her between the two of them. How are we going to treat the old man next? Do you need my help? Xin Fei looked at her in surprise and was speechless. I thought to myself, if I need any help, just stop hugging me all the time. Ah! Xiao Weining reacted after hearing the inner voice, and her face turned red. She didn't expect why she couldn't help but hug this guy's arm. Is it just because he's so handsome and his face looks like it's glowing? Bah, bah, bah. She shook her head, banishing these chaotic thoughts, and smiled softly. I was just desperate at the moment, so I told you a little bit. You keep going, hee carrot carrot. Xin Fei curled his lips. It was time to put on a mask to hide his peerless beauty. Ever since his charm increased by 30% last time, he felt that even an 80-year-old woman's eyes would light up when she saw him on the street. This damn charm. Just like the lesbian next to me. No, 2 lesbians, just talk, hug and forget it. What's the big deal about hesitating? Use this to test cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Rogue. Xiao Weining and Chen Yingrong rolled their eyes at him almost at the same time. What a dramatic guy. It's just a hug, but you're imagining so many things. Who wants to test you? I just want to drain you, huh? Xin Fei withdrew his thoughts and was too lazy to pay attention to the 2 female hooligans. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, he flipped his hand and a pill appeared in his palm. This pill was the Beiduking that the dog system found after 2 days of hard work to crack the Dragon King ring. Although the name sounds tacky, the effect is very abnormal. 1 pill can cure all poisons in the world. Old man, take this medicine. I'll give you some qi later and you'll be all right. Is it true? Shen Yingrong couldn't help but ask. Xiao Weining also came over, frowning and looking confused. Mr. Qin, there are some things you can't say carelessly. She didn't mean to attack anyone, but she felt that the old man's illness was beyond the reach of all the famous doctors in the country. If Qin Fei took on the task now and failed to cure it, wouldn't that be a disaster? Qin Fei turned his head to look at her, and seeing her expression of concern and worry, he couldn't help laughing. Ying, are you concerned about me? Boss Xiao Weining looked at him and spat, don't be so self-indulgent. I'm just afraid you'll ruin things. Don't worry. Qin Fei didn't explain anymore. Mr. Chen, do you believe me? Chen Xing has stared at him for a few seconds, and seeing how confident he was, he slowly nodded, give it to me. No matter whether you believe it or not, at this point you can only try your best. Qin Fei handed the pill to him. Chen Xing has subconsciously took a sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a fragrant smell! I feel a lot better just by smelling it. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and swallowed it impatiently. Gurgled, the pill melts in the mouth. His eyes widened and he thought, I haven't even tasted it yet, and it's going to go on like this? Anything else? I want to eat another one. Qin Fei grinned and was speechless. This is a priceless elixir. Do you think these are candy beans? He shook his head and said, no, just this one, but it's enough. Chen Xing has smacked his lips a few times, still unsatisfied, it tastes good. Qin Fei. You are quite good at praising, but you just didn't praise the right things. Ha ha. He said with a forced smile, I guess it will be effective in a while. As expected, I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the old man climb out of the bed. He looked like a pregnant woman, covering his mouth with one hand and holding his belly. Then, ignoring the surprised eyes of the audience, he opened the door and ran out in big strides. Fuck. Even Mr. Xia, who was over 70 years old, couldn't help but curse in Chinese. What just passed by? Oh my god. He stood up and ran like the wind. With the two people's exclamations, the whole place was in chaos. Qin Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is fucking, does the medicine have to be so effective? An old man in his 70s was lying in bed, unable to even sit up. He was on the verge of death, but after taking a pill, he was able to walk like a rocket? If you hadn't seen this with your own eyes, people would think you were kidding if you told them. Xiao Weining was so shocked that her mouth opened into an O shape again, and her pink little tongue was slightly sticking out. It looked like, well. Qin Fei couldn't help but think, it should be very slippery if I suck it, right? Rogue. Xiao Weining immediately closed her mouth and glared at him angrily. Damn guy, it's been less than half an hour since he came in, and all he has in his mind are those evil thoughts. He commented that he couldn't control himself with his hands, and said something about playing with her legs for years, and now, he even didn't want to let go of her tongue. What's even more infuriating is that he actually compared it. She said she didn't have Chen Yingrong's perky butt, and her fair skin wasn't as pretty. Humph, isn't this warm light good? What's so good about having a cold white skin? It's so scary to just lie down on the bed after washing. How can it be as warm as I look like this? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong with her. She cursed herself inwardly, when did I become so dirty? I must have been influenced by this bastard's evil thoughts. But, from this angle, he looks really handsome. Also, when he bent down just now, his chest muscles were so bulging, and he must have 8 abdominal muscles, right? Qin Fei was stunned when he saw her murderous eyes and the way she secretly licked the corner of her mouth. Ying? You? He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes, do you want to eat too? He thought she wanted to take pills. Eat, what? Xiao Weining quickly stood up straight and muttered softly, 8-pack abs are for touching, not eating. Qin Fei. You female hooligan, when did you peek at me taking a shower? Chapter 119. It's time to show off. Yifan, 1T pretend anymore. Grandpa, let's go see how old Qin is doing. Xiao Weining felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, and thought that he had seen through her thoughts. Her face turned red and she pulled Xia Qianqiu away. Xia Qianqiu looked at his granddaughter in surprise. This girl, finally got it. He was very relieved. Qin Fei didn't rush to chase after him, but found a seat to sit down. After taking Beiduking, he would definitely be completely cured. There was nothing to see, so he just had to wait here. Sure enough, not long after, there was a commotion in the living room. Everyone was congratulating Chen Xinghe on his recovery, and there were also many exclamations. At this time, Yi Fan woke up from his coma. This coma lasted longer than the previous ones. The moment he woke up, he subconsciously looked towards the bed. The old man on the bed is gone. In the room, only Qin Fei and the old man were there, and the doctors were gone. He thought that Chen Xinghe must be in danger and had been sent to the hospital. Isn't this just fulfilling my wish? All I have to do now is to say that I can cure it, and that old man Chen Xinghe will definitely let me go in order to save his life. At that time, as long as he doesn't sue me, I can get away with it. Moreover, you can get 1 billion yuan in funds. Although we no longer have the support of the Chen family, with these 1 billion yuan, why worry about not being able to accomplish great things? The more he thought about it, the more confident he became. He instantly amused himself and couldn't help laughing out loud. He turned his head, a hint of evil charm flashed in his single eye, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Hiss! He gasped and had to skip the step of twisting his mouth. However, his aura was still there. He squinted at Qin Fei with a condescending attitude and said proudly and confidently, "Well, I've said it before, no one here can cure this disease except me. Untie him quickly. If you act now, there's still hope. If you delay any longer, Chen Xinghe will surely die." Qin Fei frowned and glanced at him. This bastard is still dreaming? Brother Yi, look at your mouth. It's like there are 2 sausages hanging from it. You don't even have the antidote. How can you save yourself? You! Yi Fan smacked his lips, and only then did he realize that his lips were thick and fat, and swollen and painful. He was so angry that his face turned green. Stop talking nonsense here. I can cure it if I say so, but the prerequisite is that you give me the Dragon King ring. Oh, I see. Qin Fei laughed. This guy had some brains and knew that there was an antidote in the Dragon King ring. I'm so sorry, this is collateral for the 50 million you owe me. How can I give you the ring if you haven't paid me yet? Humph, you're so petty. Yi Fan snorted disdainfully, give me the ring first. I saved Chen Xinghe, and naturally I'll have the money to pay you back. Would someone of my status rely on you for the 50 million? Phew. Qin Fei was amused. Lao Wang, go search him. Wang Dachui didn't understand, but he did whatever the young master said. What are you doing? Why are you searching me? Do you know that this is illegal? Yi Fan roared and struggled to refuse. Bang! Wang Dachui gave him a big slap. You already poisoned someone, and just now you were trying to extort hundreds of millions. Why didn't you tell me it was illegal? Just act like you know a lot, silly dog. Wang Dachui cursed but didn't stop searching in his pockets. Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot. He was the mighty Dragon King, but he was searched by an old fellow. This was a huge humiliation. Try glaring at me again? Wang Dachui raised his slap again, but when he saw Yi Fan tilt his head to the side like a scolded but unconvinced husky, he withdrew his slap. Master, we've finished searching him. He only has $7 left on him, a $2 lighter, and a half-empty pack of cigarettes. He handed these things to Qin Fei. Qin Fei grinned, Brother Yi, you only have $7 in cash. It's hard to believe that you won't default on a debt of 50 million. You are going too far. Yi Fan glared with one eye as if firing a cannon, full of murderous intent, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. You humiliated me today, and I will repay you 100-fold someday. Also, if you don't take out the Dragon King ring now, when Chen Xinghe dies, I will say that you were the one who killed him because you refused to take it. Then I'll see how you'll explain it to Chen Yingron. After saying this, he sneered again. As long as he brought up the story of Chen Xinghe's death, it would be like getting the imperial sword. He didn't believe that Qin Fei would not surrender. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xinghe rushed in from outside the door. Which bastard is cursing me to death? This voice is full of energy. Yi Fan looked up and saw that Chen Xinghe had actually stood up, and there was no trace of poison on his face. He even looked rosy and didn't look like he was seriously ill at all. He froze on the spot for a moment. My eyelids were twitching violently. The doubts in my heart are surging wildly. Impossible, this is impossible. Without my intervention, no one can cure this poison. Yes, this must be your last burst of energy. Humph, that's just a little trick. Don't try to fool me. Fuck you. Chen Xinghe was furious when he saw that he was still acting righteously, shamelessly, and talking nonsense. When he thought about how he almost lost his life because of him in the past 2 days, he became furious. He immediately rushed up with a dark face and kicked him hard in the sausage mouth. Bang! Yifan didn't have time to react at all, and was hit hard by the kick. His swollen sausage mouth split open, and poisonous liquid mixed with blood flowed all over his face. Do you think this kick was strong enough? Chen Xinghe glared at him angrily. If you think it's not strong enough, I'll kick you again. Stop! Yifan shouted incoherently, tears of grievance flowing out of his eyes. At this moment, he was completely desperate. All the plans for today have gone to waste. The beauty is gone, the luxury cars and mansions are gone, and his plan to rise to prominence by taking advantage of the situation is all gone. And face jail time. Do I really have to give up the opportunity to show off alone and recall all the team members from abroad? If that's the case, how can I show off to those sisters in the organization? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the anger in his heart was boiling. Suddenly he looked up and stared at Qin Fei with his red eye. Why on earth is this happening? Why do you always go against me? You coward, do you really think I, Yifan, am easy to bully? I'm not afraid to tell you today. Even if I'm captured today, as long as I don't send any information outside for 1 day, someone will rush back to the country and rescue me within 3 days. This guy was so confident that his momentum was surging. Originally, I just wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was rejection and alienation. Then I'll lay my cards on the table today. I, Yifan, am the 18th. Aha! He didn't finish his words. Wang Dachui thrust his electric baton at him. I get annoyed when I see people showing off. Chapter 120, The Invincible Golden Gun or the Indestructible Diamond. Poor Dragon King, he fainted before he could even start pretending to be awesome. Wang Dachui shook the electric baton in his hand and felt it was very effective. Master, you guys continue, I'll be on guard. If he dares to act tough again, I'll give him another blow. 6. Qin Fei gave him a thumbs up. The other elderly people also looked admiring. This little life is so comfortable. Some people even secretly wondered if they could follow them and work as security guards after retirement. It's not about the money, but this job pays and gives a sense of value. The key is that these old guys are fun. Being with them, you can experience a lot of joy without having dementia. It's so cost-effective. Chen Xinghe glanced at Qin Fei in surprise. He didn't know where this guy found such a group of old guys. They were so ruthless. Yifan's mouth was already swollen like a sausage due to the poison, and now his hair was turned into a mess by the electric shock. Even now, he was smoking from the electric shock, but he was still standing there with the electric baton staring at people hungrily. He was simply inhuman. Looking at the shoe mark on Yifan's face, he subconsciously glanced at his feet, as if he had been quite cruel just now. Hey, isn't this quite cruel? He felt that he had the potential to be a security guard, but he didn't know if he could join their team. Mr. Chen, why are you looking at me like that? Qin Fei felt a little uneasy under his gaze. Do you feel uncomfortable somewhere else? That's not the case. I feel relaxed all over and have endless energy. Chen Xinghe said, and performed a set of military boxing in front of him, punching with great vigor. How about it? I learned this in the army. Do I have the potential to be your security guard? Qin Fei's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, why are you causing trouble here? If Dad knew I hired you as a guard, he would have to use 7 wolves to teach me a lesson. Haha, let's talk about this later. Come on, take this card. Chen Xinghe said with a smile and handed over a bank card. No, you are embarrassing me. How can I take your money? Qin Fei quickly declined. Besides, he doesn't need this little money. Just take it. It's not much, just 100 million. Think of it as pocket money. It's better than giving it to that crooked guy, right? Chen Xinghe handed the card to him without hesitation. Qin Fei 100 million is not much, just consider it as pocket money. Listen, is this human language? Okay, I'll keep it for now. He didn't say anything else and put it in his pocket. It would seem petty to pull it back and forth in front of so many people. What's more, if he didn't accept it, Chen Xinghe would definitely feel guilty. Take 100 million from him to make him feel better. Well, that's a good deal. Come to think of it, after becoming a rich second generation, I have never really enjoyed the joy of spending money. The crooked-mouthed Dragon King has been captured this time and will definitely have to stay for 2 days. It's a good time to go out and spend some money and experience the feeling of being a rich second generation. What do you want to do with this kid? He pointed at Yi Fan and asked. Send him to the authorities and investigate thoroughly to see if he has any other conspiracies. Chen Xinghe looked at Yi Fan coldly. If there weren't so many people watching him, he would have been dragged out and buried alive. As a family that resells all kinds of antiques, the Chen family has a wide range of friends, including all walks of life. It is extremely easy to make someone disappear. However, there were quite a lot of people present today, so he didn't want to be too obvious about his actions so as not to give people something to talk about. That's fine. Qin Fei smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. He knew very well that given Yi Fan's current condition and his great luck, no other means could put him to death. However, locking this guy up once will at least deduct tens or even hundreds of thousands of luck points. This is the most cost-effective way to do it. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I just happened to call Lingyu in advance. She should be here by now. I asked her to come in and get the person. As he spoke, he walked out. As soon as he opened the door and went out, he saw Jiang Lingyue and a group of people, almost fully armed, already waiting there. What's going on? Jiang Lingyue came forward and asked. He's been taken under control, Qin Fei led her in, pointing at Yi Fan's bloody face and the chains he was wearing, and explained with a guilty conscience, he's desperate and wants to kill me. Yeah, that's fine. Jiang Lingyue didn't care at all. She was already fed up with this crooked-mouthed bastard. A murderer like him would never lose out if she beat him up. Take him away. She waved her hand, and 2 of her men came forward and pulled Yi Fan up. Yi Fan was awakened and opened his heavy eyelids. When he saw that he was being held by 2 policemen, he immediately struggled violently. What do you want to do? Why are you arresting me? Do you have any evidence? Jiang Lingyue glanced at him sideways. You're about to die, and you're still stubborn. When we get there, I'll throw the evidence in your face. The cuffs are ready, lock the car and get in. Just wait for me, I won't let you go. Yi Fan was dragged away, still struggling and shouting. And Qin Fei, you coward. When I get out, I won't let you go. When I come out, it will be your death. Just wait. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have once again intercepted the protagonist's luck and received a big gift package. Please check it out. As Yi Fan was taken out of the room, the system issued a reminder. According to the nature of this dog system, under normal circumstances, it would be embarrassed to come out without a big reward, for fear that it would be useless to scold it. He was too lazy to pay attention to Yi Fan's barking, and directly opened the system and took a look. Several tips. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the protagonist's momentum and plundering the luck value plus 300,000. Reward, 3 green talisman papers. Congratulations to the host for successfully causing the protagonist's Dao heart to collapse once again, completely abandoning his lonesome rise to power. Plundered luck points plus 1 million. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the protagonist's criminal evidence, confirming his crime, and completely changing the plot of the original novel. Plundering luck points plus 1 million. Fuck. 1 million? 2 million? Qin Fei's eyes widened when he saw this reminder. What the hell, 2 million luck points were given at once. Dog system, didn't you say before that the further you go, the harder it is to plunder luck points? Yes, dog host, you have changed the key plot. The protagonist gave up the solo rise, which will cause his prestige in Longmen to plummet. If you fail again, you will most likely lose your Dragon King body, and your luck value will plummet. Please keep trying. Also, I'm reminding the host that the protagonist's luck value has dropped to 5 million. I'm opening the replication of the skills for the host. The chance of success has greatly increased. Please give it a try. Hearing this reminder, Qin Fei's eyes lit up instantly. You can copy the skills now. Doesn't that mean it's about to take off? He quickly chased after her and shouted to Jiang Lingyue, wait a moment. Jiang Lingyue was stunned and a little confused, but she didn't ask too much and asked people to stop there. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled coldly, why, are you scared now? Then tell Captain Jiang clearly and ask her to let me go. Maybe I can make your death easier. Qin Fei chuckled and winked at Lao Wang. Lao Wang understood immediately and moved closer with a chuckle. Yi Fan was suddenly frightened. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around, don't come over here. Before he could finish his words, he was electrocuted again and his body trembled violently, and he fainted again. Seeing that the time had come, Xin Fei took out a piece of green talisman paper from the system warehouse and secretly stuck it on Yi Fan. Silently saying in my heart, copy the technique. Ding! Successfully detected 2 replicable techniques from the opponent. The system prompt sounded. Kung Fu 1, Vajra Indestructible Body. Second technique, the Invincible Golden Spear Technique. Host, please make your choice within 10 seconds. If you fail to do so, both techniques will be invalidated. I have a cold today. My mind is blank, I'll update one chapter first and make up for it tomorrow. Sorry guys. Chapter 121. This skill, the timing is wrong. Seeing this prompt, Xin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. After holding it in for so many days, I finally have a technique that I can copy, and it's so awesome. Just these 2 skills. He quickly glanced at the skill introduction. Indestructible. Using this skill, after activation, the flesh, blood, tendons and bones will be strengthened into a body as strong as metal and iron in a short period of time, which can completely resist all physical attacks, blunt force blows, sharp weapon piercings and other attacks, and will not cause any substantial damage. The duration increases with the level of comprehension. Oh my god! This is simply a life-saving skill. As long as I copy this skill, Mom won't have to worry about me being beaten to death by the Dragon King anymore. There is no need to worry about that crooked guy getting desperate and hiring someone to assassinate him. The dog system finally did something human. This is much better than the bunch of garbage talismans I exchanged. He couldn't help but exclaim. However, his eyes couldn't help but glance towards the introduction of Jin Chang Budao. Just because of the serious name, he looked it up and down before making a choice. Golden Gun Unbreakable. While using skills, your vitality is constantly replenished, and your energy is restored at an incredibly fast rate. You can maintain peak physical strength for extended periods, significantly delaying fatigue. At the same time, it enhances limb coordination and explosive power, and is suitable for high intensity and sustained combat. Duration, as you wish. During this period, you can passively enhance your own charm, making women unconsciously convinced and obedient. Fuck. After reading the introductions to these 2 skills, Xin Fei's eyes widened. Dramatically improves your endurance in combat. Maintains peak physical condition. And passively enhances your charm, making women completely obedient. This skill name, and this skill introduction, are really serious. Damn, these are the skills that a crooked-mouthed guy is equipped with, and they are all unique skills. Whichever one you choose, you have to. Dog system, can I select all? He grinned meaningfully, his heart excited, his hands trembling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing 2 skills. They have been successfully copied. Please check them. I blanch. Xin Fei couldn't help but exclaimed. You're really fucking crazy, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone? This system will grow. As long as the host gives me more patience, the system will give you back. Alright, you're getting cocky after just a few compliments. Get out of here, damn system. Xin Fei curled his lips and closed the system interface. Then directly choose to use 2 skills and activate them. The next moment, he seemed to see golden light surging in his body, bringing with it waves of warm currents, rushing wildly from his dantian to his limbs and meridians. It was as if at this moment, the blood in the body was boiling, and the body seemed to be filled with vibrating gold in an instant, becoming indestructible. Awesome! He subconsciously glanced at Yi Fan and seemed to understand a little bit. No wonder this guy was so confident wherever he went, with an evil crooked smile on his face, and everyone he saw was an ant. What the hell, I just got the Vajra indestructibility and I feel like I'm about to float up to the sky. If I could really copy all of his skills, I would also want to twist my mouth. Bah, you can't twist your mouth no matter what you do, it's easy to get torn apart. He quickly pressed the corners of his mouth back down with his hands. Zhang Lingyue looked at him glaring and grinning, and couldn't help frowning, waving her hand in front of his eyes. Hey, you stinky guy, what are you thinking? Can I take the person away? Yeah, take it away, take it away. Thank you for your hard work. Xin Fei came back to his senses and smiled from ear to ear. He was so happy that he didn't have the time to mess with this guy anymore. Master, I just hurt someone, so, well, I'll go in with him to play for 2 days. Wang Dachui stepped forward and asked to be handcuffed. Ha! Xin Fei frowned. Why are you joining in this fun? Is there anyone who wants to go to jail? Wang Dachui smiled mysteriously and whispered, Don't worry, young master. I'll go in and have a good chat with him. Otherwise, all the skills I learned in the MLM industry a few years ago will be wasted. Ah? Xin Fei grinned. This old guy wanted to brainwash Weizui? Then be careful, or he might bite you. Don't worry, I will carry the electric baton with me when I go in. Captain Jiang has allowed me to use it for self-defense. Wang Dachui looked proud. 6. Xin Fei gave a thumbs up. You can take a break these 2 days. I'll ask Lao Lu to arrange food and other necessities for you. Master, don't worry. Leave it to me. Lao Lu was pushed over in a wheelchair, smoothing his slicked back hair. I'll also take good care of Weizui's food. It's high in oil, sugar, and cholesterol. Ha ha. Xin Fei looked at this group of old friends and felt inexplicably happy. If this continues, Yifan might develop 3 highs in diabetes before he is killed. After seeing Zhang Lingyue and a group of guards off, the living room felt much more spacious. Xin Fei breathed a sigh of relief and clenched his fists. He felt that his strength seemed to have increased a lot. This should be the additional effect of his indestructible golden body. But, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why do I feel like I'm getting hotter and hotter? He instinctively looked down and his mouth suddenly widened into a grin. No, buddy, it's broad daylight and I have important things to do. Are you trying to protest against me? He seemed to react suddenly. I just activated both skills at the same time to verify their effects. However, the first thing activated was the Vajra Indestructible, so the effect of Vajra Indestructible appeared first. Now, is it time for the second skill to take effect? I'm Zhao. The timing of your standing up is wrong, brother. Just as he was stunned, Chen Yingrong followed him out, skillfully put her arm around his and squeezed in. Xin Fei, everyone has left, why don't you go back? Grandpa has something to talk to you about. Oh, what's the matter? Xin Fei cleared his throat, raised his head, looked straight ahead, and subconsciously tried to pull his arm out, but the woman was holding him too tightly and he couldn't pull it out at all. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Sister, please stop rubbing me. I'm already protesting. If you keep rubbing me, I'm going to get angry. When Chen Yingrong heard this, she glanced at him in surprise. What does protest mean? She turned her head and suddenly saw it. She widened her eyes in disbelief and covered her open mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Hey, you're thinking about that kind of shit in broad daylight. What a jerk you are. Or is it that? I am so charming that he thought about it as soon as I hugged him? Humph, you stinky guy, I knew you had feelings for me. She rolled her eyes and said, as the saying goes, it's better to do it now than to wait for the day. Wait until the rice is cooked and see how you can escape. Immediately, her voice was soft and her eyes were ambiguous. She blinked at him and said, Xin Fei, I suddenly feel a little tired, and my legs are so weak. Can you help me upstairs? Really, look, my legs are shaking. Please, go ahead. Chapter 122, finish the work and then carry it home. What are you doing? Xin Fei looked at her charming eyes and listened to her seductive voice, and couldn't help but feel a dry mouth. This female demon has started again? Looking at her like this, how could she possibly want me to help her upstairs? It looked like she was going to have sex. Although, he was in a very good condition at the moment, and the atmosphere she created was also just right. But, the timing is really wrong. Chen Xinghao was still there saying goodbye to his guests. If he went up and couldn't come down for a while, and was called back, would he give up halfway? It would be better not to have fun at all. Just as he was thinking about it, he found that the woman suddenly let go of him, which made him stunned. So moody? Chen Yingrong rolled her eyes at him. You bastard, you pretend not to want to, but deep down you're thinking the time isn't long enough? I didn't expect that after just over a year since I last saw him, this guy has already turned into a big pervert, huh? In that case, I'll let you go for now and carry you home after I'm done with this. Well, you should go to the restroom first and take care of it yourself. After you send all the guests away, I'll come back to make you coffee. She chuckled evilly, with a strange look in her eyes, which hinted at something. Puff. Jean Fei couldn't hold it in. Sister, are you so unrestrained now? Oh, you're still looking. If you keep looking, I'll really carry you upstairs. Hurry up, hurry up. Chen Yingrong's face turned red when she was stared at by him. She pushed him towards the bathroom, stuffed him in and closed the door. I knock. Jean Fei's mouth twitched twice. What the hell am I going to do? After returning today, I will definitely have to face 3 women. Naturally, I have to conserve my fighting power. How can I lose soldiers so easily? Crash. After a few minutes, the water was drained. He washed his hands. Only after I wiped myself dry did I dare to go out. But when I went out, I was shocked to find that she was still there. You female hooligan, why are you eavesdropping on people going to the toilet? He said speechlessly. Bah, I don't have that hobby. Chen Yingrong rolled her eyes and took his arm proactively. She looked at him as they walked and asked mischievously, left hand or right hand? Puff. Jean Fei almost vomited blood. He glared at her unhappily and asked, what have you learned in the past 2 years abroad? Tisk, it's just that little thing, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Chen Yingrong covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her chest was flushed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. The guests have mostly left. Come with me to take a look. We need to deal with that bastard Chen Dali later. She pulled Jean Fei into the conference room. In the bathroom. Hearing the footsteps of the 2 people gradually fading away, Xiao Weiniang blushed and sneaked out from inside. What a fool this guy is. He didn't even look and saw that this was the women's restroom, yet he came in. Fortunately, she was used to closing the door after entering, otherwise, that guy would have seen everything. The conference room was originally used for family meetings and meetings when the company had important decisions. It is very spacious. When the 2 came in, there were already about 10 people sitting inside, all of whom were core members of the Chen family and several veteran figures of the Chen group. Xiaofei, come and sit down. Seeing him push the door in, Chen Xingha happily walked up to him and pulled him to sit in the top seat. Mr. Chen, you're embarrassing me. You sit here, and I'll just sit over there. He pointed to the empty seat at the back. After all, everyone here is elderly, and it would not be appropriate for a junior like me to attend. Just sit down when I tell you to. You are a great contributor to our Chen family. The old man's recovery is all thanks to you. An old man next to him stood up with a smile and pushed him down. Jean Fei smiled awkwardly and didn't refuse. He nodded and said hello to him. This man, Long Sihai, is Chen Yingrong's godfather, her father's godfather, and also Chen Qing his sworn brother. He is one of the few people in the Chen family who stands on Chen Yingrong's side. He controls the entire Chen family's network of relationships and intelligence organization, and has a very high status in the Chen family. Not only that, he is very respected by the upper class in the entire Jiangcheng, and everyone who sees him has to call him Master Long. Okay, everyone is here, let's get started. Chen Xinghe put away his smile and turned to look at his eldest son, Chen Jianrun. Jianrun, tell me how to deal with Dali's problem. Dad. When Chen Jianrun's name was called, he stood up straight with his back straight. In just a few seconds, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Don't be fooled by the old man's soft voice and seemingly indifferent expression, but he knows very well that if he fails to handle the situation properly, his second branch will be doomed. Over the years, he has had a clear understanding of himself. Apart from being the second son of the Chen family, he has no other strengths. He is not good at business, and knows nothing about the antique business. He can't support the family business at all. He has no sophistication and his emotions are written on his face. He is no different from a useless person who just wants to eat and die. Moreover, he had become addicted to gambling in his early years and had been defrauded of hundreds of millions of yuan. All his dividends and savings were drained out. He had no other choice but to embezzle the company's wages. After being discovered, Long Yi stepped forward to settle the matter for him. After that incident, his status in the Chen family plummeted, and those elders were quite critical of him. It was because the eldest brother Chen Jiangwo passed away early, otherwise how could the Chen family have the right to speak for themselves? In addition, in the past 2 years, Chen Yingrong went abroad, and he relied on secretly winning people's hearts and digging some money into the second wife's pocket to slowly stand up straight. Seeing that life was getting better and Chen Yingrong was also of marriageable age, he thought that if nothing unexpected happened, the Chen family's seal would fall firmly into his hands. As a result, his good son did this. This is simply pushing him into the fire. At this moment, facing the gazes of so many elders and Lord Long, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in his back, and like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Speak! Chen Xinghe saw that he was standing there without saying a word. Before he could say anything, sweat was already on his forehead. He couldn't help but get even more angry. He slapped the table with a loud slapping sound. What a useless thing! Chen Xianzhen was so frightened that he trembled and held on to the table to avoid collapsing. He looked at his father with fear. Dad, I really didn't order this. You have to believe me, Dad. Although I don't have much ability, you can see my filial piety. Even if I were given 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to have any ill intentions towards you. He spoke tremblingly, his face turned green with fear, his eyes were full of fear, and his whole body was shaking. Look at your cowardly and useless look. Chen Xinghe glared at him with frustration. If he had been more motivated, he wouldn't be in his 70s and still have to do many things by himself. He wouldn't have to bet the future of the Chen family on a little girl like Rongrong. However, he still believed what his son said. This coward would not dare to do such a thing of betraying his teacher and ancestors even if he had 100 courage. Don't talk nonsense. I just want to ask you, how do you want this to end? He suppressed his anger and asked with a dark face. Chapter 123. No way, is someone really that short? Chen Xianzhen was scolded so hard that his whole body shook like a sieve. That look doesn't match his status of being worth hundreds of billions at all. At this point, he was already at a loss, so how could he have any idea? He could only lower his head, glance at Long Sihai like a thief, and said weakly. Master Long, you decide. I will accept whatever punishment you give me. Even if you send him to jail, I will never show any mercy. Thump! Upon hearing this, Chindali, who was already trembling with fear standing aside, suddenly felt his legs go weak and he collapsed to the ground. Master Long, please don't send me in, my life will be over. I know I was wrong. I was fooled by that bastard Yifan. I agreed to it in a fit of rage. Besides, he said at the time that this thing wouldn't do any harm if taken, just like catching a cold. As long as you take the antidote, everything will be fine. I just. Shut up. Chen Xianzhen ran over in anger, pinned him to the ground and beat him up again, hitting and kicking him. How dare you say that? You're capable of doing something like poisoning me. Are you going to poison me to death one day? Dad, please stop hitting me. I know I'm wrong. If you kill me, who will take care of you in your old age and see you to the end of your life? Chen Dali cried. I'll see you off to the grave, you damn bastard. I'm not even 50 years old, and you want to see me off to the grave. Chen Jianrun cursed angrily. Not satisfied with the beating, he pulled out the 7 wolves again and swung them around with a whooshing sound. Screams filled the entire conference hall. Everyone was grinning. But no one wanted to intervene, including those who sided with the second house. They did not dare to say a word for fear of being implicated. Some have even begun planning to change their flags and banners. After this happened, anyone who was not a fool could see that the second branch had no chance of winning the Chen family's seal. Okay, stop fighting. Long Sihai raised his hand to interrupt. If the quarrel continued, the only one who would be embarrassed would be the Chen family. Before coming here, I also discussed this with my eldest brother. Dali will be confined to his home for 3 months. During this period, he will not be allowed to eat, drink, or have fun. All food, clothing, and other expenses must be reduced to a minimum. He will reflect on his mistakes at home. If you don't agree, send me to the police station for rehabilitative treatment. No, Master Long, I agree to the house arrest. Chindali shouted hurriedly, I promise to reflect on this and never leave the house. Long Sihai nodded and then looked at Chen Jianrun. Jianrun, you've been holding Rongrong's shares for the past 2 years, which is quite helpful. I won't hold you accountable for your poor parenting. Rongrong has returned home now. Please hand over the shares and business on the spot in front of all the elders today. Starting tomorrow, you can just take care of the flowers and the birds, and you don't have to worry about the company anymore. Of course, if you really want to build something big, there's a new project being developed in East Africa, you could take it over. No, I don't have any special abilities. Chen Xianzhen shook his head when he heard he was going to be exiled to Africa. I think raising a J is pretty good. I've asked someone to bring the contracts over. I'll hand them all over to Rongrong later. Long Sihai nodded, then glanced around the room, his eyes sweeping over each elder, and asked, "Everyone, do you have anything else to add?" Several people shook their heads. "Okay, that's settled." Long Sihai said, then looked at Chen Xinghe, "Brother, here's the last thing. You can announce it." Chen Xinghe stood up, opened the antique rosewood box on the table, and took out a white jade square seal with a carved lion from it. Wrong, I'm getting old too. It's time to hand over the seal of this family head to you. Kneel down and take it. Chen Yingrong hurried forward, knelt down, raised her hands, took the seal of the head of the family, and held it in her hands. Her hands were shaking with excitement. After looking at it for a few seconds, her eyes were red. The moment she took the seal, she seemed to see her parents smiling at her. Finally, the family business that my parents built up did not fall into the hands of others. She wiped her tears and looked at Qin Fei gratefully. "Thank you, Qin Fei." Qin Fei smiled. "Actually, I didn't do anything. You kid, you are still being modest. If you don't come, the Chen family's sky will collapse." Long Sihai patted his shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. In the past, he had heard a lot of legends about Qin Fei. But they are just rumors. Most of them were words like prodigal son, big bootlicker, accomplished nothing, only has women in his eyes, bringing shame to the Qin family. It wasn't until 2 days ago, when this kid shined at the Jade Appraisal Conference, that people started to notice him. At that time, he was still thinking that Qin Fei might have bribed someone to take control of the whole situation. After all, judging by that guy's personality, it's not impossible for him to spend hundreds of millions to gain a reputation. But at this time, after the old man was rescued from poisoning, he completely changed his mind. With courage and strategy, without taking credit for oneself or becoming arrogant, one will achieve great things in time. Qin Fei felt a little uncomfortable being praised, and laughed. "Mr. Long, thank you for your compliment. It's just a small favor." "Okay, don't be so modest. I called you here, first, to express my gratitude, and second, I want you to witness with your own eyes the moment when Rongrong takes over the seal and becomes the next head of the Chen family." Chen Xinghe interrupted the two and said with a smile, "After all, the Chen family will belong to you two from now on." "Ah? The two of us?" Qin Fei was confused. "Mr. Chen, the two of us are really not what you think." Chen Xinghe rolled his eyes at him, as if he had seen through everything. "Don't think I can't see it. You rushed here because Rongrong said you'd marry whoever can cure the disease, right?" Qin Fei scratched his head. Really not. I just don't want you fan, the damn scumbag." "Okay, no need to explain, we all understand." Chen Xinghe patted his shoulder, turned to his granddaughter and said, "Rongrong, there's nothing for you to do here anymore. Go out and play with Xiaofei." "Okay, Grandpa." Chen Yingrong nodded with a smile, pulled Qin Fei and walked out. As soon as she walked out the door, she turned around and said, let's go play together." "Play, what?" Qin Fei looked at her amorous expression and couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. He instinctively thought of the scene where she had been trying to pull him upstairs. "You can play whatever you want. I'm the head of the Chen family now and have access to a lot of money. I'll buy you whatever you want," Chen Yingrong said exaggeratedly. Seeing that he didn't seem interested in money, she stood on tiptoe and said boldly in his ear, "I can do it too." "But..." Qin Fei couldn't hold it in any longer. What kind of vile words were these? "What? Is it no longer possible?" Chen Yingrong curled her lips, her eyes slightly defiant with some disdain. No way, someone won't, just..." As she spoke, she stretched out 2 fingers and measured the distance. The distance between the 2 fingers was getting closer and closer. Chapter 124 Coco Wadame. Qin Fei looked at the distance between her 2 fingers, which were getting closer and closer, and were about to touch each other. He suddenly glared. "You little girl, you're getting more and more outrageous, aren't you?" "Humph, who told you?" Chen Yingrong raised her head provocatively, but before she could finish her words, she felt dizzy and screamed in fright. Hooligan, put me down quickly, there are people watching me." Chen Yingrong screamed. Now, it seems like things have really gotten out of hand. Where will this guy carry himself? "You bastard, you weren't like this before," she muttered complainingly. "The past is the past, and the present is the present," Qin Fei said without hesitation and strode towards the car. "You little bastard, you don't really want to carry me into the car, do you?" Chen Yingrong pouted angrily, and suddenly blurted out a classic line from her daily life. "No. Not here. Are you serious?" Qin Fei didn't quite understand what he heard. He was only familiar with the phrase "she die," but this familiar accent was extremely lethal to a man who was enlightened by Tsang. He opened the car door, bent down, and stuffed himself into the back seat without saying a word. Ah! Ying you. As soon as she entered, Cheningrong was stunned. She looked at her in panic, and her pretty face instantly turned red to her ears. The corners of Xiao Weining's rosy lips twitched fiercely twice. She extended a green index finger and pointed at the two of them with a strange look in her eyes. I shouldn't be in the car. Well, why don't you guys finish your work first and I'll come back later? She was very embarrassed and apologized with her hands clasped together, preparing to get off the car and leave. She was originally waiting in the car, intending to ask Qin Fei about the 9-yang divine needle, but she never expected that she would wait for half a day and almost wait for a live broadcast, and she wanted to run away on the spot. Cheningrong grabbed her waist and pulled her back like she was grabbing a lifeline. Ying, don't leave. I can't deal with him alone. Ha? Xiao Weining glared and thought to herself, sister, are you crazy? Is it possible that 2 against 1 can win in such a situation? I mean. Oh, it's all your fault. She glared at Qin Fei angrily. I have something serious to talk to you about. Can you please pull those damn glasses out of Ying's collar? Qin Fei's face flushed, he rolled his eyes and argued, that's just my normal way of looking down. Xiao Weining glared at him in embarrassment and pulled her collar up a little. Cheningrong, why don't you take care of your man? His eyeballs are about to fall out. She slapped Cheningrong in annoyance. Cheningrong chuckled and giggled. I don't care. You're good looking. Xiao Weining's eyes widened. When did you go crazy? Bang! She simply closed the car door, blocking someone out. Cheningrong giggled and hugged her. Good sister, thanks to you. Ha, it's all thanks to you. Xiao Weining rolled her eyes. She was stared at by that bastard Qin Fei for so long. What's wrong? Are you angry? At most, I'll let you look over here. Cheningrong moved closer to her. Hey, I'm generous, Wani-san, sister. Go away, I have everything you have. Xiao Weining pushed her away with a look of disgust. As good friends, the two of them always talk about everything and often joke around, but now, there is a man watching them, and she doesn't want to be taken advantage of for no reason, especially when the man is her good friends. Tisk, what's so great about that? Humph, what do you want from my man? Just tell me. Cheningrong hugged her neck and leaned back in her seat with a snort. As long as you don't compete for favor, I'll make the decision for you. Bah, fight for your sister. Xiao Wanning pointed a finger at her, causing her to shake her head. I want to ask him about acupuncture. I've been learning how to control the needles with Qi for almost 20 years, but I still can't get the hang of it. I want to ask him if he has any tips. However, I think today's the wrong time. You two should go have fun first, and I'll take over tomorrow. I'll come back to him tomorrow to ask for advice. After saying that, he glanced at her and said with a red face, it's all your fault, you little bitch. You made my mouth ache. It's obviously you who is dirty. Someone like you who pricks the acupuncture points on the bronze man every day, who knows what you are thinking? Cheningrong fought back unwillingly. Okay, you've imagined a bronze man like this. I'll try to stab you someday. Xiao Weining opened the car door and got out while cursing. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to interrupt you too. I'll be back first. Take it easy. Oh, by the way. I'll tell you a secret. Qin Fei's mouth twitched fiercely. Is this something you, a good friend, should communicate with me? Come on, little turkey. I'm rooting for you. In return, I'll have you teach me acupuncture tomorrow. But don't get the wrong idea, I'm talking about silver needles. Xiao Weining patted his shoulder with a smile, laughed a few times and walked away. Depend on. Qin Fei grinned and watched her walk away, his whole body numb. As expected of a woman who studied medicine, she speaks so vigorously as soon as she opens her mouth. He watched her enchanting figure walk away, farther and farther. Before he could look away, Cheningrong angrily dragged her into the car. Chapter 125 Made Killer. You bastard, you're still looking at me when everyone's gone. You're mine today, okay? We'll talk about her another day. Drive. Where are you going? Qin Fei grinned. Of course it's my home. You're not driving to the kindergarten? I'm telling you, I have a new kitten. It's super cute and can even do backflips. Puff. Jean Fei couldn't hold it in. Big sister, this trick can't even fool fish now, okay? Hey, this is called Jiang Taigong fishing. If you are willing, you can take the bait. Anyway, someone will hook you. Chen Yingrong smiled, hunched over in the back seat, leaned on the driver's seat, and put her arms around his neck, her hands a little dishonestly. Xin Fei felt a little unbearable and sped up the car. Fortunately, her house is not far from here, only about 10 minutes away. You little devil, wait and see how I take you away. Xin Fei, who had been holding it in all the way, jumped out of the car and carried her down. He rushed into the living room with a giggle. A lot of clothes fell off along the way, just like a blind dog breaking off sticks, but they were thrown in a somewhat irregular and scattered manner. When there was nothing left to throw away, the room was filled with rapid breathing, mixed with cries and the sound of crazy water. When it gets dark. Xin Fei listened to the light breathing sounds beside his ears, a faint smile on his lips. He sat up quietly, crossed his legs and entered a state of meditation. After the previous few battles, he suddenly felt that the spiritual power in his body had a strange color. It was the color of flame, lingering above the dantian, as if the ball of light in the dantian had become more solid. He felt that his strength seemed to be much stronger than before. Even though he had fought several battles, he was still full of energy. Dog system, what realm am I at now? In the world of this book, warrior levels are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The host's current realm is equivalent to the Xian level of warriors. What about the realm of Weizui? Xin Fei asked again. The protagonist's strength is at the primary level of the Earth rank, and is still at the peak of Jiangqing's strength. No one can defeat him. Please keep up the good work, plunder more luck, and subdue more heroines. With time, you will definitely be able to defeat the protagonist. Also, I remind the host that the protagonist is blessed with good fortune. Although he is only at the primary level of Earth rank, he can unleash Heaven rank strength when dying. Don't underestimate the enemy. Damn it, he really is worthy of being the son of the plane. All the buffs are stacked up. Xin Fei exited the system interface while cursing. But so what? I still played you around. Sooner or later I will kill you, you stupid crooked mouth. Chen Yingrong woke up slowly, frowned and struggled to get up. She felt like her whole body was falling apart. Every time she moved, it was painful and she couldn't help but groan. When he turned around, he saw that guy was meditating like a fool, without even a piece of clothing on. He reached out his hand and slapped him on the back in annoyance. Hey, what are you doing? She said speechlessly. Xin Fei regained his composure, turned around, grinned, and jokingly said, meditate, recover your energy, and prepare to fight another 300 rounds. Pfft, pfft, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Even if you're a cow, you need to take a break. I've had a good rest, look. Xin Fei turned around. Ah, so ugly. Chen Yingrong covered her eyes instantly. However, he slowly opened his fingers, took a few furtive glances, and his eyes widened. Can you really restore your energy by meditating? Can you teach me? She leaned forward with some anticipation, lay in his arms, and teased him gently. Why are you learning this? Xin Fei glanced at her in surprise. What do you think? It's all for someone. Chen Yingrong pouted resentfully and whined, my waist hurts, need a massage. I haven't learned it, I don't know. Xin Fei refused, go find your best friend, she knows more than me. Bah! How can I talk to her about this? She can't come over to join me. Chen Yingrong rolled her eyes. Why don't you just go and learn from her? Xin Fei chuckled. I thought, maybe we can really stay together in the future. If we can really bring her with us, it would be like having a nurse on the battlefield, which would definitely increase our endurance. Chen Yingrong raised her eyebrows, pinched his waist in annoyance, and snorted, you bastard, you don't really want to give her to that thing, do you? Ah. How could I? Xin Fei felt guilty, thinking to himself, could it be that you are a worm in your stomach that can see through my little thoughts? Chen Yingrong rolled her eyes and said, you bastard, I am the worm in your stomach. I'll sleep a little longer. Su Qingxue just called you. You should go home soon. She turned over and pulled the quilt over her head. Are you sure? Xin Fei grinned, wondering when did this woman become normal. If he had followed his previous attitude, he would have insisted on sticking to me and I wouldn't be able to leave. But now, we've fought for hundreds of rounds, and you're willing to let him go? Chen Yingrong felt a little proud when she heard this. She half penetrated her head and said resentfully, "It's all because of a bad guy. Anyway, just come visit me more often in the future." These words made Qin Fei feel embarrassed to say he was leaving, so he simply lay down, got into the bed and gently held her in his arms. "Let her wait." Chen Yingron's eyes flashed with surprise. "Aren't you afraid that she will get jealous?" "It's okay. I have plenty of money. I'll buy a few more jars to keep at home." Qin Fei smirked. "Then, does someone have to reward me with something?" "Do me." The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Qin Fei turned over and hugged her subconsciously, only to find that Chen Yingron was gone. There was a note next to her saying that she had gone to work and the clothes were dried and placed in the bathroom. He grinned and climbed up, shook out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of white smoke comfortably. The days are getting better and better. He took the phone and took a look. There were dozens of missed calls. Some calls came from Su Qingxue, some from Lin Shirin, and 2 of the missed calls were from Feng Xiaoman's number. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I didn't go home that night. How worried must the 3 of them be?" He went to the bathroom with a cigarette in his mouth, took a shower, changed his clothes and went home. At this time, in the trading room, Yi Fan held this specially supplied delicacy and ate it with relish. He suddenly had an illusion that he could only eat so happily when he was in prison. "The only thing I'm dissatisfied with is why the old man next to me is so energetic. I have been chatting with him since early morning, and he is still chattering away. Look, humans are born from human mothers, monsters are born from monster mothers, this monster." Vomit. When Yi Fan heard the word shemale, he almost vomited out the food he had eaten the previous night and lost his appetite instantly. Because just yesterday afternoon, not long after he was arrested, that damned shemale came to visit him in prison. Her charming smile and the winks she gave him from time to time gave him nightmares all night long. Damn it, it's all Qin Fei's fault, that coward, for making me like this. However, he won't be able to jump around for many days. The day before yesterday, when he encountered a series of setbacks, he thought about making progress in 2 directions. So he sent a secret order to the only female killer who returned to the country with him, asking her to sneak into Qin Fei's mansion, respond to the call to be a maid, and be ready to kill anyone at any time. Calculating the time, I've already successfully infiltrated. He thought secretly, his teeth creaking. Coward, the day I get out, it will be your death. Chapter 126. Born with white hair, lowly killer Yan Ran. Yi Fan thought hatefully and narrowed his eyes slightly. It was as if through his one eye he had already seen the moment when he would go out and lead Yan Ran to kill everyone and become the king. Yan Ran, that was his most proud female subordinate. The only pity is that this girl seems to be missing something in her brain. After so many attempts at flirting, she seems to have no romantic cells and cannot be flirted with at all. And this time, the reason why he brought her back to the country first was to let her see how he single-handedly trampled the entire Jiangcheng power under his feet. He thought that once she saw that he was not only extremely powerful but also brave and resourceful, and could easily take over the upper class of Jiangcheng, she would definitely fall in love with him. It's all the fault of that coward Qin Fei. He relies on his wealth to ruin my plans time and time again. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but get angry and started cursing in his heart. A few seconds later, he shrugged his shoulders and shook these depressing thoughts out of his mind. Isn't it just a temporary failure? Isn't it just going to jail? Just one day. Isn't it just a temporary countertrend? Yi Fan, the dignified Dragon King, has lived in the mountains since he was a child, fighting against wild boars, tigers, and wolves. He often returns home covered in blood, but every time he does so, he grows even more, doesn't he? When he grew up, he became a big shot in Africa and became the most famous person. He is not like Qin Fei, a loser who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and is good for nothing. A master like me never plays a game when the wind is in my favor. Only those who have grown up through setbacks are worthy of the position of Dragon King. Once Qin Fei dies, the Qin family's demise will begin. By then, once the Qin family falls, I will take their place and become the top force in the entire Jiangcheng. Wouldn't I still be able to command the support of hundreds of people? Temporary depression is just a little bit of wind and frost, He thought about it for a while and finally felt a lot more relaxed, as if all the frustration he had suffered these days had disappeared and he felt relieved. Lao Wang, what did you just tell me? Tell it again. I can handle it. After he felt better, he felt that his poison resistance was maxed out and wanted to try Wang Dachui's brainwashing again. At this time, the coward Qin Fei he mentioned had already driven a luxury car worth more than 50 million yuan and returned to his villa of tens of thousands of square meters. Before getting off the car, he thought of an excuse for himself. He was treating Chen Xinghe yesterday, and it was too late, so he stayed there. Well, that makes sense, he thought. I parked the car and went into the living room. Where are the people? Qin Fei grinned and walked around inside. Finding that there was no one in sight, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and shouted upstairs as if to vent his anger. Is anyone home? Is anyone paying attention to me? This young master is back. Thump, thump, thump. Just as he finished shouting, he heard heavy footsteps coming from upstairs, getting closer and closer on the stairs. Qin Fei sat up and glanced sideways, his mouth curled up into a grin. What caught my eye was a girl with snow-white hair, drooping eyelashes under her 3 white eyes, a proper fake smile on her face, revealing a small canine tooth on the right side and an asymmetrical dimple. Image and paragraph commentary. You are. Qin Fei was confused. When did a white-haired little princess come to his house, wearing a maid outfit with dark lace patterns? While he was questioning her, the girl had already stood in front of him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that her height of 168 centimeters was due to her 10 centimeters thick-soled riveted boots. No wonder she made a muffled dong-dong sound when she walked. Young master, my name is Yen Ran. I'm the servant Miss Su hired for you. From now on, I'll let Xiao Ran take care of your daily life. She agreed crisply, folded her hands in front of her belly, smiled slightly, revealing a small canine tooth on the right side, looking harmless. Puff. Qin Fei almost vomited blood when he heard this name. Yen Ran? Your name is Yen Ran? He widened his eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. He remembered that in the original novel, there was a little beauty with snow-white hair and long men, her name was Yen Ran. The original novel describes that although she has a cold, snow-white face and naturally white hair like snow, her baby voice is so touching when she speaks. She also has a motto, which is that the only things that should not be wasted are missions, food, and money. Any mission she took on, well, it seemed like none of them were successful. Then, every time she was about to fail in the mission, Yifan would suddenly appear and help her complete it. Qin Fei pulled his thoughts back and looked at her several times. Her hair was as white as snow, she liked to wear 10 centimeters riveted thick-soled boots, and she had a dark red spider lily hairpin on her right ear. She had small canine teeth and an asymmetrical dimple. Isn't this the silly and cute Yen Ran who was so adorable that even if the mission fails and her identity is exposed, the enemy can't bear to take action? Oh my god. Qin Fei's mouth twitched twice again. Secretly analyzing the current situation. One bad news, one good news. The bad news is that Yifan, that bastard, can't help but hire a killer. The good news is that the killer is Yen Ran, the foodie and money grubber who claimed to have completed over 100 missions in his lifetime with a 0% success rate. Master, why are you staring at me like that? I'm so shy. Seeing that he was staring at her without saying a word, Yen Ran blushed on her little face. She twisted her body, her eyes filled with some resentment. Seeing her shy little look, Qin Fei rolled his eyes in his heart and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Is this the beginning of sugarcoating? Do you really think I don't know that you are a killer sent by that damn scumbag Yifan? Yen Ran suddenly heard the voice and her face turned pale. She thought her identity was exposed and subconsciously took a step back. He glanced at his mouth and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. How strange. He clearly didn't say anything. But that sound, was it coming from his stomach? No, it must be because I've been playing slot machines all night long since I returned to China, and I've worn out my brain. Yes, that must be the case. After all, playing slot machines is very brain-burning. Otherwise, how could I make more than $100 in 3 days? She breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Master, you must be hungry. Xiao Ran will help you make lunch. What do you like to eat, master? Well, whatever you want. Qin Fei shrugged. I'm used to eating anything. The ingredients are in the refrigerator. After saying that, he lay back on the sofa without any tension at all. If it were another assassin, I'd still have to figure out how to deal with it, but if it were you, then you can rest easy. Sigh. Speaking of which, this girl is quite foolish. Doesn't she even think about why she always fails in every mission? Isn't it because that damn scumbag Yifan wanted to show off his masculinity and assign tasks that were impossible for one person to complete? Chapter 127. If you mess with me, you're like kicking cotton. Okay, young master, then Xiao Ran will do it for you first. Ah? Yan Ran agreed verbally, but suddenly heard a series of sounds drilled into his ears, and he froze on the spot as he turned around. She looked at Qin Fei in surprise, her big eyes full of confusion. Are you hallucinating again? Or did I hear what that guy was really thinking? It's strange. How could a girl hear a boy's inner thoughts? Oh, no, something bad is going to happen. She suddenly realized that her identity as a killer was exposed. Has it been exposed as soon as we met? But why doesn't that big pervert expose himself? Could it be? Ah! She quickly covered her tail. Her mouth, and her little face was full of fear. Yifan said that Qin Fei was a big pervert and was lustful by nature. He liked to collect all kinds of beautiful girls to be maids, to take care of his daily life during the day, and at night, to warm his bed at night. Isn't this the end of the paper? Yan Xiaoran, you have to stay calm. She took a deep breath and patted her chest. The more times like this, the more calm she has to be. Since he hasn't exposed it yet, let's just continue acting. As long as he doesn't expose it, it means I haven't been exposed. Yes. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was right. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she turned and went to the kitchen. He walked with a bounce and looked very happy, which made Qin Fei speechless. This silly girl, could she be feeling smug because she thought her infiltration was successful? But having a silly and innocent girl around is nice to spice up life. I can't let her know she's seen through me. If she gets a stronger one, I won't be able to sleep well. Damn guy. When Yan Ran heard this, he clenched his fists and bared his fangs. Are you treating me like a pushover? If you mess with me, you're like kicking cotton, humph. Although the Dragon King said that he cannot kill you now. But, it's still okay to give you some laxatives, knockout drugs, aphrodisiacs, etc. Just wait, I will let you see how ruthless I, Yan Xiaoran, am. She thought bitterly and turned and rushed into the kitchen. Soon, she made a glass of freshly squeezed iced blueberry juice. Then, he secretly glanced at the living room, and seeing that Qin Fei didn't look over here, he carefully took out his treasure bag. A palm-sized purse, one side of which is embroidered with gold thread with the god of wealth holding a large gold ingot, and the other side is embroidered with a little squirrel holding an oversized cookie. Inside, there were more than a dozen exquisite crystal flat bottles the size of a thumb, with small words engraved on the bottles. As she searched, she muttered the words above to herself. Anesthesia full, anesthesia half, laxative strong, laxative mild, Iwan powder mild, Hawan powder strong, truth serum semi-comatose, sleeping potions deep sleep, sweet powder. When she turned over this bottle, she shook it and pouted, oh, there's only half left. I don't know if I can get a few days advance on my salary from that pervert Qin Fei. Otherwise, I'll be out of food. Woo. She instantly became unhappy at the thought of running out of her special sweet powder. Forget it. This time, I'll just drug him so he's semi-conscious and can tell the truth. First, I'll ask him where his family's safe is. Oh, and I'll also need the password. After some thought, she took out the bottle of knockout medicine that could make people speak the truth, unzipped the bottle cap, shook it into the juice twice, and stirred it with a spoon. Then he forced a satisfied smile on his face, brought the food and walked back to the living room. Master, lunch will have to wait a while. Now please have a glass of blueberry juice before dinner. Qin Fei sat up from the sofa and squinted at her. Leave it there, I'll drink it later. Ha! Yan Ran saw that he didn't drink it, and she felt a little anxious. Master, this is best drunk when it's cold. It won't taste good if it gets warm. Why don't you try it first? Qin Fei looked up at her, and without thinking much, he picked it up and took a bite. It tastes pretty good. Yeah, if it tastes good, just drink more. Yan Ran blinked her big eyes, unable to hide her anticipation on her face. Qin Fei couldn't help but frown. Why did he feel that this girl had no good intentions? Could it be that I was poisoned? This thought suddenly popped into his mind, and he was shocked. But he quickly rejected the idea. Based on her past behavior, it's definitely impossible for her to poison someone. After all, none of the missions she carried out were successful. Thinking of this, he drank 2 more sips and put the cup down. I'm going upstairs to change my clothes. Just call me when the meal is ready. Yan Ran looked at his back, stood there in a daze, clenched his fists, and had an urge to hit him. You look down on me like that? Humph, wait and see how I'll tease you. Looking at the half-drunk blueberry juice, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing half of her canine tooth, which flashed with an evil smirk under the light. She was no longer in a hurry to cook. She just sat on the sofa and reclined, waiting for the medicine to take effect. This kind of medicine will put her into a shallow coma in 5 minutes at most. Then she will have to answer whatever she asks. At this time, Xin Fei went upstairs to the bedroom. Without closing the door, he untied his belt, kicked his shoes aside, walked barefoot on the carpet, and entered the cloakroom. He had to change his underwear. The ones Chen Yingrong prepared for him were too small. They felt worn out when he walked and were very cumbersome. He changed his clothes and was about to go downstairs when he suddenly felt a little dizzy. He frowned and sat down on the bed. Could it be that Yan Ran really poisoned him? A look of fear crossed his face. Although the original novel sets Yan Ran up in such a way that her missions have never been successful. But, could it be that because I changed the direction of the plot, her character also changed? If that's the case, then I won't be in trouble, right? Dog system, what is the current condition of my body? He hurriedly called out the system and asked. Don't worry, host. This is just a small amount of truth water. For ordinary people, it will have a coma or hallucinogenic effect. However, the host's body, after being strengthened by the system and training, will not be greatly affected. The discomfort will go away after about 2 minutes. That's good. Xin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to the corridor and looked down, and found that the girl had not gone to the kitchen. She was lying leisurely on the sofa, her 2 short legs swinging there, and she laughed silently. It seems that she is waiting for the effect of the medicine to take effect so that she can get information out of me? When Yan Ran heard the noise upstairs, she immediately stood up and looked up. He was still standing there. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes and a look of confusion appeared on her face. How about Fat C? Didn't he drink half a cup, and didn't he faint? Could it be that I put the wrong medicine in? She bent down, picked up the remaining half cup of blueberry juice, smelled it, and then took a sip. It's quite sweet, she muttered, smacking her lips. Did you really forget? Well, I'll punish myself by drinking up half a cup of this delicious blueberry juice. She giggled, tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. Then, his body went limp and he fell onto the sofa. It's over, another car accident. These 2 words came out of her mouth before she fainted. Chapter 128 Poor Little One. Xin Fei couldn't help but grin when he saw this scene. What is this operation? Did you drug yourself into passing out? Or, she pretended to faint to test me? He walked over quickly, stretched out a finger and poked her. Yan Ran? Wake up. Ha? Who called me? Yan Ran narrowed her eyes, opened her mouth slightly, and muttered. Did she drug herself? Xin Fei summoned the system and asked. The system scan found that this is indeed the case. No matter what questions the host asks her now, she will answer truthfully. Once the effect of the drug wears off, she will no longer have any memory of this. The system replied. Fuck, you have this function? Xin Fei's eyes widened and he grinned. Why didn't you tell me you had this function earlier? This system has more surprises. Please take your time to explore them. There was a hint of pride in the system's voice. Damn it, it's not even worthy of a factory manual, lazy dog system, and you're still so proud. Back off, get out. Xin Fei cursed and closed the system interface. Then he picked up Yan Ran, put her on the sofa, and looked at her white hair for 2 or 3 minutes. It's just that his hair is a bit slippery. Whenever he looks at it, he always wants to slide down. Several times, he slipped into the ditch and almost got stuck and couldn't get out. He struggled for a long time and almost broke out in a sweat. What should I ask now? He muttered to himself. Master, if you have anything you want to ask, just ask. Xiao Ran will tell you everything. Yan Ran suddenly spoke, an unconscious smile on his face. Ha! Xin Fei's eyes lit up. This medicine is quite thoughtful. It can also interact intelligently. Interesting. Then let me ask you, how many people are returning to China with Yifan this time? 2, just me and the Dragon King, Master. Then what is your ultimate mission? Xin Fei asked again. Master, please ask separately. Xiao Ran's goal is different from the Dragon King's. What is Yifan's goal? The Dragon King's goal is to dominate Jiangcheng, subjugate all forces, gain a firm foothold, and then take his brothers back to the country. He will then expand his influence to cover the 6 provinces of Jiangnan, and then return to Kyoto to regain control of the Yi family, master. Qin Fei nodded after hearing this. It seems that this medicine really works. What she said was the same as what she saw in the original book. In the original novel, the crooked-mouthed guy first conquered the entire Jiangqing force, and then brought a large number of killers back to the country. On the surface, it is claimed that this is to allow them to return to their country and live a good life. In fact, it was because he was going to extend his hand to the 6 provinces in the south of the Yangtze River, and he could not handle it all by himself, so he called these people back to help him run around. However, the process of conquering the 6 provinces in the south of the Yangtze River was not very smooth. Of the 500 brothers who returned to the country, nearly 200 died. Because there are 3 ancient martial arts families in Jiangnan. However, later on, these 3 ancient martial arts families were conquered by Yi Fan, and then they attacked Kyoto. First, he returned to the Yi family, recognized his ancestors, killed many people who disobeyed him, and then gained control of the Yi family. What happened after that, he didn't know, because he was transported in before he finished reading the book. However, knowing this is almost enough. At least it is definitely impossible to follow the original development route in the future. There was no way he would allow Yi Fan to dominate Jiangcheng, and it was even more impossible for him to conquer the 6 provinces of Jiangnan. He regained his composure and asked again, "What's your goal?" "Well, Xiao Ran's current goal is to follow the Dragon King's instructions, keep an eye on you, and record your daily schedule with Sister Qingxue, Sister Shireen, and Sister Xiaomen. Then, when the Dragon King is released from prison, you will present all of this to him truthfully. And then, the Dragon King will kill you with his own hands, young master." "That's all?" Qin Fei grinned. "No other tasks?" "Well, lurking is already difficult, okay?" Yan Ran replied. "Ha!" Qin Fei laughed. "It is indeed difficult for you, a naive person who has never succeeded in any mission and is always exposed within half a day of hiding. What's your ultimate goal?" he asked again out of curiosity. "Wow, the ultimate goal, of course, is to have endless desserts, endless money to spend, and beautiful clothes." When she said this, her tone seemed to become much lighter. Qin Fei's mouth twitched fiercely twice. "Your life as a killer has come to an end." "Yes, master. Xiao Ran hates being a killer the most. Although he has received missions that involve murder and arson, it seems that he has never succeeded once." Qin Fei was speechless. "Go to sleep." He was too lazy to ask any more questions. In the original novel, the organization believed that Yan Ran was the flaw of their organization. For this reason, people often jokingly call her a confused player. Because she can't confuse the enemy, she will only get herself confused and expose her identity. As a result, they are often outmaneuvered by the other party, and are provided with good food and drink, for fear that a stronger killer will come. Alas! Seeing her fall unconscious, Qin Fei sighed. "If a killer has done this, it's better not to do it anymore." He complained for a while, then got up and went to the kitchen to make himself something to eat. He was not unfamiliar with cooking. He had learned it when he was pursuing Su Qingxue and even had a chef's certificate. Soon, the food was served on the table. He walked over and threw an ice milk bag on Yan Ran's face to wake her up. "Master, did I fall asleep just now?" Yan Ran shook her head in confusion, her twin ponytail swaying. "Well, maybe you are too tired." Qin Fei smiled. He. Yan Ran laughed awkwardly. "I'm sorry, master. I'll make you lunch right now. It's delicious." She quickly got up and wanted to go to the kitchen. "I've prepared everything. Let's eat together." Qin Fei rolled his eyes and walked to the dining table and sat down first. Yan Ran trotted over and looked at the table full of dishes, her eyes instantly filled with happiness. "Wow, it smells so good, master, you are really amazing." "Eat." Qin Fei shrugged and motioned her to sit down. "Really? Then I'll get started." Yan Ran looked at him expectantly. "Just so we know, you can't deduct my salary." "No need to knock, just eat quickly." Qin Fei agreed with a smile. Seeing her eating with relish and giving him a silly smile of gratitude from time to time, Qin Fei felt a little reluctant. The most appropriate description of her in the original book is, little foodie, money lover, and die-hard fan of cost clothes. This girl probably doesn't know that if she can return to the Yin family one day, she will never have to worry about food and clothing, and she will have endless money to buy whatever clothes she wants. It's a pity that Yi Fan, that bastard, knew that she was the granddaughter of the Yin family in Jiang province, but he concealed it. It was not until the entire Yin family was exiled that he made a hypocritical apology, saying that he had no idea about her background before and that he had not issued the mission. Later, in order to pretend to make amends, he even deliberately helped Yen Ran become the head of the Yen Ran family. To put it nicely, it was to return the Yin family's property to its original owner, but in reality, she was used as a puppet to control the Yin family. Thinking about it, it's really pitiful. Chapter 129 Cracks in Trust. Snap. When Yen Ran heard this, the chopsticks in his hand suddenly slipped and fell on the table. She looked up in surprise and stared at Qin Fei for several seconds, her eyes full of surprise and suspicion. She had heard of the Yin family in Jiangnan. Before returning to his country, the Dragon King specifically told her about his plan after returning to his country, saying that he would first unify Jiangcheng and then sweep across the 6 provinces south of the Yangtze River. Among them, the Yin family was mentioned. At that time, the Dragon King joked with her, saying that when you were adopted by the old Dragon King since you were a child, you had a jade pendant hanging on your body with the word Yin on it. Maybe it might be related to the Yin family in Jiangnan. So she asked more out of curiosity, but Ji Fan told her that it was just a joke. He said that she was picked up in the north, and the Yin family was a century-old family in Jiangnan, so it was impossible for them to be a family. After that, she never asked about it again. In her spare time, she had privately inquired about her own life experience, but unfortunately she did not get any useful clues. After many years, she had almost forgotten it. In other words, I no longer hope to find my family again. But now, suddenly hearing questions about her life experience, she felt inexplicably excited, but at the same time, many doubts arose in her heart. Could it be that Ji Fan had deceived him? Or was it that the old Dragon King had deceived Ji Fan? Besides, more importantly, Qin Fei mentioned in his inner voice that Ji Fan would only tell him that he was a descendant of the Yin family after he had destroyed the Yin family, and let him take over the Yin family. Is this true? In his memory, Yi Fan always gave him the impression of being a very majestic figure. Could it be that these are all fake? A struggle flashed through her mind. Impossible. In the past, every time when his mission was about to fail, Yi Fan would suddenly appear, help him solve all the troubles, and then rescue him from danger. He also always said that he treated her as his own sister and could not bear to let her get hurt. How could it be possible that he knew that I was from the Yin family but kept it a secret from me? It is even more impossible for him to watch his entire family being killed and then reveal his identity. It must be that pervert Qin Fei who is deceiving me. She muttered to herself for a while, then slowly nodded. But soon, she reacted. These were not words Qin Fei said at all, but what he was thinking in his heart. How can a person use his own inner thoughts to deceive others? She was in a dilemma again. What are you thinking about? Qin Fei saw that she was in a daze and didn't even pick up the dropped chopsticks, so he couldn't help but waved his hand in front of her face. It's nothing, haha. Yen Ran quickly came back to his senses and picked up his chopsticks. I just felt that the food you cooked was so delicious, and I felt a little homesick for a moment. She deliberately made this excuse, then looked at Qin Fei steadily, and even pricked up her ears. Thinking that I have already given him guidance, if he really knew his own life experience, he would definitely think of these things involuntarily, right? Qin Fei was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then he laughed and said, if you miss home, just take some time to go back and have a look. After saying that, a hint of pity flashed across his face. I couldn't help but think about it. How could she possibly be homesick? She was only a year old when she was kidnapped from the Yin family. It's impossible for her to have any memories. Poor girl, she says she misses home, but she doesn't even know where her home is. Should I tell her that I am from the Yin family? Forget it, this girl has been severely brainwashed by Dead Mouth. She was raised by the old Dragon King since she was a child and has a strong sense of belonging to Longmen. It's impossible to change her attitude in such a short time. Sigh. Let's take it one step at a time. At most, I can guarantee that her Yin family will not be destroyed. Sooner or later, she will return to the Yin family and see her biological parents. While thinking about this, he ate his food as if nothing had happened and did not say a word. Snap. At this moment, the chopsticks in Yen Ran's hand fell on the table again. He couldn't help but twitch his lips twice and teased her deliberately. You girl, you don't need me to hand you chopsticks, do you? I can't help but doubt, are you really capable of doing the job of a maid? Sorry, master, I really can do it. Master, please don't fire Xiaoran, okay? When Yen Ran heard this, she hurriedly stood up, her face full of panic. It's not that she was afraid of losing this job with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Nor was he afraid of being sent away and the mission failing. But she wanted to stay and listen to Qin Fei's thoughts so that she could find out more about her own life experience in Yifan. Seeing her reaction, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. "I'm just teasing you, sit down and eat." I couldn't help but think in my heart, if I find a flaw in your assassin, and then assign me a powerful assassin, I won't be able to sleep at night. Yen Ran was initially grateful for what he said and was about to say thank you. But then, when she heard his inner thoughts, her face suddenly turned dark. Damn guy. Looked down on her again. And called her the killer's flaw. So infuriating. She sat back angrily, looking at him with some resentment in her eyes. What? It's just that someone's identity was exposed, and you look down on them like that. Humph, just wait, I will definitely drug you during dinner. It's the laxative kind. This time I will definitely not forget to add the powder. I'll make sure you don't sleep well all night. Let us see if you dare to look down on me. What's wrong again? Qin Fei couldn't help but ask with a smile when he saw her puffing up her cheeks and looking angry. At the same time, I cursed myself in my heart for being a face chaser. If it was a maid who wasn't so cute, whose breasts weren't so big, whose legs weren't so white, and who didn't look so easy to bully, he might have just told her not to eat at all, and just eat the cold rice after she got angry. If you want to blame someone, blame this girl. She is really pleasing to the eye even when she is angry. Yen Ran felt as if she had been punctured. Her rosy cheeks flattened and she instantly lost her spirit. What? Humph, just as the Dragon King said, he is a big pervert. No, you have to add more at dinner. She shoveled at the food, taking big bites and biting them extra hard, as if she was biting Qin Fei, as if only this could make her feel better. Qin Fei looked a little puzzled and ignored her. Thinking secretly in my heart, is there any way to pull this girl into our camp? If we can get her to infiltrate the enemy, wouldn't things be much easier? But he quickly rejected this idea. Yifan, that crooked mouth, already has the aura of a protagonist and is good at brainwashing others. It would be extremely difficult for her to deal with Yifan. Well, if that doesn't work. As he thought about it, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 130, Advanced Planning. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Yen Ran ate with extra effort, and glanced at him from time to time, as if this would make him more motivated to eat. But suddenly, she found that the way the young master looked at her seemed a little evil. She followed Qin Fei's gaze, glanced down at herself, sat up straight in an instant, and even lifted her collar. You big bad guy, you big pervert, you actually want to see other people's breasts. Master, you, stop looking at her. She's still a child. Don't have any ideas about Xiaoran. No. As she spoke, she folded her hands in front of her chest and made a cross. Qin Fei laughed out loud. What are you thinking about? Hurry and eat. I couldn't help but feel speechless. He was just thinking that one day he would take her to the Yen family's territory in Jiangnan under the pretext of traveling, and lure Yifan over there to set a trap for that crooked guy. Could it be that the smile I just gave was too evil, which made her think that I was a peeping Tom? What a joke! This young master has now tasted the wonderful taste of love. It's not to the point where I'm so hungry and want to have sex with every woman I see, okay? Even if we want to, well, it has to be the woman who takes the initiative. A forced melon may quench your thirst, but it is not sweet. What's more, I'm not thirsty now. Yen Ran felt as if she was not clean anymore. She seemed to have never heard such words in her life, and they came from the heart of a big pervert. Oh my God, someone please save me, this lovely beautiful killer girl, she screamed in confusion. Why torture her young mind in this way? It's like there's something dirty bubbling up in her heart, so annoying. She suddenly felt that she didn't want to listen to his thoughts anymore. I really want to plug my ears. Eat quickly, and stay away from him after eating, then you will definitely not hear him. She ate faster. Oh no. I think I missed something important? She suddenly realized. Just now, this guy seemed to have thought about whether to take me on a trip or to the Yin family's territory? There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. But she quickly killed this idea. No way. How can I go out with a boy for traveling? Although I haven't had a boyfriend yet, I still know some common sense. Can anything good happen when a boy takes a girl on a trip? People always say they want to enjoy the scenery, but in reality, once on the road, all men think about is sleeping, huh? Don't think that this beautiful girl killer is a silly and innocent person just because she looks cute. Don't even think about this kind of thing. But, the task that the Dragon King assigned to him was to keep an eye on Qin Fei. If he insisted on traveling, wouldn't he? Oh, this is so annoying. What should I do? She threw away her chopsticks and couldn't help scratching her head, making her twin ponytails a little messy. It wasn't until she realized Qin Fei was staring at her again that she reacted. Ha, it seemed like she had lost her composure. Master, I might be, well, my scalp is a little itchy, but I don't have dandruff, so you can still eat this meal without worry. Qin Fei rolled his eyes and was speechless. He remembered that in the original novel, Yen Ran was set up as a simple, cute, and naive girl, but once she encountered a problem that she had no solution to, she would go crazy and scratch her hair. Because of this, she shook off the silver needles hidden in her hair several times. Then, naturally, his identity as a killer was exposed. He smiled and sighed. He had failed hundreds of missions in his life, so it was a miracle that he was still alive. Master, is there anything wrong? Yen Ran saw him staring at her and smiling again, feeling a little guilty. If there's nothing else, Xiao Ran will go clean up the kitchen first. Wait, I really have something to ask you. Master, please speak. Yen Ran saw that he suddenly became serious, and was worried that he would fire her. He placed the chopsticks neatly on the bone plate, folded his hands on his legs, and sat very properly. Don't be nervous. I want to go to Jiangbei to do some business and have some fun for a few days. Do you want to come with me? Click. Yen Ran's heart skipped a beat. Young master, are you planning to attack me? Spicy, spicy. I really don't want to travel with him. Countless scenes instantly flashed through her mind. For example, if you are riding a carousel together and he hugs you from behind, what should you do? Or when riding the Ferris wheel, I was too scared and threw myself into his arms, but he held me tightly and didn't let me get up. Wouldn't that mean he took advantage of me? And, the most important thing is, when you sleep. What if he was like the stinky guy on TV and said that he only got one room, a single room, and no suite? Then I would really become a little lamb. But, if I don't go, I won't be able to continue monitoring him. Doesn't that mean the mission has failed? Oh, and more. He said he would take me to Jiangbei, which was the Yen family's territory. Could it be that the young master wants to take me to find my ancestral home? But is the Yen family really his home? Do you want to go ask Yi Fan? What are you thinking about now? Qin Fei saw her standing there in a daze again, and couldn't help but wave his hand in front of her, speechless. No, I think the young master is so good to Xiao Ran, so I'm a little touched. She giggled, young master, can I think about it first? Okay. Qin Fei nodded. Only then did she realize that it was indeed a bit abrupt for him to ask her to go on a trip on her first day working at his house. Any girl would have to think about this kind of thing. Of course, except for those gold diggers. I'm going to take care of something. Tell me when you've made up your mind. After Qin Fei finished speaking, he went upstairs. Regardless of whether she goes or not, she has to pack some luggage and go to Yan's house first to set up a plan in advance, waiting for that crooked mouth and catching him in the trap. The Yen family is not as wealthy as the Qin family. However, it is also a century-old family, and it relies on martial arts to establish its reputation. Although his family fortune is not worth hundreds of billions, his prestige in the local area is extremely high. Not only that, the bodyguards of many important figures in the 6 provinces of Jiangnan were also served by disciples of the Yin family. It can be said that if you need connections, you have connections. If you need force, you have force. As for money, although it is not as exaggerated as the Qin family, it is enough for ordinary people to work hard for several lifetimes and still be unable to catch up. In the original novel, Yi Fan, that crooked mouth, wanted to take over the Yin family because of their connections and ancient martial arts heritage. But this time, don't even think about it. Those warriors of the Yin family are enough to give him a hard time.